of defense technology, such distress. Share it with us. We wish to witness your plight, Su Zhihui inquired, intrigued, adjusting her glasses and leaning slightly forward, habitually analyzing the situation. Li Tai straightened his posture, lowering his voice as if fearful of being overheard by the adults in the living room, and dramatically stated, "We are to conceptualize a new type of amphibious tank with theoretical all-encompassing combat capabilities as a hypothetical adversary and create a comprehensive, reliable, and foolproof urban defense plan tailored for it." As he spoke, he realized the absurdity of the task, gesturing animatedly. An amphibious tank. Cousin, cousin sister, cousin brother. Just listen to how sci-fi that sounds. We have to consider aerial assaults from above, how to intercept them, sudden incursions through underground pipelines or subway tunnels, how to provide early warnings and blockages, amphibious assaults from rivers or even the sea, how to defend against those. We must also factor in its theoretically unparalleled firepower, absurdly thick armor, and certainly advanced information warfare and stealth capabilities. All the parameters are merely vague estimates, with terrifyingly high upper limits. How on earth are we supposed to devise a defense plan? It's utterly daunting. Our supervisor is scratching his head over it. Our class is on the brink of insanity, spending every day in the library and the lab, researching, building models, running simulations. Our hair is falling out in clumps. He lamented, a look of despair on his face as he tore open an orange, stuffing a segment into his mouth, as if to transform his frustration into sustenance. However, he failed to notice that when he mentioned the amphibious tank, both Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin, seated across from him, subtly stiffened in unison. Su Zhihui's hand, poised to lift her teacup, froze midair. Zhao Lin's motion of peeling the orange froze entirely, a segment of the peeled fruit nearly tumbling to the ground. The gazes of the two individuals, as if drawn by an invisible thread, abruptly converged upon Pei Su, who had been quietly listening nearby. A tri-service tank? While they may not be privy to all the specifics, they had certainly caught wind of the rumors. After all, they were both young and accomplished figures in this circle. Originally, Su Zhihui was merely the second-in-command in a laboratory at Peking University, but through a series of bewildering events, she became the person in charge. Similarly, Zhao Lin started as a junior figure in a military-industrial lab in Shanghai, but unexpectedly found himself elevated to the second-in-command, poised to become the new director in just a few years. They had some understanding of the turbulent happenings in this field, and they had indeed heard of the tri-service tank. They could easily guess the source of the core technological support for this project. Coupled with the more astonishing rumors they had encountered before, Su Zhihui's hand trembled almost imperceptibly, causing ripples in the cup of tea she held. She forced herself to regain her composure, gently placing the cup back on the table, producing a soft clink. Zhao Lin's breath hitched for a moment, his eyes widening in astonishment as he scrutinized Pei Su, as though trying to glean some insight from his unruffled expression. He had completely forgotten about the orange in his hand. Li Tai continued to vent his frustrations, oblivious to the unusual tension between his two cousins. Is this a tall order? Does such equipment even exist? I'm at my wit's end, my mind is nearly exhausted. And every proposal I've devised has been dismissed by my mentor, who claims that the defensive depth is inadequate or that I've overlooked a certain dimension of threat. He eagerly turned to his three cousins, especially Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin. You are all experts, well-versed and experienced with significant projects. Could you offer me some guidance? What direction should I take for this defense plan? How should I set the parameters to be reasonable? Any hint would be appreciated. A brief silence enveloped the balcony. Only the sporadic sounds of firecrackers from outside and the faint echoes of laughter from the living room broke the stillness. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin remained momentarily speechless. Su Zhihui instinctively adjusted her glasses, her eyes behind the lenses flickering rapidly as she seemed to organize her thoughts, but struggled to articulate the most crucial question. Zhao Lin opened his mouth to ask something but abruptly halted, realizing that this was a question he could never voice, swallowing the words back down, his expression becoming exceedingly peculiar. Their gazes remained fixed upon Pei Su like searchlights, as if awaiting a final confirmation or, rather, the direct utterance of a myth. Pei Su sensed their intense and complex scrutiny and noted Li Tai's earnest distress, marked by dark circles under his eyes. Gradually, he lifted his gaze to meet Li Tai's eager expression. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "Cousin, I do have some thoughts regarding the solution for the tri-service tank." Li Tai's eyes brightened with joy. "You have insights? Please share. I am utterly distressed over this matter." Chapter 178. Conflict concerning the limits of the power core and the blind spots of the sensors. You should adhere to the parameters I suggest, Pei Su calmly articulated. Though the tri-service tank is indeed formidable, it is not invincible. On land, it reigns supreme. On water, it is unmatched. Yet there are two domains where it falters. The first is in the air. The tri-service tank can only travel at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, which is outmatched by any fighter aircraft. Underwater. Since the tri-service tank is not truly an underwater tank, its speed can reach 60 knots. However, due to the unique nature of underwater warfare, even at full speed of 60 knots, it can still be easily targeted by a submarine. The atmosphere on the balcony seemed to freeze for several seconds. Li Tai stood there, mouth agape in a daze, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Pei Su's words. Limits of the power core? Blind spots of the sensors? This sounded like insider technical parameters. How could his cousin possibly know? And his tone was so casual and assured. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin, however, gasped sharply. Although they had long harbored suspicions, hearing Pei Su discuss the tri-service tank in such a manner, as if he were commenting on the items in his own backyard, was a jolt that made their hearts race. The orange in Zhao Lin's hand fell with a thud onto the table. Su Zhihui's teacup spilled over once more. She hastily set it down, her fingers trembling slightly. Pei Su appeared unperturbed by their reactions, continuing in his calm, steady voice, as if merely sorting out his thoughts. Based on a certain type of high-energy density power source, its sustained operational time and burst mobility would surpass that of conventional equipment. This implies that your defense plan cannot be static. It must be founded on high frequency, extensive dynamic monitoring, and rapid response. Traditional radar and optical monitoring will be significantly less effective against units with advanced stealth capabilities. He began to delineate several key technical and tactical points with clarity. His tone unremarkable, yet each word resonating with significance, directly addressing the core issues. The ideas he presented illuminated the fog that had long plagued Li Tai, providing instant clarity. Li Tai's eyes widened, his mouth opening unconsciously, forgetting the orange segment in his hand. He was like a dying traveler in the desert who had suddenly spotted an oasis. Lunging forward to the small table, holding his breath as he listened intently to every word Pei Su uttered. He even instinctively reached for the notebook and pen in his pocket, only to remember he was in loungewear. Next, we have information suppression and countermeasures, Pei Su continued. Assuming the enemy possesses a one-way transparency advantage on the battlefield, your defense system must consider how to maintain a minimal level of command and coordination even in an extreme electromagnetic environment or when certain nodes are incapacitated. Redundant design and distributed nodes are crucial. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin were thoroughly captivated, forgetting their astonishment at Pei Su's identity. Completely immersed in the vivid battlefield scenario he was painting, Su Zhihui could not help but interject, presenting a question about data link stability from her professional perspective. Pei Su succinctly provided an entirely new solution, sending a jolt through Su Zhihui as she realized that the tri-service tank was indeed Pei Su's research. In fact, it was highly likely that most of the tank's technology originated from him. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly proposed a solution. Only the creator of the tank, only someone with the deepest understanding of it, could articulate such insights with such ease. The balcony transformed into an impromptu high-level technology symposium. Li Tai posed question after question, and Pei Su answered diligently. Ideas collided, and Li Tai listened with rapt attention, the chaotic thoughts in his mind swiftly untangling, revealing the flaws and areas for improvement in countless previously rejected proposals. His face flushed with excitement, breath quickening. Therefore, in summary, Pei Su concluded, the core of your defense plan should be dynamic perception, elastic architecture, and asymmetric counterattack. Do not attempt to erect an impenetrable wall. Instead, forge a net from which the enemy cannot escape. The focus should be on delay, on attrition, and delivering a fatal blow from the most unexpected direction. Specific troop configurations and firepower allocations can be refined based on the hypothetical parameters you receive. Having finished, he took a sip of water from his cup, as if he had merely commented on the sweetness of today's oranges. Li Tai remained immersed in the overwhelming surge of information and the exhilarating clarity it brought him. After a while, he suddenly snapped back to reality, excitedly grasping Pei Su's arm. Xiao Su, you are truly remarkable. My heavens, how did I not think of this? Dynamic perception, elastic architecture, asymmetric counterattacks. Yes, that's it, absolutely right. He was so animated he nearly danced with joy. I understand now. I comprehend everything. I know how to proceed. My previous ideas were entirely misguided. No wonder my mentor said we were only aiming at targets. He sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth on the cramped balcony, his hands rubbing together in excitement. I must jot this down quickly, seize the moment. I will start right now, not tonight. Right this instant. Observing his fervor, Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting profound astonishment and a hint of helpless laughter. These two, each distinguished in their respective fields, had become mere background figures and listeners in that moment. The impact on their hearts was no less significant than on Li Tai's. Pei Su, watching Li Tai's exuberance, gently reminded him, cousin, do not forget that this is merely a conjecture based on general technological trends. The specifics still require you to grasp according to the requirements of your thesis. Understood. This is sufficient. This is all I needed. Li Tai nodded enthusiastically, brimming with newfound confidence. With this direction, the remaining details would naturally fall into place. Xiao Su, you have saved my life. I will treat you to a grand feast. The best there is. Unable to remain seated any longer, he hurriedly dashed back into the living room to find a computer. Uncle, do we have a computer at home? Give me one. I have ideas for my thesis. Watching his hurried retreat into the house, The three on the balcony fell momentarily silent. Su Zhihui took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her, and turned her gaze toward Pei Su, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, eventually culminating in a soft sigh. Xiao Su, you are truly something. She shook her head, seemingly at a loss for words. Zhao Lin then patted Pei Su's shoulder with a sense of awe and a touch of self-deprecation. Brother, I now understand what it means when they say there are greater heights beyond the sky. I'm utterly impressed. Pei Su merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the glass window, casting a warm glow over the balcony. The cacophony outside and the lively chatter within seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. Once Li Tai retreated into his room, he did not emerge again. He utilized Pei Su's desktop computer, which had not been upgraded in years, still running a 1060 graphics card. However, it sufficed for his thesis needs. As evening approached, Lin Mingyi and the third aunt called for him to join dinner several times, but he merely responded from his room, saying he would be out shortly, only to fall silent again. The banquet was laid out across 2 large tables, utilizing every extendable table available, with an array of sumptuous dishes. The adults exchanged toasts and engaged in animated conversation. Pei Su was seated with the younger generation, including Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and several younger cousins. Just as the festivities reached their peak, Li Tai finally emerged from his room, displaying signs of fatigue, but more so an overwhelming elation and relief. With a laptop in hand, Dad, Mom, Aunt, Uncle, I have completed the first draft of my thesis. He exclaimed excitedly, his voice slightly hoarse. Oh, so soon? Weren't you frowning just this afternoon? The third aunt's husband remarked, astonished. All thanks to Xiao Su. She provided me with inspiration. Li Tai excitedly gestured towards Pei Su, drawing curious glances from the entire table. Pei Su simply lowered her head, quietly enjoying her meal, offering a brief smile. Quickly send it to your mentor for review. The third aunt urged, pride evident on her face. Yes, I will send it right now. Li Tai replied, operating his computer at the dining table, dispatching the city defense plan that had consumed his afternoon efforts to his mentor. After sending the email, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Only then did he realize his hunger and began to devour his food, excitedly sharing the innovative and reliable aspects of his proposal with his fellow diners. Of course, due to confidentiality, he refrained from disclosing any specific details. However, Pei Su, Su Zhihui, and Zhao Lin were well aware of the significance behind it. Everyone rejoiced for him, the atmosphere growing more vibrant. Yet, the joyous moments did not last long. After about half an hour, Li Tai's phone on the table began to vibrate furiously, the screen flashing his mentor's name. With a piece of rib still in his mouth, Li Tai proudly picked up the phone, switching it to speaker mode, clearly wanting his family to hear the praise from his mentor. Hello? He began, but before he could finish, a furious, nearly bellowing voice erupted from the other end. The intensity of the voice drowned out the lively chatter at the table. Li Tai, what are you doing? The entire table fell silent. Everyone froze, staring at Li Tai, whose smile vanished, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded, the rib forgotten in his mouth. The roar on the other end continued, filled with incredulous anger. You told me this afternoon you had no ideas, and now you send me this? What have you written? Dynamic perception system construction based on multi-source heterogeneous sensor fusion and high-frequency data refresh? Elastic defense architecture responding to high-intensity information suppression and physical assaults? Asymmetric counterattack strategies targeting dynamic core overload windows and sensor fusion blind spots? With each shout from his mentor, Li Tai's complexion paled further. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin's expressions also grew serious. How did you come to know these concepts? These ideas are far beyond your current level of understanding, let alone being integrated into a defense plan so systematically. Tell me, did you steal this from some classified database? Or did you have someone from a research institute help you in violation of regulations? Li Tai, let me tell you, academic misconduct is absolutely intolerable. This is a serious violation, and you will face significant consequences. The mentor's voice trembled with fury, clearly astonished by the proposal that exceeded student capabilities, leading to his worst suspicions. Li Tai's face turned as pale as a sheet, his hand trembling as he held the phone. The earlier excitement and pride evaporated, leaving only panic and indignation. Mentor, no, I didn't. This is my... He attempted to explain, but words eluded him. Should he say that his cousin casually guided him on the balcony earlier? Who would believe that? It would only seem like a flimsy excuse. The atmosphere at the dining table plunged to an icy silence. The adults paused their eating, looking at Li Tai with concern. The third aunt and her husband wore expressions of dismay. You're still trying to argue. The mentor did not believe him, his anger intensifying. Do you have any idea how sensitive the technical directions and concepts you mentioned are? What the consequences could be if they were leaked? You need to return to school immediately. Explain this to me face to face. If you can't clarify, you can forget about passing this thesis. Expect disciplinary actions. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the sound of a busy tone. Li Tai stood there, dazed, holding his phone, frozen in place, as if his soul had been extracted. The table was utterly silent, all gazes fixated on him. The earlier joy and celebration dissipated. Xiaotai, what happened? The third aunt asked anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Li Tai's lips trembled, words escaping him, as he instinctively turned to Pei Su, who had remained silent beside him, seeking help in his eyes. Pei Su set down her chopsticks. She glanced at Li Tai, who was ashen and bewildered. Then at Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin, who wore equally grave expressions, hesitant to speak. With a soft sigh, she took a breath. This incident, stemming from him, naturally cannot allow my cousin to face punishment or even jeopardize his future. He stood up, extended his hand to Li Tai, and spoke calmly. Cousin, may I have your phone? Li Tai, as if grasping a lifeline, hurriedly handed over his phone. Pei Su took the device, glanced at Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin, and signaled discreetly towards the outside. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin instantly understood and rose simultaneously. Dad, Mom, Aunt, second aunt, third aunt. We're stepping outside for a moment to make a phone call. Pei Su informed the elders at the main table, her tone composed as if merely attending to a trivial matter. Amidst the puzzled, worried, and bewildered gazes from the gathered guests, Pei Su, holding the phone, calmly led Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin out of the bustling dining room and into the relatively quiet hallway. The motion sensor lights in the corridor flickered to life with their footsteps, casting a warm glow that illuminated three faces, each serious yet distinct in expression. The cold air outside contrasted sharply with the warmth and noise of the room within. Pei Su sighed and redialed the number. Chapter 179. Fury. The dim yellow light from the motion sensor lamps in the corridor elongated their shadows. On the cold cement floor, the shadows wavered slightly. The clamor from inside was muffled by the thick door, further accentuating the stillness of the hallway. Li Tai's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His fingers unconsciously twisting together, knuckles turning pale. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin flanked Pei Su, standing half a step behind, their expressions as grave as stone carvings. Pei Su maintained an impassive demeanor, as if merely addressing an inconsequential matter. She lowered her gaze to Li Tai's phone screen, scrolling until she located the mentor's number in the recent calls, her fingertip pressing the redial button without hesitation. The phone rang once before it was swiftly answered. The person on the other end evidently brimming with frustration, ready to unleash their ire. Li Tai, how dare you call back? I'm telling you, this matter is far from over. The mentor's furious, somewhat shrill roar burst through the receiver, shattering the tranquility of the corridor like a blunt knife, its harshness unbearable. I am not Li Tai, Pei Su calmly interrupted. Li Tai is my cousin. The person on the other end paused abruptly, clearly taken aback by the sudden voice. Momentarily at a loss for words. After a 3 to 4 second silence, the mentor's voice resumed, tinged with confusion and irritation. Who are you? Where's Li Tai? Let him come and take the call himself. What kind of cowardice is this, hiding behind an outsider? He is right beside me, Pei Su replied, her tone unwavering. Regarding the city defense plan you just questioned, if you have any specific technical inquiries, feel free to direct them to me. I am responsible for addressing them. To me? The mentor's voice escalated, filled with incredulity and provoked fury, nearly bordering on a scream. Who do you think you are? Why should I ask you? Are you a professor from our National Defense University? Are you an expert from the Equipment Development Department? Are you his mentor, or am I? Have Li Tai come here immediately. I want to personally inquire how he found such an audacious outsider who dares to impersonate a relative to placate me. This is utterly unacceptable. His voice was thunderous, emotions heightened, and even without the speakerphone, Li Tai, Su Zhihui, and Zhao Lin could clearly hear every word. Li Tai's complexion darkened further, a tumult of shame, anger, grievance, and fear swirling within him. He wished he could vanish into the ground. His lips, trembling yet unable to utter a single word. Pei Su listened quietly, her expression still blank, until the mentor's rant finally subsided, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing on the line. She spoke again. May I ask your name? What? The mentor seemed completely unprepared for such an abrupt question. Momentarily caught off guard. Your name, position, and department. Pei Su reiterated, each word crystal clear, devoid of urgency, yet imbued with a chilling pressure. On the other end, the mentor hesitated, the earlier aggression waning abruptly. The inquiry regarding personal information, especially under such sensitive and ambiguous circumstances, triggered an instinctive caution and political sensitivity that made him falter. His tone shifted to a somewhat defensive bravado, attempting to reclaim dominance. What do you need that for? What does it have to do with you? I am currently addressing a serious issue regarding my student's alleged academic misconduct. This is a very grave matter. What connection do you have with Li Tai? You were just repeatedly questioning the technical origins and reliability of the plan, were you not? Pei Su interjected. I am officially informing you that the core ideas, technical details, and feasibility assessments of the plan were provided by me. If you have any technical questions, I am here to answer them. However, first, I need to know who I am conversing with. It is the most fundamental premise of communication. Provided by you? Huh. What a grand joke. The mentor scoffed as if he had heard the most absurd jest of the century, though the laughter was dry and forced, laced with derision. a young upstart emerging from who knows where, and you can provide such a level of strategic defense thinking regarding the future of warfare? Do you even comprehend the critical points mentioned in Li Tai's proposal and the cutting-edge military technology and concepts they entail? This is not a realm accessible to ordinary students or even average professors. Youngster, if you're going to boast, at least draft a rough outline. If you're going to stand up for someone, measure your own worth first. I assure you, regardless of who you are, the nature of this matter is extremely serious. So, your name? Pei Su pressed for the third time, a hint of impatience finally creeping into her voice. She disliked repeating and entangling herself in meaningless questions. It's quite vexing, especially during the festive season. The mentor, increasingly flustered by such relentless and unconventional questioning, began to sidestep, attempting to divert the topic. Don't try to muddle through. Change the subject. Is my identity something you can casually inquire about? I am addressing Li Tai's situation. He must be held accountable for his academic misconduct. Your attitude is compounding the errors. Pei Su listened quietly for several seconds, observing that the mentor continued to evade the crux of the issue, repeating the same circular arguments. Finally, she sighed softly, a barely audible sound. Forget it, she said, her tone revealing neither disappointment nor frustration, but rather a sense of resignation towards the futility of communication. Even if you refuse to disclose, it's of no consequence. At this point, the mentors responsible for reviewing such specific thesis topics at the National Defense University, considering age and personality traits, are quite limited. Tracking you down will not be difficult. At worst, I can ask my cousin and find out who you are. Silence enveloped the phone, the only sound being the mentor's increasingly heavy breaths. Pei Su continued in that eerily calm tone, I will remember today's events. She paused briefly and added, this may sound like a mere closing remark, but it carries a chilling sense of command. Enjoy your holiday. After the festivities, take some time to ponder the technical value and forward-thinking nature of this proposal, reflect on your attitude and manner of communication today, and consider how to handle similar situations in the future. Who are you? Are you threatening me? The mentor's voice turned sharp and severe, though a barely perceptible tremor betrayed his unease. Do you even know who I am? Do you understand the significant threats to national defense? It seems you still harbor doubts about the proposal itself. Pei Su appeared entirely oblivious to his inquiries and fears as he began to speak for himself. Allow me to take a moment more of your time to elucidate several key points from Li Tai's thesis project regarding the dynamic perception system. Its essence lies not in the pursuit of absolute detection rates, but in addressing high-frequency, low-detectability incursions. The emphasis is on predictive trajectory algorithms based on behavioral patterns. He commenced to succinctly reiterate several pivotal technical points he had previously conveyed to Li Tai that afternoon, his speech steady and his logic impeccably clear. However, in this context, such behavior was nothing short of an egregious affront and provocation to the mentor on the other end of the line. A nameless, youthful stranger, adopting a condescending tone akin to instructing a child, dared to elucidate to him, a vice professor at the National Defense Science and Technology University, a project mentor, a proposal he had just vehemently criticized as academic misconduct, fanciful, and utterly unattainable. Enough. The mentor erupted, his voice twisted and shrill from sheer rage. Who the hell are you? Do you think you can lecture me here? What are you? I don't care if you're a fraud or a madman brought here by Li Tai. I'll tell you this proposal is trash, mere nonsense. It's just empty talk. Li Tai will not pass his thesis. Expect repercussions. I shall report this to the university. This matter will be dealt with seriously. His uncontrolled tirade surged forth like a derailed train, brimming with frantic fury. Pei Su, who had remained as calm as ice, finally exhibited the slightest furrow of his brow. The patience he had long withheld, or perhaps his indifference to the summer insects, seemed utterly depleted by the other's hysterical foolishness and arrogance. He interrupted the meaningless, emotional outburst. My name is Pei Su. The roar from the other end was abruptly severed, as if an invisible blade had sliced through the air. It seemed the name Pei Su carried an innate, paralyzing potency. Pei Su continued in a tone that was cold, clear, and beyond question, articulating each word as if they were icicles striking a jade plate. Long Ku University, Long Kai class, first cohort. The defense proposal you reviewed, targeting the hypothetical enemy's core, is an all-domain assault tank capable of land, sea, and air operations. I designed it. Now, tell me, do I not know the performance boundaries of something I created myself? What are its tactical preferences? Where might its weaknesses lie? The document of Li Tai's thesis was completed under my direct guidance, based on my understanding of the true performance parameters and tactical assumptions regarding the multi-domain tank. All technical ideas, tactical deductions, and final conclusions are my sole responsibility. Now, do you have any further technical inquiries? On the other end of the line, there was a profound silence lasting nearly half a minute. The stillness was so palpable that one could hear the faint hissing of the electric current in the phone lines. It was as though one could visualize the person on the other end, wide-eyed with bloodshot irises, pale as a ghost, with lips and fingers trembling uncontrollably. The name Pei Su was one he had only heard in passing, a name belonging to an individual of utmost secrecy, not something someone of his standing should even be aware of. Yet, the other spoke it so naturally, so assuredly, with such nonchalance. Was the game so grand? Did he dare utter that name? Clearly, merely knowing that name indicated the person on the other end held considerable status, coupled with the other's demeanor. A chilling sensation enveloped his heart. You're lying. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The mentor's voice quivered uncontrollably. How can you be Pei Su? How can you be the researcher of the multi-domain tank project? You're still so young. Pei Su seemed to have completely lost interest in further discourse, offering a final choice. Believe it or not, it is up to you. You may check right now, though with your level of access, you will likely find no valid information about me. Or, Pei Su's tone turned even colder, you could directly inquire with those of the highest rank you can reach. Ask them who Pei Su of Long Ku University's Long Kai class is. Discover who the designer of the multi-domain tank is. Once you have clarified and comprehended, return and inform me whether Li Tai's thesis proposal was approved or not. He paused for a second, allowing the chilling pressure to seep through. Then he added slowly. You would do well to think carefully before responding. Furthermore, given your attitude, I have serious doubts regarding the caliber of the mentors at the National Defense University. This matter will not conclude here. I will discuss it with my principal and yours. With that, the line fell into a profound silence. Then, a distinct, sharp sound resonated, a phone hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the frantic, monotonous, busy tone. The busy signal echoed hauntingly in the silent corridor, piercingly jarring. Under the dim yellow light, Pei Su expressionlessly returned the phone to Li Tai, who stood beside him. Utterly stunned, his mind a blank, as if his soul had left his body. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin, standing behind him, remained silent, gazing at Pei Su's still calm profile, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock and an ineffable sense of reverence. They had always known that Pei Su was extraordinary, a genius beyond comprehension. Yet, only at this moment did they truly witness the chilling reality of his absolute power and status, unveiled when this usually quiet and unassuming cousin was genuinely provoked. Don't be too disheartened, cousin, Pei Su gently smiled, patting Li Tai's shoulder. It's the new year, happiness is paramount. If your mentor isn't a fool, he should approve your project. Indeed. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. If the individual who designed the multi-domain tank cannot pass, it must be the approving mentor who is in error, not the designer. Chapter 180, a trivial matter. In the corridor, the yellow motion sensor light extinguished with a soft click after a prolonged silence, and darkness enveloped the three of them, with only the faint glow of the phone screen illuminating Li Tai's pale and dazed face. Moments later, the sound of a door closing reverberated from downstairs, heralding yet another family reunion. Amidst the laughter and joy, the lights flickered back on sluggishly, drawing the three back into reality. The urgent, busy tone lingered in the air, its dissonance still palpable. Li Tai, like a puppet on strings, trembled as he took his phone back from Pei Su. The icy touch sent a shiver down his spine, and his muddled mind began to struggle back to life. Everything that had just transpired felt like an absurd dream. Yet it was so real that every pore of his being emanated a chill of trepidation. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin remained silently behind Pei Su, yet their gazes toward him had irrevocably changed. Just then, Li Tai's phone, seemingly burning in his hand, vibrated violently once more. The screen displayed his mentor's name, flashing ominously. Li Tai was so startled that he nearly dropped his phone, fumbling to hold it tightly while casting a panicked glance at Pei Su, silently inquiring what to do next. Pei Su merely glanced at the screen with indifference, nodding slightly. Taking a deep breath, Li Tai felt as if he were gripping a grenade on the verge of detonating. His trembling fingers pressed the answer button, forgetting entirely about the speakerphone. This time, however, the other end of the line was devoid of any roaring or anger, instead emanating an extraordinarily peculiar calm, forcefully suppressed, yet filled with heavy breathing. Li Tai? This address made Li Tai shudder. Mentor? Yes, yes. The mentor's voice responded almost too quickly, as if eager to answer, with an incredulously soft tone. Li Tai, are you available to talk at the moment? Li Tai's mind was utterly bewildered. Yes, I'm available. The mentor continued. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I may have spoken a bit harshly. Please do not take it to heart. Li Tai, taken aback, questioned his own hearing. The voice on the other end, filled with sincerity, continued. The thesis proposal you submitted. I have reviewed it thoroughly and repeatedly just now. The more I examine it, the more profound it appears. It is exceptionally insightful, highly innovative, particularly in terms of understanding the performance of enemy and friendly equipment and the tactical countermeasures proposed. Truly, it is a stroke of genius. I almost overlooked such an outstanding piece of work. Li Tai stood there, mouth agape, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor, managing only a disjointed, "Oh. So, your proposal is entirely without fault. Not only is it problem-free, but it is also excellent, truly excellent." The mentor's tone was resolute, as if the individual who had previously lambasted it was a different person entirely. Rest assured, the defense will be a smooth process, I guarantee it. You can enjoy the new year without a worry. Thank you, mentor. Li Tai felt as though he were in a dream. No need for thanks. This is entirely the result of your own hard work. The mentor replied briskly, almost in disbelief. Well, if there's nothing else, I won't take up more of your time. Please extend my regards to. He hesitated, seemingly unsure how to refer to Pei Su, finally mumbling. The one there. Wish you both a happy new year. The call was almost abruptly terminated. Li Tai held the now silent phone, rooted in place, unable to regain his composure. His expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. From sheer terror to bewilderment, finally settling into a state of profound shock. A sense of absurdity washed over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When writing the paper, he had deliberately included Pei Su's name because this article was completed under her guidance. Thus, he had no intention of claiming sole credit. He had included a note stating, "This article was completed under the guidance of my cousin Pei Su, a senior at Lonka University, who is the same age as I am, and during our communications, I did not disclose any confidential documents." Could it be that the mentor, after hanging up, revisited his paper and noticed that seemingly inconspicuous statement? Perhaps that was what altered his attitude. If so, what did the name Pei Su truly signify? Li Tai slowly raised his gaze, his expression a complex amalgamation of awe and gratitude as he regarded the still tranquil Pei Su. This time, the way he looked at her had irrevocably changed. It was an expression imbued with reverence and appreciation, even a hint of unfamiliarity. It felt as though he were meeting his younger cousin for the first time. Pei Su, sensing his gaze, merely remarked, "As long as it's resolved." It was as if the person who had earlier terrified her mentor with a single phone call, causing a complete turnaround in attitude, was not the same individual before him now. In truth, Pei Su herself had been somewhat irked. After all, how could something she had crafted, her own answers, be deemed subpar? It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't upset, especially with a mentor whose demeanor was so dreadful. Labeling Li Tai as a plagiarist without due diligence, accusing him of academic dishonesty. Such a person, quick to cast aspersions, had indeed ruffled her composure earlier. However, now, she felt much better. It was sufficient for her to have assisted her cousin in resolving the issue, and there was no need for her to become embroiled in a dispute with an obscure mentor. At that moment, Pei Su's phone chimed. Ding dong. She glanced at it. It was a message from Li Yunchang inquiring about her New Year plans and casually mentioning that the materials for the second phase of the Lonkai class had been sent to her email. After a moment's thought, Pei Su dialed Li Yunchang's number directly. The call connected swiftly. Hello? Pei Su. What is the matter? Have you returned home? Is it lively there? Li Yunchang's voice sounded lighthearted and cheerful. Principal, Pei Su replied, I need to inform you about something. She succinctly recounted the earlier incident, devoid of any personal emotion, simply stating the misunderstanding with the mentor from the National Defense University stemming from Li Tai's thesis proposal, including the outburst and the subsequent change in attitude. However, upon hearing her account, Li Yunchang's cheerful demeanor evaporated, his voice rising sharply, filled with protective indignation. What? Such a thing occurred? This is outrageous. How dare they? Even if it were the principal of the National Defense University, his rank does not exceed mine. Your current rank is nearly higher than mine. How can they subject you to such humiliation? I cannot tolerate this. Are those people from the National Defense University of such low caliber? Such poor quality? To label my student as academically dishonest without discernment? And to shout over the phone? Absolutely unacceptable. Li Yunchang's voice trembled with rage. What is that mentor's name? Which department is he from? I will contact their principal immediately. Such a person is a blight on the teaching profession. Must be dealt with sternly. Pei Su waited for Li Yunchang to vent before calmly interjecting. I did not ask for his name. The matter is already resolved. I merely thought that such situations might not be isolated incidents. I wanted to report this to you to prevent any significant repercussions. Understanding her intent, Li Yunchang's anger diminished, though his tone grew serious. You are right. This is not a trivial matter. It reflects serious issues within their teaching management. Rest assured, do not concern yourself. I will handle it and ensure you and your cousin receive an explanation. Such disrespectful treatment of students is prevalent in nearly every institution. They think that managing a couple of students makes them rulers. This is a perfect opportunity to remind them that education begins with nurturing character. Thank you, Principal. Pei Su replied. She truly could not intervene directly. Her identity was too sensitive, and every action had significant implications. It was most appropriate for Principal Li Yunchang to address this matter. Not at all. It is my duty. Li Yunchang exclaimed with righteous indignation. It is truly frustrating for my student to face such distress during the new year. I will know how to address it. Enjoy your new year. After hanging up, the corridor once again fell silent. Li Tai, Su Zhihui, and Zhao Lin had listened intently to Pei Su and Li Yunchang's conversation. Li Tai was particularly stirred. He had not anticipated that his cousin's single phone call would prompt the principal of Lonka University to confront the principal of the National Defense University on his behalf. Such influence. Unable to contain his excitement and curiosity, he turned to Pei Su, his voice brimming with barely suppressed eagerness, tinged with a hint of caution. Xiao Su, did you just have a phone conversation with the president of Lonka University, Li Yunchang? Pei Su nodded. I am part of the Long Talent class. which has only one teacher and one person in charge. Strictly speaking, Li Yunchang is our class's homeroom teacher. Li Tai gasped in surprise. He then asked, was everything you said on the phone just now true? Just like when I was on the phone with my advisor. You mentioned that the amphibious tank is really yours? Pei Su shot him a glance, remaining silent, which could be interpreted as an affirmation. Su Zhihui sighed, taking over the conversation, and quietly explained to Li Tai. Xiao Tai, there are some things we don't know much about, but we understand a bit more than you do. Xiao Su is no longer someone we can comprehend through common reasoning. The projects he participates in, any one of them, could stir the highest levels of authority. That amphibious tank you mentioned is merely one of them. Zhao Lin nodded heavily, patting Li Tai's shoulder, his tone filled with emotion and a hint of fear. You have indeed turned misfortune into fortune today. If Xiao Su and Ti been here, the consequences of offending that advisor regarding your thesis would have been unimaginable. Be more cautious in the future. Don't be so impetuous. Also, everything you heard and saw today must remain confidential. Do not mention it to anyone, including Auntie San and Uncle San, understood? After all, you wouldn't want to attract trouble due to this. Zhao Lin spread his hands in resignation. The long talent class is of a high caliber, and Xiao Su's standing is even higher. Strictly from the perspective of confidentiality, he should rank above President Li Yunchang. Li Tai swallowed hard, instinctively nodding vigorously, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. At that moment, he truly realized he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. And the one who saved him was this cousin he had always thought of as merely exceptionally intelligent. He looked at Pei Su, his gaze a complex mixture of emotions, ultimately transforming into a bittersweet smile tinged with self-deprecation. So you all knew. I was the only one kept in the dark, thinking. He had thought Pei Su was simply more fortunate and valued than they were. Now he understood that this was not a matter of mere dimensions. Pei Su paid no heed to their sentiments, merely glancing at the time. Let us go inside. It's cold out here. The four of them returned to the warm and bustling interior. The atmosphere of the New Year's Eve dinner remained lively, as the adults seemed oblivious to the heart-pounding interlude outside on the balcony, continuing to chat, laugh, and drink merrily. Yet, Li Tai's mood remained unsettled for a long time. When faced with his family's inquiries, he could only manage a forced smile, saying that his advisor had called again, claiming that the proposal had no issues, and praising his writing. This brought a wave of joy and pride from Auntie San and Uncle San. The dinner lasted late into the night before finally dispersing. Relatives gradually took their leave. As Auntie San's family was the last to depart, Li Tai, while putting on his coat, glanced at Pei Su, who was helping to tidy up the dishes. His eyes flickered for a moment. However, he ultimately walked over to Pei Su and patted his shoulder. Xiao Su, thank you. No need for such formality. We are family. Pei Su replied with a smile, as they stepped out of the house and into the cold night sky below. Auntie Lin Mingxiu was still basking in the joy of her son's impending graduation, smiling at her husband. It seems Xiao Tai will graduate smoothly. He should be able to find a good job then. Her husband nodded with a smile. Yes, this child takes after me. Oh please, he clearly takes after me. Lin Mingxiu rolled her eyes. Following his parents, Li Tai suddenly blurted out, Dad, Mom, we need to spend more time with Auntie C's family from now on. Auntie San and Uncle San paused, taken aback, looking at their son in confusion. What else with the sudden comment? Auntie Lin Mingxiu asked, perplexed. Li Tai gazed into the dense night, the warm breath escaping his mouth dissipating quickly in the frigid air. He did not look at his parents, merely stating flatly, Auntie C's family has risen. He offered no further explanation, opening the car door and taking his seat inside first. This left Auntie San and Uncle San standing outside the car, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion and incomprehension. They could not fathom the meaning behind their son's abrupt remark, but from the unusually serious and earnest profile of his face, they sensed that something significant, which they were unaware of, had transpired. The night deepened, the cold wind whistling through the gaps between the buildings. Inside, under the warm glow of the lights, Pei Su was carefully drying and placing the last bowl into the cupboard, his movements calm and meticulous, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a trivial matter. Chapter 181. Wang Xingyu comes to play with you. The warmth of the spring festival flowed through every corner of this old apartment building in the outskirts of Beijing like melted syrup. Thick and slow, the festive atmosphere had yet to fully dissipate, with the air still tinged with the smoky scent of firecrackers and the mixed aromas of various home-cooked meals. Pei Su enjoyed an exceedingly comfortable period at home. He slept soundly and maintained a regular diet, with his mother, Lin Ming-yi, constantly preparing delightful meals for him. His father, Pei Zhenghua, no longer seized every opportunity to question him about unanswerable future plans, instead occasionally watching the news together and discussing international affairs. It was tranquil and stable. Ever since that New Year's Eve dinner, however, the number of visitors to their home had noticeably increased. Anida and Auntie San's families came particularly frequently, bringing freshly prepared beef one day and a bowl of homemade dumplings the next. Under the guise of fostering familial connections, Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai nearly wore a path into Pei Su's home. Their visits were not solely for the sake of connection. they sought a reason to gather. Young people always have their own ways of socializing. They cannot be expected to continuously engage in idle chatter with the elders. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass balcony doors, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Pei Su's modest bedroom felt somewhat cramped. For laptops occupied the desk and a makeshift small table, their cooling fans buzzing. On the screens was the once popular shooting game. CF. The sounds of gunfire, footsteps, explosions, and the characters' shouts leaked faintly through the headphones, mingling with the occasional tense, frustrated, or excited whispers of the players. A big one. At least two coming from A. Xiaolin, keep an eye on the middle door. Su Zhihui spoke quickly, her fingers flying over the keyboard. The middle door is quiet. There might be a flank from B. Li Tai, be careful. Zhao Lin's body swayed slightly with the game's movements, his expression tense. Damn, one really came from B. I'm down, but I took him out. Li Tai yelled excitedly, but his tone quickly dropped. Oh no. There's another one behind me. It's over, it's over. Pei Su, it's all on you now. Just you left, 1v2, guard the bomb and win. At this moment, the tension reached its peak. All teammates had fallen, leaving only Pei Su's character to stand guard near the planted C4 bomb. The opposing team still had two players, stealthily approaching from two different directions. Pei Su adjusted his posture nervously while wearing headphones, straining to hear the faintest of footsteps coming from his left side. Left side A pathway. His mouse moved steadily, the crosshairs aimed at the corner. However, just as the opponent's had appeared, whether due to network lag, his own rustiness from not playing for too long, or simply bad luck, his mouse seemed to catch on a slight bump on the mousepad, causing the aim to slip drastically. Bang! The opposing bullet hit first, the precise USP rounds eliminating him. The screen instantly turned a shade of gray. Li Tai was the first to throw his hands over his head in despair, leaping 3 feet high from his chair. Just a moment. Pei Su, what happened with that shot? How could you miss it? Zhao Lin, frustrated, slammed his fist on the table. What a pity. You could have turned the game around, but that last attempt was truly disappointing. Even Su Zhihui, who was usually composed, took off her headphones, pushed her glasses up helplessly, and sighed at the gray-white screen. The tactics were executed perfectly, yet a mistake at the final moment was indeed unfortunate. Pei Su, did your hand slip just now? Pei Su glanced at his dismal score of 0 kills and 3 deaths, rubbed his nose, and for the first time, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he played this game, and that blunder was rather amateurish. The mouse had not responded as it should. He quickly sought a plausible excuse, instinctively moving his wrist. As a game that once enjoyed immense popularity in the country, the 4 players, despite Pei Su and Li Tai being just 22, were sitting in a room where Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin were approaching 30. Nevertheless, they were thoroughly engrossed in the game. Just as the atmosphere was filled with frustration and teasing, Pei Su's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. The ringtone was a soothing instrumental piece, which sounded particularly jarring amidst the electronic sound effects in the room. All 4 of them involuntarily paused and turned their attention to the incessantly ringing phone. Pei Su picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and was surprised to see a familiar number. Wang Qingyu was calling. He hesitated for a moment, then swiped to answer. Hello? Pei Su said softly. A clear yet slightly timid female voice came through the receiver, faintly audible. Pei Su, it's me, Qingyu. Happy New Year. Pei Su smiled and replied, Happy New Year. Are you free now? Yes, I am. You can speak. Pei Su responded, unconsciously shifting his body slightly to avoid the suddenly inquisitive and intense gazes from the other 3. I've been a bit bored at home during the new year, so I wanted to come over and hang out with you. Wang Qingyu's voice was soft, as if she had mustered up her courage. Are you still out in the suburbs? If it's convenient, yes, I am. The address is the one I sent you before, the old unit dormitory, building 4, apartment 401. Pei Su naturally provided the address. Wow. Su Zhihui chuckled. Zhao Lin and Li Tai immediately rushed to Pei Su's side. Hey, you can't eavesdrop on someone's phone call so openly. Pei Su helplessly urged them to back off. All right, I should be there in about an hour. Will I be interrupting you? Wang Qingyu's voice was filled with anticipation and a bit of nervousness. She had heard the voices of those nearby. No, just call me when you're downstairs. Pei Su said. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, he ended the call. As soon as he set the phone down, he turned his head and found himself facing 6 bright, inquisitive eyes, shimmering with curiosity. Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai had unknowingly gathered around him, forming a half-circle as they stared at him, as if he were a rare specimen. All wore knowing smiles. Pei Su felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny and instinctively touched his face. Is there something on my face? Nothing on your face? Su Zhihui was the first to speak, a smile dancing on her lips, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. But there's something intriguing about that phone call. She deliberately elongated her tone. Exactly. Li Tai chimed in, excitedly nudging Pei Su's arm with his elbow. Nice one, little Su. You've kept this well hidden. When did this happen? Do tell. Wang Qingyu? What a lovely name. Zhao Lin crossed his arms, grinning like someone who had been through it all. Look at you, losing the game, yet your mind was already elsewhere? No wonder you lost. Come on, tell us how far this has developed. Faced with the barrage of teasing and inquiries from his relatives, Pei Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The most painful aspect of the new year is when relatives ask if you have a girlfriend. But what is even more awkward is when peers ask you about your romantic life. It's just a classmate. We had agreed to gather during the new year. Pei Su cleared his throat. Just a classmate. Su Zhihui mimicked his tone, raising an eyebrow. A classmate would call to ask if you're home? Would a classmate be so cautious about whether they would disturb you? Would a classmate's tone suddenly turn so gentle? Pei Su, do you think we're 3 years old? I really just Pei Su began to defend himself. Wait. Zhao Lin suddenly interrupted. His brow furrowed as if trying to recall something. Wang Qingyu. That name sounds familiar. He stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. I remember now. Wang Qingyu. ISNT her father Wang Chaoyan, the young third-in-command of the Military Science Project Approval Department. Last year, we reported a project at the department. He chaired the review meeting. This is quite a significant figure, known for his sharp insights and incisive questioning, and I've heard he has a strong background. Nurtured by a prominent individual, Zhao Lin's voice was filled with evident astonishment and confirmation. Upon hearing this, Su Zhihui and Li Tai instantly dropped their playful demeanor, looking at Pei Su with wide eyes. The Military Science Approval Department? The third in command? Wang Chaoyan. Su Zhihui repeated, her expression turning serious. Little Su, is it true? Wang Qingyu is Wang Chaoyan's daughter? Li Tai gasped in shock, his eyes widening as he grabbed Pei Su's shoulder. No way. Is this for real? You're quite the catch, keeping it low-key while associating with such a prominent young lady. Are you guys in the Dragon Talent class pursuing this kind of matchmaking? His imagination ran wild. Stop talking nonsense. Pei Su brushed off Li Tai's hand, exasperated. We really are just regular classmates. What her father does has nothing to do with me. But to the other three, his words sounded utterly unconvincing. Just regular classmates? Su Zhihui crossed her arms, looking at him with a knowing smile. Little Su, it's not just your cousin who says this. Given Wang Chaoyan's status and the family's standards, there must be some restrictions, considering they've cherished their daughter for so many years. How many ordinary classmates could make her call out of her own volition? And by the way, the tone she used during the call didn't seem to reflect that of a mere classmate. Her keen observations left Pei Su momentarily speechless. While Pei Su felt a bit of sweat forming. Can you all stop focusing on this? Rather than worrying about my situation, perhaps you should consider your own? Su Zhihui fell silent. Indeed, whether it was Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, or Pei Su and Li Tai, who were on the verge of graduating, they all belonged to the archetypal single crowd. Among them, the one with the most romantic experience was not even the oldest, Su Zhihui, but Zhao Lin. At least Zhao Lin had been in 3 relationships, while Su Zhihui had only had 1, dating back to high school. We really don't have time for relationships. Su Zhihui said, exasperated, looking at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin should know, if you don't put in the effort at work, aspiring to achieve something while young is just unrealistic. Moreover, I've always believed that as one grows older, the complexities of relationships only increase. Therefore, due to my limited experience, little Su, you should seize this opportunity. Zhao Lin nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Look at your cousin. What time does he have for romance? A second-in-command under 30 is always thinking about how to achieve results. The head honcho indeed seems quite eager to introduce me to young ladies. However, the issue at hand is that I am currently swamped with tasks. Zhao Lin, with a hint of resignation, remarked, to speak candidly. There are only 2 prime ages for romance. One is during high school, where relationships tend to endure the test of time. The other is in university, where, although such affairs may not necessarily last, one possesses ample time to immerse oneself fully in love. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. That said, you and Wang Qingyu are quite well matched. No, it's more than just a good match. If this truly comes to fruition, it would be a formidable alliance. Future project approvals for your Dragon Talent class would be a breeze. He began to analyze from a practical standpoint. Li Tai, beside him, was already agitated, rubbing his hands together. Impressive, Pei Su. I thought you were solely engrossed in research, yet here you are, making swift and accurate moves. I must say, don't forget to invite me to the wedding feast. The trio engaged in a lively banter, teasing and dissecting the situation, leaving Pei Su feeling overwhelmed. He noticed that the more he tried to clarify, the more animated they became, their imaginations soaring. He could tackle the most intricate formulas and design cutting-edge equipment, but he seemed somewhat ill-equipped to handle this onslaught of familial gossip. Stop speculating. It's not at all what you think. Pei Su could only muster a feeble protest, lifting a cup of water from the table to take a sip. Su Zhihui observed this with a knowing smile. Pei Su's slightly flushed ears and his once placid eyes, now shimmering with emotion, betrayed him entirely. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, their smiles growing more radiant and suggestive. It appeared that, aside from the exhilarating advancements in technology and the headaches of graduation projects, there was also an unexpected discovery filled with rosy bubbles. In the bedroom, the frustration of a gaming defeat had long been washed away by this sudden wave of gossip. The afternoon sun remained warm and inviting. Later, Wang Qingyu called. Pei Su, I'm downstairs. Could you come down to meet me? Pei Su replied, of course. After hanging up, Su Zhihui immediately stood up with an air of authority. All right, let us head downstairs together. On one hand, it was to show respect for Pei Su's girlfriend, and on the other, to satisfy their curiosity. I haven't met this girl yet. I must see her today. Zhao Lin and Li Tai chimed in. Pei Su felt a headache coming on. The sunlight lazily filtered through the balcony glass, casting patches of light on the floor. Pei Su had just managed to fend off a barrage of questions from Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai, and felt more exhausted than if he had miscalculated an entire equation. He knew these folks all too well. Once they caught wind of something, they would dig until one felt the urge to flee. Just as he feared, his phone screen lit up with a message from Wang Qingyu. I'm downstairs. The simplicity of those words made Pei Su's heart skip a beat. So soon? You're here? Li Tai, ever observant, exclaimed. Is it that Wang Qingyu? This shout instantly redirected Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin's gazes, reigniting the flames of gossip that had barely cooled. Pei Su felt a rush of anxiety, mumbling, I'll go down to meet her. His only desire was to escape this interrogation-like environment. Go. You must go. We're coming with you. Li Tai jumped up, throwing an arm around Pei Su's neck. Let us see which enchanting maiden has made our dear. Pei Su's voice tremble. Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin laughed, joining in the teasing. Pei Su, resigned, was half pushed, half dragged out of the bedroom. In the living room, Pei Zhenghua and Lin Mingyi looked over curiously. What is going on? Mom, Dad, a classmate of mine is here. I'm going to meet her. A classmate? Male or female? Lin Mingyi immediately set aside her knitting. Before Pei Su could respond, Li Tai jumped in. Annie, it's a female classmate, a particularly beautiful one. Lin Mingyi and Pei Zhenghua exchanged glances, their faces instantly lighting up with smiles. Pei Su, unwilling to linger on the topic, wriggled free from Li Tai's grasp and quickly moved to the door to change his shoes. Su Zhihui and the others giggled as they squeezed into the hallway to put on their shoes. The group descended the stairs in a noisy commotion. As they reached the corner of the second floor, Pei Su caught sight of a figure standing in the winter sunlight below. Just one glance left him momentarily stunned. Wang Qingyu, clad in a pink short puffer jacket, a fluffy white-trimmed hat, and a thick creamy scarf that obscured part of her face, revealed only a pair of bright, clear eyes that shyly regarded him. The most striking aspect was her lower half, where sheer light-colored tights paired with white knitted leg warmers and fluffy brown snow boots created a visually arresting ensemble. In the bleakness of winter, she was eye-catching to the point of being almost excessive. As the cold wind swept by, she could not help but stomp her feet, warming her hands with her breath. Her nose and cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a delicate blush, enhancing her charm and vivacity. Pei Su felt his heart skip a beat, as if the air in the corridor had suddenly thinned. Behind him, Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai, upon seeing Wang Qingyu, gasped in unison, rooted to the staircase. Oh my! Li Tai clutched his chest, breathless as he whispered to Zhao Lin. This is too much to handle. Zhao Lin nodded instinctively, his eyes wide with amazement. Even Su Zhihui slightly parted her lips in astonishment, murmuring, what a beautiful girl. She truly knows how to dress. Wang Qingyu also spotted Pei Su and the eager gazes of his three companions. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She instinctively lowered her head, nervously clutching the edge of her scarf, her voice barely above a whisper. Pei Su, and everyone, Happy New Year. Pei Su regained his composure, clearing his throat as he hurried over. It's freezing outside. Why aren't you waiting in the car? I'm fine. It's not cold. Wang Qingyu quickly glanced up at him before looking down again. The car is parked outside. I walked in. At that moment, Su Zhihui and the others adjusted their expressions and approached. Li Tai was the first to speak with a grin, surveying the two with interest. So, this is your classmate Wang Qingyu? Truly fitting of her name. No wonder our dear Pei Su was distracted during the game. It seems he has someone on his mind. Zhao Lin laughed in agreement. Exactly. Pei Su, why don't you introduce us? Su Zhihui, though more reserved, conveyed enough warmth in her gaze to make Wang Qingyu's heart race. Qingyu, hello. We are Pei Su's cousins and have often heard him speak of you. This was a pure fabrication, yet it rolled off the tongue so naturally. Pei Su felt a vain throb on his forehead, forcing himself to introduce. This is my cousin Su Zhihui, my cousin Zhao Lin, and Li Tai. This is my classmate from the Dragon Talent class, Wang Qingyu. Hello, Wang Qingyu greeted softly, her bashfulness endearing her to Su Zhihui and the others. Come in, come in. It's too cold outside. Let us go upstairs. Auntie and uncle are surely waiting eagerly. Li Tai enthusiastically ushered her in, even more spirited than Pei Su, the host. The group surrounded Wang Qingyu as they made their way upstairs. Pei Su fell a step behind, watching her delicate figure clad in light leg warmers, and the peculiar feeling resurfaced in his heart. Upon returning home, another commotion ensued. Lin Mingyi immediately took Wang Qingyu's hand, expressing concern. Oh dear, child, you're dressed so lightly. You must be freezing. Come inside and warm up, Lao Pei. Turn up the heat. Wang Qingyu felt increasingly bashful under the warmth of their attention. Annie, I'm not cold, really. Not cold. Your hands are freezing. Lin Mingyi insisted, holding onto her hand with a beaming smile as she examined her from head to toe. Your name is Qingyu? What a lovely name. And you're quite the beauty. Are you and our Pei Su classmates? Yes, Auntie, Wang Qingyu replied sweetly. Pei Zhenghua, though few of words, smiled as he busied himself adjusting the heater and preparing fruits and snacks. Su Zhihui and the others exchanged glances on the sofa, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Observing Wang Qingyu, whose face turned crimson under the incessant inquiries of Pei's mother, alongside Pei Su who appeared utterly helpless, was more entertaining than the Spring Festival Gala. Li Tai deliberately spoke at a moderate volume to Pei Su, saying, Pei Su, you're fortunate to have such a lovely and well-behaved classmate. One must cherish her. Don't you agree, Sister Qingyu? He then directly posed a question to Wang Qingyu. Her head bowed even lower, her ears flushed, and she dared not respond. Pei Su, unable to contain her irritation, shot a glare at Li Tai. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Oh, she is defending him. Zhao Lin chimed in. Pei Su felt that if she stayed any longer, she might explode with frustration, and seeing Wang Qingyu's embarrassment weighed on her conscience. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her parents and said, Mom, Dad, it feels a bit stuffy in here. I'll take her for a walk outside. Lin Mingyi paused, thinking that it would be nice for the two to step out alone, but the surrounding relatives opposed the idea vehemently. Outside, it's freezing. Su Zhihui was the first to object. What if Qingyu gets cold dressed like that? Exactly. Li Tai immediately echoed. What is there to do outside during the new year when the shops are closed? Will you just drink the cold wind? It's better to stay home, where it's warm and lively. He was calculating. Staying at home meant they could continue to observe the unfolding drama. Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. That's right. Home is just fine. Pei Su, are you trying to sneak out to play games again? That won't do. You must accompany your guests. The three of them harmonized so well that they effectively stifled Pei Su's suggestion to step out alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyi and Pei Zhenghua also found their reasoning sound. It was bitterly cold outside, and the two children would suffer. Though the house was bustling with noise, it was lively. Moreover, the elderly couple wished to spend more time getting to know this girl. Thus, they quickly revised their stance. Little Su, your cousins make a valid point. It's cold outside, so just stay home and enjoy yourselves. It's wonderful for young people to chat and watch television together. Pei Su could only sigh. Wang Qingyu, however, felt a slight sense of relief. Though shy, she softly remarked, home is quite nice. Just as the atmosphere grew delicate, Pei Su's phone rang. The melodious ringtone seemed particularly jarring in the now quiet living room, drawing all attention to Pei Su. A sense of unease gripped him as he sensed the call was significant. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone under the curious gazes of everyone. The caller ID surprised him. Qin Lao. The two characters weighed heavily upon him. Pei Su raised an eyebrow in surprise, never expecting Qin Lao would call him at this moment. The room fell silent. The serious expression on Pei Su's face causing even the most boisterous Li Tai to instinctively hold his breath, while Su Zhihui and Zhao Lin exchanged glances. Lin Mingyi and Pei Zhenghua also wore expressions of mild confusion. Wang Qingyu, however, recognized the name all too well and asked, is that Qin Lao calling? Yes. Pei Su nodded. Is the second cohort of the Dragon Talent class being recruited? Li Tai's interest peaked, his eyes brightening. Do you think I still have a chance to study there for a few more years? It's still in the preparatory phase. But you likely won't have an opportunity, cousin, Pei Su replied. Zhao Lin stroked his chin. Given the circumstances, it seems many wish to get involved. Will the competition be fierce? Perhaps, Pei Su mused, uncertain of the specifics, but realizing that attempts to influence admissions might indeed occur. Reflecting further, he recalled how Li Yunchang had asked him to conduct home visits. It was likely to assess the situation beforehand, preventing unqualified candidates from slipping through. Wang Qingyu sat quietly nearby, watching Pei Su's composed, yet serious profile after the call, her gaze filled with admiration alongside her shyness. Pei Su felt somewhat uncomfortable under the attention, particularly from Wang Qingyu, which made his ears inexplicably warm. He decided to change the subject and glanced at the fruit platter on the coffee table. Let us have some oranges. However, this attempt at diversion fell flat. Qingyu. Lin Mingyi continued to express her fondness for Wang Qingyu, holding her hand and inquiring about her family background, her parents' occupations, and hobbies, resembling a matchmaker interrogating a prospective daughter-in-law. Wang Qingyu, though bashful, answered each question obediently. Upon hearing the name and title of Wang Qingyu's father, Lin Mingyi and Pei Zhenghua exchanged a glance filled with surprise and satisfaction. Clearly, they were familiar with the leader of the military approval department. As Pei Zhenghua was associated with a state-owned enterprise, and Lin Mingyi, being a businesswoman, had likely crossed paths with him. Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai listened intently. As the conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew lively again, albeit with a more complex undertone. The elderly couple found themselves increasingly fond of the young girl. Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai were eager to discern the precise relationship between the two. Pei Su, caught in the middle, felt a headache coming on. This was exceedingly awkward. Just then, his phone rang again, unceremoniously interrupting the moment. Pei Su sighed, wondering if this incessant ringing would ever cease. under the scrutinizing gazes of everyone present. He took out his phone. This time, the name flashing on the screen was Zhang Wan. The vibration of the phone was hardly noticeable amidst the chatter in the somewhat noisy living room. However, when Pei Su glimpsed the name on the screen, his fingers hesitated for an imperceptible moment. Zhang Wan. The name struck him like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of complex emotions through his heart. The relatives and friends around him, engrossed in discussions about where to dine that evening, failed to notice his unusual reaction. Only Wang Qingyu, sitting diagonally across from him and peeling an apple, seemed to sense something amiss. She raised her gaze, her eyes briefly skimming over his face. Pei Su took a deep breath, pressed the answer button, and instinctively stood up, intending to retreat to the balcony for a moment of solitude. Hello? Zhang Wan. He aimed to keep his voice steady. On the other end, a clear, crisp voice with a hint of barely detectable fatigue responded, Pei Su, am I disturbing you? No. I'm at home, it's a bit noisy. Please go ahead. Pei Su had reached the balcony, the glass door muffling much of the indoor clamor. To make a long story short, Zhang Wan continued, her straightforwardness unabated. I'm calling to say goodbye. A project has been approved, classified at the highest level of confidentiality. I will soon be heading to a base in the northwest, and I expect to remain in the desert for the next few years. Pei Su's heart sank. The desert? For years? This was so abrupt. Yes, it was decided long ago, but it was only confirmed today. Communication will be strictly regulated, and I may not be able to make casual calls like this for a long time. There was a subtle note of bitterness in Zhang Wan's voice, but she quickly masked it. Pei Su, there are some things I must say now, or I may never have the chance again. Waiting a few years to express them would only change their essence. Pei Su tightened his grip on the phone, sensing what she was about to say. His heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. He could even feel a gaze upon him. He knew it was Wang Qingyu. Do you remember the time we spent in the underground library? Zhang Wan's voice seemed to warm, as if lost in a memory. Despite being surrounded by dull data and blueprints all day, for some reason, that period was particularly special to me. Pei Su. She paused, as if summoning her final resolve. The only sounds on the line were the faint crackle of static and their restrained breaths. I like you. Not in the way colleagues admire each other, but in the way a woman loves a man. Her words rushed out, as if she feared losing her courage if she slowed down. I know this might trouble you, and it may be too late, but I had to tell you. I'm heading into the desert, and I don't want to carry this regret with me. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback, the echoes of Zhang Wan's earnest confession reverberating in his mind, leaving him blank. Instinctively, he turned around, his gaze colliding with Wang Qingyu's, who had not quite managed to avert her eyes in time. Her expression held curiosity, inquiry, and a hint of tension she may not have consciously recognized. The relatives in the living room seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere surrounding the balcony, their laughter gradually fading, though they were unaware of whom Pei Su was speaking to. His stunned, intricate, even somewhat helpless expression piqued everyone's curiosity. Wow, Pei Su, who is it? Why the serious face? Su Zhihui teased, while Zhao Lin chimed in with laughter. Is there something going on? Spill the beans. Li Tai added with a grin. Looks like it's a girl on the line. Our Pei Su is quite the charmer. The cacophony of playful banter penetrated the glass door, amplifying Pei Su's embarrassment. He opened his mouth, unsure how to respond to Zhang Wan on the phone or how to face the playful jabs from the living room. Amidst this chaotic awkwardness, Wang Qingyu's complexion paled slightly. She finally recalled the name Zhang Wan. So it was her. Wang Qingyu felt a heaviness settle in her heart, a bittersweet pang washing over her. She watched Pei Su, who appeared utterly at a loss, caught in silence due to another woman's confession. On the other end, Zhang Wan seemed to have heard the ruckus and teasing from the living room. After a brief silence, her voice regained its composure, tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. I suppose I called at the wrong time. Am I causing you trouble? No, not at all. Pei Su managed to say, his voice dry. Zhang Wan, I genuinely appreciate your feelings. This is all so sudden. He struggled to find the words. Acceptance? He did have genuine feelings for Zhang Wan. A rapport forged through shared experiences. Rejection? How could he easily dismiss such a sincere and courageous sentiment, especially before she ventured into a challenging situation? Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wang Qingyu's dulled expression and her quietly clenched fist. He was acutely aware of the feelings she harbored for him, though he had been instinctively avoiding them or had yet to clarify his own emotions. Don't feel rushed to respond to me, Zhang Wan interjected, her tone lightening, as if the confessor was not her. I merely wanted to express my thoughts, without expecting any promises from you right now. I have my mission to complete, Pei Su, and I wish you well. I hope that when I finish the project in a few years, I will still hear from you. Her nonchalance only deepened Pei Su's turmoil. Zhang Wan, is that project dangerous? He asked, attempting to shift the topic. Confidentiality regulations prevent me from disclosing details, Zhang Wan replied with a smile. But rest assured, it's a national project, and the safety measures are top-notch. Conditions will be harsh, though. I might end up looking like a coal miner. She paused. All right. I have to go. My ride has arrived. Pei Su, take care. You too. Take care, and may everything go smoothly, Pei Su tried to say. But before he could finish, he heard the dial tone. She hung up decisively, just as she lived her life. Pei Su stood there, holding his now warm phone. Motionless for a moment. The sunlight outside the balcony was splendid, yet he felt an unsettling chill. He could still hear Zhang Wan's resolute voice and her final, somewhat amused farewell echoing in his ears. He turned around, awkwardly sliding the glass door open and returning to the living room. All eyes instantly converged on him. Curiosity, inquiry, teasing. Yet the awkward silence lasted only a fleeting moment before being drowned out by louder banter. Oh, finish the call. Spill it. Which girl is it? You've been keeping it under wraps. When are you bringing her around for us to meet? Pei Su. That expression of yours definitely suggests something's up. Pei Su felt a shiver run down his spine as he struggled to explain himself. No, please do not make wild guesses. It is merely a colleague who will be working away for an extended period. She made a phone call to bid farewell. Yet her explanation seemed feeble in the eyes of the onlookers, accompanied by their laughter. Amidst this chaotic din, Wang Qingyu quietly rose to her feet. She forced a smile onto her face and softly addressed Pei Su's parents and Su Zhihui, saying, Uncle, Annie, Sister Su, Brother Zhao, brotherly. I've just remembered that I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must leave. Her voice was not loud, yet it singularly quelled the surrounding clamor. Pei Su's mother immediately inquired with concern, Qingyu, are you leaving already? We were supposed to have dinner together tonight. No, Auntie, I truly have something to attend to. Thank you, Wang Qingyu replied, her smile still composed, yet her gaze deliberately averted from Pei Su. She grabbed her bag and swiftly made her way toward the door, almost fleeing. Qingyu, Pei Su instinctively called out. Wang Qingyu paused at the threshold but did not turn back. She merely whispered a farewell before pulling the door open and stepping outside. The door slammed shut with a sound akin to a sigh, gently settling upon each heart present. The atmosphere in the living room chilled entirely, and everyone exchanged glances, realizing they might have indeed gone too far, encroaching upon some delicate territory. Pei Su stood rooted in place, gazing at the closed door, feeling a lump in his throat. The tremors caused by Zhang Wan's confession, the embarrassment from the relatives' antics, and now the guilt and disappointment of Wang Qingyu's somber departure intertwined within him, creating a tempest of emotions that left him restless. Xiao Su, his father, Pei Zhenghua, coughed lightly, breaking the silence with a tone that bore a hint of gravity. About that phone call earlier, his mother, Lin Mingyi, continued earnestly, Yes, Xiao Su. We all noticed how Qingyu feels about you. Now with this colleague coming into the picture, you must not be confused. Our family has always upheld proper values. We must adhere to the principle of monogamy as a fundamental tenet. In matters of relationships, clarity is paramount. We cannot afford any indiscretions. Indeed, Pei Su, you cannot tread on two boats. Su Zhihui, Zhao Lin, and Li Tai chimed in, offering their opinions, suggesting he focus on one, particularly implying that Wang Qingyu would be the more suitable choice. These words buzzed around him like a swarm of bees, and Pei Su, already agitated by Zhang Wan's call and Wang Qingyu's departure, could no longer contain his frustration. I can handle my own affairs, he exclaimed, unintentionally raising his voice, disrupting the ongoing conversation. I know what to do. You need not worry. With that, he turned away, striding back to his room, slamming the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he exhaled deeply. He opened his computer to find an email from Li Yunchang outlining travel arrangements and important notes. He had initially intended to stay home a few more days, to spend quality time with his parents and sort through his thoughts. However, the stifling atmosphere at home made it impossible for him to remain any longer. He felt an urgent need to depart, to immerse himself in the next chapter of his journey, to cool the tumult within him through work and distance. He picked up his phone and dialed Xiaohua's number. After several rings, the call was answered amidst a cacophony of background noise. Hello? Hey Gil. Xiaohua's voice was rapid, tinged with busyness. Xiaohua, I'm planning to do some home visits for the second phase of the Lonkai class members. How about you? Can we go together? Pei Su inquired directly. Hey Gil. I'm afraid it's unfortunate. Xiaohua's tone carried an apologetic urgency. I've run into a major issue here. A heap of troublesome matters that will keep me tied up for several days. I'm truly sorry, but I can't meet up with you. You'll have to go on ahead. Pei Su felt a weight settle in his chest. All right then, you take care of your business. I'll find my own way. Sorry, Pei Gu, be careful on the road, and contact me when you arrive. Xiaohua's voice was hurried, and he hung up quickly. Pei Su set down his phone and rubbed his temples. It seemed he would have to go alone. A name flashed through his mind. Chen Quebec. The call connected swiftly, and Chun Kei's cheerful voice came through. Hello, Pei Gu, what made you think to call me? Enjoying family time at home? Not anymore. Pei Su replied with a wry smile. Where are you? Can you swing by to pick me up? I'm planning to leave early. What a coincidence. Chen Kei laughed. I'm heading back to Kyoto this afternoon. Give me a specific address and time, and I'll come to get you. Thanks, brother. Pei Su sighed with relief. I'll send you the address via WeChat. See you this afternoon. After ending the call, Pei Su began hastily packing his belongings. His movements were quick, driven by an unshakable feeling of unease. In the afternoon, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, Pei Su bid a brief farewell to his parents. Their eyes were filled with worry and unspoken words, Yet they ultimately said nothing more, only repeatedly reminding him to be cautious on the road. He stood at the entrance of the community, and shortly after, a sleek, weathered Bugatti pulled up before him. The window rolled down to reveal Chun Kei's smiling face. "Get in, Pei Gu." Pei Su opened the door and was about to toss his luggage into the back seat when he unexpectedly noticed a young woman seated in the passenger seat. Dressed fashionably with impeccable makeup, she regarded him with curiosity. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback and looked towards Chun Quebec. Chun Kei seemed to finally register the situation. Smacking his forehead and addressing the girl earnestly, "Darling, that's enough. I'll just drop you off nearby. My buddy is here, so you can take a taxi back." The girl's expression shifted instantly, her playful demeanor turning serious. "Chun Kei, what do you mean? You promised to take me out tonight." "Plans have changed," Chun Kei interrupted, his tone conciliatory as he pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and handed it to her. "Be a dear and go enjoy some time with your friends. I have important matters to attend to." The girl glanced at the money, her expression fluctuating, but she ultimately accepted it, casting an annoyed glance at Chun Kei before curiously eyeing Pei Su. Reluctantly, she exited the car, her high heels clicking on the pavement as she made her way to the roadside to hail a taxi. Pei Su settled into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt with a sense of awkwardness. As Chun Kei pressed the accelerator, the Bugatti emitted a deep growl, merging into the flow of traffic. After they had driven for a while, an uneasy silence enveloped them. Pei Su could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, "What was that all about? Weren't you single?" "Oh, you mean her?" Chun Kei shrugged nonchalantly, one hand on the steering wheel. "I met her last month. We dated for a while. But I realized she always wanted to go to bars, so we broke it off. I ran into her on the way back, and she insisted I give her a ride. Quite bothersome, really. I'm back to being a carefree bachelor now." His tone was lighthearted. Pei Su was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, merely gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery. The setting sun painted the glass facades of the towering city buildings in warm golden hues, yet his emotions remained complex and unexpressed. Wang Qingyu nearly sprinted away from Pei Su's neighborhood. It was not until she turned a corner and confirmed that the building was no longer in sight that she slowed her pace, leaning against a cold wall. Slightly out of breath, the pang of bitterness and suffocation surged within her, and her eyes began to well with tears. Zhang Wan. Such a person existed beside Pei Su. So exceptional, so radiant, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the very field he held most dear. Moreover, she was so audacious, daring to confess her feelings directly before departing. In stark contrast to her, Wang Qingyu could only quietly linger in the shadows, turning crimson and anxious at the teasing of elders. She departed moments ago, not out of anger or a desire to surrender. On the contrary, upon hearing that phone call and confirming the existence of such a formidable adversary, a peculiar sense of relief washed over her. Zhang Wan had left, heading far away for several years. This signified that the greatest, seemingly insurmountable obstacle had vanished. Wang Qingyu lifted her head, sniffed back her tears, and clenched her small fists. Addressing the bustling street before her, she softly yet resolutely encouraged herself. "Wang Qingyu, do not lose heart. It's all right. There are still many days ahead." Chapter 184. Members of the second Dragon Talent class. The engine of the Bugatti rumbled deeply, akin to a metallic beast navigating the thoroughfare. The scenery outside the window transitioned from the opulence of skyscraper-laden districts to the somewhat antiquated and crowded urban-rural fringe, ultimately arriving at a vibrant, chaotic village nestled within the city, imbued with the essence of everyday life. Pei Su inquired, "So, you and that girlfriend have really broken up without any attempt at reconciliation?" "Of course," Chun Kei scoffed. "We split long ago, and there were no feelings left. I was hoping to find a pretty girlfriend with this car, but instead, I just ran into my ex." "How unfortunate. Why did you break up?" Pei Su asked, her curiosity piqued. "Simply put, we fell out of love. When it came time for college entrance exams, she didn't perform well and wanted me to attend a less prestigious university with her, which I simply couldn't accept. My parents have high hopes for my success." Chun Kei shrugged. "Moreover, she claimed that my loyalty to old Qin left me no time for her. I thought, if that's how it is, then it's best to part ways." He skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel through the narrow, cluttered alleys, attracting curious glances from residents along the roadside. "This place is incredibly cramped. Why not just park the car here if there are spots available?" Chun Kei frowned, carefully dodging a suddenly darting soccer ball and the child pursuing it. "Is the list given by the principal reliable?" he asked. Pei Su's gaze swept over the densely hung laundry, the weathered walls, and the occasional traces of wastewater. Geniuses are not selective about their birthplace. Often, it is in such environments that we find exceptional talent. Following the address in the email, they eventually halted before a dilapidated building. The exterior walls were marred by water stains and peeling paint, the once white facade now yellowed, and the dimly lit hallway was permeated with a faint aroma of meals being prepared. "This must be it, Lin Momo's home," Pei Su confirmed upon checking the door number. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the car door. Chun Kei followed suit, locking the car and casting a disapproving glance at the uneven ground beneath his feet, muttering, I hope there truly is a genius here and not just some pretender. The members of the Dragon Talent class were previously selected by Old Qin himself, and he had never erred in his choices. However, now that Old Qin was advanced in age and could not personally scout talent, they were conducting home visits to prevent any unworthy candidates from infiltrating the Dragon Talent class. The two entered the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoing in the cramped space. Upon locating the corresponding door, Pei Su raised her hand and knocked. The old wooden door, its paint cracked, emitted a dull sound upon impact. After a considerable wait, rustling noises emanated from within, and the door opened slightly. A middle-aged woman, apron-clad, peeked out, shaking off droplets of water from her hands. Who are you looking for? Hello. Is this Lin Momo's home? Pei Su offered a gentle smile. We are students from Lonka University, hoping to learn more about Lin Momo. The woman hesitated momentarily, as if recalling something. After a brief pause, she opened the door wider. Yes, please come in. It's a bit messy inside. As the door swung open completely, the interior of the small dwelling came into view. The space was cramped, and one could see from end to end at a glance. The furniture was outdated and basic, with items haphazardly piled. A faint scent of smoke and alcohol lingered in the air. A man in his 40s, unshaven and dressed in a tank top, lounged on an old sofa in the living room, engrossed in a loudly blaring vintage television. Hearing the commotion, he lazily glanced at them but showed little reaction. Returning his attention to the screen, Old Lin, the school teachers are here, the woman said softly to the man, who merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to disturb him. Feeling somewhat awkward, the woman invited Pei Su and Chun Kei to sit on a nearby wooden bench, then called into the inner room. Momo, come out, the teachers are here. Moments later, the curtain to the inner room was drawn aside, revealing a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was petite, dressed in a faded old-school uniform, yet remarkably clean. Her hair was simply tied back, exposing a smooth forehead and a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. Her gaze was tinged with shyness as she regarded Pei Su and Chun Kei, displaying a hint of wariness mingled with curiosity. Hello, teachers. The girl spoke in a soft but clear voice. Greetings, Lin Momo, Pei Su smiled, nodding. I am Pei Su, and this is Chin Quebec. We are not teachers but representatives from the admissions office conducting home visits, so you can simply call us by our names. The woman, Lin Momo's mother, fidgeted with her hands. Our home conditions are poor. I apologize for any embarrassment. Momo, please fetch a glass of water for the teachers. No need to trouble yourself, Annie. Pei Su quickly waved her hand, but Lin Momo had already walked to the corner water dispenser, filling 2 cups and placing them on the small tea table before Pei Su and Chun Kei with gentle movements. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Su swiftly surveyed the modest abode. Her attention was soon captured by a small table in the corner of the living room. Instead of textbooks and workbooks, it was covered with sheets of paper, accompanied by pencils, erasers, and what appeared to be rudimentary homemade tools and small parts. Most striking, however, was the wall. The slightly peeling surface was adorned with an array of drawings, some rendered in pencil, others in ballpoint pen, and even some in crayon. The content was boundless in imagination, featuring intricately detailed yet nameless machinery, imaginative futuristic cityscapes, and various peculiar creatures and devices. Though the strokes bore the freshness of youth, the lines flowed smoothly, and the perspective was accurate. Particularly impressive was the understanding and expression of mechanical structures, showcasing a spatial imagination and 2D compositional ability that transcended age. Pei Su's heart raced slightly. This was indeed a form of talent, 2D talent, an exceptionally strong awareness of two-dimensional space and visual thinking ability, characteristics that are indispensable in many leading technological fields, especially in design, architecture, and modeling. Did you draw all these? Pei Su gently inquired, pointing at the artwork on the wall. Lin Momo followed her gaze and nodded shyly. These are truly remarkable. Chun Kei interjected, unable to contain his admiration. The imagination is astounding. This little robot design is quite impressive. Receiving compliments, Lin Momo's eyes brightened, and she bashfully replied, Thank you, teacher. Don't call me teacher. Just call me brother. Chun Kei chuckled, his face breaking into a broad smile as he relaxed into his seat, reveling in the moment. She just doodles, Lin's mother sighed, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. She spends all her time tinkering with these instead of focusing on her studies. I've told her, but she never listens. Her words were interrupted by a dismissive cough from Lin's father on the sofa, seemingly irritated by her chatter. Pei Su paid no mind to this, and she approached the wall filled with drawings, examining them intently. Yet, the more he gazed, the more his heart quaked. These artworks were not merely figments of imagination. Some of the design elements subtly hinted at fundamental physical principles and mechanical transmission structures. Although rudimentary, the concepts were coherent. Do you find these intriguing? Pei Su turned to inquire of Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded again, her voice slightly louder than before. I find them fascinating. Sometimes I dream about them and then sketch them out. Is that all you do? Pei Su noticed the components on the small table in the corner. Have you tried to construct them? Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise at his question. as if she had not expected it. She approached the table, carefully retrieving a small cardboard box from beneath, and gently opened it. Chen-Kai also leaned in with curiosity. Inside the box lay several small creations, a simple automatic drawing device made from discarded clock gears, rubber bands, and popsicle sticks. Capable of drawing repetitive circles with a clever structure, a small apparatus that could continuously blow bubbles, created from a plastic bottle, straws, and a tiny motor. And an object resembling a periscope made from cardboard and lenses. Did you make all of these? Chen-Kai picked up the automatic drawing device, examining it with disbelief. Though these items were crude, even somewhat childish, they reflected an extraordinary skill and the ability to transform two-dimensional drawings into three-dimensional objects, capabilities not commonly found in ordinary children. Lin Mo nodded, her eyes glimmering with pride. They're all made from salvage parts. My father dislikes me engaging in such activities, claiming they waste electricity and take up space. As she spoke, she instinctively glanced at her father on the sofa. Lin's father appeared engrossed in a television program, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. A heaviness settled in Pei Su's heart. He fully grasped why the principal had taken a particular interest in this girl. She was a pearl buried in dust, endowed with astonishing talent, yet trapped in a stifling environment devoid of support and understanding. Her innate grasp of two-dimensional concepts and structural understanding was an almost instinctive gift. If nurtured correctly, she could shine brilliantly in fields such as precision design, engineering, architecture, and even conceptual art. Just then, Lin's father, perhaps having finished the television program or simply feeling bored, abruptly stood up from the sofa, startling Lin Mo, who instinctively recoiled. Without acknowledging them, he strode into the kitchen corner, opened the refrigerator, and guzzled a large mouthful of cheap white liquor before slumping back onto the sofa. Mumbling indistinctly, "Honey, whip up some snacks for the evening." Lin's mother responded affirmatively. Chen-Kai watched this scene unfold, his brow furrowed tightly. He glanced at the frail and timid Lin Mo, then at the expressionless mother and the dazed father, finally resting his gaze on the small creations brimming with potential, yet dismissed as scrap. A surge of profound sympathy and indignation welled up within him. He suddenly took a deep breath, pulled out a thick envelope from his backpack, containing a substantial amount of cash, seemingly at least 20,000. Feeling it insufficient, he retrieved a checkbook and began to write swiftly. Pei Su immediately recognized his intent and firmly pressed down on his hand, whispering, "Chen-Kai, what are you doing?" "Pei Go, this girl is facing unimaginable difficulties." Chen-Kai replied, his voice restrained yet filled with emotion. "Look at this environment. This father, this mother. How can she live like this? 100,000. I'll give her 100,000. That should be enough for her to study properly." He was genuinely moved. Having experienced a similar life, he had managed to escape. Now, faced with such a situation again, he instinctively sought to resolve it with money. Recalling his childhood dreams of having a substantial sum that could lead to a happier life, Pei Su tightened his grip on his hand. "No, look at her father's demeanor. Do you think a single penny of that money would be spent on Mo? We are not even certain that this money would reach her. So let us not complicate things further." He harbored doubts about what Lin's father might do if he knew his daughter was worth 100,000. Chen-Kai paused, observing the man sprawled on the sofa, guzzling alcohol, and suddenly comprehended Pei Su's concerns. He was wealthy, but not foolish. Understanding that Pei Su was articulating the most probable reality. "Then what should we do?" Chen-Kai asked, a hint of defeat in his voice. Pei Su released his hand and turned to Lin's mother and Lin Mo, who had been anxiously watching their hushed conversation, his expression softening into one of warmth and formality. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice slightly to ensure that Lin's father could hear. "Mr. Lin and ma'am, we have come today because Lin Mo's performance has been outstanding, and she has been preliminarily selected for the Dragon Talent Program at Lonka University." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother appeared bewildered, while Lin's father on the sofa seemed to perk up, his ears twitching, though he did not turn around. Pei Su continued at a measured pace. The Dragon Talent Program is a national initiative aimed at nurturing the most exceptional innovative talents. Once selected, all tuition fees, accommodation costs, and textbook expenses are waived. Moreover, a substantial scholarship and research grants are provided annually, amounting to several tens of thousands of yuan. In other words, your child can attend school without costing the family a single penny, and will even bring money back home each year. "What? No tuition fees? They even pay?" Lin's mother exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lin's father suddenly sat up straight, turning to look at Pei Su for the first time, his eyes sparkling with interest. "They pay? How much? Is this for real?" "It is indeed genuine," Pei Su replied calmly. "This is a government policy. As long as Lin Mo passes the final assessment and officially enrolls, these benefits will be immediately conferred. Moreover, Lonka University is a prestigious institution upon graduation. The prospects are boundless, with a highly lucrative income, allowing for even greater filial piety towards parents." Instantly, Lin's father displayed a keen interest, even managing a grin that approached obsequiousness. "Oh, teacher, why didn't you say this sooner? This is wonderful news. Our Mo is brilliant. She can earn money while studying. Fantastic. She must go. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation. As if the man who had previously dismissed his daughter's interests was a different person entirely. Lin's mother also grew excited, wringing her hands, her eyes reddening. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, school. This is truly remarkable. She looked at Lin Mo, her voice slightly choked. Mo, did you hear that? Lin Mo stood to the side, her small face brimming with astonishment. Can I really do it? She asked softly, her voice trembling. As long as you wish to and pass our assessment, yes. Pei-su assured her with a confident smile. I want to, she exclaimed, her willingness evident. Lin's father interjected eagerly, as if afraid the opportunity might slip away. Rest assured. Teacher, we will definitely support her. Unquestionably support her. Though the goal had been reached, Pei-su felt little joy, only a heavy sense of responsibility. He understood that this was merely the first step. Subsequently, to finalize Lin Mo's capabilities, Pei-su devised a simple assessment task for her. Drawing inspiration from a device he had once created, based on the principles of a clock, a disc, and a donkey apparatus. He tasked her with sketching at least 3 different structural diagrams from various angles within 10 minutes, marking what she considered the critical connection points and paths of power transmission. Lin Mo visibly grew anxious. She retrieved a pencil and a clean sheet of paper, inhaled deeply, and then became wholly absorbed in her task. The external sounds seemed to vanish. Her focus was solely on the paper and pencil. Smooth lines flowed from the tip of her pencil, with accurate perspectives and clear structures, even incorporating some details not mentioned by Pei-su, but remarkably logical in reinforcing the structure. In less than 10 minutes, 3 vividly lifelike sketches, worthy of professional standards, appeared before Pei-su, and Chun-Kei stared in astonishment and whispered to Pei-su, Wow, Brother Pei, did she really come up with this herself? At this level, I certainly couldn't achieve it. Pei-su scrutinized the drawings, and the last remnants of doubt in his heart vanished completely. This girl's spatial imagination in 2 dimensions was an unparalleled gift. What she lacked were systematic knowledge, advanced tools, and a broad perspective. The Dragon Talent class was precisely where she needed to be. Very well done, Lin Momo, Pei-su declared gravely as he folded the sketches. You have successfully passed the test. We will formally send the admission notice and relevant documents after you return. Please keep your phone accessible. Amid the almost obsequious gratitude and farewell from Lin's parents, especially her father, Pei-su and Chun-Kei departed from the oppressive, cramped building. Once back in the Bugatti, Chun-Kei started the engine and slowly drove out of the urban village. A profound silence enveloped them for a while. Damn, it feels heavy inside. Chun-Kei broke the silence by slamming his hands on the steering wheel. Such a wonderful girl, yet she has stuck in that kind of family. Did you see that old man smoking in front of her? And drinking too. What rag clothes he wore. I bet he gambles. Pei-su shrugged. Family matters are beyond our control. Chun-Kei continued. You were right to intervene, Brother Pei. Giving money to her family is like throwing meat buns to a dog. Not a cent will reach that girl. Your approach is better, earning money through education. That gambling father will have to support her schooling for the sake of cash. Pei-su gazed out at the rapidly retreating landscape and sighed softly. The girl seems a bit insecure, but once she arrives at school, with a change of environment and new acquaintances, she should become much more open. The car merged onto the main road, accelerating ahead. Chun-Kei adjusted his mood and asked, Where to next? I saw something marked in the inbox by Old Lee. Irin? That name sounds strange. Is it another peculiar individual like Wang Qingyu, Old Lee, or Old Zhang? Pei-su nodded, reopening the email from Li Yunchang. The next name indeed bore a special mark in red, Irin. Information about this person was even more scant than that of Lin Momo, consisting solely of a name and a detailed address, shrouded in mystery. Pei-su nodded, his gaze fixed ahead with a hint of curiosity. After all, it was specially highlighted by the principal, indicating that it wouldn't be trivial. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. Chapter 185. The genius with split personality. The Bugatti departed from the chaotic streets of the urban village, rejoining the flow of traffic on the city's main thoroughfare. Inside the car, Chun-Kei couldn't help but express his sentiments. In this day and age, there really are all kinds of talents and situations. That little girl. Pei-su remained silent, his attention on the screen of his phone. In the email list from Li Yunchang, the next preparatory member's address seemed peculiar. Pei-su softly read out the destination set by the navigation. Kyoto and Ding Hospital? A psychiatric hospital? Chun-Kei nearly slammed on the brakes, turning his head in shock to look at Pei-su. Brother Pei, are you sure? Old Lee's list is getting creepier. First, it was a poor genius girl. And now it's straight to a mental hospital? Is this Irin literally someone extraordinary? Pei-su's brow furrowed slightly as he reconfirmed the email details. Recipient's name, by Momo. The address was indeed listed as Kyoto and Ding Hospital, with her residence not far from the hospital in a teacher's village. The address was correct. Pei-su pondered. Let's head to the hospital first. The principal's special mention must carry significance. Chun-Kei shrugged, refocusing on driving, muttering, Well, today's itinerary is certainly colorful. Let us hope this Irin can communicate normally. The vehicle traveled towards the outskirts of the city, where the surroundings gradually became quieter and greener. The campus of Anding Hospital came into view, contrasting sharply with the clamor of general hospitals, radiating an unusual tranquility. Tall walls and a securely locked iron gate conveyed a sense of isolation. After parking, the two entered the main building of the hospital. The scent of disinfectant hit them immediately. The front desk nurse, upon learning they were there to visit patient by Momo, displayed a hint of surprise, but still followed the standard protocols for registration and inquiries. Who are you to by Momo? The nurse assessed these two young visitors, exuding an air of distinction. We are her future seniors. Pei-su carefully chose his words. We were entrusted by the school faculty to check on her condition. The nurse appeared puzzled but did not press further, merely advising, by Momo's situation is rather special. She is currently in the rehabilitation activity area. You can meet her there. But it's best to have a doctor present. Her attending physician, Dr. Wang, is in the ward today. I'll contact her for you. While waiting briefly for Dr. Wang, Pei-su and Chun-Kei sat on a bench in the corridor, able to hear the muffled sounds of a television or occasional chatter from the activity room. Yet the overall atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Soon, a middle-aged female doctor in a white coat approached them. Hello, I am by Momo's attending physician, Dr. Wang. Who are you? Pei-su reiterated their identities and purpose, mentioning Li Yunchang's name. Upon hearing Li Yunchang's name, Dr. Wang seemed momentarily taken aback before nodding. Principal Li did indeed contact our hospital to inquire about by Momo's situation. I didn't expect him to actually send someone. Adjusting her glasses, she looked at Pei-su and Chen Quebec. However, I must advise you beforehand that patient by Momo has been diagnosed with schizophrenia, accompanied by significant dissociative identity disorder. Her emotions and behaviors are unstable, making communication quite challenging. You must be mentally prepared. Dissociative identity. Chen-Kei exclaimed in a hushed tone. Yes, Dr. Wang replied. Her tone calm yet heavy. This is a particularly pronounced and complex aspect of her condition. Therefore, your visit must be conducted under our observation. And should the patient exhibit any signs of agitation or abnormal behavior, you must cease immediately. Pei-su contemplated the notion of a patient diagnosed with schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder. Could this even refer to this? This situation exceeded the realm of special talents, verging on severe psychological disorders. Individuals like this would find it challenging to enter the Dragon Talent class for study, wouldn't they? Under Dr. Wang's guidance, they traversed several quiet corridors and arrived at a sunlit rehabilitation activity room. Several patients were either watching television, playing chess, or simply sitting quietly in contemplation. In a corner by the window sat a girl in a patient gown, appearing exceedingly thin and pale. She was focused on her fingers, seemingly murmuring softly to herself. That was by Momo, Dr. Wang said in a low voice, not approaching immediately. Pei-su observed the girl carefully. She appeared to be about 17 or 18. With delicate features, yet lacking color, her gaze hollow and distant, emanating an aura of detachment. She seemed entirely immersed in her own world. By Momo? Dr. Wang stepped closer, her tone gentle as she called out. The girl slowly lifted her head, her gaze momentarily unfocused before settling on Dr. Wang, and then shifting to Pei-su and Chun-Kei behind her. Momo, 2 older brothers have come to see you, Dr. Wang said, striving to maintain a soothing tone. By Momo tilted her head slightly, and a childlike smile suddenly graced her face, her voice transforming into a high-pitched tone reminiscent of a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Brother? Are you here to play hide and seek with me? I know a super fun place to hide. This sudden shift in gender and the juvenile tone caught both Pei-su and Chun-Kei off guard, sending a chill down their spines. Is she suffering from multiple personalities? Dr. Wang, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, patiently explained, Little Shirtu, your brothers are not here to play. They wish to have a conversation with you. Chatting? How boring. Pouted the persona known as Little Shirtu. Yet, almost instantaneously, her expression shifted again, her eyes filled with trepidation as she hugged herself. Her voice transforming into a frail little girl's whimper. I'm so scared. It's so dark here. Mommy, I want my mommy. She began to tremble as though ensconced in an ice cellar. Dr. Wang quickly intervened to reassure her. Don't be afraid, little Snow White. This is the activity room. Look, there's sunlight. It's very safe. Pei-su and Chun-Kei were utterly stunned by the rapid transitions of personality before them, standing frozen, unsure of how to respond. This was truly beyond their imagination. However, the transformations persisted. Little Snow White's fear did not last long. Her expression abruptly changed again. All childishness and fear vanished. Her posture straightened, and her once vacant gaze sharpened with wisdom, exuding an air of superiority. She adjusted non-existent glasses, her voice steady, calm, and articulate. What do you seek from me? Considering your ages, you appear to be between 18 and 20. There are no notable abnormalities in your physical characteristics. This precise analysis and the sudden shift in demeanor startled Pei-su. Chun-Kei nearly lost control, whispering in trepidation. She won't harm us, will she? The concern was palpable. Doctor? Dr. Wang ventured cautiously. The persona referred to as the doctor nodded slightly, her gaze scanning Pei-su and Chun-Kei like a scanner. Correct. It is I. The doctor is online now. There is no need for surprise. Bai Momo's primary consciousness is currently in a dormant defensive state, and we, the inhabitants, are here to assist. How may I be of service? Pei Su. Wow. Pei Su forcibly suppressed her astonishment and endeavored to maintain her composure. Hello, doctor. The principal has commissioned us to assess the situation of student Bai Momo. He has a keen interest in her. No, I mean, this girl is highly suitable for the selection of the Dragon Talent class. The doctor persona seemed to appreciate this, a smile gracing her lips. Knowledge exists within the cosmos. I am merely a humble conduit and organizer. You have come to ascertain Bai Momo's mental state and my reservoir of knowledge, correct? Very well, let the examination commence. You may inquire about any subject, ranging from the mathematical foundations of string theory to the multifaceted interpretations of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Or perhaps you wish to verify if I can instantly calculate what day of the week any day within the next 100 years falls on. Please proceed. Pei Su and Chun Kei exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What was transpiring was far beyond their comprehension. A girl troubled by schizophrenia and multiple personalities. And one of her personas was an omniscient doctor? Yet, this state was exceedingly unstable. As the doctor persona awaited their questions, exuding utmost confidence, her expression suddenly contorted. Her gaze becoming unfocused as she clutched her head, groaning in agony. The noise, it's so loud. Dr. Wong. She's struggling again. A nearby nurse rushed forward. Dr. Wong, seasoned and composed, intervened immediately, soothing her. Relax, relax, doctor. Take your time, no rush. But the transition became inevitable. Moments later, the girl's expression reverted to that of a bewildered child, returning to the original state of playing with her fingers, oblivious to her surroundings. Or rather, it was a closer approximation of her foundational state. Dr. Wong sighed, shaking his head at Pei Su and Chun Kei, signaling that this interaction must conclude here. Upon leaving the activity room and returning to the doctor's office, Pei Su felt a weight upon her heart. She turned to Dr. Wong and posed the most pressing question. Doctor, what exactly is happening with Bai Momo? Dr. Wong removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. As you have witnessed, she suffers from schizophrenia, accompanied by dissociative identity disorder, commonly referred to as multiple personalities. You have just seen the primary personality, which is nearly closed off from itself. The three secondary personalities you encountered include Little Sure Two, the male child persona, who is lively yet lacks a sense of security, Little Snow White, the female child persona, who is exceedingly timid and fearful, and of course, the doctor. He paused, a hint of incredulity in his tone. The doctor persona is the most unique we have recorded, one that defies perfect explanation within existing psychiatric theories. She appears to possess a vast and almost terrifying reservoir of knowledge, with clear logic and quick thinking. We have conducted several tests revealing her capabilities in mathematics, physics, history, linguistics, and more, often rivaling or even surpassing that of top experts in those fields. However, this state is exceedingly unstable, incapable of being summoned at will, and its duration varies, often accompanied by intense psychological conflict and collapse. Pei Su fell silent for a moment, finally grasping the meaning behind Li Yunchang's reference to the anomalous individual. He understood why Li Yunchang was so concerned about a mentally ill patient. This doctor persona was akin to a humanoid super database and calculator. If such a state could be stabilized, what formidable capacity for learning and research might it yield? Yet, the harsh reality loomed. Bai Momo was a severely afflicted individual. She could not control herself, nor could she provide this ability consistently. Most of the time, she existed in a realm of pain and chaos. Why had she become this way? Chun Kei could not help but ask, his previous shock replaced with empathy. Doctor. Wong sighed. The etiology is complex, with genetic predispositions, but the primary trigger has been immense psychological pressure. According to her parents, this child has always been driven, exhibiting severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a pursuit of perfection, particularly in her studies. She demanded nothing less than full marks on exams and insisted on executing tasks to the best of her ability. She is inherently intelligent, and her academic performance is exceptional. However, this extreme self-demand ultimately overwhelmed her. During high school, as academic competition intensified, she could not endure even the slightest error or disappointment, leading her to self-harm. Ultimately, she collapsed completely. Her parents, both highly educated intellectuals, were left with no choice but to bring her here for treatment and recuperation. A once promising genius girl, now shattered by her inner demons and excessive pressure. Pei Su felt a heaviness in her heart. Can we meet her parents? She inquired. I would like to gather more information. Following the address provided by Dr. Wong, Pei Su and Chun Kei soon arrived at a teacher's community not far from the hospital. The community was serene, steeped in cultural ambience. Upon knocking on the Bai family's door, they were greeted by a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Her elegant demeanor laced with an unmistakable weariness. Who are you? She inquired, eyeing the two unfamiliar young visitors with curiosity. Hello, ma'am. We are here on behalf of Principal Li Yunchang from Longkou University to learn about the situation of student Bai Momo. Pei Su reiterated their purpose. Upon hearing Li Yunchang's name, A complex expression crossed Mrs. Bai's face as she welcomed them into her home. The interior was tastefully arranged, filled with the scent of books. Yet an inescapable air of sorrow and oppression lingered in the atmosphere. Bai Momo's father was also at home, a middle-aged man who appeared calm and taciturn. Upon learning of their intentions, he silently poured tea for them, and then sat nearby, his brow furrowed. Throughout the conversation, Bai's mother frequently reddened around her eyes. She corroborated Dr. Wang's words and added numerous details. Her daughter had always been remarkably talented and disciplined, yet also deeply heart-wrenching. This obsessive pursuit of perfection was like a blade that ultimately harmed her. We had advised her, guided her, scolded her, and even wept, all to no avail. Bai's mother choked back tears, saying, she simply cannot overcome the barriers in her heart. She believes that anything less than a perfect score is a failure, that anything short of being the best is meaningless. Eventually, she resorted to using a ruler to mark herself, claiming that a moment of pain would help her remember her mistakes. We were truly frightened. Bai's father sighed heavily, covering his face with his hands. Chapter 186. The Consciousness of Coexistence. The hidden genius leaving the Bai household. Pei Su and Chun Kei sat in the Bugatti in silence for an extended period. The atmosphere within the car was heavy and oppressive, contrasting starkly with the tranquil evening outside in the teacher's community. Chun Kei rested his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze somewhat vacant, before finally murmuring, Pei Go, I honestly don't know what to say. That doctor is simply inhuman. But this little girl seems to be suffering far too much. He rubbed his face vigorously. This situation seems hopeless, right? After all, she can't even live independently, let alone attend school. Pei Su did not respond immediately. He gazed out the window at the gradually illuminating lights of the homes, replaying the scenes he witnessed at the psychiatric hospital throughout the day. Should we give up? A being with a doctoral persona, confined indefinitely within the walls of a mental institution due to uncontrollable stability? Pei Su fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps there exists another possibility. I am reluctant to simply surrender. Pei Su spoke softly. Chun Kei, did you notice a detail Dr. Wang mentioned? The emergence of the doctoral persona often occurs during intense intellectual activities or when faced with formidable challenges. Chun Kei paused, recalling, I believe that's true. But so what? It comes and goes, like a short circuit. It's even more terrifying. Trigger, Pei Su uttered. What if we could discover a method to stabilize the trigger and maintain the doctoral persona? Even if only for a limited time, wouldn't that suffice? What the hell? Pei Go, are you crazy? Chun Kei exclaimed in shock. This is dissociative identity disorder, not a light switch. It's not that easy to control. Besides, we aren't doctors. Indeed, we are not doctors. Pei Su's gaze returned to the window, yet his thoughts raced. But we might be the only ones capable of providing her with a learning environment. Teacher Li's concern for her is precisely due to her rare talent. If we shy away from difficulties, what significance does this home visit hold? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the necessity to try once more. Tomorrow, we shall return to the hospital. Return? Chun Kei's eyes widened. Yes. However, we need to prepare some materials beforehand. Pei Su took out his phone, searching for a nearby printing shop. The following morning, Pei Su and Chun Kei arrived once again at the Anding hospital. Dr. Wang appeared quite surprised to see them return. Pei and Chun, what brings you here again? Dr. Wang, we would like to meet Bai Momo once more, Pei Su stated with determination. After further discussion with her teachers, we believe we might attempt a new form of communication. Rest assured, we will not engage in any actions that could potentially provoke her. Everything will be conducted under your supervision. Chun Kei glanced at Pei Su, thinking that this guy was brazenly fabricating excuses. Nonetheless, it was not without merit. When venturing out, one must establish their own identity. Dr. Wang, observing Pei Su's earnest expression and recalling Li Yunchang's background, hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Very well. But I must be present at all times, and if any abnormalities arise, we must cease immediately. Of course, that is essential, Pei Su nodded. Upon entering the rehabilitation activity room once more, Bai Momo sat in the same position by the window as the previous day, her head lowered, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her hospital gown, her expression vacant. Pei Su did not rush to approach her. Instead, he first surveyed the environment and then whispered to Dr. Wang, could you arrange a small table for us in a quieter corner? Though puzzled, Dr. Wang instructed a nurse to bring over a small table and 2 chairs. Pei Su then instructed Chun Kei to retrieve a thick stack of exam papers from his briefcase. These were meticulously crafted by Pei Su the previous night, combining high school Olympiad problems, university preparatory physics, logical reasoning, and even questions from obscure fields. This was a carefully assembled set of highly challenging comprehensive exam papers, with progressively difficult questions, culminating in some that touched upon cutting-edge fields. The objective was not to expect perfect answers, but rather to create a monumental intellectual challenge. Holding the exam papers, Pei Su approached Bai Momo. He refrained from attempting verbal communication as he had the day before. Instead, he gently placed the exam papers and a pen on the table before her. Bai Momo's primary persona looked up in confusion, glancing at the papers and then at Pei Su, her eyes vacant, seemingly unable to comprehend their meaning. Pei Su remained calm. observing her with a serene gaze, patiently awaiting her response. Seconds trickled by. The sounds of other patients in the activity room faded into the background. Shin-Kei stood nearby, nervously sweating, while Dr. Wong focused intently on the scene. Perhaps the dense array of formulas and symbols on the exam paper triggered something within her. Or perhaps Pei Su's calm, yet expectant aura created an unspoken pressure. Bai Momo's vacant gaze began to exhibit a subtle shift. Her fingers trembled slightly, and slowly, almost imperceptibly. She reached for the pen. Initially, her movements were stiff. The pen's tip touched the paper, leaving a crooked mark reminiscent of a child's scribble. Yet soon, her actions transformed. Her grip on the pen became stable and assertive. Her eyes sharpened with focus, a glimmer of brilliance dispelling the previous confusion and emptiness. Dr. Wong exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. The speed and manner of this persona switch seemed smoother than any prior instance. The doctoral persona of Bai Momo paid no attention to those around her. All her focus was entirely captivated by the exam paper before her. A hint of excitement curled at the corners of her mouth as she encountered an intriguing challenge. Interesting. A variant of the nonlinear partial differential equation. Cleverly intertwined with graph theory, a logical trap well set. This question involves a rough simulation of the low-energy effects on string theory. The questioner certainly has some audacity. The doctor rapidly assessed the questions while providing swift commentary, her fingers already calculating on a scratch paper. Pen gliding gracefully as formulas and symbols flowed forth in a breathtaking display of writing speed and cognitive fluidity. Pei Su, Shin-Kei, Dr. Wong, and the nurse beside them held their breath, captivated by the scene. The entire activity room seemed to resonate solely with the sound of the pen gliding across the paper and the occasional nasal sounds emanating from the doctor. Nearly an hour slipped by, and the doctor was entirely absorbed in the world of problem-solving, her expression focused and confident, radiating an aura of total command. This stable, continuous output was something Dr. Wong and the nurses had never witnessed before. At long last, the doctor set down his pen, exhaling deeply, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his features. He presented the examination paper to Pei Su, his tone calm, yet undeniably assertive. It is completed. The final question's hypothetical premise resides within a nebulous range, and I have provided 3 potential solutions. Overall, the design of this set of problems has reached a near-professional entry level, just sufficient to stimulate the mind. Pei Su suppressed his inner excitement as he accepted the paper. He swiftly glanced over the answers to the last few complex questions, the intricate reasoning and meticulous deductions far exceeding his expectations. Taking a deep breath, Pei Su refrained from verifying the exact score. In truth, many of the answers surpassed the confines of his predetermined standards. He gazed into the doctor's eyes with utmost certainty and admiration, earnestly declaring, "Perfect. Full marks." Upon hearing these words, the doctor's expression momentarily froze, the brilliance in his gaze flickering as his brow furrowed slightly. It was as if those 2 words had awakened some core mechanism deep within his consciousness. "Full marks?" he murmured, the sharp wisdom in his eyes gradually receding like a tide. But this retreat was not the usual catastrophic disintegration. Rather, it resembled a gentle transition. That intense intellectual engagement seemed to have drained some energy, yet it also quelled the severe conflict brought about by his personality shifts. His gaze refocused on Pei Su, no longer marked by condescension, but softened with a hint of tranquility. "You are quite astute," the doctor remarked, his voice retaining its calmness, yet now imbued with a touch of warmth. "You have found the key." Pei Su's heart raced. The key? The trigger and stabilizing mechanism that maintains the fragile balance of this system. The doctor nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the astonished Dr. Wong and Shin-Kei before returning to Pei Su. The ultimate recognition of an extreme intellectual challenge, layered with the acknowledgement of a perfect outcome. This could provide the utmost reassurance to the young girl and afford us a period of relative stability in our online engagement. He paused, as if sensing something, then continued. "She is exhausted, and she suffers greatly. She constantly blames herself. The burden of self-reproach and fear has overwhelmed her, hence the emergence of us, her tenants. But this should not be an eternal prison." Pei Su's breath nearly caught in his throat. "Are you implying?" Bai Momo's face revealed an expression of profound complexity. A look of compassion. "I can attempt to communicate with Little Stone and Little Snow, establishing a set of rules. Unless absolutely necessary, we shall refrain from going outside. When the key appears, I will take the lead in our responses. This will require time, as well as external cooperation and trust. Yet, I believe this is the deepest desire of this little girl's subconscious, and the very essence of our existence. I may be but one personality, yet I should not hinder her ability to live joyfully, nor should I destroy her life. Rather, I must protect it." He gazed deeply into Pei Su's eyes. "Will you, and the institution you represent, be willing to provide such an opportunity? An opportunity that demands strict oversight and involves significant risk." Dr. Wong was left speechless in astonishment. Having practiced medicine for many years, she had never encountered or even heard of such a situation. The secondary personality not only possesses a clear awareness of its existence and the operational rules of the system, but also actively proposes to establish internal order and seeks external collaboration. This is nothing short of a miracle in the field of psychiatry. Pei Su's heart raced wildly, sensing a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded solemnly. I am willing to do my utmost. The Lonkai class may indeed provide Bai Momo with such a unique environment and opportunity. Upon hearing this, the doctor wore a faint smile. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. For the next few minutes, the activity room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. All eyes were anxiously fixed on Bai Momo. Her breathing grew steady and prolonged, the sharpness and wisdom that characterized the doctor gradually fading away. Yet she did not revert to the previous vacant days, nor did she exhibit signs of transitioning to another secondary personality. It felt as though an eternity had passed before her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. This time, her gaze was no longer vacant. Nor was it marked by childhood naivety or fear, nor was it transcendent wisdom. Instead, it bore a hint of confusion, a touch of shyness. Yet was remarkably clear and pure, akin to freshly melted snow. The girl was cautiously re-examining this world. She noticed Pei Su standing before her, still holding the examination paper. And he offered her an exceptionally gentle smile. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks, suggesting a hint of shyness, as she softly, yet uncertainly, spoke. Hello, did I just? Her voice was delicate and soft, tinged with the awkwardness of having been deprived of normal interaction for so long. Yet it unmistakably belonged to her, the long-suppressed and hidden primary personality, Bai Momo. Pei Su slowly extended his hand, palm open, a gesture devoid of threat and filled with goodwill. His voice was exceedingly gentle, as if afraid to disturb a butterfly that had just landed on his fingertip. Hello, Bai Momo. I am Pei Su. He paused, gazing at the girl's eyes, which were gradually focusing and reflecting his image, and earnestly, word by word, asked, do you wish to leave this place for a better one? One where you can study in peace and showcase your talents? Bai Momo stared blankly at him. She glanced around the familiar yet stifling environment, looking at the attending physician and the nurse who often accompanied her. Perhaps. Finally, her gaze returned to Pei Su's warm and resolute smile. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Momo nodded very lightly, yet with tremendous certainty. I want to. Thank you so much, Mr. Pei. The Bai family, witnessing the lively girl, were moved to tears, by father tightly grasping Pei Su's hands, unable to articulate his excitement. This is what I ought to do. Pei Su replied with a simple smile. Child, you have finally returned. Bai mother embraced Bai Momo, weeping. Mom. Bai Momo lowered her head, feeling somewhat lost. In the gaze of a person with schizophrenia, she often fell asleep only to awaken to the complex glances of strangers. Yet, regardless, the look in her parents' eyes was always one of love. Yet, at times she could not control herself. Now, however, she felt, for some reason, that after this awakening, she would not easily slip back into slumber. In fact, she faintly sensed that several consciousnesses within her were coexisting harmoniously. Chapter 187. Returned to school. The Bugatti departed from the Kyoto and Ding Hospital. The atmosphere within the car had transformed entirely from their arrival, less burdened and more exhilarated. Chen Kei, while driving, could not help but marvel. Hey Go, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you truly manage to revive her? That doctor still feels like a dream to me. A personality can be managed like this? Self-governance? Pei Su leaned back against the seat, massaging his somewhat swollen temples. Feeling fatigued. It is not play. It is the instinct for survival and Bai Momo's profound will to live buried deep within her subconscious. Rather than an independent personality, the doctor is better described as a protective compensatory mechanism formed from her extreme intellectual gifts and a compulsive inclination for order after a breakdown. Her awareness and willingness to attempt to establish internal rules is indeed a one-in-a-million miracle. Incredible, Chun Kei exclaimed, slapping the steering wheel with enthusiasm. So, have we unearthed a treasure? A superhuman computing machine. It is a treasure, yet one that requires the utmost care and attention. Pei Su's tone grew serious. The subsequent communication, coordination with the hospital, the creation of a specialized learning environment, and the preparation of emergency plans all present formidable challenges. However, this is no longer a concern for us. Pei Su's tone lightened again. In the days that followed, Pei Su and Chun Kei continued their home visit journey according to the list provided by Li Yunchang. This process resembled the sifting of sand, filled with unexpected discoveries and poignant realizations. They encountered a boy who claimed to be unbeatable in mental arithmetic, only to find his abilities limited to quickly consulting a miniature calculator hidden in his sleeve. They also met a girl who professed to have the power of telekinesis, whose performance was riddled with flaws, ultimately confessing that she fabricated this tale merely to attract her parents' attention. These were the proverbial rotten fish on the list, lacking true talent despite their gimmicks. After a brief encounter, they were swiftly dismissed. Yet, more often than not, they uncovered raw gems hidden beneath ordinary or even struggling exteriors. In an old industrial city in the north, they found a boy named Zhao Taizhu. His father was an aging mechanic in the factory, and his mother had passed away. Zhao Tieju's academic performance was unremarkable, and he was somewhat taciturn. Yet he possessed an exceptionally rare gift. He had an almost instinctual, extraordinary tactile sense for metals and machinery. Blindfolded, he could, through mere tapping and touch, discern the compositional discrepancies of alloys to within 1%. With the most rudimentary tools, he could manually polish components to precision comparable to that of CNC machines. He could even accurately identify internal faults in an engine solely by the sound of its roar. His world seemed composed of vibrations, temperatures, and minute deformations. A talent that defied theoretical explanation and bordered on the artistic. His dream was simple, to create the most stable and precise engine in the world. In a quaint town in the Jiangnan Water region, they visited a girl named Su Xiuyan. She was as quiet as an inkwash painting, frail in health, and often accompanied by traditional Chinese medicine. She could not engage in vigorous exercise, and even prolonged reading would make her dizzy. Yet, she possessed an astonishing inner imaginative capacity. Without the need for complex modeling software, she could construct intricate three-dimensional dynamic models in her mind, rotating, disassembling, and simulating them from any angle. She showed Pei Su her mental simulations of human meridian energy flows and an ideal city traffic microcirculation model, the intricacy and dynamic logic of which left Pei Su in awe. Though her body constrained her, her mind soared freely in another dimension. Each home visit was a profound awakening and an expansion of perspective for Pei Su. She increasingly understood the profound significance behind Li Yunchang and Old Qin's establishment of the Lonkai class. The geniuses in this world do not always manifest in exam scores. They exist in myriad peculiar and often incomprehensible forms, scattered among the vast sea of humanity, like pearls coated in dust, waiting to be discovered, polished, and guided to a stage where they can truly shine. Chen Kai, initially amused and intrigued, gradually became silent and solemn. He witnessed the coexistence of talent and hardship, the collision of brilliance and reality. He still expressed himself animatedly, yet each time he revved the Bugatti to head to the next destination, there was a newfound seriousness in his gaze. As the days of relentless activity sped by, the calendar pages turned, and the season of returning to school quietly approached. The chill in the air began to dissipate, giving way to a hint of spring. Pei Su concluded the final candidate's home visit assessment, carrying a thick dossier filled with records and reflections, and drove back to Lonka University with Chin, Quebec. The campus remained vibrant, teeming with students, exuding the essence of youth. Yet Pei Su's state of mind had transformed significantly since his departure, now infused with a deeper sense of responsibility and contemplation. After setting down his luggage, he made his way directly to Li Yunchang's office. He knocked softly on the door. The familiar aroma of books and tea enveloped him. Li Yunchang, wearing reading glasses and deeply engrossed in his writing, looked up upon hearing the noise and immediately broke into a smile upon seeing Pei Su. "You're back? What a laborious journey." He set down his pen and warmly invited Pei Su to sit, rising to retrieve a somewhat aged purple clay jar from the cabinet. Come. Just in time for some preaching Ming Longjing tea from an old friend. Give it a taste." Pei Su did not hesitate, settling down as he watched Li Yunchang skillfully warm the teapot, place the tea leaves, and brew the tea. The elegant aroma soon filled the air. "Teacher, I have organized the preliminary report from the home visits and sent it to your email." Pei Su accepted the small teacup Li Yunchang offered and took a sip, the tea's clarity and sweetness refreshing his palate. "I've seen it. Mostly," Li Yunchang replied after savoring his own cup, squinting his eyes in appreciation before leisurely continuing. "Quite good. Even better than I anticipated. The rotten fish have revealed their true selves, and the raw gems have been unearthed by you." He mentioned the names Lin Momo, Zhao Taizhu, Su Xiuyan, and the particularly special Bai Momo. When he spoke of Bai Momo, Li Yunchang's gaze deepened with significance. "You handled this excellently, bold, meticulous, and compassionate. This case warrants our utmost resources and the most careful approach." He set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "The list is nearly finalized. The subsequent admission procedures and special arrangements will be managed by my assistant. By next September, these little ones will be able to enroll. I eagerly anticipate the sparks that will fly when they come together." His tone brimmed with expectation and satisfaction. "This group of talents is not inferior to your own." As he spoke, Li Yunchang turned his gaze toward Pei Su. Pei Su shrugged. Indeed, he relied on the system, while these individuals were bona fide geniuses. After discussing the home visits, he shifted the conversation to another crucial matter. "Principal, what are the specific arrangements for the graduation defense?" Li Yunchang chuckled, his graying eyebrows twitching slightly, a mysterious expression crossing his face. The graduation defense. This time, it is personally overseen by Old Qin. I know a bit about it, but..." He deliberately elongated his words, creating suspense. "Rules are rules. I can't divulge too much just yet. If you want to know the specifics, you'll need to ask Old Qin yourself." Old Qin? Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. Professor Qin Ruahai, one of the most esteemed elders at Lonka University and an absolute authority in a cutting-edge field both nationally and internationally, rarely participated directly in teaching management. He had not anticipated that this graduation defense would be under his direct supervision. Li Yunchang, observing Pei Su's astonished expression, smiled knowingly. Yes, indeed, old Qin. He is quite interested in the outcomes of your home visits, especially your evaluations of the exceptional talents. Go on, have a chat with him. You know where his office is. He is likely waiting for you. A sense of curiosity and subtle challenge welled up within Pei Su at the prospect of old Qin's personal involvement. This alone indicated that the upcoming graduation defense would be anything but ordinary. He rose from his seat. Then I shall go find old Qin. Go on, go on. Li Yunchang waved him off with a smile. And don't forget to send my regards to old Qin. Pei Su navigated his way through the tranquil Professor S residential area deep within the campus, knocking on old Qin's door. It was opened by old Qin himself, who appeared spirited and rosy-cheeked, showing no traces of the recent illness he had endured, a warm black stone in his hand. Ah, you're back? Come in, come in. Just in time. I've set up a chess position. Help me ponder it. Old Qin spoke with vigor, pulling Pei Su into the study. The room was filled with the fragrance of ink and tea, the chessboard alive with the clash of black and white pieces in a fiercely contested match. Pei Su's chess skills were modest, yet decent enough, having been influenced by his uncle Li Yang's passion for the game. He dared not be presumptuous before old Qin. Focusing intently with careful consideration of each move, an elder and a youth sat in silence, engrossed in a game of chess for half an hour. Ultimately, Pei Su succumbed to a narrow defeat by a mere 1.5 points. The young man is a bit anxious. Old Qin mused as he set down his pieces and began to tidy up the board. What weighs on your mind? Is it about your graduation defense? Pei Su offered a wry smile and assisted his teacher in gathering the pieces. Nothing escapes your notice. The principal sent me to hear from you. Old Qin, what are the specific regulations? Please be forthright. It would help us prepare mentally. Old Qin retrieved the last white piece and covered the jar with a crisp sound. He raised his gaze, his eyes calm yet imbued with an undeniable weight as he regarded Pei Su, offering a faint smile. The regulations are quite simple. Each of you must independently complete a graduation project. Pei Su's heart eased slightly. Independent work was preferable to group assignments that could hinder progress. However, old Qin's subsequent words extinguished any semblance of relaxation. The requirements for this project are as follows. His pace was measured, yet each word bore the weight of gravity. You must rely on your own abilities and resources to seek out and acquire various essential materials, and based on this, handcraft a technology or device that is not commonly found in the current mainstream scientific field, yet possesses a degree of innovation and practicality. Pei Su's expression froze, disbelief washing over him. Old Qin, what did you say? Source materials yourself? Create an uncommon technology? This transcends a mere thesis. It feels akin to a startup developing a product. Do you find it exaggerated? Old Qin maintained his serene smile, his gaze imbued with anticipation. Pei Su, do not forget that you are part of the Dragon Talent class. Exceptional individuals undertake extraordinary endeavors. What significance do ordinary papers and experiments hold for you? I wish to see you transform your knowledge into application, your ability to identify and resolve real-world problems, your imagination, execution, and resource integration. This should be the hallmark of a Dragon Talent class graduate. Pei Su opened his mouth, realizing he was at a loss for words. The rationale was sound, but the difficulty was overwhelming. He swallowed hard. Does everyone have to do this? Indeed, old Qin affirmed with a nod. There are no restrictions on topics or fields, but the project must be uncommon, and it must be your own creation. I will evaluate your work based on its innovation, completeness, technical difficulty, and process report. Oh, and time is limited. The deadline is the end of the semester. Pei Su felt a tingle of anxiety at the back of his neck. This was not just hellish difficulty. It was akin to a cosmic black hole. He was fine, with some vague ideas swirling in his mind. But the thought of his roommates in 437 made him uneasy. Old Qin, no more of that. Old Qin interrupted with a wave of his hand. The rules are as stated. Go back and inform them. I eagerly anticipate seeing what interesting things you can concoct. With that, the elderly gentleman lifted his teacup, signaling the end of their conversation. Pei Su understood that further discussion would bear no fruit, so he rose to take his leave, his heart a tumult of emotions. I understand, old Qin. We will do our utmost. Not merely your utmost. It must be completed, old Qin added from behind him. Pei Su paused, nodding solemnly before departing from old Qin's residence. As he walked back to the apartment, his steps felt unusually heavy. Old Qin's words echoed in his ears. Source materials. Create an uncommon technology? It sounded akin to the tasks of a medieval alchemist. The reputation of the Dragon Talent class was indeed well-deserved, with such a distinctive approach to graduation. Upon opening the door to apartment 437, he was met with a lively scene. Xiaohe was shouting at the computer screen. Seemingly embroiled in an intense gaming session, Chun Kei lounged on the couch, scrolling through his phone with a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Wang Xingyu quietly read at the desk by the window, while Li Bei and Zhang Ming busied themselves, one polishing his prized tools, the other staring vacantly at the wall. Hey Ge, you're back. Xiaohe was the first to notice, pausing his game. What is the verdict? Did Old Li say what the defense entails? It can't be another lengthy thesis, can it? He had previously discussed with Pei Su about inquiring into the graduation defense. Chen Kai also sat up, spitting out his lollipop. Let us hope it's not a group project. I really don't want to be held back by certain individuals, he said, casting a pointed glance at Xiaohua. Wang Qingyu closed his book, regarding Pei Su with gentle curiosity, while even Li Bei and Zhang Ming halted their tasks to listen. Pei Su surveyed the faces before him, inhaled deeply, and stepped into the center of the living room, striving to speak as calmly as possible. I just returned from Old Qin's. Old Qin? Xiaohua blinked in surprise. Is he feeling better? Wait, is he in charge of the defense? Yes, Pei Su nodded, recounting Old Qin's requirements verbatim. The room fell into a heavy silence. Xiaohua gaped, his eyes wide, the death sound effect from his game still faintly audible. Chen Kai's lollipop clattered to the floor. Wang Qingyu's gentle demeanor stiffened. Li Bei ceased polishing his tools, his brow furrowed in distress. Even Zhang Ming, usually impassive, exhibited a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his eye. After a tense silence of several seconds, Xiaohua was the first to break it. Did I hear that correctly? Chapter 188. Graduation Defense. Xiaohua leapt up, his voice rising an octave. Source materials? Create an uncommon technology? It must be innovative and practical? Pei Gu. Is Old Qin? Is he? Perhaps his mind is a bit. He hesitated, not daring to complete his thought. Mind your words. Chen Kai shot him a glare. Xiaohua shrugged. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but this is truly a bit absurd. Chen Kai sighed, retrieved the fallen lollipop, and disdainfully tossed it into the trash. Then, dramatically, he reached out to touch Pei Su's forehead. Pei Gu, you're not feverish, are you? Or are we collectively hallucinating? This is supposed to be a graduation defense? This is clearly asking us to become inventors, or worse, junk collectors. Wang Qingyu inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. This demand is far too extravagant. We are merely students. How could this possibly be done? Li Bei spoke sullenly. Material lists, processing equipment, design blueprints. Laboratory space, we have none of that. His barrage of concerns struck home, each one a stark reminder of their grim reality. Zhang Ming succinctly summarized, difficult. The apartment echoed with groans and complaints. Heavens, just in me now. I thought surviving the home visit would make things easier. Uncommon technology? Can I just create a girlfriend for myself? Would that count? We're doomed. This semester is destined for failure and delays. Old Qin is sending us to hell. Pei Su allowed them to vent for a few minutes, waiting for the noise to subside before clearing his throat with a heavy cough. All eyes turned to him once more, carrying the last flicker of hope. Xiaohua, his face a mask of despair, voiced the collective question. Pei Gu, what should we do? Pei Su's gaze swept over the bewildered faces. He recalled Old Qin's unwavering, expectant eyes and the weight carried by the named Dragon Talent class. He understood that complaints were futile and retreat was not an option. Drawing a deep breath, he allowed a hint of resignation to grace his features. Ultimately, all emotions coalesced into a succinct, powerful 5-word statement. What else can we do? He paused, looking at his companions. His voice soft yet resonant throughout the living room. Let us do it. Pei Su's words fell like a stone into still water, briefly stirring ripples of determination. However, what followed was an overwhelming sense of confusion. Finding materials and creating things on one's own? The scope was too vast, and the difficulty insurmountable, leaving one utterly at a loss. The living room was so quiet that the rustling of leaves outside could be distinctly heard as the wind blew through them. Suddenly, Xiaohua slapped his thigh with fervor, as if to rally himself, dispelling the suffocating silence. What is there to fear? WeVE faced far greater challenges. WeVE been involved in the 8th generation project. How could a mere graduation defense daunt our illustrious class? His words ignited a spark among his peers. Chen Kai sprang from the sofa, eyes alight with inspiration. Indeed, I almost let myself be intimidated. We have resources at our disposal. ISNT Commander Zhao Lin quite fond of you, Brother Pei? And what about Commander Qi Tianyan? WeVE assisted him so much, surely. Securing access to a lab and some advanced equipment should be a mere formality. It should just take a phone call. Pei Su pondered this. It was indeed a viable solution. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that the matter was not so simple. Wang Qingyu nodded slightly, adding softly yes. If we require specialized chemical reagents or biological materials, I know a few professors who might be able to help. Li Bei stroked his chin for precision machining. I'm aware of an established military supply factory in the suburbs, where the craftsmen possess exceptional skills, although their temperaments can be rather peculiar. I wonder if we could persuade them. Even the usually reticent Zhang Ming spoke up, his voice calm, yet edged with determination. As for information, if we need access to cutting-edge papers or certain restricted databases, I can give it a try. The atmosphere instantly brightened, as if they had found a guiding star, and they began to brainstorm enthusiastically. The earlier despondency was eclipsed by optimism, as if by merely tapping into their accumulated connections and resources. This seemingly impossible task could be effortlessly resolved. At that moment, a knock echoed through the apartment door. Xiaohua, nearest to the door, went to open it, revealing Professor Li Yunchang, beaming with a folder in hand. Professor Li? Xiaohua stepped aside to let him in. Oh, everyone is here? Holding a meeting? Li Yunchang entered, scanning the faces of his students, as if he could see through their recent discussions. His smile deepened with meaning. I could hear you all quite lively from afar. Discussing the graduation defense? Pei Su nodded. Indeed, we were just contemplating what resources we could mobilize. Li Yunchang chuckled heartily, stepping into the center of the living room. Not taking a seat, but instead regarding the suddenly silent group of eager students, and said slowly, resources? Connections? A commendable idea. Why not make some calls? See if Commander Zhao, Commander Qi, or any of the directors or masters you know might lend a hand this time. The implication in his words fell off. Pei Su's heart sank. Chen Kai, ever quick-witted and action-oriented, immediately pulled out his phone. Let us do it. I refuse to believe this. Commander Zhao had once assured him he was available for assistance. He dialed the number, putting it on speaker. The call connected swiftly, and the familiar booming voice of Commander Zhao Lin resonated. Hello? Little K? What a rare call. What brings you to contact me? Chen Kai immediately adopted a warm tone. Commander Zhao? Long time no see. I've missed you. I have a small favor to ask. He proceeded to express his request to borrow the lab and equipment with utmost sincerity. On the other end, Zhao Lin paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Ah, Little K. It's not that I don't want to help, but we are currently swamped with urgent tasks. The lab and equipment are fully booked, and oversight has tightened significantly. No outsiders are allowed in. I truly wish I could assist, but alas. Before Chen Kai could respond, Zhao Lin hastily hung up, citing a meeting. Beep, beep, beep. Silence enveloped the living room. Chen Kai stood there, phone in hand, his smile frozen. Xiaohu, undeterred, dialed Commander Qi Tianyun's number, only to receive a nearly identical response. The other party was excessively polite, yet impenetrably firm, offering a plethora of excuses, but ultimately conveying the same message. No way. Wang Qingyu attempted to contact a professor from the Institute of Life Sciences, who was indeed cordial, but, upon learning of the need for a graduation project to be conducted independently, promptly declared his inability to assist, citing school regulations. Li Bei's contact at the old factory roared back. What? You want to tinker around without blueprints or approval to use my equipment? Kid, have you lost your mind? After making the rounds of calls, the results were astonishingly uniform. The once affable and enthusiastic connections had all uniformly refused to assist them this time. It was as if an invisible hand had preemptively closed off all avenues for external assistance. Chen Kai's face fell, and he lamented, no way. A complete failure? Old Qin is truly putting us through the ringer. Xiao was slumped into a chair, defeated. It's over. This path is blocked. Li Yunchang observed the suddenly deflated group with a benevolent smile. So what did I say? Did you really think old Qin wouldn't anticipate your intentions? Internally, Li Yunchang silently cheered. It was indeed a challenge to see these young minds face adversity. Pei Su took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Old Qin was resolutely determined to enforce their independence. Yet, he still clung to a final hope. He turned to Li Yunchang, asking earnestly, Professor Li, what about Li Zhenyuan? Li Yunchang raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, but his expression clearly conveyed, you may give it a try. Chen Kai, seizing what felt like a final straw, urged, Brother Pei? Call him. He one of us. Surely he'll grant us some leniency, right? Old Qin Wun want to lose face before him. Pei Su hesitated for a moment, ultimately retrieving his phone. Li Zhenyuan had always shown considerable care for their illustrious class. Perhaps he dialed the number. This time without putting it on speaker, but everyone held their breath, attentive. The call connected, and the voice of Principal Li Zhenyuan came through, tinged with curiosity. Pei Su, why are you calling at this hour? Is there something you need? He appeared entirely unaware of the graduation defense. A glimmer of hope emerged in Pei Su's heart as he succinctly relayed Old Qin's request and Li Yunchang's earlier suggestion, finally subtly inquiring whether the school might facilitate some basic provisions, such as access to the laboratory or a special channel for material requests. On the other end, Li Zhenyuan remained silent for a considerable stretch of time. Pei Su could envision the principal furrowing his brow in contemplation. Finally, Li Zhenyuan's voice returned, tinged with a mix of realization and a hint of resigned amusement. Ah, I see now. Old Qin had indeed forewarned me, indicating that this graduation defense was to be kept strictly confidential and completely independent, advising me not to interfere. At the time, I didn't fully grasp what he meant. Pei Su's heart sank. Li Zhenyuan continued, Pei Su, I empathize with your difficulties. However, from my perspective, the decisions made by Old Qin and Principal Li carry profound significance. The students of the illustrious class are not merely ordinary students. They are to become future leaders. Leaders cannot perpetually rely on others' resources and platforms. Only by truly depending on their own capabilities, creating something from nothing, and overcoming all challenges along the way can they genuinely graduate, which serves as the ultimate test and culmination of their years of learning. He paused momentarily, his tone gentle yet resolute. In the realm of cultivating top-tier scientific talent, I must confess my ignorance. It is Elder Qin and Principal Li who are the true experts. Since they have orchestrated such arrangements, I believe they must be the most beneficial trials for you all. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot extend any special assistance from my end this time. Everything must be navigated by you alone. I have faith in your capabilities. That final note of encouragement, though light in tone, firmly closed the last door of hope for assistance. I understand. Thank you, Principal, Pei Su replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. After hanging up, he conveyed Li Jingyuan's sentiments to the group. Their last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Within apartment 437, despair reigned. Is the heavens forsaking me? How casually one speaks of independence. It is indeed a challenge to cook without rice. I have become a pariah, calling out to the heavens, yet receiving no answer. Elder Qin, you truly feel like my own grandfather. Let us just give up. Brothers, let us embrace destruction, and do it quickly. A profound sense of loss and helplessness enveloped them all. For several consecutive days, apartment 437 was shrouded in a palpable gloom. No one had the heart to discuss plans. Some stared blankly at their computers. Others lay on their beds gazing at the ceiling, sighing in resignation. Eventually, someone suggested, damn it, I'm so tired of this. Xiaohua, let us go unwind, soak a bit, and clear our minds. If we keep bottling this up, I'll go mad before the defense even begins. This proposal was met with immediate enthusiasm from all. Thus, a group of 6, disheartened yet determined, set off for the high-end spa now owned by Xiaohua. They desperately needed the warmth of the pool, professional massages, and a respite for their minds, a temporary escape from the spine-chilling pressure of their graduation project. As for what to do afterward, they would figure that out later. The pool water was enveloped in steam. Pei Su fell into contemplation. He felt an imperative to assist those around him, to help everyone succeed together. Although the rules mandated independent work, the difficulty of this defense was insurmountable. If he did not intervene, they might all face extension of their studies. Although the Dragon Talent class was unique, it was still merely an undergraduate program, indistinguishable from those elite classes in terms of academic standards. Failing the graduation defense would necessitate an extension. Lonka University was not a third-rate institution where one could simply coast by. Resolving to take action, Pei Su soon prepared to depart for the underground National Library at the Qianshuisen Laboratory, seeking to acquire more knowledge to assist the Dragon Talent class in overcoming this daunting graduation defense. However, for now, he believed he could afford to relax a little longer. Lying in the pool, Pei Su sighed contentedly. Life is truly beautiful, he mused, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the defense. Xiaohua softly remarked, indeed. As they indulged, time slipped away, and before long, evening arrived. Pei Su departed from the spa, setting his course for the Qianshuisen Laboratory. Before leaving, he instructed the others. You all stay here and rest. I'll be back soon to take you all on a journey. Since Pei Gu has spoken, we can rest easy. Xiaohua was the first to feel reassured, and soon everyone else felt a wave of relief wash over them. They did not even ponder how Pei Su intended to assist them or whether he could indeed help. They simply believed. A testament to the exaggerated trust forged over many shared moments. Chapter 189. 6 technical documents. Pei Su observed his companions, some meditating with closed eyes, others still wearing frowns of worry, and a decision crystallized in his mind. Elder Qin's requirement for independent completion was indeed valid. However, the current situation was such that without guidance, even a spark of inspiration, Xiaohua and the others might struggle to take the first step, potentially facing an embarrassing delay in graduation. The Dragon Talent class was indeed special, but the academic standards at Lonka University would not be compromised. I must do something. Pei Su resolved internally. His destination was clear, the military-grade National Library beneath the Qianshuisen Laboratory, a veritable treasure trove of inspiration and knowledge. Navigating the solemn corridors of the research facility, everything seemed unchanged. Researchers hustled about, the soft hum of machinery filled the air, and an atmosphere of focused exploration prevailed. Beneath a grand tree, he spotted a familiar figure, Li Mutong, the chairman of the academic committee. He gazed upward, lost in thought, with a furrowed brow, as if grappling with some cosmic dilemma, yet the anxiety of an intellectual was unmistakable on his face. Chairman Li, Pei Su called out. Li Mutong returned to the present, a smile breaking across his features upon recognizing Pei Su, devoid of any airs of authority. Pei Su, long time no see. What brings you here? I heard you're busy with your graduation defense. Overwhelmed, I assume? He was well informed. Pei Su chuckled slightly. Indeed, the defense has been quite troublesome. So I thought I'd come to the library for some inspiration. Li Mutong nodded knowingly, gesturing toward the main office building. As per usual, take the elevator to the basement level, then there's a private elevator in the west corner that descends to the 3rd floor. You still have access, I presume? He hesitated, suddenly recalling something, and sighed. It's a pity Zhang Wan isn't here. She would know exactly where to find the materials you need. That girl is the most familiar with the library's resources. He shook his head, his tone laced with regret. What a wonderful girl, intelligent, capable, and she resonates with you. It's a shame she was assigned to nuclear physics in the Northwest at such a crucial time, stuck in the desert for years. And this pivotal moment in her life is just slipping away. Li Mutong lamented, wishing he could personally bring Zhang Wan back from the desert to pair her with Pei Su. Pei Su felt a bit awkward from the praise and could only respond vaguely. Zhang Wan has her pursuits and missions. I should head down now. Go ahead, go ahead. Li Mutong waved him off, not forgetting to add, while seeking materials, don't forget to take care of your health, young man. You youngsters. The heavy metal door closed behind him, and the familiar scent of aged paper mixed with unique chemicals enveloped him. Silence reigned, save for the echo of his footsteps in the vast space. Countless bookshelves stood like silent giants, bearing the weight of timeless wisdom, the lessons of failure, and classified dreams. The system activation required a medium, a conduit representing the current pinnacle or the forefront of military technology. And this place was the nexus of such mediums. Rather than hastily scouring for materials, he embarked on a purposeful exploration. His fingers glided over the spines of numerous volumes, his gaze sweeping across the titles of various reports. He paused at the section on aerospace propulsion and advanced dynamics. Extracting a report entitled Simulation of Extreme Performance of High-Energy Chemical Propellants and Exploration of Novel Combustion Chamber Configurations, internal discussion draft. As his fingertips brushed the yellowed pages, a familiar thrill surged within him. Detected contact with medium, high-energy chemical propellants and combustion chamber technology. System triggered. Medium resolution, 2. Completion yields. Formulation for next-generation ultra-high energy density propellant and controllable combustion model. Preliminary theoretical framework for shockwave engines. Information flooded his mind. Yet Pei Su did not linger. This was not the direction he sought. While chemical propulsion was a commendable project, suitable for the graduation defense, he aspired to pursue something even greater. Gently placing the report back, Pei Su continued on his journey. In the realm of materials science and extreme environmental applications, he discovered a study titled Research on the Bottlenecks and Alternative Paths for the Application of Ultra-High Temperature Carbon Composites in Re-entry Vehicles. However, this was not what he sought. He required something more fundamental, a medium capable of yielding diverse avenues of exploration. Thus, he ventured into the domain of basic electronics and information engineering, where numerous foundational treatises and the latest progress reports on radar, communication, and information processing awaited. He picked up a volume entitled Essentials of Core Algorithms in Phased Array Radar Systems. Upon contact with this medium, the system was activated. The resolution was quite high, offering insights into the design of distributed miniaturized phased array units, low-power high-precision beamforming algorithms, and synthetic aperture imaging optimization techniques. This was a step closer. Such pioneering designs in fundamental fields were precisely what Pei Su could conceive, aiding in the completion of graduation defenses while also concealing his tracks. After all, the knowledge pertinent to high-end domains was mostly interconnected, making it challenging for Xiaohua and others to delve into in a short span of time. However, cutting-edge research and theories in foundational areas not only bolstered the credibility of graduation defenses, but also served to extricate him from scrutiny by Qin Lao and the principal. He decided to assign the miniaturized phased array technology to Li Bei, quietly noting this advancement, yet feeling unsatisfied. He subsequently engaged with several works, including prospects for the application of superconducting magnets in large-scale engineering, overview of multispectral fusion imaging technology, white paper on the security of quantum key distribution systems, and theoretical and experimental studies on metamaterial absorbing structures. Each interaction triggered the system, flooding his mind with a plethora of fragmented information. Persisting like a diligent bee flitting among blossoms, he gathered the most crucial pollen. Eventually, he arrived at a core section of the library, housing more integrative and conceptual reports. His attention was drawn to a grandly titled document, Exploration of Realizing Unidirectional Transparency on Future Battlefields, which seemed to attempt an integration of information perception, stealth, communication, and precision strikes across multiple domains. Taking a deep breath, he opened the cover, allowing his fingers to graze the preface page. The system was triggered once more, revealing a second-generation ground-to-air hypersonic interception system as the outcome. This was promising, a piece he could keep for himself. Pei Su settled into a nearby seat, closing his eyes to contemplate the research directions of his peers. Xiaohua was focused on the technology for a miniaturized phased array radio telescope system, emphasizing high sensitivity through the utilization of distributed microunits and advanced algorithms. If successful, this technology could surpass the current limits of radio-optical telescopes. Shin Kei was tasked with researching small-caliber electromagnetic railguns, a challenge given the complexities of pulse power supplies, rail materials, and projectile design, yet manageable for Pei Su. Wang Qingyu's design concept for a new algorithmic onboard spectral imager was also well-suited. Pei Su now possessed a wealth of knowledge and began to formulate an idea on his own, through compressed sensing and information fusion algorithms. He believed he could derive significant insights. As for Li Bei, optical stealth materials seemed most fitting. If successfully researched, they would lead to the 7th generation of such materials. Regarding Zhang Ming, the most intelligent member of the team, Pei Su assigned him a formidable task, quantum communication. This cutting-edge technology, while labeled quantum, was not as mystical as it appeared, but rather a communication method requiring the synthesis of vast amounts of information and supercomputing resources. This process continued for several hours, with Pei Su remaining motionless, deeply engrossed in thought. Eventually, the sound of footsteps approached and paused outside his cubicle. After a moment's hesitation, a gentle knock broke the silence. This subtle sound was akin to a stone cast into a deep pond, momentarily pulling Pei Su from his profound contemplation. Blinking his weary eyes, he turned to the door, where he found Li Mu Tang standing with a plastic bag emblazoned with the cafeteria logo, containing disposable meal boxes that emitted a hint of steam. Upon noticing Pei Su's fatigued yet bright demeanor, Li Mu Tang paused, a look of understanding and concern crossing his face. With a soft sigh, he entered the cubicle. Placing the still warm supper on the edge of the table, his tone laced with the care of an elder. Pei Su, it's quite late. Why aren't you resting? I know how tirelessly young people work, but you mustn't overexert yourself. Pei Su, still entangled in complex formulas and models, responded sluggishly with a vague hum. Li Mu Tang's gaze swept over the intricate materials before Pei Su, returning to his face marked by exhaustion yet illuminated by excitement, his expression turning more complex. Seemingly struck by a thought, he lowered his voice, infused with sympathy and understanding. Pei, are you still feeling unwell inside? After a pause, he continued in a gentler tone. I see you're sitting in this spot. It's reminiscent of where Zhang Wen used to prefer. Whenever she came to research, she would nestle here, claiming it was quiet and well-lit. Observing Pei Su's lack of refutation, Li Mu Tang became more assured of his assumptions, continuing to offer heartfelt comfort. I understand. That girl left for the desert without a word, disappearing for years. Anyone would find that hard to bear. But work is work, and feelings are feelings. We shouldn't let this wear us down. Some things, we must learn to let go of. Fate cannot be forced. Li Mu Tang's words flowed forth, genuinely lamenting for the promising young man before him. At last, Pei Su gradually emerged from his reverie, realizing the misunderstanding. He opened his mouth, intending to clarify that he was not brooding over lost love, but rather engaged in an intellectually demanding study. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he could only muster a somewhat stiff yet appreciative smile, responding ambiguously, Thank you, old Li. I'm fine. It's just that the graduation defense is a bit challenging. I'm looking for inspiration. I appreciate your concern. Li Mu Tang remained skeptical. I understand. I truly do. He patted Pei Su's shoulder. Inspiration is important, but so is your health. Eat your supper while it's warm. Afterward, you should rest early and not stay up too late. There is still plenty of time ahead. He reiterated his advice a few more times before shaking his head and departing with a sigh. The cubicle returned to its tranquil state as Pei Su regarded the bag of supper, then glanced at the nearly obliterated materials before him, shaking his head in bemusement. He opened the meal box, the aroma wafting from it, and only then did he realize how ravenous he had become. As he devoured his supper, he began to organize the thoughts swirling in his mind regarding technological pathways. Li Mu Tang's misunderstanding served as a brief interlude, momentarily interrupting his focus, yet allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. Days passed, one after another. 2 months later, success. Pei Su leapt to his feet, feeling a twinge in his back, but reveling in his achievement. Through extensive exposure to cutting-edge media and harnessing the power of systematic approaches, he ultimately accomplished all his endeavors. He aided everyone, devising at least one groundbreaking technology that surpassed the current advancements in various fields. The technologies were numerous, and indeed, they were genuinely avant-garde. He retrieved his notebook and swiftly began to inscribe the key points of the techniques he had mastered, not in the form of detailed technical blueprints, but rather as directional guidance, core principles, and annotations designed to inspire greater creativity in others. He refrained from documenting everything. Had each individual produced flawless, impeccable technologies without a single flaw, he would have risked exposing himself too easily. Thus, he deliberately omitted certain elements. On one hand, he wished for the members of the Dragon Talent class to cultivate their own ideas, which would imbue their technologies with personal flair and obscure his involvement. On the other hand, each member of the Dragon Talent class was no ordinary individual. After enduring such a lengthy journey, upon graduation, they could easily secure positions as super researchers with annual salaries exceeding 10 million, capable of supporting entire companies. Pei Su had provided them with the majority of the content, while the small portion he withheld could potentially ignite their latent potential. He did not underestimate anyone. Perhaps these missing elements could lead them to develop even more astonishing technologies. Having completed this task, he felt almost exhausted. 2 months of relentless study had indeed taken a toll. Yet, gazing at the 6 concise outlines in his notebook, each encapsulating countless sparks of wisdom, a profound sense of achievement welled within him. He rose, restored everything to its original state, and placed the notebook into his backpack. Then, with slightly unsteady yet resolute steps, he exited the library. The dawn was breaking, heralding the commencement of a new day, and their graduation defense was finally equipped with a clear strategic map. Chapter 190. Unearthing Gold in a Junkyard. Achieving the impossible, he hurried back to Lonka University. However, before he could reach apartment 437, he encountered Professor Li Yunchang, who was scanning the surroundings anxiously along the campus path. Pei Su. Upon seeing him, Li Yunchang quickly approached, his tone a mixture of relief and mild reproach. Where have you been for the past 2 months? We couldn't find you anywhere. Your phone was unreachable. Pei Su was taken aback. The library had specialized shielding devices, preventing him from receiving Li Yunchang's calls. Yet, before he could explain, Li Yunchang continued in rapid succession. Do you realize the graduation defense is imminent? I visited the apartment yesterday and found Xiaohua, Chen and the others idling about, either playing games or daydreaming. When I asked about their preparation for the defense, they hesitated, some claiming family issues. Others saying they were stuck and needed inspiration. When I inquired about your whereabouts, their stories were inconsistent. Some said you returned home, others claimed you were in seclusion. I knew something was amiss. Pei Su felt a pang of anxiety. He anticipated that his friends would go to such lengths to cover for him, almost leading to their exposure. Li Yunchang scrutinized him. Be honest with me, what have you been up to during this time? Have you encountered any difficulties? Elder Qin's demands are stringent, but you cannot give up. As Pei Su rapidly contemplated how to fabricate a story, Xiaohua, who had hurriedly arrived behind Li Yunchang, lunged forward, his face a mask of urgency and panic, his voice trembling with emotion. Professor Li, something terrible has happened. I just received a call from home. He grasped Li Yunchang's arm, his acting prowess on full display. My father is abroad for business and seems to have been detained by local authorities. They claim he is suspected of being a corporate spy. I was just about to seek your assistance in figuring out a solution. Xiaohua's sudden family crisis, delivered with fervor, immediately diverted Li Yunchang's attention. The look of suspicion on Li Yunchang's face was swiftly replaced by shock and concern. What? Is there such a thing? What exactly happened? Which country? When did this occur? Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, and others quickly gathered around, clamoring to confirm this unexpected situation, successfully obscuring the reason for Pei Su's 2-month absence. Li Yunchang's focus was entirely captured by Xiaohua's father's predicament. His brow furrowed. This matter must be reported immediately. It needs to be resolved through official diplomatic channels. Don't worry, I will contact the International Exchange Office right away. They should have the experience. As he spoke, he hurriedly prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he abruptly turned back, as if recalling something crucial, and with a serious expression addressed everyone. I almost forgot the important matter. The reason I came to find you is to inform you that Elder Qin has just added new regulations for the graduation defense. The group's heart sank once more. To rigorously test your resource integration abilities and cost control awareness, Li Yunchang reiterated Elder Qin's words. The total material cost for each project must not exceed 100,000 yuan. Do you understand? That is the total amount. Exceed it by even a penny, and your defense will not be approved. How much? 100,000? Xiaohua nearly leapt up, the drama about his father momentarily forgotten. Creating a model costs more than that. How is this possible? Chen Ke was equally dumbfounded. Elder Qin is leaving us no way out. Wang Qingyu turned pale. Many precision components alone cost a fortune. Although Li Bei and Zhang Ming remained silent, their eyes brimmed with despair. This was akin to a thunderclap. The hope brought by the technical outlines Pei Su had returned with was instantly shattered by this absurdly harsh cost constraint. 100,000 yuan was a mere drop in the bucket for the cutting-edge technologies they aimed to develop. They couldn't even afford decent experimental materials. Li Yunchang gazed at the suddenly despondent young individuals, sighing. Rules are rules. Honestly, I do not agree with Elder Qin's decision, but who can challenge his authority? You must find a way. I need to attend to Xiaohua's family matter first. With that, he hurried away, leaving the group in stunned silence. A wave of despair washed over them. It's over, utterly over. 100,000 is akin to announcing our extinction outright. This task is impossible to complete. They gathered around Pei Su, their earlier joy at his return now extinguished. An unprecedented gloom enveloped the entire Dragon Talent class. Pei Su furrowed his brow. The 100,000 cost constraint was indeed exceedingly harsh, disrupting part of his plans. Many components he had initially considered procuring, standard parts, high-performance materials, were now rendered impossible within this budget. He fell silent for a moment, his mind racing through various options. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. An idea that seemed absurd, yet was perhaps the only viable one. There might be a place we can try. Pei Su spoke slowly, his voice quiet, yet instantly capturing everyone's attention. What place? Xiaohua inquired eagerly. The junkyard. The 3 words he uttered left everyone in stunned silence. The junkyard? Chen Ke questioned, as if he had misheard. Pei Gu, are you sure you mean the junkyard? The place filled with scrap metal and refuse? Li Bei's brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, it is the junkyard. Pei Su's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor. Especially those large recycling stations or scrap collection centers dealing with industrial waste, old metals, and electronic refuse. Within those heaps of what others deem garbage could lie treasures for them. However, can the items in a landfill be utilized for scientific research? Xiaohua felt as though his worldview had been shaken. Why not? Pei Su retorted. The essence of many materials remains unchanged. It is merely their form, appearance, or the manner in which they are integrated that no longer meets the original product's requirements. Yet, if we only need certain characteristics or possess the capability to reprocess and purify them, their cost is merely a fraction of that of new materials. He continued to elucidate. For instance, let us assume we require specialized alloy substrates. A brand new imported one could cost tens of thousands. However, in a scrapyard, we might discover discarded industrial components containing the same elements, priced by the kilogram, merely a few dozen yuan per kilogram. If we also seek certain unique ceramics or polymer materials, they may be found within abandoned electronic devices or mechanical parts. Additionally, copper alloy wires and capacitor components can be sourced from old camera lenses. We might even uncover obsolete server chips and circuit boards, or even discarded military supplies within the landfill. Pei Su's thoughts grew clearer. What we seek are the intrinsic properties and physical characteristics of the materials, rather than whether they are encased in a pristine exterior. The landfill presents an optimal venue for acquiring these fundamental materials at a remarkably low cost. As the group listened to Pei Su's description, skepticism on their faces gradually transformed into a blend of astonishment, curiosity, and a hint of eagerness. Although Pei Su's idea seemed preposterous at first, upon reflection, it undeniably held merit. Yet, is it reliable? Those items are filthy, and their performance specifications are bound to be unstable. Xiaohua hesitated. That is precisely why we need our discernment and skills to identify, test, and even repair or transform them, Pei Su asserted confidently. This is where our true capabilities will be put to the test. With a budget of 100,000 yuan, extracting materials from a heap of garbage to create cutting-edge technology would truly be worthy of a graduation defense for the Dragon Talent class. This proclamation ignited their final resolve. Let's do it. Damn it, we're scavenging. Chen Kai was the first to respond, his face displaying a blend of reckless abandon and excitement. It sounded rather thrilling. All right. Pei Su waved his hand. Without further ado, we shall depart immediately. I know of a vast, comprehensive scrap recycling market in the northern suburbs of Kyoto. It has the most extensive selection. The group, 6 elite students from Lonka University, hope for the future of the military industry. Squeezed into Chen Kai's 2 cars, a Bugatti and a former Audi A6, they sped towards the suburban recycling station. Along the way, they attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. Upon arrival, the sight before them overwhelmed their senses. The expansive area was piled high with mountains of scrap metal, waste plastics, and discarded electronic products. The air was thick with the scents of rust, machine oil, and various indescribable odors. Different recycling vehicles came and went, as workers in soiled uniforms busily sorted, compressed, and unloaded materials. This was a world entirely distinct from tidy laboratories and libraries, brimming with ruggedness, chaos, and a unique vitality. Xiaohua stepped out of the car, covering his nose, his face contorted in disgust. What on earth is that smell? Peigo, are you sure this is the place? Chen Kai was also somewhat taken aback, his limited edition sneakers sinking into the oily ground, his heart bleeding. Wang Qingyu instinctively shrank behind Pei Su. Li Bei and Zhang Ming, however, observed their surroundings with stoic expressions. Pei Su appeared exceptionally composed, his sharp gaze scanning the various material piles. Disperse and search for the materials you need according to your project. Stay safe, wear gloves. If you find anything promising, notify each other and identify it together. With a command, the 6 of them scattered like seeds, blending into the ocean of steel refuse. The scene became exceedingly bizarre and amusing. Xiaohua trudged through the piles of scrap metal, clutching a small magnet and a powerful flashlight, inspecting various oddly shaped components, occasionally tapping them to listen to their sound, mumbling, "This aluminum alloy thickness is acceptable, but what was the original model? This gear seems to have a unique material." Chen Kai burrowed into a heap of discarded electronics, his eyes sparkling at the sight of mountains of old computers, televisions, and washing machines. Wow, so many old circuit boards. The capacitors, inductors, and these gold-plated connectors can all be salvaged. They can all be salvaged. He gradually forgot the filth and began tearing them apart with his bare hands. The group commenced their search within the landfill. The owner of the scrapyard was a middle-aged man in a filthy camouflage outfit, lean in stature, who stared wide-eyed at this group of well-dressed youths treasure hunting on his turf, nearly dropping the cigarette dangling from his mouth. Having operated in this field for over a decade, he had seen a myriad of treasure seekers, from vendors scavenging for scrap copper and iron to collectors hunting for vintage items, even construction workers seeking inexpensive building materials. Yet, he had never encountered a group of young individuals who appeared to be highly educated intellectuals, so professionally assessing industrial waste as if it were a treasure trove. Especially when they focused on something, the calm young leader approached to inquire about the price, and the questions posed were exceptionally knowledgeable, directly targeting the core of the materials, leaving him hesitant to quote recklessly. "Boss, for this batch of 5 series aerospace aluminum scraps, how about we add 30% to the scrap aluminum price? Boss, I only want the capacitors and specific chips from these old circuit boards. I'll weigh them by the kilogram. Can you give me a better price? Boss. This titanium alloy forging defect, though it has some cracks, has good composition. Can you lower the price? As the owner nodded, still bewildered, he couldn't help but feel delighted. To him, these items were merely space-consuming waste, and someone willing to pay above scrap prices to take them away felt like a windfall. Moreover, the quantity this group desired was not small. Pei Su fully leveraged his negotiation and planning skills. Not only did he negotiate prices with precision, but he also bundled items that different individuals required but might originate from the same type of waste, further reducing the price. Transactions were made one after another. The owner's smile grew broader, and his gaze towards Pei Su resembled that of a fortune god. Brother, what a deal. The owner clapped Pei Su on the shoulder. Today, you've bought so much from me. You're truly a big client. Here, I'll even round down the change for you. Come often. Xiaohua, Chen Kai. And the others observed Pei Su and the owner becoming fast friends, watching as mountains of waste were purchased at unbelievably low prices. Li Bei meticulously arranged the items in their rented small truck nearby, like stacking building blocks. Their expressions had transformed from initial shock and resistance to complete numbness and deep admiration. Pei Gu, I'm in awe. Xiaohua gazed at the expenditure recorded in his notebook, his voice trembling. This material, new, wouldn't be less than 50,000. Yet, we only spent 500? Chen Kai cradled a handful of high-performance capacitors he had salvaged, murmuring. These new ones cost several thousand. I dismantled a washing machine and 2 old computers, spending less than 200 in total. Wang Qingyu hugged a box of impeccably clean optical lenses, her cheeks flushed, uncertain if it was from exhaustion or excitement. These lenses are actually high precision. They were merely outdated models that were eliminated, and we spent almost nothing. The owner threw them in as a bonus. Ultimately, upon tallying their findings, they procured enough raw materials to fill half a laboratory. The total expenditure was less than 60,000 yuan, significantly below the 10,000 yuan limit set by Elder Qin. A tremendous sense of accomplishment and a surreal joy surged through each of them. They looked at each other's grimy faces and clothes, gazing at the truck filled to the brim with refuse, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, cutting-edge technology can truly emerge from the depths of refuse. The art of cost control has been taken to an extraordinary level. At this moment, the admiration for Pei Su has reached its zenith. Pei Su gazes upon the smiles of her companions, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The pivotal issue of materials has been resolved in an unexpected manner. All right, enough laughter. Pei Su claps her hands. The materials are merely the first step. The real challenge lies ahead. Cleaning, testing, sorting, processing, transforming, assembling, and testing. We have much to accomplish. Let us retrieve these treasures. Just as they prepared to depart, None noticed the slow approach of several black sedans at the edge of the desolate land behind the recycling station. The car doors open, and several distinguished middle-aged individuals, adorned in meticulous attire, along with an elderly gentleman, step out. They seem to be casually inspecting the area when they happen upon this peculiar scene at the recycling station. What are those young ones up to? One middle-aged man inquires, puzzled. The elderly gentleman squints, observing Pei Su and her group as they carefully transport the refuse onto the truck, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise and intrigue crossing his eyes. Interesting. Are they truly mining for gold at the recycling station? They appear to be quite promising. Lao Zhao, could you inquire further? Yes. Chapter 191. Half a year has passed. The elder has departed, and newcomers have arrived. The exhilaration of treasure hunting at the recycling station has yet to fully dissipate. Pei Su has rented a temporary warehouse in the suburbs. The group diligently engages in cleaning, sorting, and testing the pile of treasures, working fervently. The air is filled with the sharp sounds of metal grinding, the faint crackle of welding, and the subtle, irritating scent of chemical reagents. Although the environment is rudimentary and the tools are often improvised, or even self-modified, they are nonetheless effective. Pei Su weaves through the chaos, occasionally inspecting a cleaned alloy piece under the light, nodding at the data flashing on Wang Qingyu's testing equipment, and offering suggestions for modifications to a complex mechanism disassembled by Li Beigang. The atmosphere is disorderly, yet brimming with vibrant creativity. However, this focus on creation is soon disrupted. That day, Li Yunchang is in the principal's office reviewing a list. This is a report concerning the final admissions of the second cohort of the Longkai class. The secretary's internal phone rings, her tone unusually tense. Principal, a Mr. Zhao, who claims to be from the Naval Department, is here to see you without an appointment. Here are his credentials. Through the glass door, the secretary spots a tall, upright middle-aged man whose civilian attire cannot disguise his military bearing, accompanied by an elder with a demeanor as steady and sharp-eyed as a hawk. Li Yunchang pauses for a moment. The Naval Department? Zhao? He promptly straightens his collar and says, please, come in. As the office door opens, the capable middle-aged man steps in first, his gait assured, presenting his credentials. Li Yunchang takes them and feels a jolt of shock. The executive vice president of the Naval Design Institute, Zhao Qiming. The Naval Design Institute is a research arm under one of the top 10 military industrial giants, China's Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. and this Zhao Qiming holds the rank of Major General. He then glances at the silent elder behind him, who, despite his casual jacket, exudes a formidable presence. Li Yunchang instantly realizes that this man likely possesses a status higher than that of General Zhao. If his memory serves him correctly, he recalls seeing this elder in a news piece years ago. He should be the commander of the naval headquarters from the Qilu region. General Zhao, it is a pleasure to welcome you. I apologize for not receiving you properly. Please, have a seat. Li Yunchang hastily invites both men to the sofa and personally prepares tea. Major General Zhao is quite direct, waving his hand in thanks for the tea. Principal Li, there is no need for formality. We are here today on a casual visit to discuss a matter with you. His tone is calm. Please, go ahead. I shall speak candidly, Li Yunchang replies with a smile. General Zhao exchanges a glance with the elder, receiving a slight nod before he begins. A few days ago, we stumbled upon a group of very young individuals, likely around 18 to 20 years old, rummaging through things at the large recycling market in the northern suburbs. Their behavior and demeanor do not resemble typical scavengers or laborers. Rather, they appear to be technically inclined students with discerning eyes. Most notably, the items they were salvaging are quite unusual, not mere scrap metal or copper, but specifically targeting aviation aluminum, specialty alloy steel, used precision components, high-performance capacitors, and even some discarded military-grade parts with confidentiality concerns. We inquired and learned that they are students from Lonka University. Upon hearing the mention of the recycling station, scavenging, and Lonka University students, Li Yunchang is instantly perplexed. Well, this, he stammers, the scope too broad for him to connect the dots immediately. All right. General Zhao interjects, I found a student ID that one of them dropped. Please take a look. He presents the ID. Li Bei. A sudden rush of blood nearly overwhelms Li Yunchang. The embarrassment has reached the Naval Department. Pei Su and her group have been caught rummaging through garbage, and by such high-ranking officials overseeing the development of national instruments. This is utterly humiliating. He helplessly replies, General Zhao, you might have misinterpreted the situation or there may be a misunderstanding. Our students from Lonka University would never resort to such a place. At this moment, the elder behind General Zhao clears his throat softly and speaks, Comrade Yunchang, we observed very clearly. The young leader among them is tall, with spirited features, exhibiting remarkable calmness and precision in his actions. The others are focused on dismantling high-end electronics, examining optical glass with magnifying glasses for refractive indices. And a strong lad is responsible for transportation. Their roles are well-defined, and their objectives are clear. They are quite an interesting group. The elder's detailed observations suggest a prolonged scrutiny. Hearing the elder's words, Li Yunchang breaks into a sweat. Although this gentleman has not explicitly revealed his identity, his aura, observational acuity, and tone strongly imply that he has guessed his status. Realizing he cannot conceal the truth any longer, Li Yunchang musters the courage to acknowledge it awkwardly. You honor us, sir. Indeed, they are students from our institution, those from the Lonkai class. For their graduation project, they require some exceptionally unique and costly materials. But their budget is quite restrictive, so they devised a plan to seek out usable alternatives. Li Yunchang surmises that the reason these youngsters ventured to the dump was likely due to budget constraints. Budget constraints? Seeking materials at a recycling station? For a graduation project? Major General Zhao's expression is one of disbelief, finding the rationale utterly absurd. Lonka University is a key institution of national investment. When did it become so impoverished that students had to scavenge through refuse? Who would believe such a tale? Li Yunchang is at a loss for words. Unsure if he should mention the peculiar regulations set by Elder Qin. He can only vaguely respond. It is somewhat unusual. The children are likely eager to challenge their limits and embody the spirit of thrift. Even he feels the weakness of this excuse. However, the elder seems contemplative, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, his gaze drifting toward the window, as if pondering something profound. The scrapyard, where one could salvage military-grade remnants, even components discarded due to minor flaws or specification mismatches, reflects an extraordinary ability to envision such an undertaking and accurately assess the residual value of these materials. This endeavor necessitates a formidable theoretical foundation, extensive practical experience, and acute judgment. He paused, turning to Li Yunchang, and remarked earnestly, it seems that both Elder Qin and Principal Li possess a unique approach to talent cultivation, emphasizing practical experience with genuine dedication. His words were ambiguous, leaving Li Yunchang feeling increasingly anxious, resulting in a forced smile. After a brief conversation, the two esteemed figures took their leave. Before departing, General Zhao Qiming could not resist patting Li Yunchang on the shoulder, his tone imbued with sincerity and regret. Principal Li, these are truly exceptional talents, intelligent, hardworking, and adept. If you ever lack foundational experimental materials, do not hesitate to reach out to our institute or relevant supporting units. There is no need to send the students to such complex and unsafe environments. The elderly gentleman spoke slowly. Perhaps, Principal Li, you might consider allowing them to come here after graduation. Our Navy is quite well funded. He smiled and departed alongside General Zhao. After seeing off the two dignitaries, Li Yunchang closed the door and sank into his chair, exhaling deeply as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. In the next moment, he seized the phone and shouted furiously, "Bring me Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, immediately, to my office." 2 hours later, 6 young individuals appeared nervously in the principal's office, lined up in a row. "Speak. What is the matter?" Li Yunchang exclaimed, slapping the table, his heart heavy. "You went to a scrapyard to scavenge? And ran into General Zhao Qiming of the Navy Command, no less. What about the reputation of Longkou University and the Dragon Talent class? Do you even realize who those two are?" The group exchanged glances, and finally, Pei Su stepped forward, offering a wry smile. "Principal, we truly had no choice. Elder Qin personally stipulated that the total material cost for each graduation project cannot exceed 100,000. Many of the essential materials we needed are exorbitantly priced on the market, such as high-purity beryllium bronze, special titanium alloys, high-performance rare earth permanent magnets, and military-grade optical crystals. Just a small piece could exceed our budget. Only by going to such large scrap recycling stations or specialized industrial waste disposal sites could we find compliant alternatives or defective items at a fraction of the cost. We calculated that all materials combined totaled less than 60,000, well within the budget." 60,000? So inexpensive? Li Yunchang was momentarily taken aback. After hearing Pei Su's clear explanation, he was left speechless. Indeed, Elder Qin's regulation was exceedingly harsh, akin to a hellish challenge. Considering this, the young one's resourcefulness in scavenging from the scrapyard and their success was nothing short of a brilliant, yet desperate solution. Such extreme cost control and resourcefulness, in a sense, surpasses merely throwing money at research. He looked at the young individuals before him. Though they were dusty and disheveled, their eyes shone with clarity and confidence, embodying a resolute spirit forged from overcoming significant challenges, devoid of any shame or retreat. His anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, helplessness, heartache, and an indescribable pride. These young rascals, while employing unconventional methods, were indeed capable of achieving results. Sighing deeply, Li Yunchang waved his hand. "All right, I understand. Although this incident is somewhat embarrassing, it is also excusable given the circumstances. In the future, if you go back, let's be mindful of the impact. Maintain a low profile. Don't flaunt it in broad daylight. At least disguise yourselves. Wear a mask or a hat." He found his own words rather absurd. "Yes, Principal. We will definitely be discreet next time." The group, feeling as if they had received a pardon, stifled their laughter and hurried out of the office. From then on, Li Yunchang tacitly approved of their scavenging activities. Occasionally, he would privately inquire about the treasures they had unearthed and the extreme lengths to which they had gone for cost control. Time flew by amidst the bustling research and development. In the blink of an eye, spring had brushed past, summer had waned, and it was now September. With autumn in full bloom, the graduation defense date loomed ever closer, and each member of the Dragon Talent class entered the final sprint phase. The temporary warehouse was ablaze with light day and night, filled with strange experimental phenomena and the sounds of triumphant cheers. A great deal had transpired over the past 6 months. Firstly, there was the farewell of 2 old acquaintances, Commander Zhao Linghua of the Kyoto Military District and Commander Qi Tianyun of the Shanghai Military District, who both chose to retire almost simultaneously. Before their departure, the 2 veteran generals arranged to visit Longkou University together, specifically to bid farewell to Pei Su and the members of the Dragon Talent class. There were no grand ceremonies or entourages. They met in a secluded tea-house room at the back of Longkou University. Both generals had exchanged their crisp military uniforms for comfortable civilian attire. Amidst the fragrant tea, Commander Zhao Linghua personally poured tea for the young individuals, his voice still resonant. "Little Pei, and you little monkeys." He smiled, nodding at Xiaohua and Chen Ke, the more vivacious members. "We old brothers have reached our station. It's time for us to return to farming. From now on, this realm is yours." Commander Qi Tianyun lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it before adding, "Indeed, seeing you evolve from a bunch of wild youngsters to your current state brings us old fellows genuine joy." His gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Pei Su. "Should you encounter any difficult or troublesome matters in the future, although we will no longer hold our positions and our words may not carry the same weight, we still have some old connections in face. We can certainly help relay messages." Pei Su felt a surge of emotions. These 2 commanders had transitioned from initial skepticism to unwavering support, providing crucial assistance along their journey. He raised his teacup and earnestly said, "Commander Zhao, Commander Qi, thank you both for your nurturing and care over the years. Without your support, many of our ideas might have remained merely on paper. I wish you both a joyful retirement, good health, and all the best. Please visit us often at Longkou University." Xiaohua quickly raised his cup, his voice booming. "Wishing both of you old commanders endless happiness in your retirement. If you ever want to shoot or fire artillery and lack a venue, come find us. We will create enjoyable experiences for you." His words elicited laughter from everyone. Chen Ke chimed in cheerfully, "You 2 commanders are now free. You can form a travel group around the world. If you encounter any fascinating military museums, remember to send us some pictures. Wang Qingyu quietly offered her blessings. While Li Bei and Zhang Ming also presented tea to express their respect. The two old generals looked at the vibrant and diverse young individuals before them, their eyes filled with warmth and reluctance. Commander Zhao Ling was sighed. We have aged, it is now your era. Work diligently and achieve something astounding. Let those foreigners witness the prowess of our new generation. Commander Qi nodded. Remember, no matter how far you go, your pursuit of technology ultimately serves to strengthen the nation and ensure the safety of its people. The simple tea gathering, devoid of excessive sentimentality, was rich with the spirit of camaraderie and the weight of legacy. Pei Su and his companions escorted the two commanders out of the tea house, watching as their vehicle vanished around the corner. In their hearts, they understood that an era was quietly turning and their own time was approaching. The new cohort of the Lonkai class officially commenced their studies in the golden autumn of September. After rigorous selection and home visits conducted by Pei Su and his peers, a fresh assembly of prodigious talents converged upon Lonkai University, infusing this esteemed institution with vibrant new energy. Among them, the most striking were naturally Bai Momo and Lin Momo. Under professional psychological intervention and medication, Bai Momo's situation had stabilized significantly. The aggressive and controlling persona of her doctoral self seemed to have genuinely fulfilled its promise. Retreating into the background, resembling a calm guardian and manager, only surfacing during moments of profound confusion or when specific knowledge was required. Her own character was that of a somewhat timid girl, filled with curiosity and kindness towards her surroundings, though her gaze occasionally flickered with a fleeting wisdom or bewilderment beyond her years. Lin Momo had entirely liberated herself from the suffocating environment that regarded her merely as a tool for ascension. She radiated like a sunlit new leaf, blossoming into someone cheerful and full of laughter, her eyes gleaming with boundless aspirations for the future and the sensitive spirit of an artist. She carried a large easel almost everywhere she went. As the leader of the inaugural Lonkai class and one of its spiritual guides, Pei Su naturally took on the responsibility of familiarizing the newcomers with their surroundings. He led by Momo, Lin Momo, and a dozen other freshmen on a tour of the campus, explaining the traditions and special regulations of the Lonkai class, though, in reality, there had hardly been a few years of history. Ultimately, he decided to take them to see the true battleground of their Lonkai class team, the temporary warehouse in the suburbs. Senior, aren't we going to the laboratory? A freshman inquired curiously, envisioning the Lonkai class as one situated in a national-level laboratory equipped with cutting-edge facilities. Well, we have a more liberated workspace over there. Pei Su considered his words carefully. When Pei Su pushed open the heavy door of the old warehouse, the new students were utterly astounded by the sight within. Various oddly shaped metal parts, cleaned yet still revealing their original rough state, circuit boards, optical components, and chemical containers were scattered everywhere. They were categorized yet somewhat chaotic. The walls were adorned with hasty yet clearly structured design sketches, mathematical derivations, and circuit diagrams. The workbenches were cluttered with oscilloscopes, soldering irons, handheld spectrometers, homemade small wire cutting machines, and 3D printers, many of which were evidently self-modified or pieced together. The air was thick with the scents of metal, machine oil, rosin, welding fumes, and a faint hint of chemical reagents. Xiaohu was scratching his head over a semi-finished combustion device. Chen Kai was adjusting a circuit board covered in stray wires. Wang Qingyu was carefully wiping a set of lenses. Li Bei was diligently processing a large metal component. Zhang Ming was rapidly typing code in front of 3 adjacent screens. This hardly resembled a laboratory for the elite class of a top-tier university. It felt more like an intensely hardcore, steampunk-inspired underground workshop. Senior, Lin Momo exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she pointed to a peculiar contraption made from a discarded car gearbox, hydraulic rods, and a jumble of obscure linkages in the corner. What is this? Some sort of postmodern sculpture? Bai Momo also widened her eyes in curiosity, as her inner doctoral persona seemed stirred by the rugged beauty of this engineering environment, becoming agitated. She instinctively pushed up her non-existent glasses, murmuring rapidly. Is this a nonlinear transmission simulated using discarded gear sets and lever principles? The energy loss seems substantial. This buffer structure is cleverly designed, but material fatigue might pose a challenge. Another freshman stood dazed, staring at a large box filled with various discarded integrated circuits and chips, muttering, where did all this come from? Just then, Chen Kai walked by, carrying a hefty metal shaft, evidently salvaged from some large industrial machine. Hearing the question, he grinned widely, revealing his white teeth, and wiped his brow with his oil-stained hand. From the junkyard. Cheap and effective. Want to give it a try, buddy? It's incredibly stress-relieving. He enthusiastically invited. The freshmen were left speechless. Chapter 192. Birthday banquet. Upon learning that everything in the warehouse had been salvaged from a junkyard, the expressions of nearly all the newcomers froze. Bai Momo and Lin Momo exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw immense shock. Yet, conversely, some were filled with excitement. So it was possible to engage in cutting-edge research this way. This unconventional approach delivered a primal jolt to those accustomed to standard laboratories. Later, Chen Kai took the newcomers on a tour of various school facilities and introduced them to Li Yunchang. In the office, Li Yunchang sipped his tea, gazing at Chen Kai and the throng of newcomers behind him, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Reflecting on the past 4 years, memories flooded back as he looked at Bai Momo, Lin Momo, and the other freshmen, sparking anticipation for the future. He couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Li Yunchang casually retrieved a box of tea cakes from the cabinet and handed it over. Old Qin is celebrating his birthday tomorrow. Right here at the school. Remember to come. Chen Kai, taken aback, pondered, how old is Old Qin turning? If memory served him correctly, Old Qin had already reached the venerable age of 94. He wondered if this birthday would mark his 98th or 99th. 99, Li Yunchang replied. All right, I understand. I will attend. Chen Kai nodded. Can I go? Came the simultaneous voices of Bai Momo and Lin Momo. Of course, Li Yunchang smiled, addressing the group of newcomers. Old Qin will be your future teacher. You are welcome to attend his birthday banquet to familiarize yourselves in advance. Of course, if you have other commitments, you may prioritize those. If you have time, feel free to drop by. The newcomers nodded. Old Qin had always preferred simplicity over extravagance. Yet reaching 99 years of age held profound significance in traditional culture. The entire Lonka University community regarded it with great importance. In a small yet warmly and elegantly decorated hall, a grand birthday banquet filled with camaraderie was held in his honor. The school's key leaders and renowned professors were in attendance, along with members of the inaugural Lonkai class, including Pei Su. Li Yunchang was also present. The hall was adorned with about 10 round tables, each laden with longevity peaches, fruits, and tea, creating an atmosphere that was lively yet not overly boisterous. Before the banquet commenced, everyone approached to offer their best wishes. Li Yunchang presented a renowned calligraphic piece on behalf of the school. Several senior academicians reminisced with Old Qin about the good old days, while Pei Su, representing the Lonkai class, gifted him a small but exquisitely crafted perpetual motion model made from recycled materials, designed to operate for extended periods with minimal energy consumption. However, due to its hasty construction and lack of high-precision craftsmanship, it exhibited considerable wear. Nonetheless, the gift held deep significance. Old Qin beamed with joy, his spirit vibrant as he repeatedly expressed, "Good, good. Seeing all of you here brings me immense happiness." Once Pei Su and the others had offered their greetings, he seized an opportunity to sit beside Old Qin with a warm cup of tea. Old Qin, Pei Su respectfully presented the tea. Old Qin accepted it with a smile. Taking a sip while gazing kindly at his most cherished student, Pei Su hesitated for a moment, casting a glance behind him. The crowd cast hopeful glances in his direction. Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. After pondering for a moment, he could not resist seizing the opportunity, leaning slightly forward to inquire softly. Old Qin, don't you think the requirements for this graduation defense are a bit too stringent? The insistence on absolute independence and the strict budget cap have nearly driven everyone to the brink. We exhausted every possible idea, even resorting to organizing a trip to the junkyard, where we almost ran into the leaders from the neighboring unit. He complained, half jokingly, half seriously. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's smile gradually faded. He set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over the youthful yet weary faces in attendance, particularly those of Xiaohua and Qin Quebec. With a deep sigh, his eyes took on a distant look. Xiaopei, I understand your sentiments. Do you think I am intentionally making things difficult for you, creating unnecessary obstacles? He gently shook his head. I do not wish to burden you. At my age, 99 years, I have little time left. I am eager to witness, before I close my eyes, the emergence of a truly exceptional group capable of shouldering great responsibilities, not relying on abundant resources, hand-holding from mentors, or favorable conditions, but possessing the ability to create something from nothing, overcoming immense challenges, and innovating under extreme constraints. He turned his gaze towards Pei Su, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation. You have repeatedly demonstrated this capability. You have proven that your talents far exceed my expectations and even the imagination of many others. You are not merely an outstanding individual. You can be regarded as a national treasure. I have complete confidence in you. Pei Su felt a bit shy from the praise. Touching his nose, Old Qin shifted his focus to Xiaohua, who was animatedly explaining something to the second-year students, and Chen Kai, who was trying to showcase his collection of electronic junk to Lin Momo. But what about them? Old Qin's voice grew somber. They are equally gifted. Exceptional talents among many. However, they still require the final and most crucial step of tempering. The Dragon Talent class must not be remembered solely for Pei Su. I hope that each of you, when you venture out, can stand on your own, becoming pillars in your respective fields, rather than mere subordinates or assistants. Therefore, I must employ the most rigorous, even harsh methods to extract all their potential, creativity, and resilience. I wish to see their ability to solve problems independently. Pei Su remained silent for a moment, fully comprehending old Qin's earnest intentions and profound considerations, which stemmed from a century-old man's deep anxiety and hope for the future talents of the nation. Yet he could not help but voice his thoughts. Old Qin, I understand your intentions and appreciate your concerns. However, have you considered that, in this society, it is often not solely about extreme individual capability, but also about human relationships, resource integration, and teamwork? We are a collective. We help each other, complementing one another's strengths and weaknesses to progress together. Is this not correct? Why must we resort to such an almost cruel method, pushing everyone to the brink and emphasizing absolute independence? Would it not be better to achieve the best outcome together? Realizing that 1 plus 1 can yield greater than 2? Future major projects surely require close collaboration. After listening to Pei Su's words, Old Qin paused, his graying brows twitching slightly as he fell into deep contemplation. The noise from the other tables in the private room seemed to fade away. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice imbued with complex emotions. Xiao Pei, what you say is indeed valid. Human relationships and teamwork are our reality and represent a significant force, perhaps even a more powerful one. Perhaps I have been too eager, too idealistic, too fixated on testing individual limits. A hint of self-deprecating humor crossed his face. Your ability to perceive these deeper elements beyond mere technical skills is commendable. It signifies that you not only possess capability, but also vision and the capacity to lead and unite a team. This exceeds my expectations. I have been a bit too hasty. That is my fault. Old Qin sighed. Pei Su understood well that Old Qin was not a perfect man, and his limited time made him anxious. Although he appeared gentle, he was inherently impatient. The argument between Old Qin and Li Jingyuan regarding the secondary nuclear deterrence plan had indeed lasted for years, nearly drawing him into their dispute. Yet, Old Qin acknowledged his shortcomings, which surprised Pei Su. After a brief pause, Old Qin shook his head helplessly and gestured around. However, I have already sent out the list of the defense committee members and established the regulations for this graduation defense. It would not be feasible to cancel or significantly alter the rules at this stage. Changing directives overnight is not my style. Upon hearing this, Pei Su's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly pressed on. Old Qin, who exactly will be on this defense committee? Please give me a heads up so that I can prepare my peers psychologically and prevent them from being caught off guard. He began to contemplate which esteemed individuals might be more accommodating and which were known for their stern demeanor. Old Qin, observing his eagerness, chuckled softly, counting on his fingers as he recited the names like a general calling forth his troops. First, Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology, a renowned figure. He is famously strict in his academic requirements, intolerant of any errors. He can spot even the slightest data discrepancies. Pei Su nodded, recognizing Wang Hongzhe's esteemed reputation and meticulous nature, knowing that no one could deceive him. Then there's Li Mutong, the president of the Qianshuesan laboratory, who has spoken highly of you and holds a great appreciation for your work. However, during evaluations, he is known for his objectivity and fairness. His admiration will not translate into leniency, and he may impose even stricter demands due to his high expectations. Pei Su thought to himself that while President Li was a good person, he tended to worry excessively. Your own uncle, academician Li Yong. He has made it clear that he will avoid any appearance of favoritism and will impose even stricter standards on you to avoid any gossip. Hearing this, Pei Su could only smile wryly. His own uncle was likely to be the most uncompromising of them all. Additionally, there are Wang Jiang and Tang Puhua, both senior academicians from the Dragon Science Institute, with whom you are quite familiar, having collaborated on projects before. These two academicians are indeed well known to Pei Su, recognized for their fairness and humility, but their discerning eyes would make it nearly impossible to slip by unnoticed in front of them. Oh, by the way, Old Qin seemed to recall something and added, Li Jingyuan will also attend as a representative of the university and an invited expert. He has shown a keen interest in your group. Pei Su gasped internally. Li Jingyuan is coming too. He felt a surge of confusion. Who was Li Jingyuan? A leader from the National Institute. His presence would undoubtedly amplify the pressure. Moreover, considering Old Qin's not-so-amicable relationship with Li Jingyuan, why invite him now? Sensing Pei Su's thoughts, Old Qin spoke with a hint of amusement. Yes, my relationship with Li Jingyuan is strained. We have been at odds over the secondary nuclear deterrence issue for years. Yet, it cannot be denied that, nominally, the Dragon Talent class reports directly to Lonka University, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Academy, and the Dragon Academy, in turn, reports to the National Institute. In other words, Li Jingyuan is the overarching authority of the Dragon Talent class. Despite our differences, he will ultimately want to take a look. Hearing Old Qin's words, Pei Su sighed. This lineup was nothing short of an assembly of academic luminaries. It spanned core fields such as aerospace, materials science, high-energy physics, information technology, and military systems. All were distinguished figures or individuals wielding significant power. With an uncle as accomplished as he, an all-encompassing academician, even Li Jingyuan is set to attend. The pressure is undeniably immense. Had Xiaohua and the others known in advance, they might have been too anxious to sleep. He couldn't help but rub his forehead and sigh, feeling the weight on his shoulders grow heavier still. The burden is substantial, with so many distinguished figures present. Fortunately, I too hold the title of an academician. This status allows for a semblance of equal dialogue. Otherwise, in the face of such a gathering, I truly wouldn't know how to navigate through it. His voice was deliberately subdued, yet in the relative quiet of the banquet's corner, it still reached the ears of several tables nearby, particularly those of the eager second-year freshmen who were straining to listen to the conversation between their senior and the esteemed experts. By Momo, who was nibbling on a piece of longevity peach pastry, suddenly choked, coughing violently, her small face turning crimson, her wide eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Momo, quietly sketching the scene in her notebook, dropped her pencil with a loud clatter, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. The other freshmen were similarly frozen, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, staring dumbfounded at their senior, who appeared merely composed and handsome at the tender age of 22. A palpable shock hung in the air. An academician? At 22? What an international jest. The youngest academician in the history of Lonka Academy surpassed 40 years of age. This had entirely exceeded their comprehension. Gradually, they began to understand why their equally talented upperclassmen held such profound respect and even admiration for this senior Pei. Upon hearing the exclamations from the nearby table, Pei Su realized that he had inadvertently let something slip. He flashed a slightly apologetic smile at Elder Qin, who chuckled heartily, nonchalantly lifting his teacup for another sip. Seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes directed his way, the banquet continued, and the atmosphere gradually returned to its lively state. The atmosphere in the hall had solidified for several seconds. The second-year freshmen of the long talent class, including Bai Momo and Lin Momo, appeared as if they had been enchanted, their gazes collectively fixated on Pei Su. It was a look filled with shock and bewilderment, even carrying a hint of absurdity. A senior? An academician? What a ridiculous notion. Aren't seniors supposed to be students? Although he is indeed a senior, shouldn't Pei Su also be a soon-to-be fourth-year student facing graduation? It felt akin to someone suddenly announcing that your cousin, 2 years your senior and serving in the military, had just been promoted to Major General. It was simply unbelievable. At that moment, a jovial voice shattered the silence. Hee. Look, children, this is your senior, this is your predecessor. Everyone turned to see an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire approaching with a broad smile. Upon recognizing the visitor, Pei Su politely nodded in greeting. The newcomer was none other than academician Wang Jiang, a senior academician at Lonka Academy and a close friend of Pei Su's uncle, Li Yong. He had evidently also been invited to the birthday banquet and had witnessed the entire scene. Wang Jiang approached the freshmen, wearing a teasing smile as he surveyed their youthful yet astonished faces. He spoke slowly. As the saying goes, the blue emerges from the indigo and surpasses it. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Your senior Pei has emerged as an extraordinary talent right under our watchful eyes. His smile deepened. Thus you, the next generation, must strive to surpass him. The pressure has now been passed to you. His words were half encouragement and half jest, as if he were playfully scaring the children. Yet, it was undeniable that this tactic was effective. For these freshmen, who had just embarked on their journey in the long talent class, filled with aspirations and trepidation, this proclamation was like a thunderclap. To surpass senior Pei, a 22-year-old academician? Such an achievement was on a non-human level. How could they possibly attain that? Unrealistic expectations descended upon them like a mountain. Their faces shifted from shock to pallor and anxiety, especially by Momo, whose inherently sensitive and introverted nature made her particularly vulnerable to academician Wang Jiang's half-serious, half-joking aspirations. Striking at her most fragile core, her mind buzzed, her vision darkened, and her breath quickened. In the next instant, her demeanor transformed dramatically. The timid glimmer in her eyes vanished, replaced by an extraordinary calm. She instinctively straightened her back, adjusted her non-existent glasses, and spoke with a steadiness that belied her age, laced with an air of detachment. Academician Wang, according to the current trends in academic advancement, your expectations fall under a minuscule probability event, verging on the realm of impossibility. Using senior Pei's accomplishments as a benchmark for the second-year students to surpass lacks logical foundation and seems rather unreasonable. This sudden shift, her fluent and composed analysis, was a manifestation of her doctoral persona driven forth by immense pressure. Wang Jiang was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen change. Gazing at the girl who seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different, he was baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Why was this young lady reacting so peculiarly yet incisively? At the same time, Chen Ke, observing the scene, felt a twinge of protectiveness. He had been enjoying the sight of academician Wang playfully intimidating the freshman, but upon witnessing Bai Momo's drastic change, he felt compelled to intervene. He stepped forward, gently patting Bai Momo on the shoulder, and turned to Wang Jiang with a complaint. Academician Wang, you can't scare the children like this. How can you hold us to the standard of someone so extraordinary as Pei Su? Wang Jiang, however, was not pleased. What do you mean there are no ordinary people here? Don't think I'm unaware. All the exceptional talents in China seem to be gathered here. Chen Ke sighed. But you really shouldn't frighten the children like this. This girl is quite sensitive. He whispered this to Wang Jiang, explaining by Momo's situation. Understanding dawned on Wang Jiang, and he quickly smiled. Just kidding, just kidding. Everyone, don't take it to heart. Chen Ke reassured by Momo, his tone gentle. It's alright, Junior. Academician Wang was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Just relax and take a deep breath. Perhaps Chen Ke's calming demeanor had an effect, or perhaps by Momo's doctoral persona determined that there was no actual threat. But the sharpness in her eyes gradually faded, her body slightly relaxing, and her gaze returned to a state of uncertainty and timidity. As if the composed analyst had never been her at all. Seeing that Bai Momo had calmed down, Chen Ke turned to address all the second-year freshmen. Sporting his signature nonchalant smile, clearing his throat, he began, Ahem, dear juniors, just take half of Academician Wang's words to heart and discard the other half. As for Pei Su, he pointed at the helplessly smiling Pei Su. This fellow is a glitch, an anomaly, an outlier. There's no need for us normal folks to compare ourselves to him. Truly, it's unnecessary to set ourselves up for disappointment. Upon hearing this, the freshmen collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before they could fully relax, Chen Ke's tone shifted, his smile becoming increasingly affable. However, he elongated his words, mimicking Wang Jiang's earlier cadence. As your senior, I harbor modest expectations for you all. He surveyed the crowd, noting the anxious expressions of the freshmen, and leisurely remarked. There is no need for you to emulate that peculiar individual, Pei Su. However, you must surpass the capabilities of our first cohort of the Dragon Talent class. He gestured towards himself and then to Xiaohua, Wang Qingyu, and others beside him. Observe us. Although we may not match Pei Su's extraordinary talents, we are all bona fide scholars of the Dragon Science Institute, and we stand but a mere step away, truly, just a step, from becoming reserve academicians. He feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders and flashing a radiant smile. So, dear juniors, strive hard. I hope your cohort can produce a few academicians to bring honor to us, your predecessors. The pressure is manageable, truly. The freshmen felt their hearts rise to their throats, a wave of despair washing over them, even more profound than before. Surpass Pei Su? Yet. We must outshine these seasoned seniors. The first cohort appeared to be quite formidable themselves. And could one casually speak of being merely a step away from becoming a reserve academician? Is this the standard for the ordinary members of the Dragon Talent class? All the second cohort freshmen, including the recently revived by Momo, collectively froze, perceiving a bleak future. Even Lin Momo instinctively clutched her drawing board, as though it could offer her a semblance of security. Academician Wang Jiang observed Chen Ke's antics with astonishment, quickly succumbing to laughter. Old Qin looked on with a hint of amusement. Truth be told, he too found it somewhat strange. When he first recruited the members of the inaugural Dragon Talent class, the designated leader was neither Chen Ke, nor Pei Su, nor Xiaohua, but rather Zhang Ming. As an extraordinary individual endowed with remarkable abilities, Zhang Ming possessed an exceptional memory and comprehension skills, able to learn in a day what others might take a month to grasp. Yet, amidst all the extraordinary talents, Pei Su somehow ascended to the role of leader, becoming the cornerstone for everyone. Even among the likes of Wang Qingyu and Zhang Ming, there was a sentiment that Pei Su was an extraordinary individual surpassing them all. But the irony was that Pei Su was just an ordinary person. Old Qin shook his head, reflecting on how a gathering of extraordinary individuals had allowed a normal person to become their linchpin. If he were 20 years younger, he genuinely wished to study Pei Su thoroughly, not in a dissection sense, but to explore whether he could nurture more talents like him for the nation. In Old Qin's eyes, one Pei Su was worth 7 or 8 academicians. This was merely based on his current accomplishments. Pei Su was still young, and the results he had achieved were already equivalent to those of several academicians. Even if someone were to offer 10 fleets in exchange for Pei Su, Old Qin would unequivocally refuse. The potential of this child was far too significant. His consistent performance exhibited an astonishing quality. Regrettably, he felt he was too old now. Otherwise, he would delve into studying this child, hoping to cultivate more like him. At that point, who could hinder our rise? No, we have already begun to rise. Lost in these musings, Old Qin felt an inexplicable emotion arise within him. You were born while I was still living. I have grown old while you have come into your own. The birthday celebration gradually approached its conclusion amidst a subtle, yet complex atmosphere. Guests began to take their leave. Given his advanced age, Old Qin departed early, accompanied by Li Yunxiang. After bidding farewell to several key guests, Pei Su noticed academician Wang Jiang standing by the window in the corridor, seemingly waiting for him. He approached, greeting, Uncle Wang. Wang Jiang turned, his face adorned with a gentle smile, devoid of the earlier teasing demeanor. Ah, little Pei, today has truly broadened my horizons. Old Qin's 99th birthday was quite the lively affair. He paused, his tone shifting to one of concern. I heard Old Qin mention earlier that the requirements for your graduation defense seem rather stringent. What is the situation? I have heard the budget is extremely tight. Pei Su sighed and detailed the rules set by old Qin. Even Wang Jiang, seasoned by numerous trials and tribulations, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief as he listened. 100,000? And you need to produce a cutting-edge technology project that meets the standards for graduation defense? This is simply... He seemed to search for the appropriate words. This is utterly unreasonable. Many high-precision sensors, specialized materials, and even high-performance chips could easily exceed that amount. Has old Qin perhaps set the bar too high this time? As a materials physicist, he was acutely aware of the costs associated with research in many cutting-edge fields. $100,000 often amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket for truly innovative research. Pei Su chuckled helplessly. Indeed. That is why we are left with no choice but to explore every avenue, even visiting recycling stations. Academician Wang Jiang paused, a smile breaking across his face as he shook his head in amusement. You youngsters are full of clever ideas. That is indeed a solution. He gazed into Pei Su's calm and composed eyes, which seemed devoid of anxiety despite the challenges, instead brimming with a spirit of determination. After a moment of contemplation, a playful expression emerged on Wang Jiang's face. He patted Pei Su on the shoulder and glanced over at Chen Ke, who was joking with the second cohort freshman not far away. However, since this is old Qin's request, you should comply. His judgment of people has always been impeccable. If he dares to make such demands, he must believe you can meet them. He approached Chen Ke and playfully nudged him. Chen Ke, remember, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation, right? I am quite eager to see the groundbreaking results you produce with that $100,000 at the defense. Don't let us down. Chen Ke shook his head in exasperation, scratching his head. Academician Wang, please don't add to our troubles. We're already feeling like we're being flattened into pancakes. Yet, despite the jest, Wang Jiang's half-joking yet affirming words acted as a potent morale booster for the first cohort members. Even a figure of authority like Academician Wang initially deemed the task impossible. Yet, they were striving to turn that impossibility into reality. The challenge itself was exhilarating. After exchanging a few more words with Pei Su, Academician Wang Jiang bid farewell with a smile. The birthday celebration concluded, and Pei Su surveyed his friends, then glanced at the second cohort freshmen, who appeared to have undergone a spiritual awakening, their expressions a mix of complexity and reverence. Taking a deep breath, Pei Su's voice regained its usual calm. The festivities have concluded, and the pressure has been bestowed upon us. It is time to return to work. Our time is limited. He scanned the faces of Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. In this final sprint, we must secure victory in this defense. The jovial expressions on their faces swiftly transformed into unwavering determination as they nodded in agreement. The second cohort freshmen, witnessing the sudden shift in demeanor among their seniors and the burning ambition in their eyes, felt an immense pressure, tinged with admiration. The path to the pinnacle was destined to be fraught with challenges, yet equally extraordinary. What seemed nearly impossible to everyone else, someone dared to pursue, rendering that impossibility a potential reality. The flame of ambition ignited. Lin Momo picked up her phone to capture all of this, intending to later create a painting. For such materials are indeed rare to find. Chapter 194. The intent of old man Qin. Time flies. Only one day remains until the graduation defense. In a warehouse on the outskirts, the air is thick with the scent of solder and lubricants. Is everything ready? Pei Su asked, entering the warehouse with a bag in hand, clapping to break the busy atmosphere filled with various debugging sounds. Let us conduct a final check and simulate the presentation process. Remember, the judges are top experts, but there is a chasm between fields. Use the most intuitive and simplistic ways to demonstrate the brilliance of your work. Then, we shall enjoy some watermelon. Inside the plastic bag were 2 watermelons. Everyone inhaled deeply, halting their tasks, their gazes fixed on the cleared space in the center of the warehouse. This would be their stage. Who will go first? Pei Su scanned the room. I will. Xiaohua jumped forward first. He rolled out a towering apparatus assembled from various discarded metal parts, steel pipes, and an obviously modified motorcycle combustion chamber. The exterior was adorned with rugged welds and a myriad of sensor wires, resembling a steampunk-style rocket model. Behold, Xiaohua cleared his throat, his face radiating confidence. This is my low-cost, ultra-high pulse detonation thruster. In layman's terms, he pointed at the motorcycle engine combustion chamber. I modified a second-hand motorcycle engine. But it does not operate on ordinary combustion. It detonates. The frequency is exceptionally high. Watch closely. He connected the power, and a deep hum filled the air as the device began to vibrate slightly. Xiaohua swiftly manipulated the control panel and pressed a button. Boom. A thunderous, brief explosion resonated. The entire apparatus shook violently, and a visible shockwave erupted from the rear. Though fleeting, the force of that moment seemed to rattle the very ground. Chen Ke, standing in front, felt his hair blown askew. As the explosive sound abruptly ceased, the device fell silent, leaving only a faint scent of special fuel in the air. Did you see that? Did you see that? Xiaohua exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, pointing at a display screen connected to a sensor. The instantaneous thrust peak exceeded all traditional combustion methods, with an efficiency increase of 4-fold. Haha, this thing, apart from the sensors, is entirely made from parts salvaged from scrap vehicles and flea markets, costing only 79,000. If scaled proportionately, everyone was momentarily stunned by the explosive sound, then gazed at the exaggerated peak data on the screen, rendered speechless. The contrast between the device's thunderous output and its shabby appearance was astounding. Pei-Su nodded in satisfaction. He had provided the technical guidance to everyone, but without further instruction. It could be said that this detonation thruster was entirely developed by Xiaohua himself, boasting 4 times the power of traditional combustion thrusters. Madman, Chen Ke murmured, fixing his disheveled hair before pushing his own apparatus forward. Now it's my turn. Observe my low-cost electromagnetic rail projection system. His device appeared more refined than Xiaohua's. It consisted of 2 parallel, smooth metal rails fixed to a sturdy base. Behind the rails was an energy system that looked like a jumbled assembly of used high-voltage capacitors and supercapacitors, along with a complex control circuit. The principle is simple. It uses electromagnetic force to accelerate and launch objects. Chen Ke picked up a small, tungsten steel cylindrical projectile. Don't be fooled by its size. Watch closely. He carefully placed the projectile at the starting end of the rails, stepped back a few paces, quickly set the parameters on his computer, and pressed the start button. Whir. A sharp, continuous sound of capacitor charging filled the air, sending chills down the spine. Then, bang, a dull thud echoed. The projectile was nearly invisible, but a thick, worn-out steel plate at the end of the rails instantly bore a molten hole at its center, edges glowing red. The projectile had already vanished, presumably embedded deep into the back wall of the warehouse. The speed gauge indicated an initial velocity exceeding 2,100 meters per second. Chen Ke snapped his fingers in delight. Though the range and precision need significant improvement, this proves that a low-cost capacitor array and second-hand rails can achieve ultra-high-speed projection. The total cost is 35,000. Everyone stared at the easily perforated steel plate, swallowing hard. This device, if scaled up, could undoubtedly become a terrifying weapon. Pei-Su couldn't help but exclaim, a 35,000 electromagnetic cannon. Chen Ke, if you venture into media creation, you'll be the next Handcroft Gong. Hee. I'll consider it when I can no longer make a living, Chen Ke replied shyly. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qingyu stepped forward with her equipment. Hers appeared the most conventional, resembling an intricately designed optical platform. However, upon closer inspection, the base was repurposed from an old machine tool, with many mirror frames and adjustment knobs clearly handcrafted or 3D printed. The core consisted of a DLP chip set she meticulously salvaged from a discarded large projector, along with a set of carefully cleaned lenses. My project is a high-precision dynamic structured light 3D scanner. Wang Qingyu's voice remained gentle, yet brimming with confidence. In simpler terms, it can quickly scan objects using light, generating extremely precise 3D models on a computer. She placed an irregularly shaped antique gear at the center of the platform and activated the device. A beam of light swept across the gear's surface. On the adjacent computer screen, a complex 3D model rapidly materialized at a visible pace, clearly presenting every tooth and wear mark of the gear with micron-level precision. Its core algorithm could automatically compensate for distortions caused by the use of non-standard optical components. The scanning accuracy and speed approached those of the world's top commercial equipment. But the cost, she smiled slightly, is less than 1% of theirs. The total cost is only 48,000. It holds significant value for cultural relic restoration and precision inspection. The exquisite craftsmanship, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary, left everyone in awe. Pei-Su remarked, Qingyu, you are impressive. This gentle, low-frequency light will not harm cultural relics. One could say that with this device, future scanning and model creation for cultural relics will become much more convenient. Likewise, this meets the requirements for the graduation defense. It represents cutting-edge technology in a certain field. At that moment, Li Bei silently pushed his own creation forward. It was a towering, seemingly heavy robotic arm structure. Unlike common industrial robots, it featured more joints, a more compact design, and exuded a sense of strength. Key components were evidently repurposed from used car steering knuckles and transmission gears. The drive system consisted of various models of second-hand servo motors. Li Bei produced a thick steel plate clamp and secured it to the end of the robotic arm. Then, he operated the controller. The robotic arm moved with a speed and force far surpassing that of ordinary industrial robots, deftly grasping a heavy, discarded engine block from the ground, performing rapid handling and flipping motions, even simulating an incredibly swift hammering action. The movements were smooth and stable, filled with astonishing power and precision. High precision, low cost, collaborative robotic arms. Zhang Ming stood by to explain. Li Bei optimized the structural design and power distribution algorithm, ensuring sufficient rigidity and load capacity while achieving speed and explosive power that far surpasses comparable products. The cost is 99,000. It is particularly suitable for heavy material handling or special occasions requiring explosive tasks. Watching the whirling robotic arm, no one doubted its capability to effortlessly crush a car. Finally, there was Zhang Ming. His creation was the simplest, 3 parallel, seemingly outdated secondhand servers, and a self-soldered antenna array. My project is a verification platform for an anti-interference encryption communication protocol based on classic communication hardware and quantum-inspired techniques. He adjusted his glasses and added, in simpler terms, I simulated a new communication method using these discarded servers and homemade antennas, which is theoretically extremely difficult to eavesdrop on or interfere with. He instructed Pei Su to take a handheld terminal to a distant corner of the warehouse, even circling behind several walls. Then, he sent a message from the main control terminal. The screen displayed a complex signal modulation graph and spectral analysis. Look, even in a complicated environment, the signal link remains stable. Furthermore, Zhang Ming switched the screen to showcase a segment of garbled signals. I utilize a new algorithm for real-time encryption, which traditional methods can hardly crack. This system could theoretically provide low-cost, high-security communication support for certain small-scale special units, with a total cost of merely 19,000. Although it appeared the least remarkable, the wisdom embedded in the software and algorithms made Pei Su nod slightly in approval. At last, all eyes turned to Pei Su. His equipment was covered by a cloth, and he seemed disinclined to demonstrate at that moment. I will discuss it tomorrow, Pei Su said with a faint smile. Now, let us review all the questions one last time. Tomorrow, we must let all the judges understand that extreme cost does not yield compromises, but rather the utmost innovation. In the brightly lit warehouse, 6 young individuals surrounded a pile of miracles birthed from refuse, engaging in their final refinements. They were weary, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. While Pei Su and the others made their final push, deep within Lonka University, in a quiet study of a small building, the lights remained aglow. Elder Qin sat in a wide wicker chair, a light blanket draped over him. Li Jungyuan sat opposite him, his brow furrowed, the tea before him already cold. The moonlight outside illuminated the room, further intensifying the atmosphere of gravity. What are you thinking? Elder Qin spoke slowly, his voice bearing the characteristic rasp of age. Li Jungyuan sighed, fixing his gaze on Elder Qin. Elder Qin, I have pondered this matter thoroughly, and I still feel that the rules you have set this time are perhaps too stringent. A budget of 100,000, completed independently, while achieving international advanced standards. Even as an outsider, I find it somewhat unbelievable. Is this truly a task that this group of young people can accomplish? I worry that tomorrow's presentation will be quite disheartening and could undermine these children's confidence. His concern was heartfelt. He valued every talent, especially these exceptional students from the Dragon Talent class. Elder Qin remained silent for a moment, his dim eyes appearing profound beneath the light. He gently shook his head and uttered words that left Li Jungyuan astonished. In fact, when I formulated these rules, I never intended for everyone to pass the graduation defense. Li Jungyuan was taken aback, nearly believing he had misheard. What did you say? You did not intend for everyone to pass. Then why set this rule? He struggled to comprehend Elder Qin's intent. Wasn't he the graduation defense meant to assess learning outcomes and ensure students graduated smoothly? Observing Li Jungyuan's puzzled expression, Elder Qin revealed a complex smile. I am of advanced age, 99, with the earth almost to my neck, and not many days remain for me. I understand clearly that the Dragon Talent class project cannot cease with my passing. It must continue. He paused before continuing. Thus, I need to find one, no? Several teaching assistants. They must genuinely comprehend my philosophy and possess the capability, energy, and patience to guide future students. Li Jungyuan seemed to grasp a hint, though still vaguely. Elder Qin began to enumerate carefully. There are suitable candidates outside. Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology possesses the requisite academic level and personal integrity. But he is deeply committed to Harbin Institute, a pillar of that institution. I cannot entice him away. Li Yunchang, Elder Qin mentioned the current president, shaking his head gently. He is the president and possesses talent. He should be the most suitable for our institution. However, he has been in that role for too long. His thinking has become accustomed to the administrative system, prioritizing rules, balance, and influence. True scientific exploration requires a certain daring, while he can manage the school. It would not be appropriate for him to engage in frontline teaching within the Dragon Talent class. Wang Jiang, Li Yong, and Tang Puhua from the Chinese Academy of Sciences are all excellent choices, academically top tier and of good character. Yet, are any of them not juggling multiple national-level major projects? They are too busy to find the time and energy to systematically guide students for me. Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan Laboratory, Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with appreciation. He is relatively free-spirited, with more flexible time, but his research is too cutting-edge, too avant-garde. He is a strategic scientist, a navigator. What I need is someone who can patiently lead students from foundational mathematical logic and engineering practice, covering the entire spectrum from theory to hands-on application. Li Mutong is more adept at pointing the way rather than solidifying the basics hand-in-hand. Li Jungyuan listened intently, nodding involuntarily. He had questioned many of Elder Qin's decisions. Yet he similarly believed in the vast majority of choices made by him. Elder Qin's evaluations of individuals were astute. Hence, Elder Qin's gaze sharpened. Ultimately, I must focus on this cohort of students themselves. Li Jingyuan's heart stirred. The very best among them, such as Pei Su. When Elder Qin spoke this name, his tone was filled with unwavering conviction. His stage should not be confined here. He should soar in broader skies and confront the truly unknown frontiers. To have him remain as a teaching assistant would be a waste, a stifling of his potential. In this cohort of the Dragon Talent class, there are no mediocre talents. Even those who may seem relatively less prominent under Pei Su's brilliance would undoubtedly be regarded as geniuses and top talents in any other university or research institute. I have set the difficulty of the graduation defense to an almost unattainable height. Elder Qin revealed his true intention. This way, a natural distinction will emerge. The top-tier students, like Pei Su and Zhang Ming, will graduate smoothly, soaring to great heights. Meanwhile, those equally outstanding but unable to meet the perfection standard due to project difficulty, luck, or minor missteps. Elder Qin pondered thoughtfully. They would be my ideal candidates for teaching assistants. They have undergone the most rigorous training in the Dragon Talent class. Personally experienced this model of extreme innovation. They are young, energetic, full of ideas, and importantly, they have faced failure, making them more adept at guiding students through challenges. Having them assist me, and eventually take over my role in nurturing the second and third cohorts of students, would be most fitting. Thus, even if I were to depart this world one day, the Dragon Talent class project and this cultivation model would continue to thrive, ensuring it does not fade away with my passing. The study fell into a prolonged silence. Li Jingyuan was utterly shaken. He gaped at the frail, aging man before him. A surge of indescribable admiration and sorrow swelling within him. He had battled alongside Elder Qin for so many years. As the other party neared the end of their days, one's emotions became exceedingly intricate. Elder Qin, his voice trembling, expressed his admiration for the decision made. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone. I will not interfere with your choice. In that moment, all his doubts and worries transformed into profound respect for this elder. Elder Qin, weary, closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair with a gentle sigh. Regardless of the outcome, they were commendable individuals. I am a sinner. Having utilized their futures to serve the nation's destiny, this is where I have wronged them. The moonlight outside flowed quietly in, causing the elder to feel a tinge of shame. Chapter 195. The Defense Committee. As dawn broke, the day of graduation defense had arrived. The campus of Lonka University buzzed with an earlier fervor than usual. The air was thick with an atmosphere of restlessness and anticipation. For most fourth-year students, today marked a significant turning point. The day they would bid farewell to the ivory tower and plunge into the complexities of society. Graduates clad in caps and gowns gathered in clusters, capturing joyous moments, their faces a tapestry of hopes for the future intertwined with nostalgia for the past. In a warehouse on the outskirts, where countless nights had been spent laboring, final preparations were completed as the first light of dawn appeared. The scent of solder and lubricant mingled in the air, not unpleasant, but rather infused with a sense of familiarity. Pei Su gazed at the remarkable creations salvaged from scrap metal, his eyes sweeping over his partners, each with bloodshot eyes yet unwavering focus. He observed the state of each individual, Xiaohua's exuberance, Chun Kei's feigned nonchalance, Wang Qingyu's tranquility, Li Bei's silence, and Zhang Ming's concentration. This was a weary yet tenacious team. All set? Pei Su inquired calmly, though the last word was pronounced with a tightness rarely exhibited, betraying his underlying tension. Absolutely. Xiaohua shouted first, his fists clenched tightly. Very well, Chun Kei added, tapping his electromagnetic track, producing a metallic chime. Just waiting to take the stage. Wang Qingyu spoke softly but firmly, while Li Bei merely nodded heavily, and Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, the reflection from the screen obscuring the thoughts behind his eyes. All right, Pei Su affirmed, his gaze lingering on the equipment. According to plan, we will attend the graduation ceremony in the morning, and our turn will come in the afternoon. The equipment has been transported to the defense venue. Now, let us change into our gowns and head to the auditorium. Before long, Pei Su led the 6 members of the inaugural Lonkai class, donning their gowns, blending into the throng heading toward the grand hall. Their small group, possessing an unmistakable presence, stood out, particularly Pei Su, whose calm demeanor sharply contrasted with the bubbling excitement of the surrounding students. Many eyes gravitated toward the understated yet weighty Lonkai class badge adorning their chests, a mixture of curiosity and reverence palpable in the air, accompanied by hushed whispers. Are they from the military program? A red collar, indeed. I heard their graduation defense is entirely different from ours. The auditorium was packed, the noise overwhelming. Graduates were seated according to their departments, and Pei Su and his group found themselves among the top students of various faculties. The seats were rigid and uncomfortable after prolonged sitting, yet no one complained. Principal Li Yunchang, along with other university leaders and esteemed professors in formal attire, sat in a row on the podium. The ceremony commenced with the resounding notes of the national anthem, and the audience rose, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Li Yunchang began his address, his voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner of the hall. He reflected on the past 4 years, emphasizing the school motto, urging students not to forget their responsibilities, to dare to explore, and and to commit themselves. His speech was both impassioned and somewhat meandering, eliciting waves of applause from below. Several emotional young women had begun to dab their eyes. Pei Su listened quietly, his expression largely impassive. Yet a flicker of respect for this place, and this time lingered in his eyes. His gaze occasionally swept over his companions, noting the undercurrents of their composed exteriors. They all understood that the true test awaited them in the afternoon. Midway through Li Yunchang's speech, a slight commotion caught Pei Su's attention. A girl seated directly in front of him, perhaps attempting to adjust her numb leg, inadvertently knocked a wireless earbud to the floor. It rolled and became wedged beneath her chair, and after several attempts hindered by her gown, she grew frustrated and slightly embarrassed, her cheeks tinged with pink. Noticing this, Pei Su instinctively bent down, easily retrieving the white earbud and handing it to her. "Thank you." The girl turned, her features refined. With a hint of determination in her eyes, she expressed her gratitude softly, her fingertips brushing against Pei Su's hand as she took the earbud back. Quickly retracting her hand, her ears reddening, she noticed the unique dragon-shaped badge hanging on Pei Su's chest. Her curiosity piqued. "It's nothing," he replied, his gaze returning to the stage. Yet the girl seemed intrigued, seizing the moment during a pause in the speech to lean slightly closer, lowering her voice to inquire. "Which department are you from? I don't think I've seen you before." She realized that Pei Su and his companions were somewhat distinct, their focused and reserved demeanor setting them apart from the typical students amidst the cacophony of the auditorium. Pei Su hesitated. The confidentiality surrounding the Longkai class prevented him from providing a clear answer, so he could only murmur, "We don't belong to a specific department." The girl blinked, her curiosity intensifying as she leaned in further. "Not affiliated with any department? How intriguing. Oh, I'm Su Jin from the Military Command Department, and I'll be reporting to the Kyoto Military District upon graduation." There was a hint of pride in her tone, clearly eager for her impending military career, accompanied by a refreshing candor typical of military students. "Congratulations," Pei Su nodded, maintaining basic politeness. "The Longjing Military District is quite impressive." He recognized it as a place teeming with elite talents. Chu Jinhua and the recently retired Zhao Linghua could both be found there, indicating Su Jin's own commendable abilities. "And you? Where will you be going after graduation? From the looks of you, it seems you're headed to a significant department?" Su Jin continued, her curiosity and determination evident as she probed into the enigmatic young man before her. Pei Su found himself in a predicament. The future of the Longkai class was highly classified, and he could not reveal even a hint. Moreover, even if he could discuss it, the uncertainty of whether they would pass their defense made it difficult to articulate any plans. Thus, he could only continue to be vague, instinctively avoiding her gaze. Awaiting arrangements. The more he hesitated, the more intrigued Su Jin became, leaning in a bit closer, eager to ask more. At that moment, Wang Qingyu, seated beside Pei Su, had been attentively observing the subtle exchanges. Seeing Su Jin's overt interest in Pei Su and her increasing proximity stirred a sense of discomfort and protectiveness within her, as though her territory were being encroached upon. Suddenly, she turned her head, her voice low yet clear, laced with a tone that suggested territoriality, interjecting, "We are from the Longkai class. All our information, including our future paths, is confidential. Please refrain from inquiring." Her gaze remained steady upon Su Jin, exuding an undeniable authority. The mention of the Longkai class seemed to cast a spell, freezing the curiosity and smile from Su Jin's face, replaced by shock, then a hint of embarrassment, and even a trace of fear. As a military student, she understood well the weight of confidentiality. "I'm so sorry." She hurriedly apologized, swiftly turning back, sitting up straight, and gazing ahead, no longer daring to look back or inquire further, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Although, in theory, the confidentiality of the Dragon Talent class should not be known within the campus, and those students could not possibly be aware of its affairs. Theory is merely theoretical. In reality, having spent 4 years within the campus, how could so many events remain unknown? She understood the extreme secrecy surrounding the Dragon Talent class, which was involved in high-level projects, and the members were naturally under strict scrutiny. She realized how reckless her previous behavior might have been. Pei Su cast a slightly surprised glance at Wang Qingyu, furrowing his brow slightly, and said in a low voice, "Qingyu, there's no need to be so explicit." He felt that while confidentiality was essential, the other party meant no harm, and a more gentle tone would suffice. Wang Qingyu's eyelids drooped, her long eyelashes fluttering, and she replied softly, "Oh, I understand, I'll be more careful next time." Her tone was obedient, carrying a hint of subtle grievance from being reprimanded, a stark contrast to her earlier prickly demeanor. In the back, Xiaohua and Chen Ke, alongside Li Bei and Zhang Ming, observed the entire scene. The 4 boys exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving into faint smiles. Xiaohua winked at Chen Ke, who silently mouthed a response. They understood Wang Qingyu well. She usually remained quiet and gentle with everyone, but when it came to Pei Su, she became particularly alert and fierce, unable to conceal her feelings. This was not merely about maintaining discipline. It was clearly an unspoken effort to cut off any potential closeness to Pei Su. As for Pei Su, he was as oblivious as a log, completely unaware of the tension and subtle jealousy embedded in those few brief exchanges. Chun Kei silently mouthed to Xiaohua, "Feels sour." Xiaohua stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly, nodding in serious agreement. Li Bei wore a blank expression, yet his eyes betrayed an understanding. As if he had seen through the facade without speaking a word, Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, unable to suppress his laughter. This brief interlude quickly passed, and the graduation ceremony concluded amidst the school song. The graduates tossed their caps into the air, cheers echoing through the auditorium, celebrating the end of one chapter of youth and the beginning of another. Colorful confetti fell, mingling with youthful smiles and tears. Pei Su and the others rose with the flow of people, the edges of their gowns fluttering. As soon as the ceremony ended, they swiftly detached themselves from the collective atmosphere of melancholy, too preoccupied to dwell on the farewells or to glance at the embracing crowd. In tacit agreement, they quickly shed their loose graduation gowns to reveal the practical work attire they had worn underneath, their movements brisk and purposeful. The group hurriedly traversed the still boisterous campus towards the abandoned workshop tucked away in the farthest corner, a space filled with countless memories. Occasionally, familiar graduates attempted to greet them, but upon witnessing their hurried and serious demeanor, they swallowed their words. This workshop had once been a playground for the seniors of the electromechanical department, where inventions and machinery modifications took place. The walls still bore remnants of old blueprints and cryptic graffiti. However, as the equipment aged and was replaced, the workshop gradually fell into disrepair, visited only occasionally by stray cats. Yet here, they had once spent sleepless nights, filled with noise and excitement, creating that terrifying amphibious tank that still felt audacious in retrospect. The air seemed to linger with the scent of welding torches and youthful shouts. Now, the workshop had been hastily tidied up, with a few rows of tables and chairs arranged for the judges, giving it an air of formality. A large space in the center had been cleared for their defense projects. The high ceiling, adorned with skylights, filtered in dim light through layers of dust, casting hazy beams. The workers assigned by the school had carefully placed their equipment from the storage area into designated spots, covered with dust sheets like monstrous entities awaiting their unveiling. Each piece of equipment was accompanied by simple demonstration aids and long power strips, their wires snaking across the floor like serpents. The afternoon sun streamed through the dusty windows, casting elongated shadows that twisted upon the mottled walls, almost as if they were peculiar allies. Outside, the sound of lively conversation drifted in. The members of the defense committee had arrived. In the workshop, time seemed to stretch. Each second felt like a drumbeat, resonating in Pei Su and the other five's hearts. They stood in a line before their covered equipment, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. The large door creaked open, and in walked a sprightly elder with a steady gait. Clad in a simple Zhongshan suit, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. It was none other than Wang Hongzhe, the national treasure of Harbin Institute of Technology. As he entered, his eyes scanned the entire workshop like a searchlight, lingering momentarily on the covered devices, giving a slight nod, his expression inscrutable. "Old Wang." Pei Su stepped forward to greet him. "Pei Su, my boy, what remarkable feats have you concocted this time?" Wang Hongzhe's face broke into a rare smile as he patted Pei Su's shoulder. "Don't let this old man come all the way for nothing." The atmosphere was tinged with a familiar anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed leader of the State Council, Li Zhenyuan, entered the room, his arrival adding a weighty gravity to the ambience. Unlike the earlier unease displayed in the small study, Li Zhenyuan's countenance was calm, emanating an aura of authority characteristic of high-ranking officials, though a flicker of concern regarding the day's outcomes lingered in his eyes. He merely acknowledged Pei Su with a slight nod, refraining from further conversation, and joined Wang Hongzhe at a nearby spot. The third figure to enter brought a palpable relief to the slightly tense atmosphere. Li Mutong, the president of the academic committee at the Qianshuesan laboratory. Despite his significant stature, he appeared rather casual in a somewhat disheveled plaid shirt, his hair tousled, and a seemingly unlit lollipop dangling from his mouth. Embodying a relaxed demeanor as if he had just awoken, he strolled in, casting his gaze around until it landed on Pei Su, at which point he broke into a grin, revealing a pair of pronounced canine teeth. "Ah, Pei Su, quite the spectacle you have here," Li Mutong remarked, leaning in to nudge Pei Su with his elbow, completely disregarding the solemnity of the occasion. "I heard your budget was slashed to a mere 100,000? You must let me in on this later." His voice, though soft, clashed with the serious atmosphere. Pei Su could only smile wryly. "Please, spare us the teasing." Having known Li Mutong for quite some time, he was accustomed to his antics. Next to enter was Pei Su's uncle, Li Yong, a dual academician from the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the Dragon Agricultural Academy. Li Yong, with his refined features and gentle gaze, exuded a profound calmness. Upon seeing Pei Su, a subtle glimmer of encouragement and concern flickered in his eyes as he offered a slight nod, conveying unspoken support. Following closely behind Li Yong were two of his esteemed colleagues. One was academician Wang Jiang, a towering figure in the aerospace field. whose earnest expression reflected the typical demeanor of a dedicated researcher. The other was academician Tang Puhua, a distinguished authority in nuclear fusion, whose thick glasses lent him a somewhat austere appearance. Both were familiar with Pei Su. Wang Jiang flashed a thumbs up, while Tang Puhua merely nodded in a serious manner. The final judge to arrive was a poised, middle-aged woman, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Allow me to introduce our new academician from the Dragon Academy of Sciences. An expert in the medical field, Lin Rong, Li Yong announced, shedding light on the elegant yet authoritative presence of this new addition. Her calm and professional gaze swept over the room, imbued with a scrutinizing intent. Pei Su, not well acquainted with her, offered a polite greeting. Academician Lin. Lin Rong responded with a slight nod, her expression neutral. This assembly could only be described as an illustrious gathering of academicians, with 7 prominent academicians. Alongside Principal Li Yunchang and Elder Qin, the defense committee comprised 9 members in total. The pressure felt was not merely overwhelming. It was akin to an imposing mountain resting upon each individual's heart. Xiaohua instinctively swallowed hard, while Chun Kei's fingers curled unconsciously. Even the typically composed Li Bei exhibited a slight quickening of breath. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Ming shared equally grave expressions. Only Pei Su stood tall and straight, exuding confidence. Finally, Li Yunchang entered, accompanying Elder Qin, who was seated in a wheelchair and pushed by Li Yunchang. Elder Qin appeared somewhat improved compared to previous days, his dim eyes scanning his students before settling on Pei Su, to whom he offered a slight nod. Li Yunchang cleared his throat, addressing Pei Su and the others. Dear students, the defense is about to commence. The judges have arrived, and I hope you present your best selves. He paused, his gaze shifting to Elder Qin. Elder Qin spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet clear, reaching every ear. Please take your seats. The first defense will begin with Xiaohua. All eyes instantly turned to Xiaohua. Taking a deep breath, the familiar bravado returned to his face as he vigorously slapped his cheeks and shouted, Here goes everything. He then looked over at Pei Su, who offered him an encouraging glance. With determined strides, Xiaohua approached the makeshift defense area in the center of the workshop, where his steampunk rocket, concealed under a dust cover, awaited. The judges took their seats behind the arranged tables, their gazes fixed upon him like searchlights. The workshop doors gently closed behind Xiaohua, isolating him from the anxious companions outside. Within the defense area, the lights focused, and the air seemed to freeze. Standing beside his apparatus, Xiaohua bowed deeply to the panel of judges. Greetings, esteemed professors. I am Xiaohua, and my graduation project is titled a low-cost high-pulse thrust verification device based on detonation combustion principles. His voice initially trembled but soon stabilized, infused with a hint of his characteristic enthusiasm. With a swift motion, he unveiled the dust cover. The bizarre contraption, cobbled together from scrap metal, steel pipes, and a motorcycle combustion chamber, complete with rugged welds and chaotic wiring, was fully revealed to the academicians. A faint stir rippled through the judges' seats. Academician Tang Puhua's brow furrowed immediately, seemingly displeased with its shabby appearance. A flicker of surprise and skepticism crossed academician Lin Rong's eyes. In contrast, Wang Hongzhe and Li Mutong leaned forward, intrigued. Li Yong and Wang Jiang exchanged serious glances. Li Jungyuan maintained an impassive expression, while Elder Qin squinted slightly, revealing nothing of his thoughts. I understand it may appear somewhat unconventional. Xiaohua grinned, unperturbed. It might even seem as though it was salvaged from a junkyard. In truth, aside from the core sensors, the majority of its materials were indeed sourced from scrap yards and second-hand markets, with total costs kept below 79,000 yuan. 79. Li Mutong was the first to respond. Discarding his lollipop and straightening in his seat, his previously languid demeanor instantly sharpened. Are you certain there's no error in the unit? Is it 7,900,000 or 790,000? This cost figure, esteemed academician Li, is indeed 79,000 yuan, Xiaohua confirmed proudly. My design philosophy is to validate the tremendous advantages of detonation combustion over traditional combustion methods at the lowest possible cost. He then proceeded to elaborate on the principles in detail. Traditional rocket engine combustion is slow burning, while mine achieves detonation. The propagation speed of detonation waves can reach several times, even dozens of times the speed of sound, with thermal cycle efficiency theoretically far exceeding that of isobaric or isochoric combustion. He began to cite formulas and explain critical technical challenges such as combustion chamber design, fuel injection, and detonation control. Initially, the academicians, particularly those outside the propulsion field like Lin Rong and Tang Puhua, maintained a scrutinizing demeanor. However, as Xiaohua skillfully elucidated his points, supported by clear and pertinent design diagrams and calculations displayed on the screen, their expressions gradually shifted. Wang Hongzhe nodded repeatedly, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Li Mutong had already pulled out a notebook, hastily jotting down notes. Li Yong and Wang Jiang listened intently, occasionally exchanging surprised glances. Even the typically stern Tang Puhua relaxed, his furrowed brow easing into a thoughtful expression. Hence, the crux lies in achieving stable high-frequency detonation and control. Xiaohua concluded his explanation, taking a deep breath. Next, I will conduct a live demonstration. For safety reasons, this demonstration will consist of a short pulse ignition. Please pay close attention to the data and phenomena. He activated the power, and the apparatus emitted a low hum. Xiaohua skillfully operated the simple control panel, his expression focused and confident. The judges fell into a hushed silence, all holding their breath. Xiaohua pressed the button with great force. Boom. Buzz. That short, thunderous explosion echoed once more. The device trembled violently, its tail emitting visible, distorted shockwaves, the immense force of the impact causing even the judges nearby to feel the pressure of the air. Papers on a nearby table rustled loudly. The explosive noise abruptly ceased, and the device quickly regained its calm, leaving only a faint scent of special fuel lingering in the air. Yet, the judges paid no heed to the smell. All eyes were fixated on the sensor display connected to the apparatus. The screen clearly exhibited the thrust time curve of the recent short pulse. A sharply steep and alarmingly high peak of the pulse waveform was unmistakably evident. Adjacent, critical data was automatically calculated, with instantaneous thrust peak values and specific impulse estimates, each figure strikingly astonishing. Wang Jiang gasped, realizing he was witnessing something extraordinary. As an aerospace expert, he understood precisely what this data signified. Efficiency, this thermal efficiency. Li Mutong stared at the screen, murmuring to himself while his fingers rapidly calculated. Wang Hongzhi suddenly turned to Old Qin, his eyes brimming with shock and inquiry. Old Qin subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yong glanced at Xiaohua, his eyes filled with disbelief and delight. Even Lin Rong and Tang Puhua were rendered speechless by the impactful data. They may not grasp the intricate principles of propulsion, but the extraordinary performance data and the earlier stunning demonstration were undeniably genuine. Li Zhenyuan, though striving to maintain his composure, could not hide the slight tremor in his fingers, revealing his inner excitement. Respected professors, Xiaohua's voice was slightly hoarse with emotion. The data indicates that at the instantaneous thrust peak, my verification device surpasses the thrust limits of traditional combustion methods of comparable scale. Calculations suggest its theoretical thermal efficiency has increased nearly fourfold. This proves that even under extreme cost constraints, detonation propulsion technology possesses enormous feasibility and superiority. A hush fell over the workshop. After a lengthy pause, academician Wang Hongzhi spoke first, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Xiaohua, do you understand what your validation implies? Li Mutong interjected, his tone unusually grave. This means that if this technology can mature and be scaled up, it could have a transformative impact on existing propulsion systems. Even partial applications would represent a remarkable advancement. Wang Jiang inhaled deeply. Low cost, high performance. This is simply. He struggled to find the appropriate words. Tang Puhua adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. Although it is merely a verification machine, the clarity of thought, robust data, and successful demonstration are commendable, especially achieved under such stringent cost limitations. The judges began to exchange hushed opinions, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm. Old Qin slowly stated, all right, according to the rules, let us proceed with the scoring. 3 points is passing, 5 points is excellent, and 8 points is exceedingly rare. The scoring process was swift, each judge inscribing their scores on the evaluation board. Principal Li Yunchang oversaw the tallying. Upon glancing at the results, his face reflected shock as he announced in a booming voice, Xiaohua's final graduation defense score, 6 points. Above excellent. Xiaohua momentarily froze. Then overwhelming joy surged through him, his face flushing crimson. He bowed deeply, his voice slightly quavering. Thank you, esteemed professors. Thank you. Proceed. Old Qin waved his hand, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Xiaohua almost stumbled out of the defense area as soon as he stepped outside. He couldn't contain himself and let out a triumphant shout, his excitement palpable. Chun Kei and the others waiting outside immediately surrounded him. Though they could not hear the specific discussions within, they recognized his expression indicated success, and they all exhibited joy and encouragement, while simultaneously feeling heightened pressure. Inside the defense room, the atmosphere remained tense after Xiaohua's departure. Incredible, Wang Jiang murmured, shaking his head in disbelief. Li Mutong resumed his lazy demeanor, popping a lollipop into his mouth, mumbling, Old Qin, your dragon talent class seems to be specifically designed to produce prodigies, doesn't it? 79,000 yuan to create a detonation verification machine. Who would believe it? Wang Hongzhi's expression grew serious. It seems we have underestimated the innovative potential under cost constraints. The student's thinking has transcended conventional material and technological pathways. Li Yong, though equally pleased, maintained a more composed demeanor, indeed astonishing. However, such a level of achievement is likely an exception. The pressure on the subsequent students will be immense. Tang Puhua concurred. Academician Li Yong is correct. Achievements of this caliber are rare and unpredictable. In my view, it would be miraculous if even 1 or 2 reached this level in this cohort. Academician Lin Rong spoke for the first time, her voice calm. I agree. Medical research also emphasizes input-output ratios, achieving solid Demonstrable results under such extreme cost constraints is already commendable, but the likelihood of producing something with potential disruptive capabilities, as witnessed earlier, is quite low. Li Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze contemplative, seemingly reassessing Old Qin's training model. Old Qin, however, continued to squint slightly, as if everything lay well within his grasp. After a brief pause for rest and discussion, Li Yunchang glanced at the time, signaling the defense to continue. Old Qin casually remarked, "Next, Chen Quebec." The workshop door opened once more. Chen Ke took a deep breath, adjusting his glasses, which had become slightly misaligned due to recent intense work. His vision had deteriorated somewhat, left eye at 100 degrees, right eye at 150 degrees, prompting him to acquire a pair of glasses. Surprisingly, with the glasses on, he appeared somewhat handsome. He forced a smile that he believed to be relaxed, though it came across as somewhat stiff as he pushed his low-cost electromagnetic rail projection system, covered with a dust cloth, into the spotlight. The judge's attention once again converged on him, reverberating with the aftershocks of the first outstanding performance and heightened expectations for what lay ahead. A palpable tension filled the air. Chen Ke positioned the device at the center of the defense area and steadied himself. He gazed at the 9 academicians representing the apex of academia in the Dragon Country. Feeling a dryness in his throat, he understood that Xiaohua had set the bar exceedingly high. The device Xiaohua had created was truly remarkable. However, he also harbored a sense of confidence. He had been among the earliest to follow Old Qin and had spent the most time under his guidance. When it came to project research experience, he felt he was on par with anyone, except for Pei Su, that prodigy. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to make his voice sound steady. "Greetings, esteemed professors. I am Chen Quebec. My graduation design project is..." Chapter 197, Final Defense. Chen Ke stood firm, his heart racing like a drum. He inhaled deeply, drawing in courage. Before him stood 9 towering academic figures, the pressure weighing heavily upon him. He reached out, grasping the corner of the dust cloth. With a sudden flourish, he unveiled the device. "My project," he stated, striving for steadiness in his voice, "is a low-cost electromagnetic rail projection system." The apparatus revealed itself, 2 parallel metallic rails gleaming with a cold light. The base was sturdy, with a cluster of capacitors and a control box at the rear, cables entwined. The overall appearance remained rudimentary, yet exuded a sense of precision. The academicians' gazes sharpened. Having witnessed Xiaohua's brilliance, they no longer underestimated any seemingly unremarkable equipment. Their eyes reflected scrutiny, anticipation, and deeper curiosity. Chen Ke began his explanation. His pace was quick yet clear. The fundamental principle relied on Lorentz force. Electric current traversing the rails generated a magnetic field, with the projectile acting as an armature, accelerated by magnetic forces. He paused, glancing at the judges. There are 2 main challenges. Firstly, the capacitors must discharge instantaneously, requiring substantial current in a very brief time frame. Secondly, the rails must withstand ablation, as the high-speed sliding arc causes significant damage. Li Mutong interjected with curiosity. "Your capacitor array appears quite substantial. Is it not costly?" Reporting to academician Li, Chen Ke promptly replied, "The capacitors were sourced as industrial waste from the second-hand market. I undertook the tasks of repair, reorganization, and testing myself, resulting in a significant reduction in costs." Wang Jiang inquired about the track materials. The discarded industrial linear motor guide rails, possessing commendable quality, merely required surface reprocessing. Chen Ke replied with fluidity, clearly well-versed in every detail. "What is the total cost?" Wang Hongzhe posed the pivotal question. 35,000 yuan, Chen Ke announced. A subtle gasp echoed through the room. 35,000, even lower than Xiaohua's. "Now, I shall proceed with the demonstration," Chen Ke stated, refraining from further elaboration. He delicately picked up the tungsten steel projectile, compact and weighty, and carefully placed it on the launching platform at the start of the track. He stepped back, operated the computer, and set the parameters. A sharp and sustained sound of capacitor charging erupted instantly. It pierced the eardrums. Energy accumulated rapidly, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The judges instinctively held their breath, the palpable energy in the sound causing a sense of trepidation. Chen Ke's gaze remained fixed, intently observing the voltage curve on the screen, and upon reaching the predetermined value, he decisively pressed the red button. Bang! A thunderous roar resonated, akin to a heavy hammer striking the chest, as the projectile's trajectory eluded the naked eye. Only at the end of the track did the half-inch thick scrap steel target reveal a fist-sized hole at its center. The metal edges glowed with a molten hue, exuding a dim red light, as the entire steel plate bent backward under the immense kinetic impact, groaning in protest. Silence. An oppressive silence. Only the faint crackling from the heated edges of the steel plate remained audible. Academician Wang Jiang was the first to move, almost rushing to the steel plate, disregarding the high temperature, to touch the molten edge with his finger. His hand trembled slightly. How could this speed and destructive power be possible? Li Mutong had already darted to the speed measuring device, fixated on the numbers frozen on the screen, repeatedly confirming them. The initial speed was 2,130 meters per second. The energy conversion efficiency was astonishing. He shot a look at Chen Kei's pile of scrap, his expression akin to that of a person witnessing a marvel. Wang Hongzhe murmured in disbelief, 35,000 yuan. If scaled up, if utilized for aerospace launches. He halted mid-sentence, realizing that if that were the case, it would involve classified information. Academician Tang Puhua adjusted his thick glasses, his tone extremely grave. Student Chen Kei. I must clarify, how is safety ensured for such high-speed projectiles? The consequences of losing control would be dire. Chen Kei was well prepared. Pulling up the design schematics on the computer. Academician Tang. I have designed 3 layers of safety mechanisms. Firstly, a hardware interlock, ensuring the operational sequence must be strictly followed. Secondly, software redundancy checks, where multiple sensors must confirm the status before activation. Thirdly, a physical interception shield to prevent accidental splatter. His explanation was clear and methodical. Elder Qin and Li Yunchang exchanged glances once more, this time their astonishment even greater than before. Although Xiaohua's explosive propulsion system was impressive, it remained in the concept verification stage. Chen Kei's electromagnetic projectile system, with its demonstrated instantaneous explosive power and engineering feasibility, presented a more immediate impact. These 2 students were merely ordinary individuals. Li Yunchang's palms were slightly sweaty. Deep within Elder Qin's murky eyes, a flicker of profound doubt passed, quickly vanishing. During the scoring segment, the academicians engaged in hushed, rapid exchanges, their debates more fervent than before. Ultimately, the scores were compiled. Li Yunchang gazed at the results, took a deep breath, and announced with undeniable excitement, Student Chen Kei, your final score for the graduation defense is 6.5, exceeding excellence, higher than Xiaohua. Chen Kei was momentarily taken aback, but then overwhelming joy engulfed him. His face flushed crimson, words eluded him, and he could only emit a silly laugh. He bowed deeply to the panel of judges, nearly losing his balance. Then, awkwardly, he almost floated out of the defense room. Outside, muffled cheers erupted, accompanied by Xiaohua's booming voice. Soon after, Wang Qingyu entered. She pushed her optical platform, her steps steady. The girl had a delicate visage, her gaze serene. She lifted the dust cover, revealing equipment that closely resembled military-grade apparatus. The optical platform, lens assembly, scanning head, yet upon closer inspection, the base was a repurposed old machine. The lens frame bore the texture of 3D printing, and the adjustment knobs showed signs of manual polishing. Good day, esteemed professors. My project is a high-precision dynamic structured light 3D scanner. Her voice was gentle, like a trickling stream, yet imbued with a certain strength. It can swiftly acquire 3-dimensional point cloud data of an object's surface, reconstructing high-precision models. She gently placed the historically significant antique gear within the scanning area. Total cost, 48,000 yuan. 48,000. Academician Lin Rong displayed newfound interest. Commercial-grade similar devices typically range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Indeed, Academician Lin, Wang Qingyu nodded. I primarily saved on the optical components and mechanical structure. The core lies in algorithmic compensation. She began to elucidate how complex software algorithms could offset image distortions and errors arising from the use of non-standard, low-cost optical elements. Her explanation was coherent and logically sound. The academicians nodded in agreement. The demonstration commenced. A beam of structured light swept across the surface of the gear. On the adjacent computer screen, a complex, 3-dimensional model rapidly constructed at a visible speed. Every tooth of the gear, every worn pit, even the rust textures on the surface, were presented with astonishing clarity. Precision data displayed in real time, at a micrometer level, applicable in fields such as cultural heritage digitization, reverse engineering, and industrial inspection, Wang Qingyu added. Academician Lin Rong immediately inquired. What about in the medical field? For instance, organ model reconstruction? Theoretically feasible, Wang Qingyu pondered. However, adjustments to the wavelength and intensity of the light waves would be necessary to avoid causing harm to biological tissues. The algorithm could be adapted accordingly. The demonstration concluded, leaving an impressive impact. The exquisite transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary elicited further admiration from the academicians. Student Wang Qingyu, your score is 6. Li Yunchang announced. Another high score. Yet at this moment, the expressions of Elder Qin and Li Yunchang began to blend with a growing sense of doubt. Pei Su was a prodigy, and Zhang Ming was a sage among the gifted. Their achievements could be understood, but Xiaohua and Chen Kei were merely exceptionally talented ordinary children. Wang Qingyu, although gifted, did not possess extraordinary talent to produce 3 results that met or even surpassed international advanced levels under such stringent cost constraints. The probability was alarmingly low. Elder Qin's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of his wheelchair, while Li Yunchang's brows furrowed ever so slightly. Something was amiss. A common, powerful, invisible force? They both simultaneously thought of Pei Su, yet her research direction diverged from these topics. Soon, Li Bei entered, silent as a mountain. He pushed his mechanical arm. Standing half his height, with a bare metallic frame and joints modified from apparent automotive scrap parts, exuding a hardcore industrial aesthetic. High-precision, low-cost collaborative robotic arm. Cost, $99,000. He was succinct, leaving no room for unnecessary elaboration. He produced a specially designed thick steel clamp and affixed it to the end of the robotic arm. Then he picked up the controller. The demonstration began without any warm-up. The robotic arm activated instantaneously. Buzz. The joint motors emitted a deep, powerful roar. Unlike ordinary industrial robots that operated slowly and smoothly, this arm was filled with explosive power and speed. It precisely grasped a heavy scrap engine block from the ground. Over 100 pounds felt as light as a feather, rapidly transporting it, smoothly flipping it. It even simulated an extremely swift short-distance hammering action. The movements were clean and decisive, with pinpoint accuracy and minimal end effector tremors. A perfect amalgamation of strength, speed, and control precision. Li Yong's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Wang Hongzhi remarked, "The explosive power exceeds that of commercial products of the same specification." Li Mutong fixed his gaze on the trajectory and dynamics of the robotic arm. "The algorithm optimization is remarkable. The power distribution is nearly perfect. How is this achieved?" Li Bei explained, "I have improved the inverse kinematics algorithm and the torque control model, enabling the robotic arm to exert the motor's maximum performance while maintaining rigidity." As the demonstration concluded, Li Bei stood in silence. The evaluation commenced. "Li Bei, your score is 6. The high score was maintained. After Li Bei exited, there was a prolonged intermission. Li Yunchang's doubts grew like a snowball. He rose and left the workshop. Pei Su was leaning against the wall, his expression vacant as if lost in thought. The other 5 were gathered closely, whispering amongst themselves, displaying a mix of excitement and anxiety. Li Yunchang approached Pei Su directly. Pei Su snapped back to reality, standing upright. "Principal." Li Yunchang's gaze was sharp as he lowered his voice to ensure only Pei Su could hear. "Pei Su, I must ask you, how much do you truly know about Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, and Li Bei's projects? Have you provided any significant assistance on key technologies?" His inquiry was subtle, yet the implication was clear. Pei Su's face momentarily displayed the perfect amount of confusion. He blinked and furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed as to why the principal would pose such a question. "Principal, what do you mean? Although we are a team, our research directions vary greatly. I am not familiar with their specific technical implementations. Our discussions generally revolve around broad ideas and mutual encouragement." His eyes were clear and his tone natural, revealing no hints of deceit. Li Yunchang stared intensely into his eyes, searching for even a flicker of hesitation. Yet, there was none. Pei Su's expression was purely one of bewilderment, as if he found the question odd. After a few seconds, Li Yunchang slowly nodded, his expression inscrutable. "All right, I understand. Prepare yourself. It will be your turn soon." He patted Pei Su on the shoulder and turned back toward the workshop. His suspicions had not dissipated. In fact, they deepened. Did Pei Su truly not know? Where, then, did this remarkable consistency and superior innovative capability originate? He felt certain this was not something they could accomplish alone. A vast secret seemed to lurk beneath it all. The next presenter was Zhang Ming. He entered, pushing a small cart that bore 3 old servers and a somewhat rough homemade antenna array. This setup appeared the most meager among all the projects. "My project is a verification platform for interference-resistant encrypted communication protocols, based on classic communication hardware and quantum inspiration." Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and unruffled. "The cost is 19,000 yuan. 19,000. Even the most composed Wang Hongzhi gasped. The price was absurdly low. Indeed, Zhang Ming confirmed. The hardware consists entirely of obsolete components. The key lies in the software and protocol. He instructed Pei Su to take a modified portable terminal to the farthest corner of the workshop, even requesting he hide behind several large discarded devices to completely block visibility and conventional signals. Then, Zhang Ming began operations at the main control end. The complex modulation diagrams and spectrum analysis windows on the screen were dazzling. "Now we will commence real-time encrypted communication testing," Zhang Ming announced. He sent a text message. Almost instantly, the terminal screen in Pei Su's hand lit up, displaying the information flawlessly. The signal strength indicator was at maximum. Switching to interference mode, Zhang Ming muttered, activating a simulated strong interference source. The spectrum noise representing interference suddenly intensified. Yet, the communication link remained stable. The information transmission was unaffected. "Now, let's demonstrate the encryption aspect." Zhang Ming switched screens. The transmitted information was instantly encrypted into a string of seemingly random characters at the sending end. This is a new encryption algorithm inspired by quantum randomness. Traditional computational capabilities cannot crack it within a foreseeable time frame. Li Mutong had completely risen. Moving to the main control computer, his eyes fixed on the code and data stream. The nonchalance on his face had been replaced by intense focus and shock. "This protocol, this algorithm's efficiency, what a brilliant idea. How did you conceive of circumventing hardware bottlenecks in this manner?" Zhang Ming replied matter-of-factly, "Being poor compels one to think more." The demonstration concluded, and the effectiveness was beyond doubt. This was a victory of pure intellect, a triumph of algorithms over hardware. The scoring was a foregone conclusion. Zhang Ming, your final score is 7. Li Yunchang announced with utmost seriousness. This was the highest score thus far, touching the rarest of heights. Zhang Ming bowed slightly, his expression remaining neutral, and calmly exited the defense room. Inside the workshop, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere. After the shock subsided, it gave way to a peculiar emptiness. After a while, academician Wang Jiang exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Insanity, pure insanity. Is this dragon talent class truly a nest of geniuses?" Li Mutong plopped back into his chair, ruffling his messy hair with a wry smile. "Qin Lao, where did you gather these treasures? Each one can create golden dolls for a mere pittance. I feel somewhat ashamed. Taking state funds, yet failing to produce astonishing results." Wang Hongzhi's expression was grave, deep in thought. It was not merely a matter of saving money. These students had achieved remarkable results with minimal expenditure, showcasing an entirely new innovative approach. Under the constraint of extreme costs, with no retreat, they had instead compelled themselves to break conventions and hone their core thinking abilities. The significance of this cultivation model was profound. Tang Puhua's serious demeanor also revealed an unusual admiration. The younger generation is formidable, one cannot help but concede. Their accomplishments are not merely graduation projects. Many already possess potential for practical application and value transformation. Academician Lin Rong nodded in agreement, adding, especially the potential for interdisciplinary applications. That scanner, that communication protocol, holds vast prospects in the medical field. Li Yong gazed toward the door, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt pride for the achievements of these young individuals, yet also a hint of pressure for the heightened expectations facing his nephew Pei Su. Finally, Qin Lao slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over the empty defense area, and a smile he could no longer suppress spread across his lips. He spoke softly to Li Yunchang beside him. "So, what do you think? Do you still find my rules to be too stringent?" Li Yunchang could only smile wryly and shake his head, genuinely acknowledging, "Qin Lao, I was indeed short-sighted. This cohort of students is indescribably impressive." His lingering doubts remained, yet at this moment, they were overshadowed by the joy and shock brought forth by this monumental success. Outside the workshop, Zhang Ming stepped out. The atmosphere in the waiting area grew even more nuanced. Xiaohua, Chun Kei, Wang Qingyu, and Li Bei all watched him, their eyes filled with admiration upon learning of his impressive score of 7. However, they also felt a stronger sense of pressure. They had already distinguished themselves. But Zhang Ming and the yet-to-present Pei Su clearly stood on another level. All eyes ultimately converged on Pei Su. His device, still covered by a cloth, stood silently in the corner. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Pei Su slowly straightened his posture, his face remaining composed. He walked toward his device. The final defense was about to begin. The academicians instinctively sat up straight. Old Qin's half-closed eyes fully opened. Li Yunchang's fingertips unconsciously tapped the table. The cloth was lifted. What lay beneath was not the colossal or bizarre object anticipated, but rather an intricately complex and highly integrated precision platform. Various sensor heads, robotic arms, and optical components were ingeniously combined, their lines smooth, exuding a timeless elegance. In stark contrast to the previous dilapidated items, this device appeared wholly intact, perhaps even overly sophisticated. "Ladies and gentlemen," Pei Su began, her voice clear and steady. "My project is a multimodal adaptive precision manufacturing and inspection integrated platform." The name was lengthy and impressive. Wang Hongzhi was the first to inquire, a familiar smile gracing his face. "Pei Su, do not keep us in suspense. What does it actually do? What is the cost?" "It can autonomously select the optimal process based on a digital model, achieving micrometer-level precision in additive manufacturing, namely 3D printing. Simultaneously, it can perform subtractive manufacturing or microengraving, as well as real-time inspection," Pei Su explained. "In simpler terms, provide it with the three-dimensional data of a complex part, and it can produce the item and immediately assess its quality." After a brief pause, she stated the cost. "The total cost is 80,000 yuan." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. 80,000? To accomplish such complex functions? Li Mutong could no longer contain himself. "You must be joking. 80,000? The multi-axis motion control system alone costs more than that. The motion control core is reconstructed from second-hand hard disk motors and open-source code. The vision system is modified from discarded smartphone cameras. The laser is salvaged from old optical drives," Pei Su recounted proudly. "The key lies in the software and system integration algorithms." "Demonstration," Wang Jiang urged eagerly. Pei Su nodded and imported an exceedingly complex three-dimensional model of a micro-turbofan engine impeller onto her computer. The material was a small piece of ordinary metal ingot. The platform powered up, emitting a low hum. Multiple actuators worked in concert. A fine laser began to burn the material, while a micro-engraving drill performed precision finishing. And a high-definition camera scanned and provided real-time feedback. Data streams scrolled rapidly across the screen. The entire process flowed effortlessly, entirely unattended. Half an hour later, a metal impeller, the size of a coin and as delicate as a cicada's wing, with an exquisitely intricate structure, appeared at the center of the platform. Pei Su removed it and placed it under a high-powered microscope connected to a display. The microscopic image was clear, showcasing precisely defined blade contours and an exceptionally high surface finish. The dimensional tolerances perfectly matched the model's requirements. This precision, this efficiency. Academician Tang Puhua leaned closer to the screen, his voice trembling. It is entirely suitable for precision instrument processing. Academician Lin Rong was equally astonished. If only it could use biocompatible materials to print customized implants. Pei Su added, it can also automatically identify material defects, adjusting parameters for compensation. In other words, it can determine whether a certain material can be fashioned into a specific form. For instance, gold can be made into an incredibly slender wire, while steel can only be rendered into a thicker wire, unable to be thinned. The demonstration concluded, and its efficacy was beyond doubt. This was not merely a breakthrough in a singular technology. It was a paradigm of system integration and intelligent manufacturing, showcasing potential and completeness far exceeding all previous projects. Achieved at an extraordinarily low cost, it effectively synthesized the innovations of previous contributors, like Xiaohua. The defense process resembled a high-level academic exchange. Pei Su answered each academician's inquiries fluently, even extending discussions into their respective fields of research. Except for academician Lin Rong, who was somewhat unfamiliar. The other academicians engaged in lively conversation with her. The grading held no suspense. Pei Su, your final score is 9. Li Yunchang proclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and a hint of tremor. 9. It touched the pinnacle of the scoring system set by Old Qin. Applause erupted from the seats of the academicians, heartfelt and genuine. Pei Su slightly bowed, her expression remaining calm, and exited. Yet within, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. The atmosphere in the workshop was fervent. Old Qin, congratulations. Truly remarkable, Wang Hongzhe exclaimed, shaking Old Qin's hand vigorously, emotions spilling forth. This class of dragon talents is filled with national treasures. Li Mutong shouted, Old Qin, I don't dispute anything else, but Zhangming must come to our Qianshuessen laboratory. That mind of his is a strategic resource wherever it is. Wang Jiang interjected immediately, hey, Li Mutong, that is not right. Xiaohua and Chun Ke are clearly more suited for our aerospace field, which urgently needs this propulsion and launch technology. Li Yong observed his nephew with pride, but also spoke up. Pei Su's direction is broad. Yet both the Dragon Science Institute and the Dragon Agriculture Institute have plenty of foundational research that requires interdisciplinary talents like him. Even academician Lin Rong joined the fray. Wang Qingyu's technology has vast application prospects in biomedical fields. Our medical laboratory at the Dragon Science Institute is in dire need of such talents. Tang Puhua added earnestly. Li Bei's precision control technology holds great value for the maintenance of nuclear fusion devices. The academicians eagerly vied for these promising young individuals. The scene resembled a talent auction, as each person recognized the immense potential and value housed within these youngsters. They were not merely specialists, under the mentorship of the Dragon Talent Program. They had developed comprehensive capabilities to tackle interdisciplinary problems. Old Qin wore a smile, while graciously receiving congratulations from all. Yet, deep within, a flicker of doubt grew increasingly apparent. It had gone too smoothly, unnaturally so. He trusted that Pei Su earned her 9 points. Zhang Ming's 7 points seemed reasonable as well. Yet the other 4 had all performed beyond expectations, reaching astonishing heights. This could not be merely attributed to excellence. A strong, indefinable sense of dissonance lingered in his heart. Statistically, such an occurrence was nearly impossible. Seizing a moment when the crowd paused, he leaned in to whisper to Li Yunchang beside him. Yunchang, discreetly investigate this. I feel something is amiss. Look into whether there's any hidden assistance behind them that we are unaware of. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Li Yunchang felt a jolt. Investigate? Suspect the students of cheating? He glanced at the group of young people excitedly huddled together not far away. Witnessing the pure joy and exhaustion on their faces, and a wave of reluctance washed over him. Yet he could not refuse Old Qin. He could only nod. I understand. Li Yunchang walked the shaded path of the campus, his mind heavy with thoughts. The setting sun elongated his shadow. Investigating cheating? The thought left him uncomfortable. He recalled every detail from the defense. While the results were astonishing, they maintained logical coherence, and the demonstration was genuine. There was nothing to indicate cheating. Yet Old Qin's suspicions, his depth of insight was beyond what Li Yunchang could fathom. As he pondered, he spotted 2 familiar figures carrying art boards walking outside. They were Lin Momo and Bai Momo, students from the 2nd cohort of the Dragon Talent Program. Both young girls were exceptionally gifted, yet still quite young. Momo, Momo, where are you off to at this late hour? Li Yunchang called out to them, his tone gentle. He and Old Qin had recently been preoccupied with defenses, inadvertently neglecting the 2nd cohort studies. Lin Momo looked up, her innocent face beaming. Hello, Principal. We are going to sketch. Sketch? Where are you going to sketch? Li Yunchang inquired casually. To Senior Pei Su's warehouse. Lin Momo exclaimed. It's so interesting there. It's filled with parts and blueprints. Bai Momo said the light and shadow structures are perfect for practice. A warehouse. Li Yunchang's heart skipped a beat. An off-campus warehouse. His expression instantly turned serious. Yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm. Oh, Pei Su's warehouse. Where is it? Lin Mo innocently divulged the address. Bai Mo gently tugged at the hem of her shirt, but Lin Mo paid no heed. Li Yunchang nodded with a tone that remained unaltered. All right. Be careful and return to school early. As he watched the two young girls walk away, Li Yunchang's demeanor darkened. A warehouse. A shared outpost off campus. He could almost guarantee that the secret lay therein. A surge of anger began to swell within him. If it truly was collective cheating, it would spell a catastrophic blow to the reputation of the Dragon Talent class. He immediately turned and hastened towards the address Lin Mo had mentioned. It was an inconspicuous old warehouse located in the urban-rural fringe. Li Yunchang pushed open the somewhat heavy iron door, and a familiar scent of metal, oil, and dust assaulted his senses. The interior of the warehouse was expansive, chaotic, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of order. In the corners lay piles of various discarded parts, instruments, and cables. The walls were adorned with white boards, densely inscribed with formulas, algorithms, and structural sketches. Scattered across several makeshift workbenches were tools, welding guns, and remnants of instant noodle boxes. Li Yunchang slowly stepped inside. His gaze swept across the whiteboards. Not only were there derivations of individual modules, but also numerous clear records regarding system interfaces, data exchange protocols, and collaborative debugging logs. The optimization suggestions for Project A's combustion control algorithm bore a clear handwriting. The simulation data for Project B's capacitor discharge waveform was annotated by Pei Su. The core concepts of Project C's optical calibration algorithm were evidently penned by Li Bei. Evidence of cross-collaboration was ubiquitous. He noticed a stack of empty Red Bull cans in the corner. He saw a few makeshift folding beds pushed together. On a large table lay an open notebook, not filled with technical content, but rather a schedule for rotating cleaning duties and words of mutual encouragement. Shin K. Don't lose heart. We'll buy another capacitor if this one blows. Xing Yu, your algorithm is amazing. You'll be the next John of China. Xiaohua. Be gentle with the experiments. The roof might collapse. Beige, keep your voice down. Beige has our backs. Tomorrow's defense, we will prevail. Li Yunchang could almost visualize the countless nights spent here, where this group of young individuals gathered, quarreled, debugged, failed, and tried again. They were not fighting alone. They were a true team, a cohesive unit with a shared goal, supporting one another and complementing each other's strengths. Pei Su's role was perhaps not to provide direct answers, but to guide the direction, integrate resources, and resolve the critical bottlenecks. This was not cheating, it was a deeper, more efficient mode of collaborative innovation. The fury he felt at the prospect of seeking accountability was extinguished in an instant. In its place arose a profound sense of unease. He recalled old Qin's philosophy, extreme pressure, independence, and pushing personal limits. 2 decades ago, during a time when the nation was in dire need of highly capable individuals, this was undoubtedly the correct approach. But what about now? The division of labor in society has become exceedingly refined, particularly in research. Much like the high-quality American television series, which rely on the meticulous collaboration of writers, directors, actors, and production teams, the forefront of scientific research has long since transcended the era of individual heroism. It now necessitates interdisciplinary teamwork. The model adopted by Pei Su and her peers may indeed represent a more suitable paradigm of innovation for our contemporary age. They independently completed their core components while simultaneously breaking through the ceiling of individual capabilities through collaboration. Was there anything wrong with that? Wasn't this the ultimate manifestation of team spirit? Li Yunchang stood silently in the center of the warehouse for an extended period. The waning sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air and casting a complex expression upon his face. Upon returning to the school, Li Yunchang made a beeline for Old Qin's study. Old Qin was still awaiting him, his dim eyes appearing particularly profound under the lamp's glow. Well, what did you find out? Old Qin inquired directly, his tone laced with a barely perceptible tension. Li Yunchang regarded Old Qin's weary yet determined visage and hesitated momentarily. He thought of the traces of struggle within the warehouse and the youthful faces of the students, and the demands of this era. Ultimately, he resolved to speak. Drawing a deep breath, he asserted with conviction, Old Qin, I have conducted a thorough investigation. There are no issues whatsoever. All accomplishments are the students' independent work, entirely genuine. He concealed the details of their collaboration within the warehouse and confined the notion of independent completion to the core innovations of each project. This was not a lie. It was merely a redefinition based on a new understanding. Old Qin scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Li Yunchang's gaze remained steady, devoid of any flicker. Finally, Old Qin exhaled slowly, completely relieved, a smile of contentment illuminating his face as the remnants of doubt dissipated. He leaned back in his chair and murmured, Good, very good. It seems I was overly concerned. This batch of students has truly exceeded our expectations. Observing old Qin's relieved demeanor, Li Yunchang's heart surged with mixed emotions. He had safeguarded the secrets of those young individuals. And there was a hint of pride within him. Old Qin had always held an upper hand over him, while he respected the man. It did not mean he had to unconditionally endorse his philosophy. This time, he had bravely chosen to conceal the truth. Regarding the future of the Dragon Talent class and the shifts of the current era, he, as a principal who constantly engaged with others, had a clearer perspective. With this thought, a relieved smile graced Li Yunchang's face. Chapter 199. The confrontation between Pei Su and Old Qin yet. There remained one matter that perplexed Li Yunchang. Although the students of this Dragon Talent class had successfully completed their graduation defense, who had provided them with the direction? Was it independently conceived by each individual? That was highly improbable. Was it Pei Su who offered guidance? That was possible, yet it seemed rather far-fetched. 5 cutting-edge technologies across different domains, let alone the direction, for the vast majority of people. Merely being able to name one cutting-edge technology from 5 distinct fields would be remarkable. But if it wasn't Pei Su, could it be that each child had some sort of explosive realization? He contemplated this question and decided to inquire with the students, particularly Pei Su. Li Yunchang opted to seek out Pei Su. At that moment, Pei Su was busy celebrating with everyone at Xiaohua's Cloud Top Spa. For them, it felt like paradise. The immense pressure of the defense had suddenly dissipated, and the 6 young individuals appeared somewhat disheveled. Xiaohua sprawled on the massage chair, calling for Chun Kei to apply more pressure. Chun Kei grumbled, but continued working. Wang Qingyu and Li Bei quietly soaked in the warm water, resting with their eyes closed. Zhang Ming nestled in a corner, seemingly still pondering some algorithm while staring at his phone screen. Pei Su leaned against the window, gazing at the darkening sky outside with a hint of a weary smile. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyous. The relief of having survived the ordeal, paired with the exhilaration of their achievements being recognized, coalesced into an unspoken camaraderie at that moment. Just then, the door swung open. Li Yunchang stood at the entrance, his expression grave. He had not anticipated such a gathering. The jovial laughter and chatter within the room were abruptly silenced, as if the power had been cut. Only the background music continued to play inappropriately. Everyone froze. Xiaohua nearly toppled from his massage chair. Chun Kei's hand hung suspended in midair. Wang Qingyu and Li Bei sat up straight from the water. Zhang Ming looked up. Pei Su also turned her gaze towards the unexpected visitor at the door. Li Yunchang's sudden intrusion instilled a sense of unease among them. How did the principal find his way here at such an hour, bearing such an expression? Taking a deep breath, Li Yunchang surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately settling on Pei Su. He stepped inside, gently closing the door behind him, severing the connection to the outside world. The room, although spacious, felt cramped with 6 individuals present, and his arrival seemed to render the air thick and oppressive. It's good that everyone is here, Li Yunchang began, his voice low yet resonant, reverberating in the hearts of all. I have a question for you, particularly for you. Pei Su. Silence enveloped the room. All sensed the impending storm. Li Yunchang fixed his gaze on Pei Su, each word articulated with precision. Pei Su, I implore you to answer truthfully. The core technological directions for Xiaohua's shockwave thruster, Chun Kei's electromagnetic railgun, Wang Qingyu's scanner, Li Bei's mechanical arm, and Zhang Ming's communication protocol, were they not provided by you? Did you not, in the shadows, extend them crucial assistance? The atmosphere froze instantly. Xiaohua parted his lips, intending to speak, yet was silenced by Chun Kei's piercing glance. Wang Qingyu anxiously turned to Pei Su, fingers entwined. Li Bei furrowed his brow, and Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening behind the lenses. Indeed, if one were to strictly adhere to the independent completion rules set forth by Elder Qin, their collaborative efforts could be deemed as cheating. The intertwined handwriting in the warehouse, shared ideas, and the mutual resolution of challenges stood as undeniable evidence. Fear washed over them like icy water, dousing the fervor they had just moments ago felt. At that juncture, Pei Su rose. His movements were deliberate, his countenance calm and composed. He did not glance at his companions, instead meeting Li Yunchang's scrutinizing gaze directly. It was I, Pei Su declared steadily. Without a hint of hesitation, I provided the technological direction. I was the one who assisted with the critical difficulties. This matter is solely my responsibility. He had confessed, unequivocally, even shouldering the entirety of the blame. Li Yunchang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Pei Su's admission, let alone its completeness and tranquility. The anticipated excuses, evasion, or panic failed to materialize. Pei Su stood there as if acknowledging a commonplace fact. But how could this be? A tempest raged within Li Yunchang. It seemed nearly impossible for one individual to masterfully navigate the disparate realms of dynamics, electromagnetism, optics, mechanical control, and information encryption, and not merely at a superficial level, but to furnish core technological directions sufficient to support a project reaching international standards. This transcended the bounds of genius. It was utterly inconceivable. How could you possibly? Li Yunchang's voice trembled with disbelief. No so much? This is simply. Pei Su observed the profound shock etched on Li Yunchang's face, as if he had foreseen this reaction. He paused for a few seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before slowly providing a seemingly rational explanation. Principal, do you recall that some time ago, I applied for a 2-month academic leave in my personal capacity? Li Yunchang hesitated, recalling that such an occurrence did indeed transpire. At the time, Pei Su had offered a compelling rationale, stating his need to consolidate his knowledge system in preparation for his graduation project. Elder Qin had also approved it. During those months, I spent the majority of my time at the Qianshuisen laboratory, Pei Su calmly revealed. He paused briefly before elaborating. I did not focus on any specific project. Rather, I absorbed knowledge frameworks and methodologies from various fields like a sponge, delving into both the cutting-edge and foundational aspects. I analyzed numerous failed cases, contemplating their shortcomings and potential pathways to success. The more I observed and pondered, the more the barriers between different domains began to blur in my mind. Many technologies share common underlying logics. This explanation was both reasonable and compelling. After all, Pei Su could not feasibly divulge the intricacies of his systematic approach. The Qianshuisen laboratory, as a premier research institution, possessed an invaluable repository of knowledge. Coupled with Pei Su's extraordinary learning capacity and cognitive patterns, it seemed to provide a plausible rationale for his expansive vision and insight. Li Yunchang fell silent, needing time to digest this revelation. He regarded Pei Su, this exceptionally young student, who now appeared profoundly complex in his eyes. If Pei Su's assertions were indeed true, his potential might be far more formidable than anyone had imagined. A battle raged within Li Yunchang. On one hand, Pei Su had openly admitted to a violation. As the principal and head of the defense committee, he understood that he must take action. This was a matter of procedural justice, a preservation of Elder Qin's ideals. To conceal the truth would constitute dereliction of duty. Yet, on the other hand, memories of the collaborative traces in the warehouse, the youthful figures striving together, and the tangible results they presented, potentially of great value to the nation, flooded his mind. Elder Qin's emphasis on independence belonged to a bygone era. Modern research demands collaboration, integration, and core figures like Pei Su who can bridge barriers. Perhaps Pei Su's approach represented a truly efficient and contemporary model of innovation. To forcibly stifle it with outdated regulations would be a disservice to talent and detrimental to national interests. What to do? Expose them? Or remain silent? This internal conflict rendered his expression tumultuous. Xiao Hua and the others watched him anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. Pei Su remained poised, awaiting the outcome. After what felt like an eternity, Li Yunchang suddenly exhaled deeply and slowly. The weight of concern and inner turmoil gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression tinged with fatigue and acceptance. He no longer glanced at Pei Su, instead moving towards a nearby footbath, beginning to remove his shoes and socks. This action left everyone momentarily stunned. After a long day, I too am weary, Li Yunchang remarked, submerging his feet into the warm water with a sigh of contentment. Xiaohua, does this spa have a massage suitable for someone of my age? Xiaohua was momentarily at a loss, stammering, yes. Principal, I will call a technician for you. No need to call anyone. Just adjust the massage chair for me, Li Yunchang replied. The atmosphere shifted awkwardly, yet noticeably relaxed. Although puzzled, Chun Kei promptly offered Li Yunchang the best massage chair. Wang Qingyu quietly released a breath of relief. Li Bei and Zhang Ming exchanged wary glances, their nerves slightly easing yet still alert. Pei Su observed Li Yunchang's retreating figure, his gaze subtly shifting, as if an understanding dawned upon him. Leaning back in the massage chair, Li Yunchang closed his eyes, allowing the mechanical arms to knead his sore shoulders and neck. It seemed he genuinely sought a moment of relaxation. After a brief silence, the only sounds were the hum of the massage chair and the gentle flow of water. After some time, Li Yunchang suddenly spoke, eyes still closed, yet his voice resonated clearly throughout the small room. Enough rest. Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chun Kei, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, Zhang Ming. He called each name, prompting them to pay attention. He opened his eyes, scanning the youthful faces before him, his gaze finally resting on Pei Su, now resolute and profound. Come with me back to the school, Li Yunchang commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. We shall meet Elder Qin. We will recount today's events, and everything you have done, in full and unaltered detail. He had no intention of concealing the truth. Instead, a decision was made to confront and challenge the old rules together, striving for the recognition that this new paradigm deserves. The true storm is only just beginning. In the brightly lit study of the Elder Qin, he remained seated in his wheelchair, a thin blanket draped over him. Yet his spirit seemed markedly elevated compared to earlier in the day. He was perusing a document when a knock on the door interrupted him. Without raising his head, he called out, "Come in." Li Yunchang entered, followed by Pei Su and 6 others. The study, not particularly spacious to begin with, felt cramped with 7 individuals suddenly crowding in. Elder Qin lifted his gaze, and a flicker of surprise passed through his dimmed eyes at the sight. Though he quickly composed himself, his eyes skimmed over Li Yunchang before sweeping across the faces of Pei Su and the others, ultimately returning to Li Yunchang. Yunchang, it's quite late. Is there something you need? He inquired. Haven't the defense results already been announced? Li Yunchang took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing slightly. Elder Qin, there is indeed a matter to discuss. Regarding today's defense, there are some circumstances that require a face-to-face briefing. He deliberately chose the term briefing, adopting a humble posture. Oh, Elder Qin set down the document, folding his hands over the blanket in a listening manner. What circumstances? Wasn't it said that everything was fine? His gaze, seemingly casual, bore a sharpness that penetrated all pretense. Li Yunchang felt immense pressure. Steeling himself, he began, Elder Qin. I followed your instructions to investigate the students' project completion status. I discovered that they did not accomplish it entirely independently, as we previously assumed. In an instant, Elder Qin's eyes sharpened, locking onto Li Yunchang like a hawk. What do you mean? With a surge of courage, Li Yunchang continued, they have a shared warehouse off campus. Throughout the project, they communicated and assisted each other. He chose his words carefully, aiming for neutrality. Assisted? Elder Qin's tone elevated slightly, his displeasure evident. You did not convey this to me earlier. You stated they completed it entirely independently. His voice bore an accusatory edge. I lacked a thorough understanding at that time. Li Yunchang replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Later, I approached Pei Su to inquire directly. And what did he say? Elder Qin's gaze shifted to Pei Su, now imbued with a formidable sternness. Pei Su stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yunchang, calmly meeting Elder Qin's scrutinizing stare. Elder Qin, Principal Li speaks the truth. The technical direction was provided by me. I offered assistance on critical challenges. The violation of your independent completion rule lies with me and no one else. He acknowledged the responsibility directly, as forthrightly as he had with Li Yunchang. A muscle in Elder Qin's face twitched slightly. He refrained from immediate outburst, instead falling silent for several seconds. Yet that silence was more suffocating than any roar. Xiaohua and the others dared not breathe. Very well, indeed. Elder Qin finally spoke. His voice as cold as ice. Pei Su, I was right to have faith in you. You are indeed responsible, taking all the blame upon yourself. His gaze swept over Xiaohua and the others. And you? Just standing there? Relying on others' help to achieve excellent graduation results? How honorable is that? Elder Qin. Xiaohua could no longer hold back, his voice strained with defiance. It's not like that. Do you have any idea how much effort we put in? Brother Pei helped us, but the hardest work was done by ourselves. Burning the midnight oil was a routine for us. Exactly. Chen Kai chimed in, emboldened. Without Brother Pei's guidance, we might not have even found the door. But once we found it, we forged our own path. Wang Qingyu mustered his courage. Elder Qin. Pei Su didn't just provide us with answers. He helped us illuminate our thinking. Like lighting a lamp, the path is still ours to traverse. Li Bei succinctly added. The results speak for themselves. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, analyzing calmly. Elder Qin, the modern paradigm of scientific research has shifted from solitary efforts to collaborative breakthroughs. As the core of the team and a knowledge hub, Pei Su greatly enhanced overall innovation efficiency. This is not cheating, it is optimization. The room was charged with tension as the young ones passionately defended their stance. Elder Qin slammed his hand against the armrest of his wheelchair. The sound, though not loud, silenced everyone instantly. Fallacious reasoning. Elder Qin's voice dripped with suppressed anger. The purpose of the Dragon Talent class is to push you to your limits. To excavate all your potential in dire circumstances. Mutual assistance? Team collaboration? Those are matters for the future. In the Dragon Talent class, I want to see your individual prowess. Without that foundation, everything is a castle in the air. Chapter 200. Elder Qin's resignation. He fixed his gaze on Pei Su, his heart heavy. Pei Su, I had the highest hopes for you. I believed you could become a standard bearer. But what are you doing? You are harming them. You are undermining the very foundation of the Dragon Talent class. I know you are exceptional, and you can assist them, but can you continue to do so indefinitely? I think not. You will all eventually part ways for various reasons. Elder Qin. Pei Su raised his voice, his eyes unwavering, showing no sign of retreat. I believe that an individual's limits are not solely defined by overcoming challenges alone, but also by the ability to lead and inspire a team to tackle even greater challenges. We are not merely a simple mutual aid group. We are an innovative system. The value of the outcomes produced by this system far exceeds what any of us could achieve independently. Is this not a form of greater strength? He locked eyes with Elder Qin, posing the pivotal question. Elder Qin, what is the ultimate purpose of establishing the Dragon Talent class? Is it to cultivate a group of graduates who meet your ideal standards? Or is it to nurture top-tier talents capable of addressing future challenges and driving progress for the Dragon Nation? If our methods and results can better serve the latter, why can we not be more forgiving, even encouraging? These words struck like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present, resonating deeply within Elder Qin as well. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Gazing at Pei Su, he saw the unmasked confidence and sharpness in the young man's eyes, as well as the steadfast gazes of the anxious yet resolute students behind him. All the reprimands and reasoning he had prepared suddenly choked in his throat. Indeed, what is the ultimate goal? To uphold a seemingly outdated rule that no longer suits the current environment or to strive for that grander objective? The study fell into a prolonged silence, broken only by the elder's heavy breaths. Li Yunchang watched Elder Qin anxiously, fearing he might suffer a stroke from the stress. Xiao Hua and the others held their breath, awaiting the final judgment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Elder Qin wearily leaned back against his wheelchair, closing his eyes. He appeared to age significantly in that moment. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and feeble. "Leave, all of you. Just leave me alone for a while." There was no fury, no decisive action, only profound weariness and struggle. Li Yunchang exhaled softly, though concern lingered. He gestured for Pei Su and the others to exit. Pei Su regarded Elder Qin, who seemed drained of all energy, his expression complex. Ultimately, he said nothing, bowing slightly before quietly leading the others out of the study. The door closed behind them. Inside the study, only Elder Qin remained, enveloped by silence. He kept his eyes shut, brow furrowed, as a tempest of thoughts raged within the mind of this nearly centenarian elder. Outside, Pei Su and the others stood in the night, equally burdened. They understood that this confrontation was far from over. The true outcome would depend on whether Elder Qin could transcend the barriers he had imposed upon himself. With the study door shut, isolating him from the world, Elder Qin sank deeply into the wide wicker chair, as if all strength had been drained from him. The dim light cast profound shadows across his wrinkled face. He kept his eyes closed, merely waving his hand weakly, a gesture infused with an ineffable weariness and an inescapable struggle. Pei Su's words fell upon his long silent heart like a stone cast into a deep well, stirring violent ripples in the still waters of his consciousness. The gaze of the young man was sharp, confident, and imbued with a fearless challenge to authority. Was he right? Old Qin pondered. Has the era truly transformed? Has the extreme individualistic model, which demands that each person unleash atomic-like energy in the face of despair, become obsolete? Images from 20 years ago flashed before his eyes, a time when the nation's strength was feeble and advanced technology was tightly confined behind layers of restrictions. Every breakthrough felt like drawing blood from a stone. He recalled how he and his colleagues, armed with nearly primitive equipment and relentless determination, chipped away at formidable obstacles. Back then, collaboration was a foreign concept. It was a battle of individual prowess, relying on sheer will and capability to forge a path. The theoretical foundation of his secondary nuclear deterrence plan emerged from that atmosphere of isolation and desperation. It was a frenzied idea born from despair, a scientist's most tragic yet resolute guardianship of his country's fate. The worst scenario was not the deprivation of mutual destruction, but the inability to locate the button for annihilation. Old Qin murmured, his aged voice resonating in the silent study, heavy with the weight of 2 decades. The paper published in 2009, which once sent ripples through the international community, was less a plan than a piercing alarm. It depicted a suffocating future, when conventional forces are entirely imbalanced, when all means of retaliation are preemptively stifled, when territory is gradually consumed. What could we rely on to safeguard our land? His answer was a terrifying balance, wagering on the potential collapse of the gravitational order of the entire solar system, turning the moon into a Damocles sword hanging over humanity. This was a madman's plan, one repeatedly dismissed by the National Academy as taboo. Yet it was precisely this plan that had haunted him like a nightmare for 2 decades, shaping all his subsequent educational philosophies. He stubbornly believed that only by forging each student in the Lonkai class into a super soldier, capable of independently confronting apocalyptic scenarios and swiftly reconstructing the technological framework from the ruins, could a flicker of hope be preserved for the nation in the face of potentially more brutal games than those described in his paper. To him, Pei Su's collaborative model resembled flowers in a greenhouse, incapable of enduring the harsh realities of nature. Yet, the achievements they produced were undeniably real and dazzling. Their innovative model, characterized by low cost, high efficiency, and interdisciplinary integration, indeed showcased astonishing vitality. Was this not another form of strength? Within Old Qin's heart, 2 voices clashed fiercely, one belonging to the past, which emphasized individual heroism, and the other faintly pointing toward a future he was reluctant to acknowledge. Just as Old Qin's inner turmoil reached a crescendo, threatening to tear him apart, faint voices and footsteps drifted in from outside the study. It was Li Yunchang returning, and he brought someone with him. The door to the study was gently knocked upon and then pushed open. Li Yunchang entered first, his expression grave yet resolute. Following him was the leader of the National Academy, Li Jingyuan. Li Jingyuan's demeanor was equally serious. He glanced at Old Qin, who sat slumped in his chair, seemingly aged by a decade in an instant, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. These 2 elders had been at odds over the secondary nuclear deterrence plan for nearly 20 years, one insisting on its necessity as an ultimate deterrent, while the other viewed it as madness that might plunge the nation into an unpredictable abyss. Yet at that moment, the sharpness of Li Jingyuan's gaze held less confrontation and more understanding and concern. Old Qin, Li Jingyuan began, his voice steady. Old Qin slowly opened his eyes, surprised to see Li Jingyuan, then quickly realized the reason for his visit. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yunchang brought you here? Do you think this old fool is beyond redemption and needs your harsh remedy? Li Zhengyuan did not respond directly. Instead, he took a seat across from old Qin, his eyes scanning the scattered documents on the desk, and sighed softly. Old friend, I am not here to quarrel with you. I merely heard that the children's defense today was quite successful, but it also sparked some controversy. Old Qin scoffed, remaining silent. Li Jingyuan continued, unperturbed, his tone laced with nostalgia. Do you remember 20 years ago? How difficult it was for us then. We had nothing. Relying solely on sheer determination and the relentless efforts of a few individuals who toiled day and night in the lab. Back then, you would go days without sleep over that computational model, collapsing in the machine room. We truly needed vanguards, individuals capable of standing against 10 or even 100 adversaries. With limited resources, we had to utilize our best talent to tackle the most challenging obstacles. Old Qin's gaze flickered slightly, as he was momentarily transported back to those tumultuous years, the roots of his philosophy. But old Qin, Li Jingyuan's tone shifted, becoming more somber. The times have changed. Look at our nation now, at our technological prowess. Though we still have gaps, we are no longer the impoverished state we once were. Current research emphasizes large-scale collaboration, interdisciplinary integration, and systematic advancement. Just like your concerns regarding the secondary nuclear deterrence, even if we were to pursue it. It cannot be accomplished by a couple of geniuses working in isolation. It requires a vast and intricate collaborative system, encompassing theoretical physics to aerospace engineering, materials science to information control, each element indispensable. He fixed his sharp gaze upon old Qin. Your insistence on molding each child in the Lonkai class into an extreme individual. Deep down, are you still clinging to the remnants of your secondary nuclear deterrence vision? Are you hoping that, in the event of civilization's collapse, any one of them who survives can quickly integrate the remaining knowledge and technology to attempt to activate that? Or perhaps find a glimmer of hope? Old Qin's body jolted as if struck, his pupils constricting. Li Jingyuan's words were like a precise scalpel, slicing through the deepest, most hidden corners of his heart that he was unwilling to confront. He opened his mouth to deny it, but found his throat dry, unable to produce any sound. Li Jingyuan, his longtime rival, understood him all too well. Observing old Qin's reaction, Li Jingyuan realized his surmise was correct. He sighed, softening his tone, yet speaking with gravity. Old Qin, I understand your worries. That ultimate sense of crisis. Believe me, as an old technology worker, I have felt it too. However, you cannot allow such improbable, even overly pessimistic scenarios to distort the normal path of talent cultivation. He emphasized his words. Do you wish for them to become living relics of critical skills, like the mental arithmetic and abacus classes of yore, preserved for extraordinary times? Have you considered that if our nation were to descend to the point where we must rely on such individual relics to keep the flame alive, what that would signify? It would mean the world has undergone unimaginable upheaval. Perhaps the Americans have collapsed, the Russians have fallen, and the entire international order has disintegrated. At that point, preserving a few technological embers will not alter the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, Li Zhenyuan leaned forward, his gaze burning into old Qin's. Do you have so little faith in our nation? Do you truly believe that, after so many years of development and the accumulation of such a robust foundation, we can easily regress, needing a few super individuals to sustain civilization? Old Qin, you are mistaken. I can somewhat comprehend your current mindset. Li Jingyuan's tone carried a subtle hint of compassion. Do you feel as though your time is running out, that your days are numbered, thus perceiving everything through a lens of impending doom? Have you envisioned the nation as an elderly figure, much like yourself, nearing the end of life, making the most pessimistic preparations for what lies ahead? This statement struck Qin Lao like a thunderbolt, shocking him into awareness. Indeed, Li Jingyuan was correct. With his own days limited, could it be that he unconsciously projected his anxieties and pessimism regarding the conclusion of life onto his judgment of the nation's future? Did he perceive the state as a frail elder, anxious about an imminent demise, which drove him to obsess over nurturing survivors capable of facing an ultimate catastrophe? Yet, the nation is not an elderly person. It is a vigorous youth on the rise. What it requires is not a tragic strategy to confront the end, but a pioneering spirit of development and a robust system of collaborative innovation. Qin Lao sat there, dazed, as his expression transitioned from struggle and shock to profound confusion, culminating in a flicker of enlightenment and endless shame. He was mistaken, gravely so. He had allowed his inner fears and the limitations of his era to blind him. He measured the world and talent 20 years later with the yardstick of 2 decades past. Almost, due to his obstinate and personally tinted pessimism, he had stifled the most precious spirit of collaboration and innovative vitality within a group of young individuals. The study was enveloped in a prolonged silence, punctuated only by Qin Lao's increasingly labored breaths, revealing the tempest within him. Li Zhenyuan refrained from speaking further, patiently waiting. Li Yinchang stood nearby, anxiously observing Qin Lao. At last, Qin Lao slowly lifted his head with great difficulty, gazing at Li Zhenyuan, then at Li Yinchang, his eyes seemingly piercing through the walls to the young souls outside, awaiting their fate. His lips trembled, and after a long pause, he murmured in a voice barely audible, "I truly am becoming senile." This utterance resembled a sigh, akin to a release. At this moment, the heartache that had burdened him for 2 decades appeared to finally begin to loosen. Chapter 201. Smooth graduation and the battle for talent within the study. Time seemed to stand still. Qin Lao leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, the wrinkles on his face resembling the deep, parched cracks of a riverbed, profound and heavy. Li Jingyuan's words acted as a key, unlocking the door to his long-guarded heart, exposing the fears and obsessions that had lingered within. Li Yunchang held his breath, standing still, hesitant to disturb the elder's contemplation. After a while, Qin Lao gradually opened his eyes, and in those once murky depths, a glimmer of clarity and relief emerged. He exhaled a long breath, a sigh of fatigue from the weight of 20 years slightly lifted. "Enough, enough," he murmured, his voice hoarse yet resolute. He turned to Li Zhengyuan, his gaze complex, filled with gratitude and understanding. "Zhengyuan, thank you for your blunt awakening. I indeed have aged, nearly jeopardizing the bright futures of the children due to my stubbornness." He then looked at Li Yunchang, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Yunchang, I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position." Li Yunchang quickly shook his head. "Qin Lao, you flatter me. I merely wish for the Longkai class to thrive." Qin Lao nodded, using his hands to push against the armrests of his wheelchair, attempting to rise. Li Yunchang hurried to assist him. Once standing, he adjusted his slightly wrinkled garment, his posture appearing a touch straighter. "Let us proceed," Qin Lao declared, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "It is time to meet those children. They deserve an explanation." The study doors swung open once more. Awaiting outside were Pei Su, Xiaohua, and others, who immediately stood at attention, their expressions tense as they looked on. They observed Qin Lao emerging with Li Yunchang's support, with Li Jingyuan following closely behind. The anger and disappointment that had previously marred Qin Lao's face had vanished, replaced by an indescribable tranquility, even tinged with a hint of guilt. A collective breath caught in the throats of all present as Qin Lao's gaze slowly traversed each youthful, spirited face, lingering momentarily on Pei Su before nodding, clearing his throat. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the corridor. "Just now, I engaged in an in-depth discussion with Comrade Li Zhengyuan and Principal Li Yunchang." He paused, as if weighing his words carefully. "I have contemplated much regarding your graduation defense and your research methodologies." The corridor fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. "I confess that some of my prior notions may have become outdated." Qin Lao's words were deliberate, but sincere. "You have excelled in innovation under extreme constraints, and the process itself, perhaps teamwork, drawing on each other as strengths, represents a manifestation of a more formidable capability." A glimmer of hope flickered in Pei Su's eyes. Xiaohua and the others exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely believing their ears. Qin Lao took a deep breath, finally articulating the crucial statement. "Therefore, I hereby declare that the first graduation defense of the Longkai class is fully valid. The results are confirmed. You have successfully graduated." Silence. The deathly quiet persisted for a full 3 seconds. Then, wow! Xiaohua was the first to leap up, pumping his fists in exuberance, his face flushed with excitement. "We graduated. We did it." Chen Kai joined in the cheer, enthusiastically slapping Li Bei's shoulder. Wang Qingyu covered her mouth, her eyes instantly glistening, tears of joy welling up as she instinctively glanced towards Pei Su. Li Bei, though still maintaining a stoic expression, revealed his inner excitement through clenched fists and slightly trembling arms. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his lips curving upward in an uncontrollable smile. Pei Su, witnessing her jubilant companions, turned to look at the gratified expressions of Qin Lao and Li Yunchang, feeling a significant weight lift from her heart. She stepped forward, deeply bowing to Qin Lao. "Thank you, Qin Lao." This expression of gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. Qin Lao regarded them, a glimmer of moisture surfacing in his aged eyes. He waved his hand, displaying a genuine smile of contentment. "It is your own efforts that have earned you all of this. Now do not linger here. Go celebrate." The first session of the Longkai class has concluded splendidly. Cheers, laughter, and excited shouts erupted, resonating throughout the corridor and spilling into the quiet campus beyond. Within that sound lay liberation, joy, and boundless anticipation for the future. The exhilaration of graduation lingered for several days. On this day, Li Yunchang gathered the 6 students in the principal's office, presenting them with a document. "This is the intention form for your post-graduation plans." Li Yunchang regarded the transformed students before him, his tone filled with pride. "Take your time to consider what you wish to pursue, whether it be prestigious enterprises, the Lonka Institute, or a national key laboratory. All options are open." He paused, emphasizing, "However, I must remind you, you are now the first graduating class of the Longkai program, and the tangible results you hold surpass those of the vast majority of scientists in this world. So, exercise restraint, do not rush into decisions, and certainly do not hastily submit resumes. If you seek opportunities, let the enterprises and research institutions come to you. Do you understand? Each of you is now of bachelor-level caliber." He pronounced the phrase bachelor level with particular weight, the implication unmistakable. Their actual capabilities had long surpassed those of typical graduates, even exceeding many PhDs and senior researchers. The 6 students accepted the forms, each experiencing a myriad of emotions. In the midst of excitement, the weight of their choices became palpable. Xiao Hua scratched his head, expressing his desire to work on propulsion systems, stating that he was open to any location as long as he could continue to tinker. Chen Kai, however, had a clear goal. He aspired to delve into aerospace or military industries, asserting that his expertise in electromagnetic propulsion could easily translate into the development of electromagnetic cannons. Wang Qingyu softly added that she wished to pursue precision measurement and scanning, whether in the medical field or in the realm of cultural relics. Li Bei succinctly stated his interest in precision manufacturing within the heavy industry sector. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, indicating a focus on information security or foundational algorithm research. Pei Su gazed at the options presented before him, remaining silent. His breadth of choices was the widest, yet it also rendered his decision the most challenging. In the subsequent days, the 6 individuals engaged in contemplation and discussions regarding their future paths. Observing their apparent indecision, Li Yinchang pondered that waiting idly was not a viable strategy. He stroked his chin, arriving at a resolution. Never mind, I shall ignite a spark for you, he muttered to himself, before picking up the internal phone and connecting to the secretariat. Xiaozhang, please issue a brief announcement in the name of the President's Office of Lonka University to our list of partner organizations, specifically targeting the key military-industrial sectors, high-end manufacturing, and national laboratories. The content should simply state, the inaugural cohort of our Long Talent program has successfully completed their studies, with their graduation projects achieving international leading standards. They are now available for engagement. Li Yunchang spoke nonchalantly, but once this announcement was dispatched, it would be akin to dropping a depth charge into a tranquil lake. Wang Lulu, a front desk clerk at the Lingyun Pavilion in Kyoto, sensed something unusual. Although the hotel typically enjoyed a good occupancy rate, the recent surge in guests was extraordinarily rare. This peculiar influx began 3 days prior, as distinguished-looking individuals, clad in seemingly ordinary yet finely crafted attire, checked in. They appeared hurried and spoke little, rarely engaging in idle chatter during the check-in process. Yet their sharp gazes betrayed a deeper significance. Wang Lulu, having encountered countless guests, instinctively felt these individuals were not mere business travelers or tourists. The following day, an even larger number of such guests arrived. Not only was Lingyun Pavilion fully booked, but Wang Lulu also heard from colleagues that nearby hotels of a similar caliber, such as Bibo Garden and Tingtao Pavilion, were also at full capacity around the same time. This was highly irregular. Despite Kyoto's vibrancy, the occupancy rates of high-end hotels followed a predictable pattern. This sudden, region-wide surge in demand was exceedingly strange. Wang Lulu's curiosity deepened. During a shift change, she discreetly checked the back-end system and discovered that these guests had booked through a myriad of channels, some even utilizing exclusive avenues beyond her access. They hailed from various parts of the country, with unit names that were often cryptic or abbreviated, such as Southwest XX Institute, North China XX Factory, Deep Sea XX Academy, and so forth. Unable to contain her intrigue, she stopped a passing housekeeping manager. Manager, what is going on lately? We've had a surge of peculiar guests, and it seems all the hotels in the area are fully booked. The manager, equally perplexed, replied, I was just wondering the same. I asked the owner, and even he is baffled by this situation. It's not even the tourist season, and typically, during peak travel times, guests gravitate towards Tiananmen Square, right? This is truly bizarre. What astonished Wang Lulu even more followed on the third morning. She witnessed several black cars with special license plates parked at the hotel entrance, from which emerged several individuals exuding an air of authority, who, under the personal escort of the hotel's general manager, made their way directly to the executive lounge. Upon discreet inquiries, she discovered that these were leaders from the municipal government of Daijing City, specifically visiting to meet with certain guests residing in their hotel. Wang Lulu was left utterly astounded. What manner of guests could necessitate such high-level attention from city officials? The implications of this were staggering. She shared her discovery with her colleagues, and soon the news spread throughout the hotel. Speculation ran rampant, with various theories proposed. Some suggested a national-level secret meeting, while others humorously speculated about the possibility of an alien invasion. The hotel owner, too, was stirred by the situation, calling a meeting with several management personnel. A seasoned hotelier, he wore a grave expression as he addressed the group. I've been running hotels in Kyoto for over 20 years. I've seen all sorts of storms. But this level of concentrated, high-caliber occupancy is unprecedented. Everyone must be on high alert. Service must be impeccable, and no mistakes can be tolerated. I heard that Bibo Garden attempted to raise their prices yesterday and were promptly reprimanded by the authorities, receiving a hefty penalty. His words sent shivers down the spines of Wang Lulu and her colleagues. They realized that the guests occupying the hotels held significant importance, wielding influence that far exceeded their expectations. The atmosphere within the hotel shifted, becoming tense and solemn. Staff moved about with quiet caution, careful not to disturb the enigmatic visitors. As Wang Lulu stood at the front desk, observing the bustling activity outside, her mind was filled with immense curiosity and a hint of unease. This part of Kyoto seemed to have transformed overnight into a silent vortex of intrigue. Who were these suddenly arrived, illustrious guests, and what were they truly here for? What monumental events were quietly brewing beneath the tranquil surface of this bustling metropolis? Unbeknownst to her, the entire situation stemmed from a seemingly mundane graduation announcement issued by the president's office of Lonka University. 6 recently graduated young individuals had ignited an unprecedented competition for talent within a specific circle, their names and achievements causing ripples of excitement. Li Yunchang's seemingly simple announcement was akin to a drop of water into a boiling pot of oil, triggering a chain reaction of explosive responses. The first to respond were the top-tier military-industrial conglomerates and national research institutions that had long-standing collaborations with Lonka University and were most attuned to the news. Within 2 hours of the announcement, Li Yunchang's office phone, internal lines, and even his personal mobile began ringing incessantly. Principal Li, it's me, Old Zhao from Northern Industry. I heard our treasures from the Long Talent Program have graduated. What wonderful news. Our group has a solid foundation in the power sector. We must prioritize Xiaohua. I'll fly over with my team this afternoon. The voice on the other end was urgent and enthusiastic. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. Comrade Yunchang, aerospace technology is in dire need of fresh talent. The electromagnetic propulsion technology of Chun-K is crucial for our next-generation launch platform. Our chief engineer is on his way now. We must arrange a meeting. Principal Li. Several key laboratories at Lonka Institute are eagerly awaiting the contributions of Pei Su, the all-rounder, Wang Qingyu, with her precision measurement skills, and Zhang Ming, focusing on information security. We are in dire need of these areas. You must advocate for us. We specialize in shipbuilding and heavy industry. Li Bei's technology in heavy mechanical arms is critical for our aircraft carrier operations and deep-sea robotics. Calls poured in one after another, and emails inundated his inbox. Although Li Yunchang had anticipated such a scenario, he found himself slightly overwhelmed. He chuckled wryly to his secretary. Well, it seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Notify the security department to tighten campus management, especially around the dormitories of the Long Talent Program students and their frequently visited areas. No one is to be allowed access without an appointment or pass. Also, remind Pei Su and the others to travel in pairs for the next few days and keep their phones charged. However, the school's defenses were swiftly breached. After all, those who wielded significant power were not naive. When the path ahead is obstructed, one must traverse the hidden routes. Various convoluted relationships began to surface. Some conveyed through other leaders at the school, others connected to the students' former mentors, and even some that reached out to distant relatives of the students. The singular aim was clear: to establish early contact, express sincerity, and propose generous conditions. On the very night that Li Yunchang issued his announcement, Pei Su received an unexpected call from her uncle, academician Li Yong. Xiao Su, Li Yong's voice resonated with warmth. Just now, Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan laboratory called me directly. This fellow praised you effusively, claiming you are a once-in-a-century talent, and that your brilliance would be wasted wherever else you may go. Only at his place could your true value be realized. Implicit in his words was a request for me to act as an intermediary. Pei Su felt a mixture of exasperation and curiosity. Uncle, how did you respond? What else could I say? Li Yong chuckled. I told him that I respect your own choices. However, Mutong made a valid point. Having the right platform is crucial. While Lonka Academy and major enterprises are commendable, the vision and freedom offered by the Qian Shuesan laboratory are indeed unparalleled. Ultimately, it all depends on what you desire. No sooner had she finished her conversation with her uncle than a call from Xiaohua came through, his tone brimming with excitement. Hey Gu, you won't believe this. A person claiming to be from Chengfei Group contacted me out of nowhere, offering me an independent laboratory and unlimited project funding if I agree to join. They are even interested in my shockwave propulsion device and want to initiate a project prototype immediately. Am I dreaming? Soon after, Chun-Kei, Wang Qingyu, and others flooded her with messages, all sharing similar astonishing offers and commitments. In an instant, the phones of the 6 members of the Long Talent class became the hottest lines of communication, shattering the tranquility of campus life. Chapter 202, The Battle for Talent. Meanwhile, at the front desk of the Lingyun Pavilion Hotel in Kyoto, Wang Lulu's suspicions grew more pronounced. The hotel remained fully booked for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of alleviation. Moreover, she noticed a subtle connection and competition among the mysterious guests. On several occasions, she witnessed different groups of guests encountering each other at the elevator or lobby, exchanging polite greetings, yet their glances revealed an unspoken scrutiny and rivalry. Fragmented phrases floated to her ears: first come, first served, sincerity, future development potential, and so forth. What astonished her further was that the center of these guests' activities did not seem to be a governmental agency or conference center in Kyoto, but rather Lonka University. She often overheard them discussing Lonka University, Principal Lee, and students, with some even inquiring about directions and transportation to the university. Could something significant be happening there? Or perhaps there was a hidden treasure? Wang Lulu speculated, her mind racing. As a mere hotel receptionist, she was oblivious to the intricacies of the elite academic circles, and the name Long Talent class was utterly foreign to her. That afternoon, a particularly distinguished guest checked into the hotel. An elderly gentleman, clad in a Zhongshan suit, appeared vibrant despite his years. His steady gait and sharp gaze emanated an aura of authority. Even more striking was the fact that he was personally accompanied by a prominent local leader often seen on television news. Upon hearing of his arrival, the hotel owner rushed to greet him, exuding an attitude of almost subservient respect. From a distance, Wang Lulu's heart raced with curiosity. What caliber of individual had just arrived? Shortly after the elder checked in, Wang Lulu noticed several earlier guests gradually making their way to his suite for visits. They lingered in the room for varying lengths of time, emerging with expressions ranging from delight to furrowed brows. Driven by curiosity, Wang Lulu seized the opportunity to deliver supplies to that floor and discreetly observed. She overheard a middle-aged man in a suit, just exiting the elder's room, speaking excitedly on the phone at the end of the corridor. Old Zhao's message is clear. We must respect the students' personal choices and avoid cutthroat competition. But we cannot simply wait idly. I've heard the conditions offered by aerospace science and industry are staggering, even covering family relocation and children's education. We must escalate our offer. Yes, no matter the cost, we must secure at least one of them. Pei Su or Zhang Ming. Pei Su, Zhang Ming. Wang Lulu noted these names. Returning to the front desk, her mind swirled with questions. It seemed these powerful figures had converged to compete for talent from Lonka University. What kind of students warranted such fervent pursuit? As she pieced together her observations and the snippets she had overheard, a vague hypothesis began to form. Lonka University may have cultivated exceptionally gifted students. So remarkable that these influential organizations and institutions were willing to go to great lengths to recruit them. This conjecture filled her with a sense of inexplicable exhilaration and astonishment. As an ordinary hotel receptionist, she had unwittingly caught a glimpse of a silent yet fierce battle for talent unfolding at the highest levels. She watched the hurried, distinguished guests bustling about the hotel, and suddenly felt a profound sense of the unseen currents swirling beneath the surface of this bustling city. Within the confines of Lonka University, an unarmed war had already reached a boiling point. Despite the school's efforts to maintain order, various intermediaries and scouts devised means to engage with the sick students. Overtly and covertly, the conditions offered were increasingly generous, and the promised resources were astonishing. Before Xiaohua lay several letters of intent, some promising him the chance to independently lead key project teams, others assuring substantial research funding, and even hints at assisting with his residency in Kyoto. This candid young man found himself bewildered by the dazzling array of choices, struggling to decide. However, the irony was that he already possessed residency in Kyoto. Chen Kai was pursued by several institutions focused on high-energy physics and aerospace propulsion, with their interest not only in his electromagnetic projection technology, but also in his potential for low-cost innovation. Some even directly told him, "Join us, and we will grant you ample space to explore any endeavors you wish." Wang Qingyu received offers from numerous medical device giants and top research institutes, who recognized the promising applications of her precision scanning technology in medical imaging and bioengineering, presenting her with alluring salary and research support packages. Li Bei's heavy-duty robotic arm technology attracted attention from multiple heavy industry, shipbuilding, and even nuclear sectors, all promising swift engineering and industrialization of his technology. Zhang Ming became the coveted talent in the fields of information security, communications, and artificial intelligence, with his encryption protocols and algorithmic concepts deemed strategically valuable, drawing invitations from several prestigious national security entities. The greatest pressure, of course, fell upon Pei Su. Almost every top-tier institution had designated her as their primary target. The Qian Shuesan Laboratory, various institutes at Lonka Academy, and the central research institutes of leading enterprises, all presented remarkably appealing platforms. Li Mutang even personally called her again, offering no excessive persuasion, merely detailing the cutting-edge interdisciplinary directions the laboratory was planning, which resonated deeply with Pei Su. Amidst the influx of temptations and expectations, Pei Su appeared more composed than her peers. She declined most invitations for clandestine meetings, opting instead to meticulously review each document, calmly analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of every platform in relation to her long-term aspirations. She understood that this decision not only pertained to her personal future, but could also influence the trajectory of technological advancements in certain fields. The burden upon his shoulders is far heavier than what others perceive. As the night deepens, Pei Su walks alone along the tree-lined path of the campus, gazing at the brightly lit dormitory buildings in the distance. There, his companions are likely experiencing one of the most pivotal decisions of their lives, just as he is. Meanwhile, in the grand hotels of Kyoto, Those influential figures who have traveled from afar are strategizing, preparing for tomorrow's decisive battle. A fierce competition for 6 young graduates has commenced, one that will profoundly impact the futures of many. Longkou University has set aside a spacious conference room, grandiosely termed the Graduate Two-Way Selection Fair. In reality, it is a dedicated event for the 6 members of the Long Talent class. Li Yunchang presides over the meeting, eager to see what offers these organizations will present. The atmosphere in the conference room is electric, nearly palpable with anticipation, as representatives from various military-industrial conglomerates, national research institutions, and leading enterprises sit in stark contrast to one another. Sparks fly as their gazes meet. The 6 graduates occupy the front row, each with a notebook before them. Their expressions a mix of tension and expectation. Li Yunchang clears his throat and announces the commencement of the proceedings. Before he can finish, a stout, boisterous middle-aged man stands up, his nameplate declaring him as Deputy General Zhao from the Northern Industrial Group. Xiaohua. Deputy General Zhao's eyes gleam as he focuses on Xiaohua. We at Northern Industrial are the frontrunners in the field of aerospace propulsion. We extend a sincere invitation for you to join us, under the following conditions. His voice booms with authority. First, we will establish a new propulsion technology research laboratory specifically for you, with you as the director, starting at an administrative level equivalent to Deputy Division Chief. Second, an initial funding of 50 million will be allocated, with no upper limit depending on project progress. Third, we will provide the foremost team of engineers and laboratory facilities, located in our latest secret research base. Fourth, we will resolve your Kyoto residency, provide an expert apartment, assist with your spouse's employment, and facilitate your children's education, all handled by our group. Fifth, he pauses, emphasizing his words, upon successful project completion, your personal team will enjoy a 15% share of the profit from the results. A collective gasp reverberates through the conference room. Even Li Yunchang raises his eyebrows in astonishment. Such conditions are extraordinary, offering a dedicated research laboratory, a prestigious position, exorbitant funding, and the alleviation of all concerns, even including substantial profit sharing. This is not merely recruiting a graduate, it is akin to inviting a deity. Xiaohua is momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Unable to articulate a response, his face flushed with excitement as he instinctively scratches his head. Before he can gather his thoughts, another individual stands, an elegant middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses, representing the Aerospace Technology Group. Deputy Zhao, please hold your horses, she smiles slightly, addressing Chun Quebec Chinke. We at Aerospace Technology are highly interested in your electromagnetic projection technology. We believe it possesses revolutionary potential for the next generation of rapid response space launches. Her offer is equally staggering. We invite you to join our core team for the Tianqiong project, reporting directly to the chief engineer. An initial funding of 80 million is available, along with a green light for independent project approvals. You will have unlimited access to Asia's largest electromagnetic experimental facility located in the Northwest. We will resolve your residency in Kyoto and provide a housing unit of no less than 150 square meters. She gazes earnestly at Chinke. We can guarantee that once you join us, within 3 years, your technology will achieve at least 1 orbital-level launch validation. Chinke's heart races, his breath quickening. Independent project. 80 million. Orbital validation. Each term overwhelms him with excitement. Following this, a representative from Huakong Medical, a leading domestic medical imaging equipment giant, extends an olive branch to Wang Qingyu. Wang Qingyu, your high-precision dynamic scanning technology will revolutionize the landscape of high-end medical imaging. His tone is fervent. At Huakong, we wish to forge the future with you. We will establish a biomedical precision imaging laboratory for you, appointing you as the chief scientist. The initial research funding will be 100 million, with further investments contingent upon market prospects, besides resolving residency, housing, and family arrangements. We will also offer you equity in technology, accounting for 5% of the net profit from future related product lines. We promise to launch the first commercial medical scanning device based on your technology within 3 years. Wang Qingyu covers her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. 100 million in funding? Equity in technology? She feels as if she is dreaming. Jinhua Heavy Industry, a titan in the heavy industrial sector, also makes its move. A seasoned engineer with a steady voice approaches Li Bei, saying, Li Bei, your technology for heavy mechanical arms is crucial for our large equipment manufacturing and deep-sea operations. We invite you to serve as the technical director for the Special Operations Robotics Project. The project funding is 60 million, with priority guarantees. We will provide access to our latest heavy equipment testing base in the port. Additionally, we offer an extra month of paid overseas academic exchange each year, along with the right to use a seaside vacation apartment. Though Li Bei maintains a stoic expression, the whiteness of his clenched fists betrays his inner turmoil. Next up is Zhang Ming, who finds himself in competition between national-level information security entities and top private tech giants. A representative from a research institute, codenamed 703, speaks seriously yet sincerely. Zhang Ming, your anti-interference encryption protocol possesses strategic value. We invite you to join our national-level information security key project. Compensation will align with national special talent standards, with no upper limit. We will provide the highest level of secure research environment and data support. You and your immediate family will enjoy the utmost security protection. While he refrains from specifying figures, the weight of this invisible, state security-related offer is unmistakable to all present. Conversely, a private giant named Deep Blue Technology presents a jaw-dropping cash and equity incentive. Zhang Ming, come to us as the director of the Future Network Laboratory. Your starting annual salary will be $500 million, with a signing bonus of $10 million. We will allocate 30 shares in equity incentives. You will have access to an independent AI computing cluster and a top-tier research team. We aim to change the world, and you are the key. Zhang Ming adjusts his glasses, contemplating between the two representatives, lost in thought. Ultimately, all eyes turn to Pei Su, the true crown jewel of this competition. Academician Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan Laboratory has personally arrived. Without waiting for others to speak, he rises, appearing somewhat nonchalant, yet with an earnest gaze. Pei Su, do not heed their flashy offers, Li Mutong says, scratching his ear. Come to me. I will grant you the title of special researcher, with authority second only to mine. All non-confidential resources in the laboratory will be at your disposal. I will not assign you specific projects or evaluate your principal investigator status. You may pursue any research you desire, even if it is to prove that the Big Bang Theory is incorrect. I will provide you with a telescope. As for funding, whatever you need, submit a report, and I will approve it. Housing, cars, residency? Too mundane. You can manage that yourself, or I can have my assistant assist you. What I can promise you, Li Mutong looks deeply into Pei Su's eyes, is absolute freedom and a ticket to the boundaries of human knowledge. There. Your only competition will not be titles or papers, but the very mysteries of the universe itself. This statement, devoid of specific figures, carries an indescribable allure and vision, rendering all previous dazzling conditions seemingly dim by comparison. Several academicians from the Lonka Institute could no longer remain passive, uniting to propose conditions that promise to consolidate the Institute's resources in support of his interdisciplinary research, directly bestowing upon him the title of Chief Young Scientist. Prominent enterprises' central research institutes offered exorbitant salaries and unprecedented autonomy, with some even hinting at the possibility of establishing a dedicated research institute for him. The meeting room fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Pei Su as they awaited his response. Li Yunchang felt his heart racing, despite his extensive experience. He had never witnessed, nor could he have imagined, a recent undergraduate being courted with such astonishing conditions by so many prestigious institutions. This was no mere generosity. It was sheer madness. He instinctively touched his eyebrows, feeling as though they might leap in astonishment. Pei Su took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, ultimately landing on Li Yunchang and then on his 5 companions. This fierce competition, capable of igniting the passions of any young individual and fraught with difficult choices, had reached a pivotal moment. In the meeting room, the atmosphere felt as if it had been ignited. Each condition proposed was akin to a spark thrown into hot oil, eliciting even more intense reactions. Xiaohua, boomed the voice of Vice President Zhao from Northern Industrial. We shall add another condition. Upon the project's success, we will name the laboratory after you. The Xiaohua New Propulsion Laboratory. This is unparalleled in the nation. No sooner had he finished speaking than the elegant female representative from Aerospace Science interjected, her gaze sharply directed at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, we promise that within 3 years, not only will we complete orbital validation, but we will also strive to apply for the National Technology Invention First Prize with you at the center. This is a national honor. The vice president of Huakong Medical was not to be outdone, nearly shouting at Wang Qingyu. Qingyu, your equity stake will increase to 8%. We can also establish a personal brand studio for you. An elderly engineer from Jinhua Heavy Industry slammed the table and addressed Li Bei in a low tone. Li Bei, we shall additionally provide you with permanent access to a heavy testing base located in the south. Moreover, the core technology archive of the group will be unconditionally accessible to you. The competition for Zhang Ming was even more intense. The representative from the 703 Research Institute spoke with unprecedented firmness. Comrade Zhang Ming, we can grant you the title of security consultant, allowing you to participate in the highest level strategic discussions. Meanwhile, the representative from Deep Blue Technology laid their cards on the table. The equity incentives will be doubled. Furthermore, you will have priority access to a company private jet. The struggle for Pei Su had reached a near manic level. Pei Su, a representative from the National Supercomputing Center stood up, his voice slightly hoarse. If you join us, you will lead the architectural design of the next generation of exascale supercomputers. Several academicians from the Lonka Institute jointly assured him, we can break conventions to establish the Pei Su Interdisciplinary Research Institute, with you as the director, allowing you to independently recruit a team and allocate funds. Li Mutang, still lazily leaning against his chair, spoke words that turned the faces of all present pale. The Qianshuesan laboratory will offer you a lifetime position as chief. You may research whatever you wish. Even if you desire to relocate the laboratory to the moon, I will find a way to provide you with a landing module. With each round of offers, the gasps within the meeting room grew louder. Representatives flushed with excitement, some waving their arms fervently, others gripping their fists so tightly that their nails nearly pierced their skin. A representative from a military enterprise in the southwest, upon hearing the exorbitant offers from competitors, glared in frustration before slumping back into his seat. Another representative, a heavy smoker, instinctively reached for a cigarette in his pocket, but upon noticing the youthful, clean faces of Pei Su and his companions, his hand froze. He angrily crushed the cigarette box, ultimately inhaling its scent before begrudgingly placing it behind his ear, his eyes filled with restlessness and desire. All gazes, like spotlights, were fixed intently on Pei Su. This young man sat calmly, seemingly unaffected by the frenzied competition ignited by his presence, which would stir the hearts of anyone else. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he were weighing his options or lost in thought. Li Yunchang, observing the scene spiraling toward chaos, felt his palms grow clammy. Noticing Pei Su's prolonged silence, he steeled himself and cleared his throat, tentatively speaking with a barely perceptible urgency. Pei Su, look. All the leaders and seniors have shown their utmost sincerity. What are your thoughts? Please, do share. At that moment, silence fell in the conference room. As if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone held their breath, ears perked in anticipation. Pei Su seemed to awaken from his reverie at the sound of Li Yunchang's voice. He raised his eyes, slowly scanning the expectant, tense, and even somewhat fierce faces around him. He saw the unabashed desire in the representative's eyes, perceived the concern in Principal Li Yunchang's gaze, and noted the complex, unspoken emotions in the corner where Elder Qin sat. The weight of pressure felt tangible, bearing down heavily on his shoulders. He remained silent, and this silence rendered each passing second excruciatingly long. Just as someone seemed on the verge of speaking again, Pei Su finally moved. He took a gentle breath, stood tall, his demeanor calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I am grateful for the kindness of all the leaders and seniors. He began, his voice clear and steady. The conditions you have presented far exceed my expectations, leaving me quite astonished. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly once more before continuing. It is precisely for this reason that I must deliberate carefully. This choice transcends mere career decisions. It pertains to the trajectory of my future decades. Therefore, I kindly request a brief intermission. Let us reconvene this afternoon, and I shall provide you with a definitive response. This request, while reasonable, caused the hearts of all representatives to rise to their throats. They were eager to know the answer immediately, but dared not press too hard, fearing it might backfire. A blend of disappointment, understanding, and heightened anxiety permeated the murmurs that filled the meeting room. Seeing this, Li Yunchang quickly stood to mediate the situation. Indeed, Pei Su is correct. Such a significant matter certainly warrants time for careful consideration. Let us take a break until 2 o'clock this afternoon, at which point we shall reconvene here. The representatives reluctantly began to rise, their gazes still glued to Pei Su until the 6 of them exited the meeting room. Pei Su and his companions returned to the familiar confines of apartment 437, in stark contrast to the suffocating fervor of the meeting room. The familiar atmosphere here allowed their taut nerves to relax slightly, though an inexplicable sense of low pressure lingered. Xiaohu plopped down onto the creaky old sofa, staring blankly at the cracks in the ceiling, devoid of his usual exuberance. Chun Kai absent-mindedly fiddled with a burnt capacitor on the table, his movements stiff. Wang Xingyu sat quietly on a stool by the window, watching the figures darting across the basketball court below, though her gaze lacked focus. Li Bei remained leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, exuding tension. Even Zhang Ming, rarely detached from his digital realm, stared thoughtfully out the window. Pei Su twisted open a bottle of mineral water, taking a generous sip. The cold liquid coursed down his throat but failed to dissipate the inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Setting the bottle down, he regarded his visibly subdued companions, a flicker of concern rising within him. What is going on? He asked, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet apartment. Those conditions were astonishing. I could see your eyes widen in disbelief. Why does everyone now resemble a frostbitten eggplant? Is there some dissatisfaction? No one responded immediately. The silence lingered like damp fog, heavy in the air. After a moment, Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, turned his head, and calmly directed his gaze towards Pei Su. His voice, as monotonous as ever, sliced through the pretense with the precision of a scalpel. They were not dissatisfied with the conditions, he stated flatly. They were simply reluctant to part ways. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Ming continued, his tone as cool as if he were dissecting a piece of code. For years, from strangers to familiar allies, from fighting their own battles to achieving seamless collaboration, they had gnawed on the hardest bones together, endured the longest nights, faced countless failures, and shared in the ecstasy of success. Such camaraderie, forged under pressure and a shared goal, could not be easily replaced by high salaries or bright futures. He paused, delivering the most critical and heart-wrenching statement. Everyone understood that once a choice was made, they would go their separate ways, bearing different responsibilities and projects. The days of gathering together to bicker and support one another would become a rarity, perhaps countable on one hand, with even years passing without a reunion. The moment he contemplated this, the alluring numbers and promises seemed to fade. What remained was a profound sorrow of impending separation. Zhang Ming's words were like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples in each person's heart. Xiao Hua suddenly leapt from the sofa, his eyes slightly red, and bellowed, "Damn it, Zhang Ming, can you not be so blunt? Yes, I don't want to part ways with you. Working with Brother Pei is so enjoyable. Who knows what bureaucratic nonsense awaits at some other place?" Chen Kai slammed the capacitor component onto the table, irritably tugging at his hair. "Damn it, I feel the same. I relish the chaos with you all. The thought of tackling that electromagnetic cannon alone is utterly uninspiring." Wang Qingyu lowered her head, her hands tightly intertwined. And with an almost inaudible sound, she softly agreed, her voice trembling with unshakable reluctance. Li Bei remained silent. Yet the tightly pressed line of his lips and the subtle rise and fall of his chest unmistakably revealed that his inner turmoil was no less than anyone else's. Pei Su gazed at his companions, Zhang Ming's coldly analytical words reflecting like a mirror, revealing the persistent hesitation and emptiness deep within him. The genuine joy that could not arise in the face of numerous generous offers, the underlying anxiety and uncertainty, stemmed from this very point, separation. He could not fathom a future devoid of Xiao Hua's boisterous proposals, Chen Kai's imaginative ideas, Wang Qingyu's keen observations and reminders, Li Bei's silent yet reliable support, and Zhang Ming's incisive analyses. Such a research path would be unbearably dull and lonely. The bonds of camaraderie and soul-deep understanding forged over these 4 years had become an indispensable part of his life's essence. The glittering olive branches could never fill the immense emotional void and loss of value left by the dissolution of their team. The dazzling conditions in the conference room now receded like a tide, exposing the harsh reality beneath. A clearer, more fervent, and even more audacious thought erupted within him. Akin to a long-suppressed volcano, surging forth with unstoppable momentum, shattering all his hesitations and concerns. He took a deep breath, as if to imprint the familiar essence of the apartment deeply within his lungs. His gaze sharpened, like a drawn sword, glistening with unwavering and radiant resolve. He stepped to the center of the apartment, standing firm. His eyes, as tangible as presence itself, slowly swept over each familiar face. Every comrade who had fought alongside him for 4 years. "I have an idea." Pei Su spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an unusual, undeniable clarity, instantly capturing everyone's emotions and attention. The apartment fell silent, the distant clamor from outside audible. 5 pairs of eyes, filled with anticipation, confusion, and a hint of premonition, focused intently on him. Meeting their gazes, Pei Su's chest rose slightly as he articulated each word with clarity and conviction. "Since none of us wish to part ways, and since we all trust in each other's abilities and cherish this rare synergy, why don't we forge our own path?" Forge our own path. Xiao Hua blinked, his expression one of bewilderment, as if he had yet to fully grasp the implications of those words. "Yes, forge our own path." Pei Su's tone was resolute, imbued with the determination of one who has burned the bridges behind him. "The 6 of us will establish our own company, our own research institution. We will take charge, decide our research directions, and control our destinies and futures." The more he spoke, the clearer and more fluid his thoughts became, his pace quickening with an irrepressible passion. "We can fully integrate each person's technical advantages. Xiao Hua's high-energy dynamics, Chen Kai's ultra-high-speed projection, Qingyu's precise scanning and modeling, Li Bei's heavy machinery and control, Zhang Ming's information security and top-level algorithm architecture, alongside my system's design and interdisciplinary integration capabilities. This almost constitutes a critical technological loop covering high-end equipment and cutting-edge science from fundamental research to engineering implementation. We are entirely capable of tackling comprehensive challenges that singular institutions cannot reach." This earth-shattering proposal fell like a bombshell in the silent apartment. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring agape at Pei Su, as if they were truly seeing him for the first time. Start a company? Venture into entrepreneurship together? Break free from all constraints and pursue their own will? After a brief, intense silence filled with shock. "Holy crap, this is amazing. Brother Pei, this is absolutely incredible." Xiao Hua was the first to react, springing from the sofa like a cannonball, his face flushed with excitement, fists pumping as he spun in place. "This is fantastic. I've wanted to do this for ages. Who wants to be someone else's subordinate? We'll be the rulers." Chen Kai jumped up as well, slapping the table in exhilaration, causing several capacitor components to bounce. "Let's do it. We must do it. Brother Pei, you're absolutely right. Our combination is destined for greatness. Why should we fight for others? We'll carve out our own path." Wang Qingyu lifted her head, her previously melancholic eyes now sparkling with the brilliance of stars. Nodding vigorously, her face blooming with a radiant smile of relief and hope as she chimed in. I agree. Li Bei, whose face often resembled an iceberg, could not suppress a clear upward curve at the corners of his mouth. Though he remained silent, he emphatically nodded, taking a small step forward to express his stance. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, his gaze no longer calm and analytical but ignited with fervent intensity. He spoke rapidly, from the perspective of optimal decision-making models. This is undoubtedly the best path to maximize personal value and team efficiency. We need to start planning immediately. The equity structure must be clear and fair, initial funding strategies, priority research directions, and how to secure support and resources from policy layers must all be swiftly addressed. The stifled atmosphere was completely ignited. The apartment felt as if it had been infused with boiling magma, brimming with passion, hope, and a grand sense of embarking on a historic journey together. Every face radiated with an exhilarating glow, eyes sparkling with boundless anticipation for the future. The lingering sorrow of parting, which had troubled them, dissipated in an instant. Overwhelmed by a shared ambition that was bolder and more audacious, Pei Su gazed upon his rejuvenated companions, their spirits rekindled and determination aflame. And the last remnants of uncertainty he felt from rejecting enticing offers vanished entirely. He inhaled deeply, extending his right hand once more, palm facing downward, his gaze piercingly sweeping across each pair of eyes. With a steady and resolute voice, imbued with determination, he declared, So, it is settled. Together, we shall forge our own venture. With our own hands, we will shape our future. Who agrees? Who opposes? Agreed. Absolutely. Let us see it through. No problem. Seconded. 5 hands, each bearing distinct warmth and strength, yet united by fervent hearts and unwavering resolve, came down upon Pei Su's hand in unison, clasping tightly and firmly, as if sealing an unbreakable vow, a promise set to sail. The shadows of separation were completely dispelled, replaced by a new chapter they would collectively pen, ready to be inscribed with bold strokes. The afternoon meeting was destined to unveil a stunning reversal that would leave all the eagerly awaiting representatives in awe. Chapter 204, Starting Our Own Company? Excited cheers, fervent plans, and limitless dreams for the future transformed the apartment into a cradle of impending miracles, with a palpable, restless energy saturating the air. However, the fervor faded quicker than anticipated, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into cold water with a hissing sound. The cold reality swiftly seeped in. The excitement and rosy hue on Xiao Hua's face gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly evident unease and worry. He no longer waved his fists but instead tugged at his already disheveled hair in agitation, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the window. It was as if he could penetrate the walls and see influential figures in the campus, perhaps pacing, smoking, or huddling together in hushed discussions. These were the titans of industry and technology, formidable individuals not to be trifled with. Brother Pei, Xiao Hua's voice lacked the earlier exuberance, now tinged with hesitation and hoarseness. He licked his parched lips. Starting our own venture is indeed thrilling, but what about those out there? He swallowed hard, his throat constricting, continuing with a weightier tone. They did not come empty-handed. They bring with them substantial capital, immense sincerity, and resources and commitments that could overwhelm us. They await our nod like eager children anticipating candy, ready to celebrate our departure. He paused, a look of trepidation crossing his face, his voice lowering instinctively. If we walk in this afternoon and simply say, Thank you for your generosity, but we've decided to go independent and start our own company, I can already feel the palpable hostility, as if I'm being threatened. I'm convinced we wouldn't even survive until tomorrow. They tear us to shreds right there. These are powerful figures, and playing them for fools is tantamount to slapping their faces. How do we expect to continue in this circle? We might find ourselves in dire straits. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's words, the forced smile on Shen Kei's face completely froze, her lips twitching unnaturally. Li Bei's brow, which had only just relaxed, furrowed again. Zhang Ming's gesture of adjusting his glasses was momentarily halted, revealing a subtle tension. Indeed, in their fervor to avoid separation and to dream of future freedom, they had selectively ignored the vigilant predators lurking outside, intent on achieving their goals. The conditions they presented, any one of which could entice a researcher to the brink of madness, collectively embodied expectations, investments, and a vast network of interests that bore down with the weight of a mountain, capable of crushing any ungrateful novice. A direct and unequivocal rejection of all invitations would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of numerous influential entities. The mere thought of the consequences sent shivers down their spines. A somber atmosphere enveloped the apartment, reminiscent of a doomed expedition. Pei Su furrowed his brow slightly, his lips forming a resolute line. The concerns voiced by Xiao Hua mirrored his own deepest anxieties, while his determination to pursue a collective entrepreneurial journey was unwavering. The pressing challenge lay in how to navigate the external circumstances with grace, tact, and dignity, ensuring that they did not leave behind irreparable risks or troubles for the school, for Qin Lao, or for their own futures. This was an exceedingly complex dilemma, fraught with potential pitfalls. He required someone to confer with. Someone of sufficient gravitas and experience who could represent the school's interests and help them manage the situation. At the very least, they needed to devise a strategy that would allow all parties to feel disappointed yet not entirely antagonistic, enabling a safe landing. His gaze fell upon the silent phone resting on the table. After a moment's contemplation, he picked it up, swiftly typing a concise yet urgent message to Li Yunchang. Principal. We are at apartment 437 and urgently need to report an extremely important matter in person. We kindly request your prompt presence. Once the message was sent, the apartment descended into a state of heightened anxiety and prolonged waiting. No one spoke. The earlier excitement and visions of the future felt like a distant dream. The only sounds were their heavy, somewhat erratic breaths and the occasional distant chirping of birds outside. After what felt like an eternity, punctuated by the weight of time, hurried footsteps finally approached the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Li Yunchang, his face marked by evident confusion and urgency. Clearly perplexed by Pei Su's sudden and serious message, he was already burdened with the looming demands of the afternoon meeting. However, upon observing the scene within the apartment, 6 young individuals assembled, all wearing grave expressions, their eyes flickering with anxiety. Devoid of the confidence and brilliance they had radiated earlier, he felt a sudden jolt of foreboding. This collective display of dismay was all too familiar. Whenever these young souls gathered with such expressions, it signified impending trouble that could very well ensnare him as the principal. Instinctively, he took a half-step back, his body responding before his mind could catch up, and he forced a strained smile, more painful than tears, attempting to lighten the mood. Oh, you're all here? That's great. Gatherings are wonderful. I just remembered I have an urgent document in the office that needs immediate attention. And I believe Qin Lao had also scheduled a meeting with me. It's quite pressing. You all carry on, all right? I'll just step out for a moment and return shortly. With that, he dared not meet the eyes of the young people any longer, turning to make a hasty exit. Years of instinct warned him that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. Getting involved would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Principal, please don't leave. Chen Kai and Xiao Huo reacted swiftly, akin to 2 poised cheetahs, darting forward, one to the left and one to the right, wearing ingratiating smiles, unceremoniously blocking the doorway, half supporting, half coercing Li Yunchang back into the room. Principal, now that you're here, why not sit for a while and have some water? Chen Kai maintained a smiling demeanor, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Exactly. No matter how urgent the matter is, it's not as pressing as our concerns. You are our leader. You must take a stand for us. Xiao Hua chimed in, directly pressing Li Yunchang down onto the room's only relatively intact chair. Li Yunchang scrutinized their grinning yet menacing faces, then glanced around at the other young individuals in the room, whose expressions were solemn as if attending a memorial service. A wave of despair washed over him. He felt as though he were regretting his actions profoundly. Why did he respond to that message? Why did he come here? He understood that there was no avoiding this confrontation. These youngsters were determined to drag him down with them. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead in exhaustion and, with a raspy voice, asked, "Speak up, my little ancestors, what trouble have you brought me this time? Or are you particularly pleased with the conditions offered by a certain organization, unable to reach a consensus among yourselves, and wish for me to mediate as an arbitrator? I must clarify that I cannot show favoritism. I am the principal, after all." Pei Su stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Yunchang, obstructing his attempt to glance toward the door for an escape. His expression was more serious and sincere than ever, even carrying a sense of resolute determination. "Principal, we haven't caused any trouble," he stated clearly, his voice steady yet firm, each word resonating in Li Yunchang's heart. "It's not that we are particularly satisfied with any organization's offer, necessitating your mediation." He paused, seemingly gathering courage, then fixed his gaze directly into Li Yunchang's eyes, declaring unequivocally, "We, 6 individuals, have collectively decided, after careful consideration and discussion, not to join any of the organizations that have extended invitations." The slight relaxation in Li Yunchang's demeanor instantly tensed again. He furrowed his brows. "You're not going anywhere? What do you plan to do? Surely, you must have a destination in mind." Pei Su interrupted him, revealing the startling decision. "We wish to start our own venture and establish a technology research and development company of our own." Silence. A deep, deathly silence enveloped the room. As if even the air had solidified, the expression on Li Yunchang's face froze instantly. His eyes widened, nearly bulging out of their sockets. His mouth slightly agape in a comical O shape, staring blankly at Pei Su, as if he hadn't heard correctly or had received some utterly incomprehensible signal from another world. He stood there, his soul seemingly drained, frozen for a good 7 or 8 seconds, before his brain appeared to reboot, laboriously processing this absurd and outrageous information. "What did you say?" Li Yunchang's voice shot up, laced with incredulity and trembling, almost cracking. "Start a business? Open a company? Pei Su, you little rascals. Do you think that because I've been too lenient and indulgent with you, you can now act recklessly, dreaming up absurd ideas?" He sprung up from his chair, Pointing at Pei Su, his fingers shaking violently from shock and fury, his face flushed, veins bulging in his neck. I've already sent out the recruitment announcements ages ago. I've called everyone one by one. I've said all the right things. The big shots from various sectors have canceled important national meetings and multinational negotiations. Some even flew in on private jets, just for you. You saw the scene in the conference room. The offers were astounding, each more outrageous than the last. I felt as though I were listening to a fairy tale. His agitation escalated, saliva nearly spraying Pei Su's face as he spun around chaotically, hands on his hips, chest heaving dramatically. When I arrived, I even heard someone in the hallway corner, whispering and pleading for additional budget, willing to pay any price to raise the stakes. They were determined. They see you as strategic assets capable of altering industry paradigms and leading technological advancements. He abruptly turned back, his finger nearly poking Pei Su's nose. His voice hoarse from excitement. And you lot think it's fine to casually declare you want to start your own company? What do you take this for? A child's play? A game where you can just toss in a coin to restart? Do you think you can toy with such significant institutions and leaders who shake the industry with their mere presence? Huh. How am I supposed to explain this to them this afternoon? Huh. What am I to say? Should I smile and say, sorry, esteemed leaders, but the kids think your temple is too small. They've decided to build their own and play deities themselves? Do I still have any face left? What about the century-old reputation of Lonka University? Are you trying to roast me and the school over an open flame? Li Yunchang was genuinely astonished, furious, and anxious. Feeling his blood pressure soar, he envisioned various scenarios, even considering that Pei Su and his peers might argue over whether to pursue aerospace or nuclear engineering, requiring his mediation to balance their choices. Yet, he never anticipated such an entirely unpredictable, almost farcical outcome. It was as if they had placed everyone on the brink of a volcano and personally tossed in bombs. In the face of Li Yunchang's fury and rapid-fire questioning, Pei Su stood firm, showing neither retreat nor haste to defend himself. He patiently awaited the principal to exhaust his shock and rage before slowly beginning to speak, his tone maintaining a unique steadiness, imbued with a calmness and strength beyond his years. Principal, please don't be hasty. Your health is paramount. We are not being reckless, nor are we deliberately trying to embarrass anyone or make things difficult for you and the school. Our decision is the result of careful thought and discussion, driven by our own, indispensable reasons. Reasons? What reason could possibly outweigh the tangible platforms offered by national organizations? The resources and benefits that a lifetime of hard work could scarcely procure? Li Yunchang's anger simmered, yet, gazing into Pei Su's clear and resolute eyes. He restrained the impulse to shake the young man awake and forced the words out through clenched teeth. Speak. I wish to hear what grand, exceptional reason could lead you to forsake all this, to abandon the recruitment offers from top-tier enterprises and the premium conditions presented by influential figures. Chapter 205, One Red Face. One white face. Pei Su took a deep breath and glanced at his companions beside him. Xiaohua, Chun Ke, and the others nodded vigorously in encouragement. He turned back, observing Li Yunchang's flushed cheeks and rapid breaths due to agitation, and earnestly, even with a hint of pleading, said, we do not wish to part ways. Li Yunchang was momentarily taken aback. This reason seemed excessively simple, even somewhat childish. Pei Su appeared to perceive his confusion and continued to elaborate. Principal, over the past 4 years, we have evolved from strangers to a cohesive unit, tackling countless technical challenges and setbacks together. We have formed a highly efficient and harmonious collective. We not only understand each other's technical strengths, but also deeply comprehend each other's thought processes, work habits, and even personality flaws. We know when to support one another, who should take the lead at which stage, and how to combine our strengths to unleash a collective power that far exceeds the sum of its parts. Our success in this graduation defense stands as the best testament to our synergy. The seemingly insurmountable topics, which others deemed nearly impossible, were conquered through our profound commitment, mutual support, and the ability to complement each other's strengths. We cherish the tacit understanding and trust forged under immense pressure. We firmly believe that if our core team, which has already proven its worth, can remain intact and continue working together towards a common goal, the value we can create and the heights we can achieve will undoubtedly surpass those we could reach if we were to disperse to different units and face the challenge of adapting anew. We do not wish to squander the most precious bond we have painstakingly established over these 4 years, built on sweat, tears, and countless sleepless nights. Our team. Xiaohuan nodded vigorously, his deep voice resonating in agreement. Indeed, Principal. Following Brother Pei, we feel assured. We know where to charge ahead, knowing there is someone to catch us from behind. Our energies can be unified. Chun Ke quickly added, putting away his usual playful demeanor. It's far less exciting to be apart. It feels like half of our souls are lost. We thrive on being together, pushing each other and achieving mutual success. Wang Qingyu spoke softly but with unwavering conviction. Principal, I believe a team is like a family. When apart, our hearts scatter. Li Bei was succinct yet impactful. Together, efficiency peaks. Trust is invaluable. Listening to each reason put forth, observing the unreserved trust reflected in the faces of these young individuals. The esteem they held for their team's cohesion and their unwavering commitment to a shared future. Li Yunchang felt his anger and anxiety dissipate like air escaping a deflated balloon. A complicated wave of emotions surged within him: helplessness, understanding, and even a twinge of poignant reflection. He slumped back into his chair. As if most of his strength had been sapped, his brow furrowed in deeper contemplation. He had to concede that what Pei Su and the others articulated was indeed reasonable, and profoundly so. The daunting difficulty of this year's Longkai class graduation defense was clear to him as principal. It was a challenge personally set by Elder Qin, approaching or even surpassing the thresholds of many national key research and development projects. Yet these 6 students not only completed it, but did so with astonishing brilliance, leaving even esteemed academicians in awe. Behind this remarkable achievement lay not only each individual's extraordinary talent and exceptional effort, but also an innate synergy between them, honed through relentless practice. Their ability to inspire one another, to identify and rectify each other's shortcomings, and their capacity to substitute and support one another in crucial moments were undoubtedly key factors in achieving this miracle, perhaps even the most critical ones. This instinctive trust and collaborative ability, cultivated under extreme pressure, is indeed a priceless asset, rare and hard to come by. Should they scatter to different top-tier units, they could certainly excel in their respective fields, but they would have to readjust to new environments, new interpersonal relationships, and new workflows. The invaluable team synergy that had already sparked a chemical reaction risked being diluted and ultimately dissipating amidst their individual busyness and varying organizational cultures. From the perspective of maximizing the effective utilization of the nation's and society's top intellectual resources, this indeed represents a tremendous and disheartening waste. Preserving this superlative team, which has already demonstrated formidable combat power and limitless potential, and providing them with sufficient space and resources to tackle higher-level strategic challenges that require interdisciplinary and inter-field collaboration could indeed yield tremendous value beyond anyone's expectations. As this thought crossed his mind, the scales in Li Yunchang's heart began to tip dramatically. He sighed deeply, as if exhaling all the pent-up frustrations within him. This sigh was filled with endless entanglement, headache, and a sense of helplessness in facing reality. He raised a hand to massage his throbbing temples, feeling the blood vessels pulsate as if they might burst. Understanding is one thing, but the cold, hard reality that loomed before him felt like an insurmountable iceberg, emanating a chilling aura. He lifted his gaze to meet the 6 expectant yet evidently anxious and dependent eyes before him, forcing a pained smile. His voice hoarse and weary. "You really have posed me a monumental dilemma, putting me on the hot seat." He shook his head. "Even if everything you say is true, retaining the team is indeed more valuable, beneficial for the nation and the people. I understand these grand principles now, and I'm almost convinced by your arguments. But what about this afternoon? How shall I approach the representatives outside, who are eagerly anticipating success and may even be ready to celebrate?" Imagining the scene sent a shiver down his spine. He could almost see the expressions of those dignitaries shift from expectation to shock, then to a deep-seated anger. "Am I to directly tell them, 'Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for your wasted trip. We at Long Kuda have decided to keep these 6 gems to start our own venture, so you can all return to wherever you came from'?" What kind of reaction would they have? Would they understand and bless this more visionary choice? Or would they feel deceived and erupt in rage? Where would that leave my reputation? How would Long Kuda interact with these crucial partner units in the future? No one answered Li Yunchang's queries. Finally, he lowered his hand, his expression one of resignation, almost tragic. He raised his eyes, scanning the 6 youthful yet tense faces before him, his voice hoarse and low, tinged with profound fatigue. "At this point, scolding you is futile, and binding you and sending you elsewhere isn't realistic. Since you are resolute in your desire to forge your own path, as the principal, I cannot simply watch you be devoured by a pack of hungry wolves." He inhaled deeply, as if having made a momentous decision, and slowly spoke. "I've thought of a not-so-elegant solution. It may not be dignified, even somewhat underhanded, but it might be the only way to avoid offending everyone and to leave you a way out." Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on him. "This afternoon," Li Yunchang lowered his voice, "you need not directly announce your intention to start your own company. That would be too confrontational. Akin to flipping the table, there would be no going back." "What should we say then?" Xiaowa asked eagerly. "You need not say anything explicitly," Li Yunchang waved a hand. "Just display a state of dissatisfaction with everyone's terms." "Huh." Chen Kai was taken aback. "Dissatisfied? Isn't that too audacious?" "That has precisely the effect we desire." A spark of brilliance flashed in Li Yunchang's eyes, but it was not one of arrogance. Rather, it signified a higher level of expectation and discernment that is difficult to satisfy. "Pei Su, you will take the lead. When any party presents conditions or adds stipulations, you should either remain silent or propose some broader, more ethereal, even seemingly impractical demands." He meticulously elaborated. "For instance, when someone promises you an independent laboratory and substantial funding, You might inquire whether this laboratory will have the authority to mobilize resources across departments or even across nations. When someone promises you a national-level award, you could ask whether this award can translate into a substantial impetus for addressing a significant fundamental scientific issue. When someone offers you equity and exorbitant salaries, you might question the ultimate goal of the company. Is it profit or world-changing? If it's merely profit, that diverges from your ideals. Pei Su nodded thoughtfully, grasping Li Yunchang's intention. This was not a simple rejection, but rather an elevation of personal choices to a profound inquiry into the essence of scientific research and the ultimate value of life. In this manner, rejection ceases to be directed at a specific entity and instead emanates from a lofty and solitary pursuit. Although it may still evoke disappointment, it at least preserves the dignity of both parties and may even provoke contemplation rather than mere indignation. Li Yunchang glanced at Xiaohua and Chen Ke, instructing them to cooperate with Pei Su. When he presents these challenging inquiries, you must exhibit expressions of deep agreement or contribute analogous, seemingly reasonable, yet challenging ultimate demands from your respective fields. In essence, you must cultivate an atmosphere that suggests it is not your conditions that are inadequate, but rather that what we desire cannot currently be provided, or that it does not entirely align with the path we wish to explore. He paused, his tone heavy as he added, I shall primarily assume the role of the stern face. At the appropriate moment, I will step in to mediate, summarize, and imply that your conditions are exceedingly generous. However, the students are ambitious, harboring lofty aspirations, and may require more time to contemplate their life's direction, rendering them unable to make a decision at this juncture. Ultimately, this fervent recruitment endeavor would conclude in a state of suspension, without resolution, temporarily put on hold. Li Yunchang observed them, a hint of bitterness gracing his features. This approach feels cowardly and stifling, likely leading those outside to perceive you as arrogant, unappreciative, and perhaps believe that the students of Lonka University are overly self-assured. Yet, this is the only buffer I can conceive that preserves your entrepreneurial plans while preventing a complete rupture in the relationship between the school and these entities. At the very least, it does not slam the door shut. Silence enveloped the apartment once more. Each person understood that this was not a flawless solution. It even bordered on hypocrisy. Yet, they recognized that this was the best outcome Li Yunchang could secure for them under immense pressure. Pei Su remained silent for a moment before responding. Principal, thank you for your efforts. Let us proceed as you suggest. He understood that this was currently the path with the least cost. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and the others nodded in agreement. Although they felt somewhat uncomfortable, they recognized it as a necessary course of action. Very well, Li Yunchang rose, straightening his slightly wrinkled suit. Prepare yourselves. Time is of the essence. Remember, the performance this afternoon will be challenging. You must strike a balance. Do not be overly assertive, which would render you arrogant and ignorant. Yet, do not underperform, leaving room for others to feel there is still hope. This balance is for you to manage. Pei Su, you must especially handle this with finesse. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even more tense than in the morning. Following the fermentation of the lunch break, various factions had evidently engaged in further communication and strategic adjustments, their determination burning brighter, now infused with a heightened sense of vigilance and scrutiny among one another. An air of imminent tension permeated the room. Li Yunchang took his place at the head of the table, his face adorned with a formulaic smile as he announced the continuation of the meeting. No sooner had he finished speaking than Vice President Zhao from Beifong Industrial eagerly interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Pei Su. Pei Su, after urgent consultations within our group, in addition to all that was promised this morning, we can also grant you the highest decision-making authority over the technical direction. All relevant resources within the group will be at your disposal. The moment you nod, this will take effect. The conditions were once again intensified, with power nearly reaching its zenith. All eyes were on Pei Su. He did not respond immediately, lowering his eyelids slightly, his fingers gently tapping the table as if in contemplation. The conference room fell into a haunting silence. After a few seconds, he lifted his gaze to meet Vice President Zhao's, his expression calm, his tone gentle yet imbued with an ineffable sense of detachment. Thank you very much for your group's generosity and trust. The authority over the technical direction is indeed very enticing. He then pivoted the conversation, inquiring, however, I am curious about the boundaries of this authority. If my technical direction necessitates resources beyond the group, such as equipment from a lesser-known research institute at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, or requires coordination with a naval testing facility, would this authority still hold? Can it transcend departmental barriers and achieve seamless resource allocation? Vice President Zhao's smile faltered momentarily. He opened his mouth, intending to respond, but realized that this query was exceptionally challenging. Breaking down departmental barriers? Seamless allocation? This was not something a single enterprise, or even a ministry, could easily promise. The complexities involved were far too high and intricate. Pei Su did not wait for his answer, but instead sighed softly and continued. What I seek may not merely be the leadership of a laboratory, but rather an environment in which I can explore various possibilities unencumbered. Even if those possibilities may seem impractical, I am uncertain whether your group structure can provide such freedom. His words, though softly spoken, struck the room like a heavy stone cast into water, creating ripples of significant impact. A wave of suppressed murmurs erupted within the conference room. Many gazes turned towards Pei Su, their previous admiration and eagerness now tinged with astonishment and scrutiny. Does this lad's ambition know no bounds? Vice President Zhao's expression shifted through various shades, ultimately managing to utter awkwardly. This Pei Su has lofty aspirations, which is commendable. We can deliberate on the specifics gradually. At this moment, a female representative from Aerospace Science immediately interjected, attempting to redirect the focus back to tangible matters. Pei Su, our Aerospace Science group can promise to fully support any space exploration project proposals you present that align with national strategic directions within the next 5 years, and strive to incorporate them into national-level project planning. Pei Su regarded her, nodding in acknowledgement, yet he posed another question. Thank you for your support. However, I wonder about your unit's tolerance for non-consensus innovative projects. For instance, an idea that appears absurd within the existing theoretical framework, yet is logically coherent and may pave new paths. In its initial stages, it might require substantial investment without clear outputs, and could ultimately be proven incorrect. Under your unit's evaluation system, what are the survival odds for such projects? The female representative seemed momentarily taken aback. Non-consensus innovation? Tolerance for failure? This was similarly a challenge all large institutions faced. The pursuit of stable outputs and reliable returns conflicts inherently with the risk-taking and error-tolerant environment required for genuinely disruptive innovation. Pei Su's question sliced through the polished exterior of these elite entities, exposing potential systemic bottlenecks. He was not questioning specific conditions, but rather probing a deeper, ultimate issue concerning the ecological landscape of innovation. Xiaohua seized the opportunity, murmuring in a low voice, audible enough for those in the front row. Indeed, one must have the freedom to experiment. If every aspect is restricted, what kind of innovation can emerge? Chen Kai promptly displayed a look of deep agreement, adding, moreover, ideas must be rapidly validated. By the time layers of approval are granted, it will be too late. Wang Qingyu softly remarked, I hope the research environment can be purer. Li Bei succinctly stated, efficiency, autonomy. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, calmly summarizing, essentially, this is a systemic issue regarding organizational agility, resource fluidity, and the inclusiveness of the innovation culture. The 6 members of the Longkai class engaged in a dialogue, although they did not explicitly reject the offers. They collectively fostered an atmosphere suggesting a yearning for an idealized research utopia that no single existing institution could fully provide. Their scrutiny transcended specific offers of compensation and positions, rising to the level of systemic mechanisms and cultural considerations. Even Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan laboratory furrowed his brow slightly, observing Pei Su with intrigue, as if pondering whether this young man truly believed what he was espousing or was merely playing some clever game. The expressions of the other representatives varied dramatically. Some individuals exhibited signs of displeasure, perceiving the youth as overly ambitious. Others fell into deep contemplation, seemingly stirred by the inquiries raised, while a larger number experienced a sense of anxiety and helplessness, as they realized that the enticing resources they possessed seemed rather insipid in the face of the opponent's probing questions. They could offer financial support, authority, or resources, yet it was challenging to immediately pledge a transformation of the profound operational logic and cultural ethos of a vast organization. The atmosphere in the conference room became exceedingly delicate. The previous fervent competition felt like it had been doused with cold water. Although the fire had not been extinguished, its intensity had significantly diminished. A sense of stalemate and impotence began to spread among the representatives. Li Yunchang, sensing that the moment had arrived, understood it was time for him to step in as the bearer of bad news. He cleared his throat, adopting an expression of measured regret and gravity, and stood up. Esteemed leaders and representatives, Li Yunchang's voice resonated through the conference room, capturing everyone's attention. You are all well aware of the situation. He spread his hands, conveying a sense of helplessness. It is not that I, Li Yunchang, am unwilling to release them, nor is it that the youth lack discernment. Rather, their aspirations run deeper and their vision extends farther than we might have anticipated. His gaze swept across the room, his tone heavy. The questions they have posed are sharp and profound. To be frank, they merit the contemplation of every educator and research administrator among us. This transcends mere compensation and platforms. It pertains to their ultimate pursuit concerning the essence of research and the realization of personal value. He paused, allowing the audience a moment for reflection before continuing. A forced endeavor bears no sweetness. Given that Pei Su and her peers harbor such profound thoughts and lofty expectations regarding their future path, should we, as mentors and elders, not afford them a bit more time and space to explore, to reflect, and to seek a platform that genuinely suits them? A stage where they can unleash their talents without reservation? Li Yunchang's words, resplendent in their eloquence, not only affirmed the students' aspirations, but also subtly communicated the impossibility of immediate fulfillment, deftly returning the ball to the students, who needed time to ponder this irrefutable rationale. Thus, I propose, Li Yunchang concluded, that today's recruitment fair shall come to an interim close. I extend my gratitude for your generosity and efforts. We shall respect the individual wishes and choices of the first cohort of the Longkai class regarding their future paths. For now, this recruitment remains open-ended. I look forward to future opportunities for collaboration. The term open-ended echoed in the room, igniting a wave of astonishment. Although many had anticipated this outcome, the official announcement still left all representatives feeling a profound sense of disappointment and shock. The grand recruitment battle, which had drawn countless resources and expectations, concluded in such a nearly anticlimactic manner. This result struck like a dull blow to the heart of everyone present. The representatives exchanged glances, their faces etched with resentment, helplessness, and even a hint of indignation. However, having reached this juncture, Li Yunchang knew that prolonging the discussion would only diminish his own stature. Moreover, the lofty inquiries posed by Pei Su and her peers had indeed silenced many. Ultimately, this highly anticipated recruitment fair closed amidst a complex and unspoken atmosphere. There were no winners, nor were there definitive losers, only an unresolved conclusion. The representatives gradually rose to leave, casting complex glances at the 6 members of the Longkai class. Some shaking their heads, others sighing. Pei Su and her peers remained seated, silently enduring the scrutiny, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing amid busyness and anticipation. A few months had the power to settle many matters and to allow new hopes to emerge. On the campus of Longkai University, a previously idle red brick building, adorned with a new Chinese-style architectural design, now bore a freshly minted sign, Suhua Technology Research and Development Company, Limited. The name was derived from Pei Su's Su and Xiaohuo's Hua. In fact, at the inception of the company, Pei Su had suggested incorporating everyone's names, or excluding them entirely, but was ultimately met with rejection. Everyone agreed that Suhua was both pleasant and fitting. Thus, the naming of the company concluded rather hastily, as they cared little for accolades or individual signatures, valuing instead their togetherness. The building had undergone simple renovations, delineating office spaces, discussion areas, and several laboratories preliminarily planned according to their respective research directions. The air still carried a hint of fresh paint, mingling with the scent of new furniture, and everything exuded a sense of newness, brimming with potential. At this moment, in the largest room, originally designed as a conference space, a modest yet profoundly significant celebration was underway. There was no opulent decor, no extravagant delicacies, just a selection of signature dishes ordered from the school cafeteria, a few bottles of beverages, and the vibrant faces of youth. Brothers. Xiaohuo raised a cup of cola, his cheeks flushed, his voice trembling with excitement. Our company, today, has officially been established. From now on, I'll be General Manager Xiao. Haha. Tonight, it's on me at the Yunding SBA. You all must come. Anyone who doesn't is disrespecting General Manager Xiao. He thumped his chest, envisioning himself being revered at the SBA. Chen Kei, standing nearby, laughed and teased. Oh come on. General Hua, your SBA is practically becoming our second stronghold. Can't you be a bit more original? Despite the jest, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Being one's own boss and determining one's research direction felt infinitely more gratifying than working for someone else. Li Bei sat quietly in a corner, holding a glass of water, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He spoke little, yet his heart was equally tempestuous. The title of boss signified greater autonomy for him, allowing him to pursue his ideas regarding precision mechanical arms with fewer constraints. He relished this sense of control. Wang Qingyu sat diagonally across from Pei Su, sipping juice while occasionally casting seemingly casual glances towards her. With the company established, their time together would increase. For years of camaraderie rendered them as familiar as family. Yet certain budding feelings became even more challenging to articulate amid such familiarity. She secretly contemplated whether the new laboratory layout could place her optical platform in closer proximity to Pei Su's system integration platform for ease of collaboration. Yes, merely for work collaboration. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. Zhang Ming had already pulled out his tablet, sketching and outlining what appeared to be a preliminary plan for the company's network architecture and information security system. For him, the best way to celebrate was to dive into the next problem awaiting resolution. Pei Su, as the core of the group, reflected on her companions with a heart full of emotions. From the tumult of graduation defenses to the pressure of deciding to embark on this entrepreneurial journey together, and now to the official establishment of the company, each step had been fraught with uncertainty. Thankfully, they persevered and achieved what can only be described as a dreamlike beginning. This auspicious start was largely attributable to one person, Li Yunchang. Today, Li Yunchang had deliberately donned a slightly more casual suit, his expression a blend of satisfaction and weariness. He cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. All right, while we celebrate, there are some important matters that require clarification. Li Yunchang produced several documents, his demeanor shifting to one of formality. This is the finalized equity structure document, Please review it, and once confirmed, kindly sign. The document circulated among a few individuals. The figures inscribed upon it had been meticulously deliberated by Li Yunchang, who balanced various interests before reaching a final conclusion. Pei Su held a 38 stake and possessed a veto power over any significant corporate decisions. Zhang Ming, Xiaohua, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Chun Ke each held 6. Elder Qin, represented by Li Yunchang, had a nominal stake of 6, with an actual investment of 100 million attributed to him. The state, through the channel of Li Zhenyuan, had injected 500 million, yielding a 26 stake. Upon observing this equity structure, the expressions of the 5 individuals, aside from Pei Su, shifted to one of astonishment and contemplation. The proportions appeared thoughtfully crafted, even somewhat intricate. Li Yunchang, noting their reactions, commenced a detailed explanation, his voice steady and articulate. Imbued with the wisdom and foresight of a sage, this structure is the result of prolonged contemplation. Firstly, from the perspective of the state, he pointed to the 26. This proportion is just right. It unequivocally signals to all that this company has the backing of the state, an industry favored and supported by it. Displaying this prestigious endorsement will deter unnecessary troubles, particularly from those who might seek to exploit or undermine us. He paused, continuing, moreover, within this 26. A breakdown reveals that 6 belongs to Lonka University and 20 to the state. Consequently, Lonka University will benefit from the company's future development through sustained returns, whether in financial or technological cooperation, thus fostering a virtuous cycle. This is advantageous for the long-term development of the institution. He then turned his attention to the 6th stake belonging to Elder Qin, his tone becoming somewhat somber. Elder Qin dedicated his life to the nation, living a life of simplicity. The 100 million I have contributed is on his behalf. While this 6th stake may seem modest, it is hoped that it will ensure a more comfortable future for his family. This is a small token of gratitude from us, the younger generation, to this esteemed elder, and it is our duty to do so. Finally, his gaze fell upon Pei Su, his tone becoming particularly grave, even revealing a side of him seldom shown in other contexts. The crux of the matter lies in the control that this proportion affords. Pei Su personally holds 38, granting her a veto power. Meanwhile, all other shareholders I represent, Lonka University with 6, the state with 20, and Elder Qin's 6, amount to 32. Remember, 32. This means that even if, one day, the state, Elder Qin, and I, Li Yunchang, unite to push a decision you might oppose, our total shares will not reach 33, and thus cannot breach the threshold for a veto power. His words resonated like thunderclaps within the confines of the modest meeting room. Xiaohua and the others were utterly stunned, unable to fathom that Li Yunchang had so profoundly and audaciously considered the implications of the equity design. This effectively established a robust firewall for Pei Su and the company's autonomy, ensuring that prior to going public, the core decision-making authority would remain steadfastly in the hands of Pei Su, the founder and technological linchpin. Principal. This sentiment weighed heavily on Chun Ke, who opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. The thoughtfulness behind this arrangement was truly immense. Li Yunchang waved his hand dismissively, a complex smile gracing his face. Do not feel that my words are inappropriate. My actions are not for the benefit of any individual, but rather to ensure that this company can genuinely pursue your technological ideals without being swayed by short-sighted interests or the misguided direction of outsiders. I have faith in Pei Su's abilities and vision. This is both a safeguard for her and the most significant investment in the company's potential. He looked at Pei Su, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Pei Su, this responsibility is now formally entrusted to you. Pei Su rose, a tumult of indescribable emotions surging within him, gratitude, pressure, and a profound sense of responsibility. He nodded solemnly to Li Yunchang and to all his partners. Principal, thank you. I shall never betray this trust. Thus, the legal and power framework of the company became unequivocally clear. Not only was the team preserved, but they also secured a substantial initial funding of 600 million and a remarkably advantageous equity structure. Joy and excitement once again enveloped the room. However, a pressing reality soon emerged. With 600 million in funds available, what precisely should they do next? The overwhelming capital brought forth a sense of bewilderment regarding their options. Should they immediately invest in a specific product development, or should they first solidify their foundational research? As the group celebrated while subconsciously pondering this sweet dilemma, Li Yunchang's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. The melodious tone seemed somewhat jarring in the otherwise boisterous room. Li Yunchang glanced at the caller ID, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and then gestured for silence before answering the call. Hello? General Zhao? Good day. Li Yunchang's voice immediately adopted a tone of reverence and warmth. It seemed the person on the other end had said something. And Li Yunchang's expression transformed from astonishment to a disbelieving joy, responding repeatedly. Yes, yes. They are all here. That is splendid. We will certainly cooperate fully. Excellent. Not a problem. I await your specific instructions. He ended the call, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Raising his head, He scanned the eagerly curious faces of the young individuals before him, his smile breaking forth like the sun. Pei Su. Li Yunchang's voice trembled with enthusiasm as he looked at her, and then at the rest. It appears you need not worry about the first business venture. What is it? Principal? Pei Su's heart quickened, sensing something significant. Li Yunchang clapped his thigh vigorously, laughing heartily. Do you recall General Zhao from the Naval Department, who showed particular interest in Xiao Hua's explosive propulsion technology and Chun Kei's electromagnetic projection technology during your graduation defense? He just called on behalf of the Navy Equipment Department, seeking to discuss a collaboration with us. A substantial contract, potentially concerning the forward-looking research project for the next generation of naval vessels propulsion and weapon systems. He specifically requested your core team to participate. This news was even more shocking than the earlier equity distribution, just a day after its establishment. The company had already attracted the attention and cooperation interest of high-ranking military officials. Moreover, it was for such a high-profile and highly confidential project. The meeting room fell silent, save for the sound of heavy breathing and racing hearts. Xiao Hua's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. Chun Kei, overcome with excitement, leapt to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. Wang Qingyu covered her mouth in disbelief. Li Bei clenched his fists, and Zhang Ming froze mid-action, adjusting his glasses. Pei Su inhaled deeply, feeling a rush of fervor surge to his head. The opportunity had arrived. Chapter 207. The 1 billion naval project days passed amidst intense preparation and inexplicable anticipation. Finally, the day for the meeting with General Zhao arrived. In the early morning, as Lonka University's campus remained enveloped in a thin mist, Pei Su and his 5-member team, under the guidance of Li Yunchang, boarded a vehicle heading towards the outskirts of the city. The atmosphere within the car was somewhat heavy. Xiao Hua continuously adjusted his posture, attempting to appear more formal, muttering to himself as if rehearsing. Chun Kei, unusually quiet, absent-mindedly traced patterns on the car window with his fingers. Wang Qingyu meticulously reviewed the materials he had brought, ensuring everything was flawless. Li Bei closed his eyes to rest, though the taut line of his jaw betrayed his inner unease. Zhang Ming focused intently on his tablet, making final checks on the relevant technical parameters. Pei Su sat in the front row, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his expression calm, though the slight tightening of his lips indicated he too was deep in thought. Li Yunchang observed these young individuals through the rearview mirror, his heart filled with myriad emotions. From the tumult surrounding their graduation defense to their resolute venture into entrepreneurship, and now poised to face scrutiny from high-ranking military officials. The rapid growth of these young individuals is nothing short of astonishing. Clearing his throat, he broke the silence. Relax, don't be too tense. Although General Zhao is a senior leader, he is also one who appreciates talent. Our purpose today is to showcase our capabilities and value, not to be judged. Remember our agreement, to be pragmatic, neither servile nor arrogant. As the vehicle departed the city and entered a restricted area, it passed several heavily guarded checkpoints requiring identity verification and appointment information, ultimately halting in front of a rather unassuming gray office building. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and distant commands faintly echoing. An officer dressed in naval uniform, bearing the rank of colonel, awaited them at the entrance. He approached promptly and saluted crisply. Principal Li, Mr. Pei, esteemed experts, I appreciate your efforts in making this journey. I am Officer Wang, an aide to General Zhao. He is already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me. His tone was polite, yet imbued with the succinctness and distance characteristic of military personnel. Thank you for your assistance, Officer Wang. Principal Li responded with a nod, casually confirming. It's General Zhao Jinsong, correct? Indeed, General Zhao Jinsong, Officer Wang affirmed, turning to lead the way. Exchanging glances, Pei Su and the others felt a slight sense of reassurance. Although the pressure of facing a lieutenant general was immense, they were comforted by the clarity of their goal, to impress General Zhao Jinsong, who had previously shown keen interest in their shockwave propulsion and electromagnetic projection technologies during their graduation defense. Following Principal Li and Officer Wang, they entered the quiet office building. The corridor was wide and immaculate, the walls a simple white, the floor gleaming as if polished to a mirror finish. Occasionally, personnel in naval uniforms hurried past, contributing to the solemn atmosphere. Officer Wang halted before a heavy wooden door, gently knocked, and then pushed it open. General, Principal Li from Lonka University and the Pei Su team have arrived. The conference room was spacious and well-lit, furnished with remarkable simplicity. At its center stood a long conference table, flanked by a massive electronic nautical map and several classified diagrams of naval vessels. A robust middle-aged man bearing the rank of lieutenant general stood with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him, seemingly engrossed in the maritime chart. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly turned around. It was indeed General Zhao Jinsong. His face bore resolute features, with sharp lines and eyes as piercing as an eagle's, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. His gaze lingered on Li Yunchang for a moment before nodding. then shifted to the 6 young individuals, scrutinizing them intently. Principal Li, Pei Su, and several young comrades, you have arrived? Please, take a seat. General Zhao's voice was resonant and confident, devoid of any pleasantries, directly indicating for them to sit down with an unmistakable decisiveness. As the representative of the university, Li Yunchang donned an appropriate smile and spoke first, his tone respectful yet measured. General Zhao, I apologize for the interruption. Following your instructions, I have brought the 6 graduates from the first cohort of Lonka University's Dragon Talent class, who are also the core team of the newly established Suhua Technology Research and Development Company, Limited. He gestured to each member as he introduced them. This is Pei Su, the team leader, with comprehensive skills in system integration. This is Xiaohua, primarily responsible for high-energy propulsion. You may recall his shockwave thruster. This is Chen Kai, focused on the field of electromagnetic launch. This is Wang Qingyu, skilled in precision measurement and 3D modeling. This is Li Bei, an expert in heavy machinery and control. And this is Zhang Ming, specializing in information encryption and top-level algorithm architecture. By the conclusion of Li Yunchang's introductions, it was clear that all 6 were well-versed in military technology. As he spoke, General Zhao's gaze swept over each young individual like a searchlight. He remained silent. Yet the unspoken pressure caused Xiaohua to swallow nervously, Chen Kai to strive for composure, Wang Qingyu to lower his gaze slightly, Li Bei to sit straighter, and Zhang Ming to adjust his glasses, meeting General Zhao's scrutinizing eyes. Pei Su maintained her calmness, holding General Zhao's gaze with clear and honest eyes. General Zhao emitted a simple sound from his throat, acknowledging their presence, then placed his hands on the smooth surface of the conference table, leaning slightly forward. The situation has been discussed with Principal Li over the phone. Our Navy is currently facing several technical challenges that are both daunting and opportunistic. Time is of the essence. Conventional channels are too slow for resolution, so we thought of you young innovators, hoping you could bring fresh perspectives to the table and open new avenues. As he was about to continue, there was another gentle knock on the conference room door, followed by its opening. A middle-aged officer, also in naval uniform and bearing the rank of Major General, entered. He appeared to be in his 50s, exuding a refined and composed demeanor. A slight, well-placed apologetic smile graced his face as he spoke in a gentle tone. Old Zhao, my apologies. I just finished a technical review meeting at the Design Institute. I rushed over, but still arrived late. Upon seeing the newcomer, General Zhao Jinsung's stern expression softened slightly into a smile, and he waved his hand dismissively. Qi Ming has arrived? Perfect timing. You should listen in as well. Allow me to introduce you. He gestured toward Li Yunchang and Pei Su and the others. This is Principal Li from Lonka University. And these are the young individuals I have mentioned multiple times, the ones who made quite a stir during their graduation defense. Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Kai, yes. All high achievers from the Dragon Talent class, now having established their own company, Suhua Technology. The newcomer was none other than Major General Zhao Qiming, the Executive Vice President of the Naval Ship Design Institute. Li Yunchang felt a jolt. He remembered this Major General. Zhao Qiming greeted Li Yunchang warmly, shaking his hand. Principal Li, it is an honor to finally meet you. The Dragon Talent class has been thriving under your guidance, truly commendable. His gaze then shifted to Pei Su and the others, his demeanor becoming even more affable. Pei Su, we meet again. And to the other young scholars. You may not remember me, but your spirited performance at the junkyard left a lasting impression on me. His words carried encouragement. Yet Pei Su and the others felt no inclination to relax. The 2 generals, one, a fierce and demanding leader overseeing operational needs and equipment acceptance, and the other, a seemingly gentle yet keen-eyed strategist overseeing technological development and design. This renowned duo, the double Zhao of naval equipment, had not come alone to this meeting. The realization that this gathering was a meticulously arranged examination only intensified the already palpable pressure in the room. The 2 generals, one a drawn sword, sharp and brilliant, and the other a still pond, harboring unseen depths, had come together, and their evaluative intentions were unmistakable. Seated naturally beside General Zhao Jinsong, Major General Zhao Qiming nodded at Officer Wang, signaling that the meeting could commence in earnest. General Zhao Jinsong, shedding any further pleasantries, adopted a serious demeanor. Extending his first finger and speaking gravely, the first requirement is urgent. We are racing against time. A currently active Z-501 class missile destroyer, tasked with critical combat readiness, has recently encountered severe intermittent failures in its integrated all-electric propulsion system, several core radar sensor units, and key interface modules of the combat command system. The vessel is currently incapacitated, its combat capability reduced to 0. The original manufacturer's technical support team is slow to respond, and the process is cumbersome. We cannot afford to wait. The Navy cannot afford to wait. We must, within the shortest possible time frame, measured in weeks or even days, identify the root cause of the malfunction. Devise a comprehensive technical solution that guarantees thorough repair and targeted optimization to enhance the system's stability. It is imperative that this vessel swiftly resumes its readiness for combat and reestablishes its operational capabilities. Subsequently, Zhao Jinsong extended his second finger, his tone becoming complex, imbued with a sentiment akin to that of honoring a distinguished yet aging veteran. Secondly, it concerns an old ship, the Sea Shark. It has served for over 30 years, rendering remarkable contributions and brimming with stories. Now, it is on the brink of reaching its theoretical service life. According to regulations and conventions, its most suitable fate may be to enter a museum, be repurposed as a training vessel, or, worse still, be dismantled or converted into a Coast Guard or fisheries enforcement ship. He paused, scanning the crowd, his voice rising slightly. However, we cannot bear to part with it. This old companion embodies the blood, sweat, and dreams of our senior naval officers, carrying the aspirations and memories of the Republic's Navy as it ventures into the deep blue. We hope to seize this opportunity for a transformative, truly modern overhaul. Particularly concerning the weapon systems, we wish to explore the possibility of equipping it with, in the words of you young people, some rather impressive, revolutionary new concept artillery or directed energy weapon systems. Let it not merely remain a relic of history, but instead don its armor once more to continue its legacy in modern naval warfare, revitalizing its purpose. We aspire to rescue it from the fate of becoming a mere exhibit or auxiliary vessel. These words, laden with profound sentiment, instantly ignited Chun Kei's eyes. Revamping an old ship? Installing new concept weaponry. This sounded incredibly challenging and alluring. Major General Zhao Qiming timely took over the discourse, his tone steadier and more technical, yet equally impactful. The third point pertains to the future of our Navy. Our Design Institute is currently dedicating its full effort to the preliminary overall design validation of the next generation of principal surface combatants, alongside a series of forward-looking technological research endeavors for key subsystems. The fields involved are exceptionally broad, encompassing, but not limited to, next-generation integrated power systems, the integration of high-energy weapons, stealth technologies for the entire vessel, advanced integrated RF systems, intelligent combat management systems, as well as the application of new materials and processes. He looked towards Pei Su and others, his gaze filled with earnest anticipation. Many of these domains touch upon the ceiling of existing technology, necessitating entirely new paradigms of thought and groundbreaking technological pathways. We sincerely hope to engage in profound and constructive technical exchanges and collaborations with innovative forces like you, unhindered by traditional frameworks and equipped with robust theoretical foundations. We desire your involvement not merely in solving specific problems, but also in participating in exploratory research aimed at the future, fostering mutual learning and inspiration, and collectively contributing wisdom and strength to forge the next generation of deep blue swords for the Republic that will traverse the oceans. 3 demands were clearly laid before them. Then, Vice Admiral Zhao Jinsong presented a number that would quicken the pulse of any research team. For these 3 tasks, provided you can deliver solutions that are practical and recognized by our Navy's Equipment Department and Design Institute, ultimately validated as successful. He deliberately slowed his speech so that each word was crystal clear. We are willing to allocate $1 billion as funding for this profound technical cooperation and support. $1 billion. This figure struck like a bolt of lightning, momentarily plunging the conference room into a brief silence. Xiaohua felt a buzzing in his brain, his blood seemingly rushing to his head. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes widened like saucers, his hands trembling slightly beneath the table from overwhelming excitement. Chun Kei inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his own saliva. His face instantly flushed. He pinched his thigh hard to assure himself this was not a dream. Wang Qingyu gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, her clear eyes shimmering with disbelief. Even Li Bei, usually as stoic as an iceberg, displayed intense agitation, his pupils dilating as he leaned forward involuntarily. Even Zhang Ming, who was typically calm and mechanical, found his body stiffening. The immense shock, indescribable excitement, and a sensation akin to being struck by a colossal pie swept over each of them like a tsunami. The company had just been established, and they had not even fully arranged their first proper office. Yet their first potential partner had directly thrown out a superorder worth $1 billion. The height of this beginning surpassed their wildest imaginings. Pei Su's heart raced, a surge of warmth flooding through him, his fingers gripping the edge of his notebook, turning slightly pale from the force. $1 billion. This not only represented a sum substantial enough to stabilize the company and propel its rapid growth, but also signified the military's high recognition and expectations of their capabilities. Yet, his formidable rationality swiftly subdued the swirling emotions. He understood better than anyone that the military, particularly the Navy, with its near-obsessive demand for equipment reliability, would not easily tender such an exorbitant sum. Behind this substantial funding undoubtedly lay unimaginable technological complexity, a high degree of risk, and a weighty responsibility that allowed no room for error. As the young people remained enraptured by the staggering impact of $1 billion, Vice Admiral Zhao Jinsong abruptly shifted his tone. However, before we formally discuss the details of cooperation and sign any agreements, there is a very pragmatic matter that I must bring to light here, in front of everyone. and I need a clear and credible response. His gaze first settled on Li Yunchong, filled with a hint of inquiry, then gradually moved to Pei Su, ultimately resting on his face. Principal Li, student Pei Su. To be frank, when I initially contacted you, Principal Li, my expectation was to have Longku University coordinate and dispatch a team of seasoned experts with at least 20 years of practical experience in ship power engineering, large complex electrical systems, radar electronics, and combat system integration. I envisioned this seasoned expert team leading the collaboration on this project. His words were clear and deliberate, ensuring each syllable was comprehended. It is these experienced scholars, the anchors of stability, who will be responsible for ensuring the project's minimum requirements, namely, the absolute reliability, safety, and engineering feasibility of the solutions, as well as full compliance with national military standards and naval combat regulations. Their extensive practical experience is the most crucial safeguard against significant technological risks, ensuring that the project remains on the correct trajectory. His gaze once again swept over Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, 6 youthful faces brimming with vigor yet evidently lacking the depth of experience. His tone carried an unavoidable scrutiny and a calmness focused on the matter at hand. Simultaneously, I would like to express my hope that you, the remarkable young individuals who exhibited astonishing creativity and dynamic thinking during your graduation defense, can join the project team. I value your unconventional thinking that challenges authority, as well as your insights into cutting-edge technologies in your respective fields. I expect you to inject new vitality into the project, providing groundbreaking ideas and solutions that elevate the project's upper limits. I hope you can achieve some technological leaps that we previously dared not imagine or could not realize. My initial vision was for an ideal combination of complementary strengths. The seasoned experts would steer the ship, ensuring it navigates safely and reliably, while you young innovators would hoist the sails, harnessing the winds of innovation to propel this vessel further and faster. General Zhao spread his hands on the table, his face displaying a sense of resignation. However, it appears that today, Principal Li, you have brought forth a group that is entirely composed of a youthful guard. 100%. Both myself and Dean Zhao Qiming harbor no doubts regarding the intrinsic value of the Lonkai class as a prestigious emblem, and we fully acknowledge the remarkable talents exhibited by each of you in your respective fields. This is beyond dispute. His tone abruptly shifted, becoming exceedingly grave, each word falling like a heavy lead weight upon the table. However, comrades, we must remain cognizant that a warship is not a research apparatus that can be casually disassembled and reassembled in a university laboratory. Nor is it a makeshift model cobbled together from scrap parts in a suburban warehouse, where even failure yields merely a resonant sound. It is a highly complex modern fortress. Afloat upon the ocean, it constitutes a highly integrated combat system. Its operation is directly tied to our nation's maritime defense security, to the efficacy with which we can safeguard our maritime rights and territorial integrity at crucial moments. And it directly concerns the safety of hundreds and thousands of exemplary naval personnel. Every subsystem, every interface, every line of code could set off a chain reaction that affects the whole. His gaze firmly locked onto Pei Su. The questions he posed were sharp and direct. My concern, or rather, the shared apprehension of myself and Vice Dean Zhao, lies in how your entirely youthful team, with an average age likely below 25, can assure us, and indeed reassure yourselves, that the technical solutions you propose, particularly those involving the restoration of the Z501 core system and modifications to the Haisha, which concern the hull structure, stability, and power matching, are not merely grandiose ideas or concepts that sound appealing, but rather rigorously calculated, mature solutions? General Zhao paused for a moment, allowing the weight of this grave inquiry to permeate the air, then articulated his conclusion with meticulous precision. In other words, based on the current understanding of your team composition, this potential collaboration resembles a model that lacks sufficient experience and practice to ensure its lower limits, while its upper limits rely on innovative thinking that is yet to be adequately tested in complex real-world environments. Have you conducted systematic and in-depth evaluations of the technical uncertainties and engineering risks involved, particularly those concerning equipment and personnel safety? What specific and effective measures do you intend to implement to identify, avoid, and manage these risks? Most importantly, what grounds do you possess to convince our Navy, and those of us who bear the responsibility for the lives of servicemen and the nation's assets, that your youthful team is capable and confident in navigating such a complex and weighty project? His words were logically sound, reasonable, and struck at the core of the dilemma, devoid of exaggeration, yet resonating with gravitas. General Zhao was not being deliberately difficult out of personal bias. He stood firmly in the position of a decision-maker responsible for combat capability, the lives of servicemen, and the substantial investments of the nation. His fundamental and most critical doubts needed addressing. What he sought was a trustworthy, mature, and reliable technical partner, rather than merely a promising entity brimming with novel ideas and fervor. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted from the transient warmth brought about by the billion-dollar budget to below freezing. Li Yunchang's expression grew exceedingly somber. He moved his lips a few times, wishing to elucidate for the students, to emphasize their talents and potential. Yet, he understood all too well that the shortcomings pointed out by General Zhao were objectively present. In the rigorous engineering realm concerning national treasures, the lack of practical experience and profound understanding of complex systems was indeed a flaw. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over them, their earlier fervor fueled by the billion-dollar budget instantaneously cooling. The immense excitement was supplanted by an even greater pressure and a sense of embarrassment. They possessed the passion to change the world and boundless imagination, along with a solid theoretical foundation and the courage to tackle technical challenges. However, in the face of a colossal system engineering project like a warship, which entailed countless details, regulations, and accumulated experience, what they lacked was the almost instinctual experience and intuition distilled from numerous successes and failures. This was a wealth bestowed by time, and a chasm they could not bridge in the short term. All gazes, laden with an indescribable tension, deep expectation, and a hint of undeniable anxiety, converged heavily upon Pei Su once more. What would Pei Su do? The silence in the conference room was palpable. The pressure bore down on Pei Su. He slowly lifted his head, his expression calm rather than flustered, radiating an unusual tranquility. He first looked towards his companions, his gaze steady and resolute, then met the sharp scrutiny of the two generals. General Zhao, Vice Dean Zhao, Pei Su smiled. The concerns you have raised are indeed quite pertinent. At Suhua Technology, we are, admittedly, young. We lack the rich practical experience and empirical assurances that seasoned experts possess. This is a fact we acknowledge. His forthright admission of their greatest shortcoming momentarily surprised Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming. However, Pei Su continued, while we may lack the commonplace experience to ensure the lower limits, we possess an upper limit that is sufficiently high, perhaps even surpassing conventional expectations. Perhaps in your view, he pressed on, the upper limit we exhibit. This ability to tackle cutting-edge challenges resembles an uncontrollable, serendipitous explosion of a small universe, replete with uncertainties. But, I implore you, gentlemen, to utilize your resources to objectively review the trajectory of our team since the establishment of the Lonkai class, examining each research project we have completed, be it the amphibious verification vehicle or the breakthrough designs achieved during our graduation defense under the stringent budget of 100,000 long coins. His words quickened in pace. Please, ascertain whether we have completed any project through conventional means. Have we resolved any technical challenges via standard approaches? To outsiders, our research journey may appear as a series of explosive breakthroughs, shattering conventions time and again. Pei Su surveyed the assembly, his gaze ultimately returning to the two generals. As he declared, word by word, what you perceive as serendipitous, unstable upper limits and breakthroughs is, for us at Suhua, simply the norm in our problem-solving and innovation. This is not a mere flash of inspiration, but rather an inevitable result of our profound understanding of fundamental sciences, interdisciplinary knowledge fusion, and a logical pursuit of optimal solutions. His declaration was nothing short of groundbreaking. There was no self-aggrandizement, merely a calm assertion of a revolutionary realization that what others deemed miraculous was merely their everyday occurrence. Xiaohua felt a surge of fervor. Chun Ke nodded vigorously. Wang Qingyu's eyes brimmed with pride. Li Bei's lips twitched in a smile, and Zhang Ming's gaze sparkled with acknowledgement. Li Yunchang was also taken aback. Expressions on Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming's faces shifted. The initial scrutiny and skepticism gradually gave way to profound contemplation. Although Pei Su's words bore an air of arrogance, they were not unfounded. They were well aware of the caliber of the Lonkai class graduation defense outcomes and understood the intrinsic value of those accomplishments. If this was a consistent pattern, there might indeed be a novel, innovative paradigm behind it that they had yet to fully comprehend. The conference room descended into a silence of a different nature, filled with contemplation and deliberation. At this moment, Pei Su spoke again, presenting another pivotal condition with a calm, yet resolute tone. Furthermore, we have a principle regarding the collaboration method that we must adhere to. All eyes refocused on her. It pertains to our core technology research and development process. Pei Su gazed intently at the two generals, her expression sincere and unwavering. No individuals outside of the core members of Suhua Technology are permitted to participate, including experts appointed by your side. This is essential to ensure the absolute protection of our company's technological sovereignty, decision-making independence, and future commercial standing. This condition was more direct and, at times, seemed rather unyielding. Li Yunchang furrowed his brow slightly. Zhao Jinsong raised an eyebrow as well, clearly taken aback and somewhat displeased. Anticipating their reactions, Pei Su added further clarification. This is not a matter of distrust. Rather, it is to guarantee the most efficient decision-making and a purely innovative environment. We believe that maintaining the independence and integrity of our team's thinking is crucial to maximizing the previously mentioned inherent capabilities. External interference, even if well-intentioned, could unintentionally disrupt our unique collaborative ecosystem and cognitive rhythm. Pausing briefly, she offered a solution. Of course. We will implement a phased results delivery and stringent review process to ensure project transparency and risk control. Specifically, first, we will break the project down into clear key milestones, such as requirement analysis, solution design, simulation validation, prototype testing, integration debugging, and final delivery. Second, upon completion of each milestone, we will submit detailed technical documentation to your side, including but not limited to design proposals, calculation reports, simulation data, testing results, and risk assessments. Third, your side may organize an expert team to conduct rigorous reviews and inquiries into these documents and results without limitation on the number of times. We will be responsible for addressing all technical queries and making modifications based on the review feedback until your side is satisfied. Fourth, during the final system integration and ship testing phase, your side can send personnel to supervise on-site to ensure that the process adheres to the standards. We will let our comprehensive data and verifiable results speak for themselves, subjecting ourselves to the most stringent scrutiny, but we require complete autonomy over the research and development process. Her meaning was clear. We will independently complete the process, present the results to you, and take responsibility for those results. After delivering this message, Pei Su fell silent, calmly awaiting the scrutiny of the two generals. She had laid all her cards on the table, acknowledging the gap in experience while emphasizing a remarkably stable and high-capacity innovative capability that surpassed conventional standards, alongside the demand for research and development autonomy based on a strict review mechanism. The pressure shifted entirely to Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming, who found themselves lost in prolonged contemplation. Zhao Jinsong absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze profound. Pei Su's words had shattered his preconceived notions. A team that claims to possess a stable high capacity without a lower limit guarantee? It sounded fantastical, yet their past achievements made it difficult for him to dismiss outright. A budget of 1 billion is no small sum, but if it could lead to a transformative technological breakthrough, its value would far exceed mere monetary measures. Zhao Qiming, on the other hand, leaned more towards technical contemplation. He recalled the intricate details of Pei Su's team's graduation project, their ingenious approaches that circumvented traditional technological barriers, and their profound understanding and application of fundamental principles. He began to realize that perhaps the true value of this team lay in their fundamental independence from traditional experience. Is it not more worthwhile to attempt a fresh approach based on essential principles? While excluding external experts does increase risk, could it indeed prevent traditional thinking from stifling innovation? Furthermore, the phased review mechanism proposed by Pei Su effectively established a safety valve. Clearing his throat softly, Zhao Qiming broke the silence, directing his attention to Pei Su with a calm, yet pointed inquiry. Pei Su, your assertions sound enticing. However, the malfunctions of Z501 may involve exceedingly complex system interactions. How can you ensure that, in the absence of on-site experience, you can accurately and swiftly identify the true root of the malfunction, rather than being misled by superficial appearances? This cannot be wholly resolved through theoretical deduction. It presents a very concrete technical challenge. Pei Su appeared well prepared. She glanced at Zhang Ming and nodded slightly, understanding her cue. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses and began to speak in his characteristic calm tone. Vice Dean Zhao, regarding the localization of complex system faults. Our preliminary plan is to employ intelligent diagnostic methods utilizing multi-source data fusion and causal inference graph models. We will gather all historical operational data of the Z501 system, the detailed logs of the current malfunction, and changes in sensor readings to construct a high-fidelity digital model. By injecting various potential fault modes and observing the discrepancies between model outputs and actual conditions, we can significantly narrow down the range of fault sources. This method, which relies on data and algorithms rather than individual experience, is theoretically more systematic and comprehensive than the traditional experience-based approach, especially suited for addressing rare or complex faults. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhao Qiming's eyes, clearly recognizing the value in Zhang Ming's words. Digital modeling combined with intelligent diagnostics indeed represents a cutting-edge direction. Zhao Jinsong appeared contemplative as well, his focus shifting towards the outcomes. That sounds promising, but a model is ultimately just a model. It must translate into actual repairs and optimizations. How do you intend to address this aspect? It was at this moment that Xiaohua could no longer contain himself, his voice booming. General, once we identify the issue, the solution becomes straightforward. My detonative thruster. Oh, I meant to say, for the propulsion and energy systems. As long as we ascertain where the problem lies, I can design targeted solutions. Strengthen what needs strengthening, filter what needs filtering, and replace materials where necessary. We can even enhance its efficiency while we're at it. It will be more robust than before. Chen Ke chimed in. If the issue lies with the sensors or weapon system interfaces, we can utilize our high-precision scanning technology to first model and analyze. Then consider whether to optimize the signal processing algorithms, improve interface protocols, or enhance electromagnetic shielding. In short, once we identify the root cause, we can address it fundamentally. Wang Qingyu and Li Bei nodded affirmatively, though they remained silent. Pei Su summarized, "Thus, General Zhao, Vice Dean Zhao, we are not engaging in empty rhetoric without preparation. We possess unique methodologies and technical tools to confront these challenges. We acknowledge the gap in experience, yet we firmly believe that our innovative system, founded on deep analysis, intelligent tools, and interdisciplinary collaboration, can compensate for, and even surpass, the model that relies solely on individual experience. We are willing to demonstrate our value through tangible results and assume the corresponding responsibilities. The research and development autonomy we seek is to ensure that this system can operate efficiently without interference." The Pei Su team exhibited not only confidence, but also clarity of thought and specific technical pathways. They were not merely voicing empty slogans, but proposing a seemingly unconventional, yet logically sound, and highly feasible solution. Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming exchanged glances once more, this time with noticeably diminished skepticism, replaced by a more cautious assessment and a hint of persuasion. Zhao Jinsong leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, his serious demeanor softening considerably. He looked at Pei Su and then at the resolute young individuals beside her before finally speaking in a steady voice. "Pei Su, and everyone from Suhua Technology, you have indeed left a profound impression on both Vice Dean Zhao and me today." He paused, as if weighing his words carefully. "You are forthright and possess remarkable courage. More importantly, you not only identified the issues, but also presented what appears to be rather imaginative solutions." He cast a sharp gaze towards Pei Su. "1 billion in funding is no trifling sum. Every penny invested by the Navy must be accountable for combat effectiveness and the lives of the personnel. The high upper limit you proposed, along with the autonomy in research and development, carries significant risk." Pei Su responded calmly, "We understand. Therefore, we are willing to accept the most stringent evaluation of our results, letting facts and data speak for themselves." Zhao Jinsong nodded, engaging in a brief, hushed exchange with Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming also inclined his head slightly. Ultimately, General Zhao Jinsong turned back to Pei Su and made a decision. "All right. Since you possess this confidence in a seemingly viable technological path, and are willing to take on the responsibility, we, the Navy, will take this risk." His words were resolute. "Let us proceed, as you suggest. Periodic evaluations and rigorous acceptance. However, I must state clearly that if at any critical juncture the material you provide does not withstand scrutiny or fails to meet expected goals, our collaboration will be terminated at any time, and the initial investment will be executed according to the contractual agreement. The Navy will not bear the cost of impractical ideas." "Of course," Pei Su replied with unwavering certainty, feeling a heavy stone lift from her heart, an overwhelming excitement surging within. Xiao Hua and others nearly erupted in cheers, suppressing their exuberance, yet their faces betrayed their exhilaration. A trace of what could be considered a smile finally appeared on Zhao Jinsong's face. "The specific details of our collaboration, the contract terms, confidentiality agreements, and the initiation of the first phase regarding the Z501 fault diagnosis will be coordinated between the working group led by Vice Dean Zhao and your team. We hope you can present a preliminary plan and timeline as soon as possible. We will commence immediately upon our return," Pei Su solemnly assured. At this point, the meeting had finally achieved a breakthrough. Suhua Technology had successfully impressed the two generals, securing a military order valued at 1 billion, marking the most solid first step on the path of entrepreneurship. The true challenge was only just beginning. After the meeting, preparations proceeded with a sense of urgency over the next 2 days. Li Yinchang personally drove a 7-seat business vehicle, transporting Pei Su and her 6 team members, along with several heavy suitcases filled with instruments and materials, all the way to the capital airport. "Children, this time you're not only representing Suhua Technology, but also the dignity of Longkou University," Li Yinchang said, firmly patting Pei Su on the shoulder in front of the security checkpoint, his tone grave. "The generals have given you this opportunity under pressure, so make sure to seize it. Safety first, consult frequently when issues arise, and communicate promptly if uncertain." He intended to advise them to seek help from the university. But recalling Pei Su's insistence on her autonomy, he swallowed the words, his eyes filled with concern and unspoken apprehension. "Rest assured, Principal, we understand." Pei Su nodded gravely. Xiao Hua and the others echoed in agreement, their faces reflecting both excitement for the unknown challenges ahead and a hint of tension from leaving their familiar environment. Through a dedicated passage, they swiftly boarded the military charter flight to Chilu Province's Qing City. The cabin was sparsely furnished, with only their 6 members and a few similarly taciturn personnel, presumably military civilians. Amidst the roar of the aircraft engines, Xiaohua curiously gazed out at the sea of clouds through the window. Chen Kai began checking the portable testing equipment he had brought. Wang Qingyu quietly perused a document on the fundamentals of ship power systems. Li Bei closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Ming had already begun constructing an initial data analysis framework on his tablet. Pei Su leaned back in her seat, mentally rehearsing potential scenarios and corresponding strategies. The flight duration was brief. As the plane landed smoothly at Qing City Naval Airport, a gust of salty sea breeze greeted them. The airport was modest in size but heavily guarded, with hangars and various support vehicles faintly visible in the distance. The group disembarked, carrying their luggage down the stairs, where a black mid-sized passenger vehicle with military plates and tinted windows awaited them. Standing beside the vehicle were several officers, the foremost of whom, bearing the rank of Rear Admiral, was of short stature yet stood upright, his expression grave, with sharp eyes exuding an aura of authority. Beside him stood Major General Zhao Qiming, who had returned earlier to make arrangements, while General Zhao Jinsong did not appear to have arrived on the same flight. Zhao Qiming stepped forward, wearing a formulaic smile as he introduced the parties. Deputy Commander Li, this is Principal Li Yunchang from Longkou University. And these are Pei Su and her team members from Suhua Technology. He then turned to Pei Su and the others. Pei Su. This is Deputy Commander Li Moding from our naval headquarters, primarily responsible for equipment support and logistics. Deputy Commander Li is very concerned about this collaboration and has come to welcome you. Deputy Commander Li Moding's gaze was piercing, swiftly scanning Principal Li Yunchang, before it turned like a spotlight, methodically assessing Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, whose youthful faces bore an unmistakable air of academia. His brow furrowed slightly, and the smile on his face faded a notch. He merely nodded in acknowledgement without extending his hand. His eyes seemed to search the crowd once more, and then, with a hint of confusion and uncertainty, he slightly tilted his head and whispered, in a tone barely audible to Zhao Qiming, "Old Zhao, what's going on? Just these few? Where's the expert team from Longkou University?" None of the senior advisors came along. He had originally assumed that even if the young talents of the Long Talent class were the main force, Longkou University would at least send along one or two highly esteemed professors or experts in shipbuilding or related fields to oversee and provide guidance. This matter pertains to the restoration of a main destroyer and the recovery of combat effectiveness. How could it be entrusted entirely to a group of youngsters who appeared to be no older than recent master's graduates? Zhao Qiming's face revealed a wry smile as he quickly explained in hushed tones, conveying that this was the cooperative model insisted upon by the other party, emphasizing independent research and development and process autonomy, and that Longkou University respected their choice, with General Zhao Jinsong being aware and reluctantly consenting. Upon hearing this explanation, Deputy Commander Li Moding's expression immediately darkened, his face clouded with disappointment. He struggled to suppress his rising fury and immense disappointment, his mouth twitching slightly. This is utterly ludicrous, treating the safety of our equipment as a trivial matter. However, he was well aware of his high position and deep calculations, knowing that reacting at this moment would be futile and would only disrupt the existing arrangements. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his frustration, managing to conjure a strained smile that was hardly distinguishable. Turning to Pei Su and the others, his tone flat and even tinged with aloofness, he said, "Welcome to Qing City. Accommodations have been arranged at the base guest house. The conditions are rather rudimentary, so please bear with it. Rest for now and adjust to the time difference. Specific work arrangements will be discussed tomorrow." Deputy Commander Li, Pei Su suddenly interjected, interrupting the formalities. Her voice was clear and calm, as if oblivious to the barely concealed disappointment and skepticism emanating from him. Li Moding was taken aback by the interruption, his brow furrowing once more as he looked at Pei Su, his eyes reflecting inquiry and displeasure. Pei Su met his gaze steadily, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation as she put forth her request. "Thank you for your arrangements. However, we do not require rest. Time is of the essence, and if possible, we would like to head to the dock now to assess the condition of the Z501 vessel." Upon hearing this, not only was Li Moding taken aback, but even Zhao Qiming beside him displayed a hint of surprise. They had just disembarked from the plane after a long journey, without even a sip of water, and now they were eager to head directly to the site? Were these young individuals workaholics? Or was it, with a positive attitude to compensate for their lack of experience? Xiaohua eagerly nodded from the side, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Yes. Let's examine the ship and ascertain the issue at hand." He had long been restless. Chen Ke echoed, stating that understanding the actual situation sooner would facilitate their analysis. Although Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming remained silent, their eyes clearly conveyed support for Pei Su's proposal. Li Moding observed the pure and urgent enthusiasm for work reflected in these young individuals, and his dissatisfaction and doubts slightly diminished, yet his concerns deepened. While the fearless nature of youth is commendable, repairing a warship requires more than mere zeal. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Zhao Qiming. Zhao Qiming gave a slight nod, indicating that arrangements could be made. He too was curious to see how these young minds would react when confronted with the imposing vessel and complex realities at the site. "Very well." Li Moding finally relented, his tone still devoid of warmth. "Since the experts are so eager, let us proceed directly to the dock." "Xiaozhang," he called to the aide behind him, "arrange transportation to Dock 3 and notify the officer on duty of the Z501. "Understood." The aide promptly complied. Soon, the group reboarded the vehicle, a medium-sized bus that exited the airport, passing through the heavily guarded military management zone towards the port. The atmosphere in the vehicle felt somewhat oppressive, Deputy Commander Li Moding closed his eyes to rest, refraining from further conversation. Zhao Qiming occasionally whispered to Pei Su. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua and the others mostly gazed out the window, taking in the military facilities, warehouses, and the distant silhouettes of vessels on the sea. Their hearts filled with both awe and a sense of challenge. The vehicle ultimately stopped beside a massive dock, where various ships were moored. As everyone disembarked, a stronger sea breeze mixed with the scents of machine oil, rust, and salt water enveloped them. In the distance, a long, sleek gray warship quietly rested at its berth, devoid of any liveliness. Its hull number, Z501, clearly indicated its identity. This was the one. Pei Su inhaled deeply, his gaze sharply directed at the ailing warship. The true test had commenced from the moment he set foot on this dock. Chapter 210. The restoration plan for Z501. Pei Su stood on the bridge of the Z501, a destroyer, where rusted footboards bore witness to countless tales. His gaze was piercing, and his fingers glided across the cold metallic surface of the control panel. Lines of code appeared before him. Something was amiss. A significant issue was present. The propulsion system was malfunctioning, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Yet it resonated like a stone cast into still waters. Zhao Qiming paused momentarily, leaning closer. What did you say? A problem? We conducted a comprehensive calibration just 3 days ago. His disbelief was palpable. He had personally overseen the tuning of this propulsion system. Pei Su did not turn around. His finger rested on a specific parameter displayed on the screen. The calibration you performed was likely based on a static model. However, I believe you overlooked certain factors of fluid dynamics at extreme speeds. He paused. In simpler terms, the warship vibrates excessively at high speeds. Zhao Qiming's expression shifted. He understood the technology. Pei Su's insight pinpointed the crux of a debate that had persisted for months without resolution. He was astonished. This individual had been there for less than half an hour, merely through visual inspection and interface navigation. Such perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. Even seasoned veterans might not have identified this issue, as everyone at their research institute was well-versed, and he himself was seasoned beyond measure. Yet he had failed to notice such a problem. Yet, Pei Su, in just half an hour, had discerned the root of the issue. Can it be resolved? Zhao Qiming's voice was dry, his throat tightening. Pei Su remained silent for a moment, closing his eyes as a torrent of data collided and reconfigured in his mind. Throughout his 4 years at Lunka University, he had come to realize a fundamental truth. The most advanced knowledge often transcends boundaries. The more sophisticated the knowledge, the simpler and more straightforward it tends to sound. Just as humanity's technological advancements have consistently revolved around throwing stones and boiling water, knowledge across various fields converges toward the most minute phenomena and simultaneously grand theories. For instance, is it not thrust that enables an aircraft to fly? Thus, does not the super aircraft's ability to fly faster stem from its greater thrust? Through his extensive involvement in numerous projects during his studies, Pei Su had amassed a wealth of knowledge that he himself found astonishing. Consequently, merely standing on this grand warship, examining the codes and parameters for half an hour, allowed him to identify the issue. However, to resolve it, he needed to leverage his system. It was akin to a lock being secured. Pei Su could rationally analyze the structure of the lock's mechanism and customize an effective key. Yet often, to save time, it was more expedient to simply break the lock. Utilizing the system was indeed a shortcut. He opened his eyes. Zhao Gong, he inquired. Is there a library at the base? Or where is the most comprehensive repository of information? His tone remained calm. Zhao Qiming was momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift from discussing vibrations to inquiring about a library was jarring. Puzzled yet honest, he replied, we do have a library, but the materials there are quite ordinary. I doubt you would find them of interest. However, we have a core data room. He gestured toward the floor beneath them. This is a military port and a research institute. Our core data room stores everything since the inception of the port. Everything. Pei Su pressed. Everything, Zhao Qiming affirmed. A hint of pride evident in his voice. From the earliest hand-drawn blueprints and engineer logs to later film records, digital scans, and now real-time sensor data at the terabyte level per second. All vessels, whether decommissioned or active, have their construction and maintenance records documented here. He paused, revealing the staggering figure. Total capacity, 800 petabytes. The sheer magnitude of the number made Pei Su's pupils constrict slightly. Observing Pei Su's reaction, Zhao Qiming assumed he was awestruck and elaborated further to provide context. In 2011, Microsoft estimated the total data volume of the global internet to be approximately 295 exabytes. 800 petabytes is roughly 1/500th of the total internet data at that time. 1/500th. It sounded minuscule, yet in the context of global internet scale, it was an astronomical figure. This represented the accumulated wealth of knowledge from decades at this port, dense with the essence of steel and gunpowder. A glimmer of determination sparked in Pei Su's eyes. This vast ocean of data was precisely what he needed to stimulate his system and elevate his capabilities to the next level. He required it. Immediately, he swiftly turned, his movements creating a gust of wind. Zhao Gong. Yes, please assist me in contacting General Zhao at once. Pei Su's pace quickened. I wish to convene the inaugural project coordination meeting within the hour. What level? The highest. Ensure that all qualified experts and department heads for this project are present. His tone brooked no dissent. I need to issue the work plan and coordinate resources uniformly. Zhao Qiming found himself somewhat taken aback by the sudden directive. A meeting? Now. Hadn't they just been discussing technical issues? The abruptness of the thought process was bewildering. He muttered to himself. Yet Pei Su was the head of the research team he had invited, and theoretically, he was on the same level as Zhao Jinsong. In fact, if one were to consider the secrecy classifications, he was merely the director of a research institute, and Zhao Jinsong was just a lieutenant general. Together, their levels of confidentiality did not even reach the top secret designation. However, Pei Su alone held an astonishing military top secret classification, the highest ever, almost equivalent to the treatment afforded to certain revered figures throughout history in the land of China. The first to possess military top secret information was the progenitor of the Red Agents. Zhao did not dare to be negligent. Understood, I will arrange it immediately, he said, hurriedly departing. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Pei Su stood alone, casting his gaze upon the massive warship, its shadow enveloping him, making him appear diminutive. He needed the 800 PB to ignite his system and resolve the persistent issues that had left the entire research institute at a standstill. An hour later, in the core conference room of the base, the room was spacious, filled with individuals seated around a long table. Stars shimmered on their shoulder epaulets. There were officers in naval uniforms, technical experts in white lab coats, and heads of various support departments. The atmosphere was tense, permeated with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of barely perceptible doubt. Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming occupied the main positions at the table, with Li Moting seated at the first chair on the left. The door swung open, and Pei Su entered, clad in a crisp black outfit that exuded professionalism. His strides were steady. He paused for a moment upon entering. As Zhao Jinsong slowly spoke, Pei Su, this is your seat. He gestured to the main position. Upon hearing this, Pei Su no longer hesitated and walked into the conference room. Behind him, Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Li Bei, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Ming followed suit. Pei Su took his place at the head of the table, while the other 5 from Suhua Technology occupied significant positions. All eyes instantly converged on Pei Su like spotlights. Is this Pei Su? He looks so young. Is he really the special advisor mentioned above? Can we trust him? I heard he identified the issues with the thrusters as soon as he arrived. Must be just luck. Murmurs of speculation spread through the room. Zhao Jinsong cleared his throat softly, yet the sound brought immediate silence to the conference room. He surveyed the room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Comrade Pei Su. From today onward, he will be in full command of all optimization and repair work related to the Z-501 missile destroyer. His voice was steady, imbued with undeniable authority. Pei Su forwent any pleasantries and directly took his seat, activating the microphone before him. I am Pei Su. His voice resonated through the speaker system. Time is of the essence, so I shall get straight to the point. He wasted no time. The current hazards in the Z-501's propulsion system stem from a profound mismatch between control logic and physical reality. Traditional methods, be they patching or parameter tuning, will not eradicate the issue. Following the original path to troubleshoot and resolve it is estimated to take. He paused, uttering 2 words, 2 years. 2 years. An uproar ensued. An elderly expert with graying hair abruptly stood up. Hey, that statement is utterly presumptuous. He was one of the veterans of the Naval Research Institute. Li Zhenghua. Pei Su raised his hand, interrupting him. Engineer Li, please sit down. His gaze was calm, yet exuded strength. Li Zhenghua's words faltered in his throat, and he found himself involuntarily seated again. Doubt filled his mind. This young man's aura was formidable. What I referred to were traditional methods, Pei Su reiterated. He then pivoted his argument. However, we shall not employ traditional methods. He turned to Zhao Qiming. Engineer Zhao, please connect to the database access management port in the machine room. Zhao Qiming promptly complied. The conference room's large screen illuminated, displaying a complex access authentication interface. Pei Su produced his encrypted token, inserting it into the interface, his fingers deftly tapping on the virtual keyboard as lines of command scrolled by. I will apply for temporary highest level data access. He continued speaking while operating. The application period will be approximately 72 hours. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. What? Full access to the database? 800 PB? In 3 days? Does he think this is merely a visit to a library? The data in the machine room servers was typically not open for viewing. Merely existing on the servers required extensive water cooling for heat dissipation. While extracting the data was feasible, the question remained, what was his intent? Did he aim to review all this information? That was impossible. Questions and doubts arose in a chorus. Even Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming furrowed their brows. Zhao Qiming leaned slightly forward. Comrade Pei Su, what is the specific purpose for needing such extensive data? He had to clarify. Granting such access carried immense responsibility. Pei Su paused his actions, raising his head to meet the gaze of everyone present, his eyes sharp. I require this data to assist me, to aid us. to guide Suhua Technology in uncovering all the issues plaguing the Z-501 warship, including but not limited to the thruster malfunction and the radar sensor unit failure. Before resolving these issues, I need 3 days to investigate the data in the machine room. His tone bore an extraordinary calmness that transcended reason. This was an extraordinarily ambitious and nearly insane proposition. To others, it appeared that Pei Su was attempting to extract fleeting inspirations and connections from decades of convoluted information, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet for Pei Su, with the expansion of his knowledge, a medium had emerged, evolved into complete activation, and reached a level of triggering that would yield technological advancements. As time dwindled, he felt that to merely resolve the Z-501 issues, 3 days would suffice. He gazed at the two generals, Zhao. To repair the Z-501 through conventional means would take 2 years to complete. However, if you both are willing to grant my colleagues and me these 3 days, I can assure you that the Z-501 will be fully repaired within 3 months. No, within 30 days, and its performance will even exceed expectations. The only price is that I require complete access to the 800 PB of server data, including but not limited to all classified materials. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this audaciously absurd plan. It sounded like a tale from a fantastical narrative. 2 years equated to over 700 days, while 30 days appeared to present a 20-fold disparity. However, the truth was far from that. Pei Su and his team were newcomers, and some of them would need time simply to acclimatize. During this period, they would not be able to devote their full energy to their work. Yet, amidst all this, Pei Su had the audacity to make such a bold claim, leaving everyone in awe. Veteran researcher Li Zhenghua opened his mouth, wishing to refute, to argue that this was illogical. But upon meeting Pei Su's gaze, he saw no madness, only absolute calmness and confidence. He felt an inexplicable wavering within himself. Could it truly be possible? Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming exchanged quick glances, communicating silently through their eyes. They observed the hesitation and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Perhaps investing 30 days in Pei Su would yield an exceptionally high return on investment. The costs incurred were merely 30 days and 800 PB of data. While the 800 PB of data held significance, was it more crucial than Pei Su? If successful, they would gain 2 years of time without cost. For most naval personnel, time is not a precious commodity, as a single training session could span several months. However, for individuals of such importance in the naval domain, time is invaluable. Within the vast mechanical framework of the Navy, every moment salvaged translates into enhanced combat capabilities. This represents a minimal risk investment that could yield extraordinary returns if successful. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Jinsong emphatically declared, approved, his voice reverberating in the conference room. Although quiet, it struck like thunder in the hearts of all present. Zhao Jinsong rose, his expression impassive, and simply stated, meeting adjourned, before departing the room without hesitation. Zhao Qiming followed closely behind. His steps hurried as he needed to arrange access isolation and security upgrades for the data center. Meanwhile, the remaining attendees remained motionless, as if the air had solidified around them. Li Jinghua's complexion darkened, his frail fingers gripping the edge of the conference table, knuckles whitening from the strain. Absurd. He finally erupted, slamming his palm against the solid wood surface, the sound echoing harshly in the spacious room. His chest heaved with agitation. The optimization project for the Sea Eagle anti-submarine missile, which he oversaw, was currently in a critical data fitting phase. The essential model for environmental interference parameters required historical oceanographic data stored on the server for validation. A 3-day exclusive server usage meant his project would be halted for 72 hours. The potential losses were staggering. Old Li, calm down, sighed Engineer Wang, responsible for the onboard electronic countermeasure system, as he patted Li Jinghua's shoulder. The order has been given. Further discussion is futile. His tone carried a shared sense of helplessness, tinged with bitterness, as his own project also required historical electromagnetic interference patterns and enemy radar frequency data for comparative validation. Everything was now delayed. Yet he bore the frustration quietly, suppressing his discontent deep within. A barrage of unabashed glances filled with discontent, skepticism, and even anger descended upon Pei Su and his team, who had just risen. The bearers of these gazes were seasoned authorities within the institute, accustomed to a rigorous, orderly, and methodical research cadence. Pei Su's audacious, unconventional approach had utterly transgressed their unwritten taboos. Xiaohua felt as though countless needles were pricking his back. His youthful face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively lowered his head. Pei Gu, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, it seems we've offended everyone. He was not accustomed to being scrutinized by so many intense gazes, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Chun Kei leaned closer to Pei Su, his voice laced with concern. Indeed, Pei Su. 30 days is already a precarious challenge, and now we've antagonized so many influential figures even before starting. Coordination in our future work will likely be fraught with obstacles. He considered the practical implications, recognizing the importance of interpersonal relationships and departmental collaboration in such large-scale projects. Li Bei, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Ming remained silent. Yet their exchanged glances conveyed shared anxiety. They were a team, their fortunes intertwined, and any loss would be felt collectively. Pei Su, however, maintained a serene demeanor. As if oblivious to the piercing gazes and hushed discussions around him, he calmly adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar from prolonged sitting, his movements deliberate and unhurried. "Let's head out," he stated, taking the lead as he made his way toward the exit. His steps were steady as he traversed the quiet corridors back to the temporary office assigned to them. The door clicked shut behind him, momentarily isolating them from the outside world. Xiaohua rushed to Pei Su's side. "Pei Gu," he exclaimed, urgency and confusion in his tone. 30 days to repair Z501. This is already the ultimate challenge, and now we've antagonized nearly all the veterans of the Institute over data access. What will we do for those 3 days? Just wait idly. He felt that Pei Su's move was excessively risky. Chun Kei approached, his tone softer, yet still laden with worry. "Pei Su, we recognize your exceptional abilities. But this task is of utmost importance. It involves the combat effectiveness of the Navy, not merely academic exercises we can revisit. We should seize every moment. Could we not begin some preliminary preparations? Even if we cannot access the server, we could familiarize ourselves with Z501's detailed schematics and existing issue reports." He attempted to propose a more prudent course of action. Li Bei, arms crossed and leaning against a desk, spoke steadily. "Pei Su, we require a clearer plan. We cannot afford to waste these 3 days." His usual brevity encapsulated the collective uncertainty of the team. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Ming gathered closer, their eyes silently communicating their fears of tight timelines, overwhelming pressure, and an unfavorable start. Pei Su regarded his anxious companions, a gentle smile breaking across his face. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely approached the water cooler in the corner and poured himself a cup of warm water, the clear stream producing a subtle sound. "There's no rush," he said, taking a sip before turning to face everyone. "For these 3 days, you have no tasks." "No tasks?" Xiaohua's eyes widened, his voice involuntarily rising. "Pei Gu, you can't be serious. 30 days to repair Z501, and now you tell us we have a 3-day break. How is that even feasible?" He struggled to comprehend the situation. Chun Kei, now exasperated, stepped forward. "Pei Su, we are a team. We understand you may wish to shoulder the most challenging aspects of data analysis alone, but such a monumental project cannot rest solely on your shoulders. We cannot allow you to bear all the pressure by yourself." Pei Su placed the cup on the table, his gaze sweeping across the youthful faces filled with worry and even guilt. His smile faded, replaced by a serious and composed demeanor. "I understand your concerns," he began, his voice calm, yet imbued with a peculiar soothing power. "I also appreciate your willingness to share this burden with me. But please trust me, I will resolve all the core technical challenges of Z501. This is my promise." He paused, his tone growing more resolute. "What you need to do now is not to rush into reviewing the mountain of schematics or explaining anything to the Institute's veterans. Instead, focus on conserving your energy and thoroughly relaxing. Because in 3 days he fixed his sharp gaze on each person present. When I present you with a comprehensive and feasible solution, you shall need to invest an extraordinary 200% of your energy, intellect, and perseverance to execute, validate, and realize it. It will be a formidable struggle, an indispensable offensive battle. Without abundant physical stamina and a clear mind, it will be unachievable." He paused again, allowing these words to resonate deeply within each individual present. Then, with an almost absolute confidence, he proclaimed, "As for the time frame, 30 days will suffice. Leave everything to me." The office fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the air conditioning system. Xiaohua stared blankly at Pei Su, suddenly recalling the dark days leading up to his university graduation defense. The topic was exceedingly challenging, and their group was nearly in despair. At that time, Pei Su was just as he is now. Then, he dedicated over 2 months alone in the Qianshuesan laboratory. When they anxiously encountered Pei Su once more, he presented 6 meticulously logical, data-rich, and innovative solutions. It was upon the strength of those 6 proposals that they breezed through the most rigorous defense. The sensation of being protected by an absolute powerhouse and soaring was both familiar and exhilarating. Xiaohua's anxiety and unease melted away like snow in the sunlight, replaced by an ineffable trust and a subtle excitement. "Pei Gu," he inhaled deeply and declared emphatically, "I trust you." This time, there was no hesitation. Chun Kei also fell into reminiscence, gazing at Pei Su's calm, yet penetrating eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. He recalled countless instances when everyone deemed the impossible as inevitable, yet Pei Su consistently conjured miracles. His furrowed brow gradually unfurled, and the doubts in his heart were supplanted by a steadfast trust. Taking a deep breath, he affirmed, "Very well, Pei Su, we shall follow your lead." He chose to unconditionally believe in this captain who had repeatedly guided them through the fog. Li Bei remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding, the confusion in his gaze dissipating, restoring his usual composure and determination. Understood, he succinctly expressed his stance. Wang Qingyu and Zhang Ming nodded in succession. Although they did not voice their thoughts, Their eyes spoke volumes. Doubts may not have entirely vanished. Yet they were willing to place their faith in Pei Su's judgment and leadership. Pei Su's face once again illuminated with a reassuring smile. Very well, you are dismissed. He waved his hand, his tone lightening. Xiaohua, I've heard that the braised pork in the canteen is exceptional. It would be a pity to miss it. Qingyu. The rocky beach to the east of the base offers the best sunset view. Li Bei, the gym is well equipped. Go ahead. 3 days hence, let us gather here punctually. He resembled a patriarch orchestrating his children's holiday plans. The members of Suhua Technology truly began to execute Pei Su's vacation directive. On the first day, Xiaohua eagerly pulled the more composed Li Bei toward the base canteen. Indeed, they discovered the renowned braised pork. Its vibrant red hue, rich yet not greasy, melted in the mouth. Delicious. Peiga was right. Xiaohua stuffed his mouth, mumbling his approval. Though Li Bei ate with decorum, he nodded slightly in agreement. Chen Kai and Zhang Ming opted to stroll leisurely along the breakwater within the permissible area of the base. The salty sea breeze caressed their faces, dispelling some of the fatigue from their recent endeavors. Wang Qingyu, recalling Pei Su's words, ventured alone to the rocky beach to the east of the base at dusk. She watched as the colossal sun, resembling a burning fireball, slowly sank below the horizon, painting the sky and sea in a brilliant golden red. The magnificent view banished the last remnants of gloom from her heart. She inhaled deeply the air infused with the scent of the sea, her mood transforming into one of tranquility and anticipation. However, their ease and contentment appeared glaringly provocative to certain individuals who were fraught with anxiety over the project's stagnation. Li Zhenghua stood by the window of his office, catching sight of Xiaohua and Li Bei emerging from the canteen, hands on their bellies, faces beaming with satisfaction. Engaged in animated conversation. His anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He abruptly yanked the curtains shut, the harsh sound of friction echoing as though it could shield him from the distressing sight. He felt a weight in his chest. While we are here anxiously striving for project progress, they seem to be on vacation and enjoying themselves. What kind of attitude is this? Another elder, Engineer Liu, responsible for the power systems, also spotted Chen Kai and Zhang Ming leisurely strolling along the breakwater on his way to the laboratory. He halted in his tracks, his expression darkening. With a disdainful snort, he remarked to his assistant, "Do you see this? These are the elites personally invited by Zhao. I suspect they are here on a funded holiday." The sarcasm and bitterness in his tone were palpable. I truly do not understand what Zhao and General Zhao are thinking, entrusting such an important project to a bunch of youngsters. The assistant dared not respond, only managing an awkward smile. On the very first day, no fewer than 10 elders impacted by the project began expressing their vehement dissatisfaction to Zhao Qiming through various channels. The phone rang incessantly, and sternly worded emails filled his inbox. Some even directly blocked the entrance to Zhao Qiming's office. The scene became chaotic. "Director Zhao, this demands an explanation. Who is responsible for the delay in our project progress? What are the members of Suhua Technology doing? Eating, drinking, and having fun. Does this resemble a problem-solving endeavor? They monopolize the servers while their people are idling about. How can we accept this? Director Zhao, this arrangement is utterly unreasonable. You must take action." Zhao Qiming found himself overwhelmed by this barrage of complaints and inquiries. He could only maintain a strained smile, repeatedly explaining that this was a comprehensive arrangement by Comrade Pei Su, part of the project plan, and he hoped for understanding and support from everyone. Yet, as he spoke, he felt a rising apprehension within him, his back nearly drenched in cold sweat. "Pei Su, what exactly are you orchestrating? Please do not let this fall apart." On the second day, the situation did not improve. The volume of complaints only escalated. Zhao Qiming felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he sought an excuse and hastily exited the Research Institute's office building, almost as if fleeing. Retreating to the Military District Command Office, where Zhao Jinsong was. Zhao Jinsong sat behind a large desk, reviewing documents. Upon seeing Zhao Qiming enter, looking haggard and bloodshot, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Qiming, why are you here at this hour? Is there nothing going on at the institute today?" He set down his pen. Zhao Qiming skipped the pleasantries, collapsing onto the visitor's sofa as if all his strength had been drained. He exhaled a long, deep sigh, as if attempting to release all the pent-up frustration from his chest. "Busy? I'm nearly driven mad. No, I'm being besieged. Li Zhenghua, Old Wang, Old Liu, and several others are bombarding me. Phone calls, emails, confronting me in person. They all claim their core projects are delayed, stating that the members of Suhua Technology are neglecting their duties and idling at the base." He vigorously massaged his throbbing temples. "My ears are almost calloused from all this. If I stay in the office any longer, I fear they won't just dismantle my office. They'll dismantle me." His tone was filled with helplessness, exhaustion, and a hint of barely perceptible wavering. Zhao Jinsong listened, his resolute face betraying no emotion. Yet his fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. He pondered, what of Pei Su? Have his young team members truly accomplished nothing regarding Z501 in the past few days? He needed to reaffirm this reality. After all, granting Pei Su such elevated authority and unreserved support entailed immense responsibility and risk. The pressure from superiors and colleagues weighed as heavily on him as it did on Zhao Qiming. What work are they doing? Zhao Qiming chuckled bitterly, his smile tinged with bitterness. Those youngsters, led by Xiao Hua, are either experimenting with culinary delights in the cafeteria or leisurely strolling by the harbor, as if on a vacation retreat. Since entering the data processing center, Pei Su had not made a single appearance, with guards stationed around the clock at the entrance, allowing no one in except for meal deliveries. There was not a hint of activity within. If it weren't for the data I could observe being continuously accessed in the server room, I might have thought he had fainted inside, he concluded, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. To be honest, old Zhao, I find myself troubled, my heart in turmoil. Their behavior is indeed quite unreasonable. And it's no wonder old Li and the others have such strong opinions. In the presence of his longtime comrade, he finally articulated his genuine feelings and concerns. Zhao Jinsong fell silent, rising to walk slowly to the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Outside lay the expansive military base, where soldiers could be seen training in the distance, their shouts faintly audible. He stood with his back to Zhao Qiming, his broad shoulders seemingly bearing an invisible weight. Qiming, he said, gazing out the window, his voice steady. Setting aside the complaints and pressures, how do you perceive this situation? He threw the question back to him. Zhao Qiming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhao Jinsong would inquire about his perspective at such a critical juncture. Leaning against the back of the sofa, he closed his eyes and began to contemplate seriously. The irritation and fatigue on his face gradually faded, replaced by a deeper contemplation. The office fell silent, save for the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. After a considerable time, Zhao Qiming slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now much clearer. Old Zhao, he began, speaking deliberately and slowly. I believe that at this juncture, our opinion of their conduct is, in fact, of little significance. Oh, Zhao Jinsong turned to face him, his sharp gaze resting on Zhao Qiming's face, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Why do you say that? Zhao Qiming straightened, a faint smile appearing on his face. As the saying goes, doubt those you do not employ, but trust those you do. Since we have publicly committed to Pei Su in front of so many at the meeting, granting him 3 uninterrupted days of data access and formally approving his team's 30-day project timeline, we issued the order ourselves. Now, merely due to the complaints and doubts of a few veterans, and because we see his team taking a break, we begin to harbor suspicions and even contemplate intervening. If we were to change our stance midway, it would be we who first break trust and undermine the authority of command. His tone grew increasingly forceful. This transcends mere pride. It is a matter of principle, a matter of trust. He took a deep breath. What we need to do now is quite simple. 2 words, believe. Believe in Pei Su. Trust that his previous accomplishments, classified as top secret, and the miracles he has created, known and unknown, were not mere coincidences. Images of the classified dossier on Pei Su briefly flashed in Zhao Qiming's mind, a document he had only glimpsed a few times. The brief records of project names and outcomes were sufficient to send ripples through an entire field. The flickers of doubt and uncertainty within him were overshadowed by a more profound, fact and logic-based anticipation. After all, both of us should recognize that Pei Su's thinking and capabilities may far exceed our conventional experiences as veterans. The very fact that he dared to commit to a 30-day military order in such circumstances suggests he might possess a level of assurance and strategy that eludes our understanding. Zhao Jinsong listened intently, his gaze fixed on Zhao Qiming, as if assessing the true resolve behind his words. The office fell silent once more, the only sounds being the breaths of the 2 old comrades. After a long pause, a faint yet genuine smile gradually emerged on Zhao Jinsong's resolute face. He returned to his desk and picked up his pen once more. You are right, he said solemnly. Let us trust him. The sky will not fall. He lifted his gaze, as if looking beyond the walls towards the direction of the Research Institute's server room. The day after tomorrow, all will be revealed. Observing Zhao Jinsong's shift in demeanor, the tension within Zhao Qiming finally eased. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing an immense burden. Your words have truly reassured me, he said, standing to straighten his somewhat wrinkled military uniform. I must return to the Institute now. He chuckled helplessly. I still have to face their barrage. However, this time, his steps were noticeably lighter and more resolute than before. The office door closed gently behind him. Yet Zhao Jinsong did not immediately resume reviewing documents. He stood once more, walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as upright as a pine tree. His gaze traversed the training soldiers on the field, past rows of orderly barracks, and precisely fixed on the unassuming Research Institute building in the distance. His eyes were deep as the ocean. He yearned to ask Pei Su. Pei Su, what are you experiencing in that silent data center at this moment? What insights can you glean from that sea of data? It is already the 2nd day. Tomorrow is the 3rd. The day after tomorrow, you must provide everyone with an answer. What kind of answer will it be? A delightful surprise, or a shocking revelation? He stood still, like a statue frozen in anticipation, awaiting the moment the answer would be unveiled. In the data processing center, only the low hum of machines could be heard. Pei Su sat before the control panel, his eyes fixated on the rapidly scrolling data stream. He had been there for a full 2 days, sleepless and relentless, sustained by concentrated nutrients and sheer willpower. His eyes were bloodshot. Yet his gaze burned with an unusual brightness, akin to a flame. With each segment of data he read, the invisible percentage of his mental medium surged. 4th-generation warship propulsion technology, medium, 70. 4th-generation warship engine technology, medium, 78. The cold data, in his eyes, transformed into vibrant inspiration, a staircase leading to higher technological realms. He was not merely observing numbers and diagrams. He was uncovering the hidden patterns behind the data, discovering connections previously unnoticed. Time passed second by second. The tumult of the outside world, along with any skepticism, mattered little to him. All his focus was immersed in this ocean of data, like the most devout pilgrim approaching the temple of technology. Medium completion, 99. Just one last piece remained. He retrieved the latest real ship testing data for Z501. The wildly fluctuating waveform on the screen danced violently. This is it. The final puzzle piece. Completion level, 100. Activation of advanced military industrial system required. Acquired. 5th-generation naval propulsion technology. Acquired. 5th-generation naval engine technology. An overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into his mind, akin to a torrent. A revolutionary design philosophy for propulsion systems, more efficient energy conversion methods, enhanced stability in output structures, and more durable material formulations emerged vividly. Moreover, the engine boasted a groundbreaking combustion chamber design with astonishing power density and remarkably low thermal losses. Every detail was strikingly clear, as if he had personally crafted it countless times before. He closed his eyes, absorbing this astonishing knowledge. A smile of satisfaction creeping upon his lips. It was done. The problem was not merely resolved, it was transcended. He rose from his seat, his body stiff from prolonged stillness, yet he paid it no heed. A glance at the clock revealed it was the early morning of the 3rd day. He pushed open the heavy door of the engine room and stepped outside. The sunlight was blinding, causing him to squint. The guard waiting outside was startled to see him. Engineer Pei, the once pale-faced Pei Su had deep-set eyes and dark circles under them, as if he had endured a brutal beating, yet his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. I'm fine. Pei Su waved his hand, his voice somewhat hoarse. Where is Director Zhao? I need to see him immediately. Zhao Qiming was in his office, restless. The documents sprawled before him were indecipherable. His mind was consumed by the elder's complaints and the silence from Pei Su. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he said wearily. The door opened, and Pei Su entered. Zhao Qiming was taken aback, rising from his chair in astonishment. Engineer Pei, what happened to you? He could hardly recognize the man before him. It had only been 3 days. How could he look so haggard? I'm fine, Director Zhao, Pei Su reiterated. Urgency lacing his tone. Please convene a meeting. Everyone. Now. Yes, now. Pei Su's gaze brooked no argument. I have results. Zhao Qiming observed the undeniable light in his eyes. His heart jolted. All words of caution were swallowed back. All right. I'll arrange it immediately. He grabbed the internal phone, his hand trembling slightly with excitement. The news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Pei Su has emerged. He has. What is the outcome? I don't know. But a meeting is about to commence. It's only been 3 days. What results could he possibly have? He looks as if he hasn't slept in days. There must be limits to nonsense. In the conference room, the atmosphere was even more tense than 3 days prior. The elders arrived one after another. Li Zhengguo wore a grim expression. Engineer Wang remained impassive, and Lu Gong wore an unmistakable smirk of derision. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others also received the summons and hurried in. They were taken aback by Pei Su's appearance. Brother Pei, Xiaohua exclaimed. Chen Ke's eyes were filled with concern. I'm fine, Pei Su responded for the 3rd time, offering them a reassuring smile. Get ready, we have much to do. Zhao Jinsong also arrived, casting a deep glance at Pei Su without uttering a word, taking his seat beside the host. With everyone present, attention turned once more to Pei Su. This time, there was more scrutiny, more doubt, and a sense of anticipation for amusement. Pei Su stood up, foregoing the projector. He approached the whiteboard at the front of the room. Grasping a pen, he began. Regarding the propulsion system issue of the Z501, he spoke, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. The root cause lies in the propulsor, an undiscovered cross-frequency coupling oscillation that existed from the initial design phase. As he spoke, he sketched a complex waveform diagram on the whiteboard. His hand moved with fluidity and confidence. Traditional dampers and parameter optimizations cannot fundamentally resolve this issue. The Z501's propulsor was designed as a dual-component system, akin to parallel units. Imagine a group of soldiers marching in unison across a bridge. The resonance could cause the structure to collapse. Therefore, in reality, soldiers must stagger their steps when crossing a bridge. However, the propulsor did not account for this. Due to the use of alloys and steel in the Z501's design, it was assumed that the dual propulsors were flawless. In reality, issues persisted, only manifesting after a delay of many years. His speech was rapid, with complex formulas and structural sketches appearing beneath his pen. The room fell silent, the only sound the scratching of the pen against the whiteboard. Some elders with technical knowledge felt their disdain gradually dissipate, replaced by astonishment. Their instincts told them he might have genuinely touched the core of the problem. Thus, Pei-Su halted his writing and turned to face the crowd. The Z501 cannot be patched. It requires a complete. He paused, exhaling 2 words, replacement. Replacement? Li Zhenghua could not restrain himself. What will it be replaced with? The existing models cannot meet the Z501's requirements. This was the crux of the matter. It wasn't that they did not want to replace it. There was simply nothing available. The Z501 warship had become a top-tier national vessel over the past 2 decades, largely due to the performance of its dual propulsors, which far surpassed that of a single propulsor. Pei-Su looked at him, speaking calmly. We will not replace the existing models. He pointed to himself, then to his team behind him, finally sweeping his gaze across the room. We will create a new one. Create a new one. The conference room erupted in chaos. It's easy to say. Can you truly create a new propulsor? What about the design cycle? What about the testing cycle? By the time you finish, it'll be too late. This was sheer folly. Pei-Su ignored the skepticism, turning back to the whiteboard. On the blank surface, he began to sketch rapidly. The lines flowed smoothly, the structure precise, revealing a propulsor design entirely distinct from any existing model. It presented itself with astonishing speed, compact, and aerodynamically powerful. Its internal blade structure divergent from traditional designs, embodying a unique aesthetic. An expert in propulsion, adjusting his glasses, leaned forward involuntarily, his eyes filled with shock and obsession. How did you conceive this duct structure and the curvature of the blades? Did you truly come up with this in just 3 days? Pei-Su completed the final stroke, inscribing key parameters beside it: power, thrust, efficiency, pressure resistance index. Each parameter exceeded that of the most advanced contemporaneous products. The conference room was silent, every person stunned by the sudden appearance of this dreamlike design with such extraordinary performance metrics. Pei-Su set down his pen, gazing at the silent crowd, and slowly spoke. This is the new propulsor design proposal. Its theoretical propulsion efficiency surpasses the existing 3rd-generation dual propulsor technology of the Z501 by 40%. Stability is increased by 300%, and it is entirely immune to the prior oscillations, or what is termed resonance. 40%, 300%, immune. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the listeners. This is impossible, Lu Gong exclaimed. The existing materials and technology cannot support such a design. You can't even solve the issue of high-speed cavitation on the blades. Pei-Su regarded him, his gaze calm and unwavering. Thus, accompanying this, there was a new engine as well. He walked to the opposite side of the whiteboard and began to sketch once more. This time, he illustrated a cross-section of an engine, its structure exquisitely intricate. The design of the combustion chamber defied conventional understanding, and the energy transfer pathways were optimized to perfection. He annotated parameters alongside: power output, thermal efficiency, power-to-weight ratio, once again, comprehensively surpassing existing technologies. Zhao Qiming stood up, his voice trembling as he gazed at those parameters. How can the thermal efficiency be possible? Pei-Su set down his pen, addressing the audience. The new technologies for the thruster and engine, along with complete blueprints and process requirements, are all here. He pointed to his head. Armed with them, in 30 days, not only can we resurrect the Z501, but we can also transform it entirely. A profound silence enveloped the room. The lengthy stillness was palpable as everyone stared at the 2 sketches on the whiteboard, which could only be described as works of art, their performance parameters strikingly astonishing. Li Zhenghua opened his mouth, wanting to declare that this was undoubtedly a fabrication, a deception. Yet, upon meeting Pei-Su's weary yet undeniably confident gaze and the logically coherent design, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 213. Making the Z501 great again. Engineer Wang gazed at the densely packed data and the 2 blueprints on the whiteboard, muttering to himself. The structure of this engine is brilliant. It can solve the issues of knock and resonance in such a manner. He seemed to glimpse a new world. Zhao Jinsong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart. He turned to Pei-Su. Comrade Pei-Su, he said, his voice carrying a scarcely perceptible hoarseness. Are you certain these technologies can be realized? Pei-Su met his gaze without a hint of evasion. I am certain. My team will begin organizing the blueprints and process documentation immediately. I will require all manufacturing resources from the Research Institute. In 30 days, I will deliver a brand new Z501. Zhao Jinsong fixed his gaze upon him for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table. All right. His voice boomed. Let it be as you say. From this moment forth, all resources of the Institute shall prioritize every demand of Pei-Su's team. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall face military law. The order was as solid as a mountain. Pei-Su nodded slightly, then turned to the still astonished Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others, finally revealing a genuine smile of relief. Everyone, the holiday is over. It's time to get to work. Xiaohua jolted awake, gazing at the avant-garde design on the whiteboard and at Pei Su's weary yet upright figure. An unprecedented surge of enthusiasm rushed to his head. Yes, Brother Pei, he shouted, nearly losing his voice. Chun Ke, Li Bei, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Ming. All their expressions transformed from worry and doubt to immense excitement and determination. They finally understood why Pei Su dared to ask for 3 days, why he could promise 30 days. It turned out that he had not gone in search of answers. Rather, he had returned bearing the keys to the future. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere almost dreamlike. As the elders departed, their expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions. Some remained skeptical, others were deeply shaken, and some gazed with flickering eyes, lost in thought. Li Zhengguo was the last to leave. He approached the door but couldn't resist glancing back at the sketches on the whiteboard, his gaze filled with inner conflict, ultimately releasing a long sigh. With that, he departed with somewhat unsteady steps. Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming lingered until the end. Pei Su, Zhao Jinsong approached him and firmly patted his shoulder. Do not dwell on anything. Go forth and execute. If the sky falls, I will bear it. Pei Su nodded. Thank you, Chief. His body swayed slightly as overwhelming fatigue surged over him like a tide. Quickly, Zhao Qiming urged Xiaohua and the others. Help Engineer Pei to rest. He needs to sleep immediately. Xiaohua and Chun Ke hurriedly came forward to support Pei Su. He did not resist. He had indeed reached his limit. Before being led out of the conference room, he cast one last glance at the whiteboard, where the 4th-generation thruster and engine technology awaited their hands to bring it to fruition. A faint smile graced his lips. This was merely the beginning. Pei Su sank into a profound slumber, as if attempting to replenish all the energy he had expended over the past 3 days. When he finally emerged from his deep sleep and opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling of his dormitory and a close-up, worried face. Pei Su, you're awake. Wang Qingyu exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement, instinctively leaning in to embrace him, her voice choked with emotion. You scared us. You've been asleep for a day and a half. Warmth enveloped him. Pei Su's mind remained in a state of confusion as he processed her words. Momentarily taken aback before gently patting her back. Qingyu, have I really slept for so long? His voice still bore a hint of hoarseness, yet was much improved from when he had emerged from the control room. What happened? How did the meeting go? Wang Qingyu realized she had been overly enthusiastic. She straightened up like a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from Pei Su. And nothing happened, she stammered, hastily borrowing his previous words to cover her earlier lapse. After you fainted in the conference room, Director Zhao immediately called for the military doctor, who said you were merely exhausted and required deep sleep. Then Xiaohua and Li Bei brought you back. You've been asleep until now. She paused, her tone becoming somewhat complicated as she continued. As for what transpired after the meeting, indeed, there were some developments. Engineer Li Aigua, along with engineers Liu and Wang, they are the elders. What about them? Pei Su leaned against the headboard, accepting the warm water Wang Qingyu offered, feeling his parched throat ease somewhat. They do not believe in the resonance theory you proposed. Wang Qingyu organized her thoughts, particularly regarding the assertion that dual thrusters would produce a resonance effect akin to soldiers marching in unison, leading to problems. They found it too frivolous, believing you were making excuses for not having a concrete solution. Pei Su chuckled softly, unfazed. So what then? So, Wang Qingyu replied with a hint of helplessness yet also relief. During your day and a half of slumber, they personally took people to board the Z-501. They claimed they needed to find evidence to prove your judgment was incorrect. They reviewed all flight logs and maintenance records since the Z-501 service, especially every data fluctuation of the thruster system. They meticulously checked line by line, verifying each piece of data. Their efforts resembled a complete disassembly of the Z-501 for re-examination. Pei Su listened in silence, his expression neutral, taking another sip of water. And then, he seemed to anticipate the answer. Seeing his calm demeanor, Wang Qingyu's remaining worries dissipated, her tone lightening. And then there was no further development. They worked from yesterday morning until this morning, and I heard several of them hadn't slept a wink. But as they searched, their voices grew quieter, and their faces, well, less than pleasant. Just before you woke up this morning, I heard they had left the warship in a rather dejected state. Though her lips had yet to fully concede, the expression on her face resembled that of one who had encountered a specter. She could not suppress a smile. It appeared that you were once again correct. They had indeed discovered evidence supporting your theory. Pei Su nodded, her countenance devoid of any hint of triumph, as if this were merely the expected outcome. Facts are facts. She threw off the covers and prepared to rise from her bed. After such a prolonged slumber, it was time to stretch her limbs. What of the rest of the team? Xiaohua and the others are in the temporary office, examining the sketches you previously inscribed on the whiteboard, albeit with some difficulty comprehending certain aspects. Wang Qingyu replied candidly, adding that Director Zhao had visited twice to inquire about your condition. Very well. Pei Su stood up. Although she had slept for over a day, her body still felt somewhat weary, but her spirit had largely returned. Let us proceed to the office. It is time to commence our true work. In the early hours of the morning, Pei Su had been in a deep slumber for over 20 hours. Inside the Z-501 warship, in the power compartment, Li Igwa straightened his back, massaging his aching muscles after such an extended period of stooping. His complexion appeared unusually pallid under the dim lights of the compartment. Beside him stood the equally fatigued and incredulous Engineer Liu and Engineer Wang. They had been aboard this colossal vessel for over 20 hours, accompanied by a few of their most capable assistants, utilizing every possible authorization and detection device available. Their singular aim was to uncover any flaws in Pei Su's theory, to prove that the young man was merely seeking attention. They began with the most straightforward navigational logs, leafing through them page by page. Initially, they approached it with critical and scrutinizing gazes. Look here, on the 3rd of this month, the thrust power output was stable. Where's the oscillation he mentioned? Li Igwa pointed to a record, his tone dripping with disdain. However, as time passed, and they perused more logs from years gone by, some previously overlooked, subtle anomalies began to emerge. In July of the same year, the remarks section noted occasional unidentified low-frequency sounds during high-speed turns. Pending observation? Engineer Liu furrowed his brow. They began to retrieve more detailed real-time sensor data, particularly the vibration frequency data of the two thrusters, akin to marching soldiers. As Pei Su had described, a torrent of data streamed across the screen. They implemented complex filtering algorithms to attempt to isolate those faint, discordant footsteps hidden beneath the normal signals. As the minutes ticked by, the atmosphere within the compartment grew increasingly tense. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the hum of the servers and the occasional keystroke. Oldly, take a look at this segment. Engineer Wang's voice was somewhat hoarse as he pointed to an enlarged waveform on the screen that had undergone intricate mathematical processing. This data had been recorded during a high-power output test. Under conventional analysis, the waveform appeared as a nearly perfect smooth curve. Yet, upon a deep dive into specific frequency domains, an exceedingly faint but stable ghost waveform, exhibiting a fixed mathematical relationship with the main thrust frequency, began to emerge like a shadowy current beneath the surface. It was so faint that it would have been dismissed as background noise in any prior conventional inspection. Yet, it undeniably existed. Moreover, its frequency bore a chilling multiplicative relationship with the inherent frequency of a primary support structure of the warship. Li Igwa's pupils dilated sharply. He seized the mouse, taking control himself, and called forth a wealth of data segments from different years and operational conditions. One segment, 2:10. When he juxtaposed these specially processed data segments, a clear, spine-chilling pattern emerged. That ghost waveform was no mere coincidence. It was like a patient predator, lurking within the Z-501. With the aging of the equipment and the fatigue of the metal, the energy of this ghost waveform seemed to be slowly yet undeniably intensifying. Just like those two marching soldiers, their steps had become increasingly synchronized and heavy over the years. Until one day, a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative transformation. The cross-frequency coupling oscillation would finally step into the limelight, evolving into a chronic affliction capable of impacting the warship's performance. Pei Su's metaphor of the soldier crossing the bridge, which had seemed simple and somewhat crude, now resembled a precise scalpel, dissecting the enigma that had plagued them for months, directly targeting the core. Li Igwa's hands began to tremble slightly. He raised his head to meet the gazes of Engineer Liu and Engineer Wang. In each other's eyes, they discerned the same horror and disbelief. They had expended countless resources and utilized the most advanced detection equipment, establishing complex mathematical models, yet had failed to pinpoint the source. That young man named Pei Su had achieved this in merely 3 days, single-handedly, within the database. Not only had he found it, but he had also elucidated the essence with such an accessible analogy. This could not simply be described as genius. It was a profound insight into the very essence of the matter. What he said is correct, Engineer Liu murmured, his voice hoarse, resonating with a sense of bewilderment, as if his worldview had been shaken. We were wrong. Engineer Wang slumped onto a nearby chair, as if all strength had drained from him. Li Igwa remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on that cursed ghost waveform on the screen, his complexion alternating between red and pale. He recalled his earlier skepticism and mockery directed at Pei Su during the meeting, remembered Pei Su's weary yet resolute eyes, and the astonishing sketch of the new thruster he had delineated on the whiteboard. A wave of indescribable, complex emotions surged within him: shame, shock, and dread, but more than anything, a profound reverence in the face of a true genius who transcended conventional understanding. He slowly rose to his feet, his steps somewhat unsteady. "Let us go," he said in a low voice. "Remaining here serves no purpose." The facts spoke for themselves. They had found tangible evidence confirming Pei Su's correctness. The group departed the power compartment in silence, descending the ladder from the Z-501. The morning sun was somewhat blinding, yet they felt unable to lift their heads. News spread like wildfire within the confines of the research institute. "Have you heard? Li and the others have come down from the Z-501. What happened? Did they find evidence debunking that young man's claims?" "It seems not. Just look at Li's expression. It appears Could it be that everything that young man said was true? He saw through what we could not in years. While the voice of skepticism had not entirely vanished, it was noticeably diminished. In its place, a quiet curiosity and anticipation began to spread. As Pei Su entered the temporary office, accompanied by Wang Qingyu, he was immediately surrounded by Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others who had been awaiting his return. Pei Gu, you have finally awakened. Are you feeling all right? They inquired with genuine concern. Pei Su nodded. I am well. His gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on the whiteboard in the center of the office, still marked with sketches of the Kunping thruster and the new engine. Ladies and gentlemen, Pei Su began. His voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The time for rest has concluded. The elders have already assisted us in verifying the root of the problem. Now, he approached the whiteboard, picking up a pen. It is our turn to demonstrate to everyone how we shall resolve this issue. His eyes gleamed with determination as he regarded his team members. 30 days. Let the Z501, equipped with our thruster and engine, set sail once more. Do we have confidence? Yes. The response he received was a resounding, synchronized shout filled with vigor. Chapter 214, A New History. Li Aigua found himself bewildered, unsure how he had returned to his office. In his daze, he neglected to turn on the lights and sat slumped in his leather chair, enveloped in the dimness. The faint daylight seeping through the window outlined his silhouette, which seemed to have hunched over considerably in that fleeting moment. His mind was consumed by that damned, ghostly waveform, twisting on the screen like an incantation that could not be dispelled. How could this be? He muttered to himself, his voice dry and hoarse. That young man, Pei Su, whom he had initially regarded with scrutiny, even a touch of disdain, was indeed correct. Moreover, he had employed a military metaphor about crossing a bridge, one that they, the seasoned veterans, had never considered, and initially deemed somewhat frivolous. Had he pinpointed the core ailment that had plagued them for months? A tumultuous mix of frustration, disbelief, and intense resentment surged within his chest. Had he, Li Aigua, spent a lifetime in this research institute, dealt with innumerable warship models, and resolved countless intricate issues, only to be outpaced by a fledgling? No, it was impossible. He sat up abruptly, like a drowning man grasping for a final straw, his fingers trembling as he switched on the desk lamp. The glaring light made him squint, yet he disregarded it and immediately returned to the computer. It must be a coincidence, or perhaps Pei had merely guessed the general direction. There had to be flaws in the details. Yes, it must be so. He seemed to engage in a contest with himself, striving to reclaim the last vestiges of his dignity as an elder, and delve once more into the vast historical data of the Z501. This time, he did not confine his focus to the propulsion system alone. Like a man possessed, he feverishly accessed and cross-referenced the power distribution logs, the long-term stress monitoring records of the hull structure, and the noise spectrum analysis reports under varying maritime conditions and loads. He endeavored to unearth even the slightest evidence to refute Pei Su's theory of resonance from these seemingly unrelated and convoluted data corners. Yet, reality delivered a more crushing blow. The deeper he delved, the more the chill crept up his spine, and his heartbeat quickened. He uncovered a record archived in the incident folder from 3 years prior, near the third rib position on the port side. An anomalous low-frequency vibration had been detected under specific wind speeds and course angles, with a minor amplitude that did not impact navigation, pending further investigation. At the time, they had initially concluded it was a sporadic phenomenon caused by complex external water currents, and due to the minimal amplitude, they had not devoted additional effort to probe deeper. He then retrieved a periodic maintenance report from 5 years ago, marked with a red pen that read, "Minor abnormal were noted at the connection between the right propeller's drive shaft base and the hull. The wear pattern does not conform to typical fatigue wear. It is recommended to increase monitoring frequency in this area to weekly." They had followed the recommendation, enhancing monitoring. Yet in the 5 years since, the root cause of that abnormal wear had never been definitively identified in various analysis meetings, becoming a somewhat unresolved enigma. There were more scattered reports, labeled by different departments as sporadic phenomena, their origins unclear, and marked for continued observation without impact on usage. They resembled pieces of a puzzle scattered in the corners of time, embedded within the Z501's extensive service records, with no one having attempted to connect them until today. Until Pei Su had proposed that clear and lethal theory of resonance. Those long silent fragments, categorized in isolation, seemed suddenly to be interlinked by an invisible thread. The timestamps, physical locations, and frequency characteristics they exhibited, upon careful comparison and preliminary analysis of their wave correlations, pointed unmistakably towards a singular source, the extremely covert and slowly accumulating resonance effect generated by the two high-power propellers during their prolonged cooperative operation. It was akin to an unseen hand, incessantly and subtly shaking, compressing, and wearing down specific structural parts of the Z501 over the years. Li Aigua's hand, gripping the mouse, began to tremble uncontrollably, ultimately releasing its hold in defeat. He felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing back into his chair. Staring at the glaring records on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This was not mere coincidence. It could not simply be a matter of having guessed the right direction. What an astonishing insight Pei Su possessed. Not only had he perceived the superficial problem at a glance, but he had also penetrated the deeply buried, slowly deteriorating root cause within the Z501 that even those of them who had accompanied it day and night had been oblivious to. Simultaneously, in several other offices, Engineer Liu and Engineer Wang were undergoing similar psychological tremors. Liu stared blankly at a specific mission report from 7 years ago, recently coordinated with the sonar department. The report indicated that during a high-speed maneuver exercise by the Z501, both the active and passive sonar systems had experienced low-frequency interference of unknown origin, seemingly linked to the vessel's own vibration frequency. This had resulted in a temporary decline in detection performance. At that time, they had organized a joint investigation, examining all potential electronic interference sources and external hydrological conditions, yet ultimately found nothing, leaving the matter unresolved. Now, he compared the frequency characteristics of that interference signal with the resonance frequency range postulated in Pei Su's theory, and a cold sweat broke out. Remarkably, they matched closely. Engineer Wang had sequestered himself in the data room, obsessively cross-referencing recent records of the hull structure's bolt replacements and their distribution maps. Utilizing his knowledge of structural mechanics, he marked the predicted resonance stress concentration zones from Pei Su's theory on the blueprints. Then he was horrified to discover that the specific high-strength bolts located in or near these areas exhibited an unplanned replacement frequency and visible wear and deformation levels several times higher than those of similar bolts in other regions. This was undeniable evidence. Indirect, yet powerful. It substantiated that those regions indeed bore the brunt of abnormal, periodic forces that far exceeded design expectations. Facts speak louder than words. One after another, old accounts and irrefutable evidence were unearthed and interconnected, like heavy, cold bricks stacked upon one another, ultimately constructing a wall they could neither overturn nor circumvent. It utterly crushed the last remnants of hope, doubt, and their meager pride. Shock. Unfathomable shock, even tinged with a hint of horror. This group of self-proclaimed authorities in the realm of naval propulsion and structural engineering had spent years employing all manner of what they believed to be sufficiently advanced analytical equipment and testing methods, yet had been unable to accurately pinpoint and resolve the problem. It had now been unraveled entirely by a young man, confined alone in the server room for merely 3 days. This was no simple slap in the face. It was akin to having their decades of accumulated expertise ground into their faces, a tumultuous mix of profound shame, deep-seated defeat, along with the bewilderment and helplessness in the presence of a genius who transcended conventional understanding, washed over the elders in the office like a cold tide. Dormitory. After listening to Wang Qingyu's somewhat vindictive account, Pei Su displayed no signs of surprise, simply nodding calmly. Understood. He threw off the covers, swiftly dressing, preparing to head straight to the office to commence work. The truth has been validated, which was anticipated and is an inevitable consequence of activating the system to acquire knowledge. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the dormitory door, followed by a series of knocks. Pei Gu, are you in there? Are you awake? It was the distinctive voice of Xiaohua. Come in. The door is unlocked, Pei Su replied while fastening the buttons of his coat. The door swung open with a bang, and Xiaohua rushed in, followed closely by Chun Ke and Li Bei. Even the usually composed Zhang Ming appeared at the entrance. The expressions on their faces were unmistakably filled with tension and concern. Pei Gu, it's splendid that you're awake. Xiaohua spoke rapidly, barely pausing for breath. Outside, Li Aigua, Lu Gong, Wang Gong, and several esteemed elders are standing right at the door of our temporary office. He gestured dramatically, swallowed hard, and continued in a lower voice. Judging by their demeanor, they all look grave and are standing straight as if attending a memorial service. I suspect their intentions are not benign. Could it be that our use of the server for 3 days has delayed their projects, now proving their previous judgments erroneous? They might have come to confront us and assert their authority. Chun Ke furrowed his brow, equally anxious, adding, Indeed, Pei Su. They are established figures here with deep roots and extensive connections. If they genuinely wish to create difficulties for us, our work in the coming 30 days will likely be fraught with challenges. Li Bei succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. We need to discuss a strategy in advance and clarify our bottom line. Even Zhang Ming couldn't restrain himself, his tone laced with concern. Pei Gu, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Since we are newcomers, shouldn't we lower our stance a bit? Wang Qingyu, who had just relaxed upon Pei Su waking up, felt her anxiety surge again and instinctively moved a step closer to him, as if seeking security. Pei Su observed the anxious expressions of his companions, yet wore a calm smile that instilled reassurance. He adjusted the collar of his coat with unhurried grace. What is meant to be will be. Speculating here is futile. Let us go see for ourselves whether they come to confront us or to communicate. We shall know once we meet. His composure and tranquility seemed to have an invisible contagion, slightly easing the collective anxiety, though their hearts still raced like a rabbit's. Everyone instinctively followed Pei Su toward the temporary office. From a distance, They indeed saw a group of people standing solemnly at the office door. Leading them was Li Aigua, accompanied by Lu Gong, Engineer Wang, and 2 or 3 other elderly experts, whose gray hair and dignified demeanor indicated their prominent status at the research institute. They stood quietly, not exchanging a word, the atmosphere thick with seriousness as if awaiting a significant moment. Xiaohua's heart sank. He lamented internally, this is not good. They are definitely here to stir up trouble. However, as Pei Su and his companions approached steadily, the gazes of Li Aigua and the others immediately converged upon them. Their expressions were complex, filled with emotions difficult to articulate, yet devoid of the anger, grievances, or accusations that Xiaohua had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, as if resolutely preparing for something monumental, Li Aigua stepped forward from the group. He stood before Pei Su. His lips quivered as if struggling to articulate a multitude of thoughts, his face reflecting a mix of struggle and contrition. Ultimately, he cast aside all distractions and, under the astonished gazes of Pei Su and the entire Suhua technology team, this venerable expert, whose hair was already graying, bowed deeply to Pei Su, who was young enough to be his son, almost to a 90-degree angle. Pei Gong. His voice trembled, yet each word resonated clearly, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present. I apologize. We sincerely regret our previous ignorance and the doubts we cast upon you. As soon as he finished, the other elder experts, led by Lu Gong and Engineer Wang, appeared to receive an unspoken cue, collectively bowing in unison to Pei Su and his entire team. I'm sorry. Their simultaneous apologies echoed in the quiet corridor, carrying a weight that was undeniable. This sudden and entirely unexpected scene left Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Li Bei, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Ming utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen, mouths agape, as if their brains had momentarily short-circuited, unable to process this astonishing turn of events. They had not come to confront, but to collectively apologize. Such a solemn, formal, and sincerely humble apology. These elders, who usually held a certain air of authority before them, would actually take such a step. A flicker of astonishment crossed Pei Su's eyes, but he quickly regained his usual composure. He stepped forward, gently supporting Li Aigua's arm to assist him in standing upright. Li Gong, esteemed elders, this is quite unnecessary. Please rise. His tone was earnest and heartfelt. Chapter 215. The astonishment of Zhao Jinsong. Technical discussions, the clash of ideas, and the expression of diverse opinions are the very essence of research work. Disagreements and doubts are entirely normal. There is no need for such a solemn apology. Li Aigua straightened with Pei Su's assistance, yet his face was still clouded with profound shame and reflection. He slowly and decisively shook his head. No, Pei Gong. You are mistaken. This is far from a normal academic discussion or exchange of viewpoints. His gaze swept over Pei Su and then to the young faces behind him, still filled with naivety. Previously, we questioned you with ingrained prejudice and laughable arrogance. We obstinately believed your youth and lack of experience rendered you incapable of resolving the complex issues that even we found insurmountable. We even sent our team aboard the Z501, employing every means and exhausting our creativity to uncover flaws in your theory, attempting to prove you wrong to protect our fragile pride. He did not sugarcoat his words, candidly admitting to the less than glorious and somewhat narrow motivations behind their actions. The straightforward Xiaohua, hearing this, finally began to emerge from his shock, unable to refrain from exclaiming, Li Gong, to be honest, seeing you all waiting at the door made our hearts race. We truly thought you were upset and had come to confront us. Upon hearing this, a deeper bitterness etched itself onto Li Aigua's face, laced with self-mockery. He glanced at the forthright Xiaohua, then at the composed yet bright-eyed Pei Su, and finally at the youthful, energetic team members behind him. Confront us? We would be the ones inviting trouble upon ourselves. His tone shifted, becoming passionate and resolute. When we sifted through mountains of dusty records, page by page, uncovering irrefutable evidence, we ultimately had to acknowledge that Pei Gong, your theories are indeed indisputable. And we, for over a decade, have been traversing a misguided path, completely unaware and potentially misleading others during the maintenance process. How could we dare to seek trouble with you? Our faces burn with shame. Our hearts feel heavy. His voice quivered slightly, yet he quickly stifled the emotion, his gaze transforming into an unprecedented seriousness and clarity. He surveyed each of his senior colleagues, who shared the same look of shame and nodded in silence, as if partaking in a collective act of confession and oath. We, who have spent the better part of our lives in this research institute, to claim that we do not care about our reputation or the weight of our credentials would be disingenuous. We all cherish our dignity and, at times, even place our pride above all else. However, he paused momentarily, inhaling deeply as if to expel all the negativity from his chest, his voice suddenly rising. The truth is far more significant than our paltry sense of pride, our superficial feathers. It is of paramount importance that the Z501, this warship that embodies the dedication of countless individuals, truly identifies its underlying issues and regains its peak combat capabilities. The future development and strength of our nation's navy are even more crucial. His voice, though not particularly loud, resonated with a powerful cadence, echoing through the corridor and striking the hearts of all present. Engineer Pei, you have pinpointed the fatal flaw that we have failed to uncover over the past decade. Hidden within the Z-501. This effectively salvages the vessel and prevents potential future risks. Your extraordinary insight and ability to discern the essence of the matter command our utmost respect. All prior ignorance and offenses were our own faults. I implore you, as well as all the young comrades here, do not let this situation create any misconceptions or barriers between us and our research institute. The forthcoming modifications are time-sensitive and demanding. Wherever you find it beneficial to involve us veterans or any resources from our institute, please do not hesitate to speak up. Have no reservations. We, along with all relevant personnel from our institute, shall wholeheartedly cooperate and support you unconditionally. As he observed these seasoned experts, whose average age surpassed that of his own father, who ought to be revered in their professional fields, yet chose to set aside their pride and humbly apologize, a ripple of emotion stirred within Pei Su's calm demeanor. He subdued his smile, adopting a serious and earnest expression, and slightly bowed in return to Li Aigua and the elders behind him. Engineer Li, esteemed elders, your words are too gracious. It is indeed an honor for our Suhua technology team to receive your profound understanding and robust support. This is the greatest assurance for the smooth advancement of the Z501 project. The subsequent work involves new materials, innovative processes, system integration, and testing, many complex facets that will undoubtedly require your invaluable experience and wisdom. Let us cast aside past grievances and collaborate wholeheartedly. Together, we shall strive to transform the Z501 and breathe new life into it. Xiao Hua and others, witnessing this dramatic yet deeply moving scene, were filled with indescribable emotions and a surge of inspiration. They had initially anticipated a confrontational clash fraught with tension, but were instead witnessing an enlightening discourse on truth, responsibility, and legacy. It turned out that these seemingly obstinate and solemn experts possessed such an open-heartedness in the face of genuine scientific truth and national interest. The temporary conflicts and misunderstandings were now entirely resolved. The solemn collective apology from Li Aigua and his colleagues rippled across the calm surface of the institute, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves that swiftly reached every corner of the research facility. Have you heard? Engineers Li, Liu, and Wang. They collectively bowed and apologized to Engineer Pei this morning. Is that true? With Li's temperament, could he really lower himself like that? Absolutely. Several people witnessed it. Right at the entrance of their temporary office, their bows were nearly 90 degrees. My goodness, it seems that Engineer Pei truly possesses remarkable abilities to have swayed them. Not just swayed. I heard from Zhang in the power group that after Li returned, he locked himself in his office for quite a while, and when he emerged, his demeanor had changed entirely. He kept muttering about the younger generation being formidable and that we were wrong. What kind of person could possibly earn their complete respect? Various discussions, speculations, and marvels quietly circulated in the cafeteria, hallways, and offices of different departments. The image of Pei Su and his team suddenly grew towering and enigmatic in everyone's eyes. All prior doubts and hesitations dissipated in the wake of this resounding apology. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 2 days after the apology incident, Zhao Jinsong was in the command office handling documents when the door was knocked again. He looked up to see Zhao Qiming entering with a furrowed brow, this time even forgetting to take off his military cap, collapsing onto the guest sofa. I say, Qiming. Zhao Jinsong chuckled, setting down his pen. What brings you back here again? Last time you sought refuge from the elders' bickering, and now what troubles you? Is Pei Su's progress not going well? Encountering difficulties? Zhao Qiming let out a long, heavy sigh, his voice laden with frustration and helplessness. Old Zhao. This time it's not because they are arguing. It's that they've all stopped arguing and want to quit. Quit. Zhao Jinsong's brow furrowed, sitting up straight. What do you mean? Who wants to quit? Li Aigua and the others? Is it because they feel embarrassed after apologizing and are throwing a tantrum? If it were merely a tantrum, that would be simple. Zhao Qiming shot up, his tone agitated. One by one, they are lining up to find me, submitting reports, requesting to pause or significantly delay their ongoing projects. What? Zhao Jinsong was genuinely astonished. Pause the projects? Have they lost their minds? Many of those projects have been sanctioned from above, and some even concern the future commissioning of vessels. They can just halt them? Exactly. I said the same thing. Zhao Qiming spread his hands in despair. But can you guess what they said? He mimicked the elders' tones with uncanny accuracy. Li Aigua said, Director Zhao, my optimization project for the Sea Eagle missile can be put on hold. The repair of Z501 is of utmost priority. The young people like Engineer Pei have vigor and ideas, and we old fellows cannot fall behind. We must supervise and also learn some new approaches. Liu said, my simulation for the electronic countermeasure system is nearly complete. My deputy can take over the follow-up analysis. I believe integrating Z501's new propulsion system presents a greater challenge. And I want to join in to see how Engineer Pei's revolutionary design comes to fruition. Engineer Wang was even more direct. Old Zhao, let us pause my structural optimization project. I believe working alongside Engineer Pei will teach me more than a year of solitary work. I'm exhausted after mimicking them. Listen to them, each with grandiose reasons. What is of utmost importance? What new ideas to learn? When in truth? It's just that they've all been completely won over by that young fellow Pei and want to be around him to witness how he works miracles. I even suspect they want to steal his craft. As Zhao Jinsong listened, the astonishment on his face gradually morphed into a peculiar expression of amusement. He stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. This is rather interesting, indeed. I am aware of Pei Su's exceptional abilities, as well as the remarkable talents of the young individuals he mentors, who were fiercely sought after by various research institutes upon their graduation. However, I never anticipated that their allure could be so compelling that even the steadfast Li Aigua and his contemporaries would willingly set aside their significant projects to assist. He envisioned the scene of these seasoned experts, typically authoritative in their fields, now gathered around Pei Su, attentively absorbing his teachings, even jotting down notes. The imagery was too exquisite for him to contemplate in detail. The issue lies with old Zhao. Zhao Qiming noticed that Zhao Jinsong seemed on the verge of laughter, which prompted his immediate concern. For a research institute to function smoothly and thrive, it must advance multiple projects concurrently. This principle emphasizes not placing all eggs in one basket, ensuring sustained output. If everyone focuses solely on one project, no matter how crucial, it may yield remarkable short-term results. However, in the long run, it severely undermines other projects, as well as the cultivation of talent and technological reserves within the institute. I find myself in a dilemma, unable to approve or disapprove without consequence, which is utterly vexing. Zhao Jinsong stood up and paced within the office, acutely aware that this was not merely a matter of resource allocation. It reflected the profound technological impact Pei Su brought to the table. He halted, casting a determined glance at Zhao Qiming, a spark of realization glimmering in his eyes. Qiming, your concerns are valid. The balanced development of the institute is indeed essential. He shifted his tone. However, the Z501 project is currently an overriding political imperative. It represents not merely the restoration of a naval vessel, but potentially a monumental leap in our naval propulsion technology. Its significance far surpasses that of any conventional project. Thus, he reached a decision. In principle, the request from Li Aigua and his team was approved, but their current projects could not be allowed to come to a standstill. They were to appoint a reliable deputy to manage daily progress, seeking guidance only for critical decisions. It was imperative to maintain the minimum operational capacity of these projects. As for them personally, a knowing smile graced Zhao Jinsong's lips. Let them experience the vigor of youth and embrace new perspectives. I am curious to discover what enchantment Pei Su possesses that captivates even the most seasoned experts among us. He donned his military cap and declared, "Let us proceed." Huh? Where to? Zhao Qiming questioned, momentarily taken aback. To the dock, aboard the Z501. Zhao Jinsong asserted with unwavering resolve. I must witness firsthand the current state of the Z501 and observe how Pei Su commands this assembly of seasoned experts. Upon arriving at the dock and stepping onto the expansive deck of the Z501, the sight that greeted Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming caused them both to pause in astonishment. The anticipated scene of tension and chaos, or a clear demarcation of roles, was conspicuously absent. Instead, the vast interior of the vessel, particularly within the power compartment, exhibited a uniquely efficient and bustling atmosphere. Pei Su stood at the center, surrounded by youthful team members such as Xiaohua and Chen Ke, engaged in discussions over a mobile whiteboard adorned with intricate schematics and data formulas. Pei Su spoke with a calm yet articulate cadence, while his colleagues nodded in agreement or posed inquiries. Encircling them were the elder statesmen, led by Li Aigua, who were notably not seated but rather stood or leaned. Much like attentive students, notebooks and pens in hand, absorbed in Pei Su's exposition, occasionally jotting down quick notes. Li Aigua even raised his hand to ask questions. The respect they displayed was so profound that it left Zhao Jinsong in a state of disbelief. Is this truly the fiery Li Aigua, who seldom concedes on technical matters? However, what astonished them further was the division of labor, in tasks requiring seasoned judgment and shrewd insight, such as the assessment of old components and the verification of traditional techniques against new designs. Li Aigua and Engineer Wang proactively stepped forward, offering suggestions and even demonstrating hands-on techniques. Their experience played a crucial role in averting numerous potential pitfalls. Conversely, when it came to the core installation of new thrusters and engines, precise adjustments, and the implementation of groundbreaking technologies, Pei Su took the reins, with Xiaohua and the other young members executing the primary tasks. The elders retreated to a secondary role, observing and learning attentively, occasionally assisting by passing tools or lending a hand, devoid of any pretense of seniority or hierarchy. The entire team functioned like a finely tuned assembly of gears, achieving a delicate balance between experience and enthusiasm, stability and innovation. The air was infused with the scent of engine oil, but more predominant was an atmosphere of collective focus, driven by a singular goal. Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming remained undetected, quietly observing for an extended period. Zhao Jinsong noted that when Pei Su proposed an unconventional installation method, Li Aigua instinctively furrowed his brow, preparing to object, yet ultimately chose to listen first. After Pei Su elucidated the feasibility and advantages with succinct formulas and simulated data, Li Aigua's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a look of enlightenment and admiration, even spontaneously applauding softly and murmuring praises about the brilliance of the approach. Acknowledging their previous entrapment within conventional wisdom, Zhao Jinsong also observed that when Xiaohua encountered difficulties while operating a high-precision instrument, Lu Gong did not simply intervene, but patiently pointed out several key operational principles and often overlooked details. Xiaohua grasped the guidance immediately, swiftly resolving the issue and casting a grateful glance at Lu Gong. This was a constructive, reciprocal exchange of knowledge. Zhao Jinsong inhaled deeply, savoring the air imbued with the briny scent of the sea and metallic undertones, overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. He had expected to witness a fierce clash between youthful prodigies and entrenched veterans, or one side overpowering the other. Instead, he was met with a harmonious and invigorating tableau. He gently nudged Zhao Qiming beside him, whispering, "Did you see that?" Zhao Qiming, equally astonished, nodded instinctively. "I am beginning to understand why Li Aigua and the others would willingly relinquish their projects to join in." Zhao Jinsong spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "Here, we are not merely repairing a naval vessel." His gaze deepened as he surveyed the young figure commanding the group. "A technological revolution is underway, and they do not wish to miss it." He patted Zhao Qiming on the shoulder. "I shall remember your concerns for now, but for the time being, let us remain silent and allow them to continue." Since that day aboard the Z501, witnessing the remarkable and efficient collaborative model, both Zhao Jinsong and Zhao Qiming underwent a subtle transformation in their mindset. They recognized that this endeavor transcended a mere naval repair task. It was an unparalleled opportunity to address the persistent issues of the Z501 while profoundly enhancing the Institute's technological foundation and fostering intellectual collisions between generations of researchers. Zhao Jinsong personally authorized that the management of the Institute, while ensuring the minimum operational capacity of other critical projects, would maximize support for all resource demands presented by the Z501 project team and facilitate cross-disciplinary learning for Li Aigua and his fellow veterans. Although Zhao Qiming continued to grapple with the overall balance of projects within the Institute, he committed to supporting the broader direction, clearing obstacles, and paving the way for progress. Time flowed quietly amidst the tension and order of their industrious efforts, much like the relentless waves beyond the harbor, surging forward, one after another, propelling their days onward. In the blink of an eye, 20 days have elapsed since Pei Su established the military order, and during this period, Z501 has undergone a silent and profound transformation akin to a heart transplant. The outdated and potentially hazardous thrusters and engines have been meticulously extracted from its massive frame. In their place, a new generation of power system, designated as the fourth generation by Pei Su, is being gradually installed and calibrated amidst countless sweat, debates, validations, and triumphant cheers. The entire team, comprising both the youthful Pei Su, Xiaohua, and others, as well as the seasoned veterans like Li Aigua and Lu Gong, operates like a finely tuned clock, tirelessly rotating day and night. On that particular morning, sunlight streamed through the bright windows, casting a warm glow on the pristine floor of Commander Zhao Jinsong's office. Clad in a crisp military uniform, he was engrossed in reviewing a report concerning recent training support, the only sound being the soft scratch of his pen against paper. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open with a resounding bang, the force causing it to slam against the wall with a dull thud. Zhao Jinsong looked up, initially intending to reprimand the intruder for their rudeness. However, upon recognizing the visitor, his intended rebuke evaporated, replaced by an unmistakable astonishment as he quickly rose to his feet. At the entrance stood a figure, equally adorned in the uniform of a rear admiral, yet more imposing, with epaulets that seemed to bear the weight of numerous hardships. His expression was grave, exuding an inherent authority, and his sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, were fixed intently on Zhao Jinsong. The newcomer was none other than Wang Aihua, the commander of the Northern Theater Navy headquarters. Wang Aihua is a distinguished figure within the Northern Navy, renowned for his illustrious achievements and extensive experience. Unlike Zhao Jinsong, who is more aligned with the theoretical aspects of equipment development and logistical support, Wang Aihua is a pure practitioner of combat, having commanded large formations in genuine maritime battles. Rumor has it that he was once considered for a higher position due to his remarkable military service, but opted to remain in command, demonstrating his unwavering commitment to naval construction and affection for the fleet. "Old Wang, what brings you here unexpectedly? You didn't even give me a heads up." Zhao Jinsong suppressed his surprise, quickly emerging from behind his desk with a smile. He was well aware of his old friend's forthright nature. However, Wang Aihua paid no heed to the pleasantries. He strode into the office, the heavy thud of his military boots echoing ominously, seemingly fueled by an invisible fury. Approaching Zhao Jinsong, he pointed an accusatory finger at him, launching into a thunderous reprimand, his voice booming like a drum and causing the windows to vibrate. Zhao Jinsong. Director Zhao, how are you doing? Zhao Jinsong was utterly taken aback by this sudden onslaught, his smile freezing, his mind swirling with questions. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? What have I done wrong? Please, take your time and explain. Take my time. Can I afford to do that? Wang Aihua's chest heaved with indignation. Let me tell you, I arrived several days ago without notifying you. I wanted to see for myself how you treat the esteemed Z501. I wanted to know if you took my previous words to heart. His previous words referred to a time when the issues with Z501 first emerged. He had specifically called Zhao Jinsong to stress the vessel's significance, insisting on a thorough repair without any semblance of negligence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinsong felt even more bewildered and somewhat wronged. Old Wang, you're misinterpreting my efforts. I have placed immense importance on Z501's repair, allocating the best resources possible. How can you say otherwise? Placed immense importance? Allocated the best resources? Wang Aihua interrupted with a scoff, his eyes brimming with disappointment and anger. Zhao Jinsong, I once believed you to be a diligent worker. I never expected you to resort to superficiality, to engage in mere facade projects. You haven't genuinely cared about this ship's future at all. Facade projects? Mere superficiality? Zhao Jinsong was taken aback by these accusations. He had devoted considerable effort to the project, even supporting Pei Su under pressure. How had he ended up with such a disparaging evaluation? Old Wang, what exactly have you observed? If there are issues, point them out directly. ISNT, there's some misunderstanding? He endeavored to maintain his composure, realizing that Wang Aihua must have witnessed something specific that led to this significant misinterpretation. Misunderstanding? I witnessed it with my own eyes. What misunderstanding could there be? Wang Aihua's anger was still palpable, yet upon seeing Zhao Jinsong's genuine confusion, he tempered his fury, inhaling deeply before articulating the true source of his ire, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth. Let me ask you, who is primarily responsible for the repair of Z501, especially the core power system refurbishment? Is it not your research institute personnel? Are not Li Aigua and Lu Changfeng leading the charge? Zhao Jinsong seemed to grasp the crux of the issue. He cautiously replied, the project is primarily overseen by my designated colleague, Pei Su, while Li Gong and Lu Gong are also integral members of the project team. Pei Su, the young lad who looks barely out of his teens. Wang Aihua's voice escalated sharply, unmasking the root of his frustration. I observed for several days in secret. What I saw were a group of youngsters, their average age likely not even 30, scampering about Z501, gesturing aimlessly. And where were Li Aigua and the others? Acting as mere assistants? Apprentices? Huh. As his agitation mounted, his finger instinctively rose, gesturing toward the general direction of the dock. Zhao Jinsong, tell me, what is Z501? It is the pride of our northern fleet. It is a steel warrior that has safeguarded our maritime territory, forged from countless sacrifices. Its repair is a solemn and formidable task. It demands decades of accumulated experience and a meticulous, fail-proof approach. Yet you have entrusted this critical responsibility to a bunch of inexperienced youngsters who might not even have fully reviewed the blueprints? Is this not a classic case of superficiality? Of attempting to showcase the audacity of promoting new talent? Are you gambling with the future of Z501 and the safety of our naval equipment in a reckless manner? Be honest with me. Do you think Z501 is a troublesome case and therefore decided to let the young ones muddle through? Thinking if they succeed it reflects well on your leadership, and if they fail, you can at least claim to have nurtured new talent? Wang Aihua's rapid-fire inquiries struck Zhao Jinsong like a hammer, finally illuminating the source of the old commander's fury. It became evident that Wang Aihua's perception of Zhao Jinsong's approach was predicated on the youthfulness of those responsible for the core operations, leading him to mistakenly believe that Zhao Jinsong was engaging in formalism and not genuinely valuing the repair effort. With this realization, Zhao Jinsong's earlier confusion and sense of grievance dissipated, replaced by a complex blend of understanding and resignation. He gazed at his old comrade, who was seething with concern for the ship, and instead of continuing to argue, he slowly allowed a smile to emerge on his face. Initially faint, it gradually became more pronounced, culminating in a few subdued chuckles. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinsong's unexpected reaction caught Wang Aihua, still fuming, completely off guard. As if he had summoned all his strength to deliver a punch, yet it landed upon a soft cloud of cotton, utterly ineffective. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Zhao Jinsong, his anger intensifying. Zhao Jinsong, what are you laughing at? Is what I said amusing to you? What is your attitude? Wang Aihua was completely incensed by Zhao Jinsong's ill-timed laughter. The veins on his forehead bulged, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as if they were about to smash against the office desk. As the fleet commander, accustomed to battling storms and navigating complex enemy situations, he had developed a resolute nature that detested evasiveness. The Z501 was not merely equipment to him. It represented comrades who had fought alongside him to safeguard the seas. How could he not feel urgency? How could he not be furious? In his eyes, Zhao Jinsong's laughter was an affront to both the Z501 and to him, Wang Aihua. Zhao, Jinsong. Wang Aihua growled through gritted teeth, each syllable laced with ice that seemed to chill the very air of the office. I warn you, do not jest with me here. If you do not provide me with a reasonable and convincing explanation today, I will escalate this directly to the Warzone command. I wish to see if your reckless behavior will attract any intervention from above. Witnessing his old comrade truly enraged, to the point of potentially causing an uproar, Zhao Jinsong gradually restrained his laughter. However, the composed smile that suggested he was unfazed lingered on his face. He raised a hand in a calming gesture, signaling Wang Aihua to temper his impatience. Old Wang, hold on. Sit down and allow me to explain slowly. Zhao Jinsong approached the water cooler, personally pouring a cup of warm water and presenting it to Wang Aihua with a sincere tone. I fully understand your feelings. Deep concern often breeds sharp criticism. You see a group of young individuals handling your prized possession. If I were in your shoes, I might be even more furious. Wang Aihua let out a heavy snort, but did not take the cup of water. Yet, his tense demeanor softened slightly. He remained fixated on Zhao Jinsong, awaiting his explanation. Chapter 217. Doubt and belief. Zhao Jinsong did not insist, placing the cup beside Wang Aihua on the coffee table. He then pulled up a chair and sat opposite him, leaning slightly forward, meeting Wang Aihua's scrutinizing gaze with calmness. Old Wang, you mentioned that you had been observing in secret for several days and saw a group of young people leading the work while Li Aigua and the others were assisting. Correct? Is that not the case? Wang Aihua retorted stiffly. Yes, and no, Zhao Jinsong replied slowly. The young individuals you observed are not mere technicians from our research institute, nor are they interns. They are a complete team with high-level authority and independent research capabilities, known as Suhuo Technology. Suhuo Technology. Wang Aihua frowned, unfamiliar with the name. Which university are they from? Or are they a private company? Old Zhao, are you confused? The core propulsion system of a warship cannot be handled by outsiders. Wang Aihua protested. Zhao Jinsong shook his head. To be precise, they are the ones we invited. The leader is named Pei Su, and his level of confidentiality is even higher than ours. High confidentiality? Wang Aihua was taken aback by this information, yet he quickly questioned. High levels do not guarantee capability. How old is he? How much experience could he possibly have? Can he understand the Z501 better than those seasoned veterans like Li Aigua, who have dealt with warships their entire lives? That is precisely the issue. Zhao Jinsong spread his hands. Li Aigua and his team have indeed accumulated vast experience dealing with the Z501, but ironically, this very pride in their expertise has constrained their thinking, preventing them from identifying the true source of the Z501's propulsion system tremors despite years of effort and various methods. He paused, gauging Wang Aihua's reaction. Noticing that although Wang Aihua's expression remained stern, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, he continued. Yet Pei Su managed to pinpoint the problem in just 3 days. 3 days? Wang Aihua scoffed, skepticism etched across his face. What can be accomplished in 3 days? He wouldn't even finish reviewing the blueprints. He did not spend 3 days studying the blueprints, Zhao Jinsong replied, his tone imbued with a peculiar significance. He immersed himself for 3 days in the core server room of our research institute, where data has been stored for decades. Then he emerged and, in front of all the veterans such as Li Aigua, Lu Gong, and Wang Gong, illustrated the root of the problem on the whiteboard, providing a solution we had never considered, which has since been verified as entirely correct. Zhao Jinsong recounted Pei Su's metaphor of bridging gaps, and how Li Aigua and the others initially questioned him, even personally boarding the ship to seek evidence, only to be met with unexpected validation, ultimately leading to a collective apology. As Zhao Jinsong narrated, Wang Aihua gradually began to soften. Doubt transformed into incredulity, especially upon hearing about Li Aigua's collective bow of apology. Leaving his mouth slightly agape, he understood all too well the stubbornness of those old-timers. To see them lower their proud heads must have been a monumental shock. Are you certain? Li Aigua and the others really? Wang Aihua's tone shifted from aggression to one of tentative belief. Absolutely, Zhao Jinsong affirmed with a serious nod. Many people in our institute are aware of this matter. Furthermore, not only did we identify the problem, but Pei Su also proposed an entirely new design for the thruster and engine, complete with performance parameters. To put it simply, if it can be realized, the Z501's propulsion system will leap forward an entire era, outpacing the most advanced vessels of the same class currently in service. Leap forward an era? Wang Aihua's breath quickened involuntarily. As the fleet commander, he understood precisely what that entailed, a tremendous enhancement of combat capability. Are you certain? This isn't mere speculation? Theoretically, Li Aigua and his team have already assessed it and are astounded. They are currently in the practical verification phase. Zhao Jinsong pointed towards the dock. Thus, what you are witnessing is not a group of young people acting foolishly. Instead, it is a technical endeavor spearheaded by top young talents, with seasoned experts providing full support. Li Aigua and the others are not merely assisting. They are learning and ensuring that the new technology is flawlessly implemented. This represents a new and efficient research and development model. A brief silence enveloped the office as Wang Aihua furrowed his brow, processing the vast amount of information. He instinctively felt that Zhao Jinsong's claims bordered on the fantastical, yet the certainty in his voice, particularly the shift in attitude from Li Aigua and others, served as compelling evidence. After a moment, Wang Aihua suddenly lifted his head, a sharp light returning to his eyes, but this time it was not purely rage, rather. It was infused with intense curiosity and scrutiny. This is all conjecture. Old Zhao, take me to see it. Now. Immediately. I want to witness Pei Su and his groundbreaking innovations with my own eyes to determine if they are truly as remarkable as you claim. Zhao Jinsong anticipated this reaction. He had been waiting for such a response. He immediately stood up, a knowing smile gracing his face. I knew you wouldn't be satisfied until you saw it for yourself. Come, I will take you to the Z501, and you shall witness firsthand what it means to respect the younger generation. The two men exchanged no further words. Swiftly departing the office and boarding a jeep, heading back towards the dock with resolute urgency. As he once again stepped onto the deck of the Z501 and entered the bustling engine compartment, Wang Aihua deliberately slowed his pace, his keen gaze sweeping like a searchlight over every corner and individual. The scene before him closely mirrored the descriptions provided by Zhao Jinsong. Pei Su was at the core area, guiding Xiaohua and others in the final stages of connecting the new engine's pipelines, his instructions clear and concise, exuding a composure that belied his age. Meanwhile, Li Aigua, Lu Gong, and others were stationed at various points, meticulously examining the interfaces between new components and the ship's structure. Some cross-referencing intricate blueprints. Their expressions were focused and earnest. When they occasionally interacted with younger team members, their demeanor was equal, even imbued with a sense of mentorship. Entirely contrary to Wang Aihua's preconceived notion of older experts being sidelined and idle. What startled Wang Aihua even more was the palpable atmosphere of the workspace. Although busy, it was orderly. Tools were neatly arranged, wiring was organized, and everyone performed their duties with a remarkable synergy. The air was thick with a cohesive focus on creation, rather than the chaos and hastiness he had feared. Zhao Jinsong quietly introduced a few points in Wang Aihua's ear, gesturing towards Pei Su's direction. Wang Aihua nodded slightly, refraining from interrupting immediately, instead choosing to observe quietly as he ambled around, particularly fixating on the newly installed components, which were strikingly different in appearance from the old equipment. At last, Pei Su paused his work and, lifting his head, caught sight of Zhao Jinsong and a formidable unfamiliar naval general approaching. He immediately recognized Zhao Jinsong and hurried over. Chief Zhao, Pei Su saluted, his gaze calmly shifting to Wang Aihua. Engineer Pei, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Jinsong said with a smile, introducing, this is Commander Wang Aihua from the Northern Theater Navy Command. I've heard that our Z501 project is progressing smoothly, so he came to take a look. Pei Su promptly saluted Wang Aihua. Good day, Commander Wang. Wang Aihua returned the gesture, his weathered eyes appraising Pei Su thoroughly, as though seeking to penetrate his very essence. The young man before him, clad in a work uniform stained with grease and sporting signs of fatigue, stood tall, his eyes clear and resolute. He faced the fleet commander without the slightest hint of trepidation, exuding an air of calm confidence. Comrade Pei Su, Wang Aihua began, his voice measured yet imbued with authority. Director Zhao has sung your praises and that of your team's work. I am a person who believes only in what I can see. The Z501 is an old companion of mine, and I wish for its success. However, I have a strong aversion to superficiality and formalism. Speak frankly with me. Is this new system truly as remarkable as old Zhao claims? Are you confident that within the next 10 days, you can revive it and surpass its previous performance? His questions were direct and incisive, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Pei Su's eyes, leaving no room for even the slightest change in expression to escape his notice. This was both a challenge and an inquiry. The entire engine compartment seemed to quiet in the wake of the commander's arrival and Wang Aihua's forthright questions. Even Li Aigua and the others paused in their tasks, casting anxious glances. The conference room was brightly lit, faced with Wang Aihua's hawkish gaze, scrutinizing every detail. Pei Su did not falter. He rose and approached the massive electronic sand table, deftly tapping the controls to bring forth layers of data models and simulation results. Mr. Wang, I fully understand your concerns. Pei Su's voice was clear and steady, imbued with conviction. He operated the control panel, the screen seamlessly transitioning through various charts and dynamic presentations. Look here, we have adopted entirely new engine and propulsion technologies. More importantly, our team member Zhang Ming has tailored a centralized system specifically for it. This is not a traditional brain. Rather, it resembles a neural network with highly autonomous responses, both energy efficient and effective, possessing extraordinary capabilities. He paused momentarily, searching for a more fitting metaphor to ensure that everyone present, regardless of their technical background, could comprehend. To put it this way, a traditional centralized system is akin to a superconductor. The entire orchestra must adhere to the conductor's baton, and should he falter, the entire ensemble falls into disarray. Our spark, yes. It is named Spark, functions differently. The Spark's centralized system embodies the essence and judgment of a master musician within each player, or rather, each combat unit. They not only grasp strategic intentions flawlessly, but can autonomously and harmoniously execute the most effective performance, even amidst communication disruptions or the destruction of central nodes. They share information in real time through our unique resonance protocol, mutually correcting to ensure the overall melody remains intact. He called up a simulation video, showcasing how, under extreme conditions of intense electromagnetic interference and multiple nodes being destroyed, the remaining combat units instinctively restructured their communication links and adjusted tactical formations to successfully encircle and strike predetermined targets. As for security, Pei Su's gaze swept over all present before returning to Wang Aihua. Its core code is akin to flowing water rather than a stagnant pool. Any unauthorized attempts to access, decipher, or alter it will trigger a self-evolution of the code. It's like trying to catch a loach in water. Just when you think you've grasped it, it slips away and alters its form. We conducted 3,700 penetration tests, with a success rate of 0. Pei Su's presentation lasted nearly 40 minutes, marked by meticulous logic, substantial data, and vivid metaphors. He detailed every modification made to the Z501 over the past 20 days. He elucidated not only the technical principles, but emphasized repeatedly how the Spark system could integrate into existing combat strategies, enhancing overall decision-making speed and battlefield adaptability without undermining the established tactical principles forged through experience and conflict. Wang Aihua remained reclined in his chair, hands folded before him. Listening intently, he grasped Pei Su's intent. Rather than making a promise, it was more prudent to showcase current results. His expression revealed neither joy nor anger, only occasionally furrowing brows that indicated his mind was racing, weighing the significance of each piece of information. He interjected now and then with a couple of pointed and incisive questions, to which Pei Su responded, earning subtle nods of acknowledgement. Gradually, the conference room quieted, the low hum of the air conditioning the only sound remaining. The various heads of departments had shared their thoughts, some cautiously supportive, others tentatively optimistic, and still others expressing concerns about unknown risks. Yet, without exception, they recognized the solid work demonstrated by Pei Su's team and the theoretical potential of the Spark system. All eyes eventually converged on Wang Aihua. He did not respond immediately, remaining silent as he slowly scanned the dynamic image on the screen that illustrated the resilience of the Spark system, then glanced at Pei Su's youthful face before finally resting on Zhao Jinsong, who had been seated quietly in the corner, equally composed. Sensing the gaze, Zhao Jinsong straightened slightly, but said nothing, merely nodding gently. This silence lingered for an extended period, long enough for the atmosphere to feel almost viscous. Each second stretched out, resonating within the hearts of those present. Pei Su maintained a facade of calm, yet his fingers, curled at his sides, betrayed the unrest within. Finally, Wang Aihua took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. He sat up straight, his hands pressed firmly against the desk, his voice low, yet imbued with immense gravity, resonating throughout the entire cabin. Very well, I can wait another 10 days until you thoroughly implement all the outcomes. Chapter 218. Unexpected repairs. Comrade Pei Su. Wang Aihua's gaze fixed intently on Pei Su. The work you and your team are doing is incredibly valuable. Your explanation today has deepened my understanding of the Z501 repair efforts. In principle, I agree for you to continue overseeing this project. Thank you, General Wang. We will certainly. Pei Su exclaimed eagerly, but Wang Aihua raised his hand, halting his words, his tone turning particularly grave. However, I must emphasize that agreeing in principle does not equate to a guarantee of success. 10 days from now, I will arrange for a real-world test. This test will be conducted under genuine conditions, leaving no room for mere theoretical discussions. You must anticipate all potential challenges, contemplating them more deeply, more thoroughly, and more ruthlessly. What I wish to see is not a perfect score in a simulated environment, but rather how effectively it performs under complex, harsh, and uncertain real-world conditions, and what unforeseen issues may arise. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, General Wang. Our team is fully prepared to confront any adversity. Pei Su straightened his back, his voice resolute and powerful. Good. Wang Aihua nodded, his expression softening slightly. The specific testing plan and evaluation criteria will be led by Comrade Jin Song, in collaboration with the relevant departments for prompt drafting. I will approve it. Inside the office, Zhao Jinsong and Wang Aihua entered. Zhao Jinsong turned and quietly asked, Old Wang, any further instructions? Wang Aihua withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhao Jinsong, his tone calm. Jinsong, what are your thoughts on Pei Su? Zhao Jinsong pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. He is exceptionally talented, well-prepared, and possesses clear logic. More importantly, he has a conviction and an almost obsessive dedication to his research direction. This is an essential quality for pioneering innovation. Of course, he is young and lacks practical experience. In some aspects, he may be overly idealistic. Wang Aihua acknowledged noncommittally. Keep a close watch. The real test lies in the practical assessment. I do not concern myself with whether he is good steel, but the Z501 is a labor of love, a veteran project. I hope he can execute it well. If not, he will not pass my scrutiny. Yes, I understand. As night deepened, most of the lights in the headquarters building were extinguished. With only a few windows still aglow, resembling the eyes of sentinels, Wang Aihua did not leave. Instead, he temporarily utilized a makeshift office to handle some documents. After completing the last document, he rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, yet sleep eluded him. The scenes of the day continued to swirl in his mind. Pei Su's confident visage, the affirmations of department heads, and his own final decision. Rationally, he had been persuaded by Pei Su, truly entrusting the Z501 repair and transformation to these young individuals. Yet, deep within, an ineffable sense of unease lingered, like an undercurrent beneath the water, ever present and flowing. This feeling did not stem from a lack of trust in Pei Su's abilities, nor was it a doubt regarding Zhao Jinsong's judgment. It was a broader, weightier concern. Pei Su and his team represented not merely one or two new technologies, but a fundamental shift in combat philosophy. They aspired to transition the Z501 from a heavy reliance on centralized command to an end-to-end operational model. The risks involved were substantial. Should unforeseen issues arise in real combat, the consequences could be unbearable. He needed a perspective from the depths of the battlefield, raw and brutally honest, to validate his judgment, or, rather, to soothe the last remnants of instinctual unease inherent to a decision-maker. He required an unwavering and sufficiently weighty touchstone. With this thought, Wang Aihua rose and made a phone call, one destined for a special individual. As the busy tone echoed in the silence, Zhao Jinsong happened to be carrying several documents that required Wang Aihua's signature, approaching the office door. Noticing the door ajar, with light spilling out, he gently knocked before pushing it open. General Wang, these documents need your... His words were abruptly cut off. He saw Wang Aihua with his back to the door, holding a phone to his ear. Wang Aihua did not turn, but raised his empty left hand, signaling him to wait. Zhao Jinsong immediately fell silent, tiptoeing and placing the documents softly on the coffee table at the entrance, standing by with his hands at his sides to avoid disruption. He had initially assumed Wang Aihua was attending to urgent business, but the next moment, he heard Wang Aihua speaking into the phone, his tone devoid of the usual solemnity, infused instead with a relaxed familiarity. Hello? Old Lin. It's me, Wang Aihua. Wang Aihua's voice carried a subtle hint of amusement. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. I know that since your retirement, your sleep schedule is precious. A robust, slightly hoarse voice came through the receiver, discernible even from the quiet office. Nonsense. What time is it? I'm watching a military documentary. You only call me for trouble. Old Lin. Old man. You brat. These words detonated in Zhao Jinsong's mind like silent thunder. He shot his head up, eyes wide with incredulity. To converse with General Wang Aihua in such a manner could only mean one thing. It was Commander Lin Hua, the recently retired, yet still formidable army commander of the Central Theater. Zhao Jinsong's heart raced, blood rushing to his head, causing a momentary lightheadedness. Lin Hua, a legendary figure in the military, a true warrior who had emerged from the crucible of conflict, a comrade of General Wang Aihua from the battlefield. Zhao Jinsong had heard countless tales of Commander Lin's iron-fisted leadership and remarkable achievements, a name woven into reports and stories, a symbol of the military's indomitable backbone. He had never imagined he would one day hear the voice of this legendary figure firsthand, and in such an informal manner. Wang Aihua seemed to chuckle lightly, unfazed by Lin Hua's bluntness. All right, as long as you're in good spirits. I have something I'd like to hear your thoughts on. I knew it. Go ahead. What troublesome matter has arisen that has left you office dwellers stumped? Lin Hua's voice carried a teasing tone, but also a thread of seriousness. Wang Aihua turned, facing the night outside the window, his tone taking on a more formal edge. It concerns a new project. Fundamentally, it is a distributed intelligent combat command system. Distributed? Intelligent command? Lin Hua's voice shot up an octave, laced with palpable skepticism. Sounds flashy. Don't throw around jargon. Speak plainly. What on earth is it? Wang Aihua appeared to have anticipated his old friend's reaction, patiently explaining. To simplify, old Lin, traditional command resembles when you led a division. You were the division commander, with brigade commanders, regiment commanders, and battalion commanders following your orders, striking where you directed, correct? Well, of course. How else could one lead troops? However, the system they aspire to create is not aimed at providing you with a more intelligent brain. Rather, it seeks to enhance the intelligence and autonomy of every single unit. Whether as small as a squad, a tank, or even an individual soldier. Wang Aihua endeavored to articulate this in the most straightforward terms. It resembles the act of replicating the battlefield instincts and adaptability of your most elite and seasoned veterans, distributing that capability to each grassroots unit. This way, should they lose contact with you, their commanding officer, they will not become aimless. Instead, they will be able to assess the situation independently, cooperate with one another, and continue to accomplish their tasks, potentially even exceeding expectations. On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence, followed by Lin Hua's more emphatic skepticism. Nonsense. Doesn't he that just render it a disorganized mob? If soldiers disregard orders and act independently, what remains of the military? That would be akin to banditry. It's not about ignoring commands, Wang Aihua corrected him. It's about a profound understanding of your strategic intent, coupled with a high degree of tactical flexibility. It's akin to a pack of wolves, where the alpha wolf indicates the general direction of the prey and the ultimate goal. Yet each wolf can autonomously decide how to encircle, drive, and attack based on the situation at hand, communicating and adjusting their positions through howls, ultimately collaborating to secure the hunt. They do not require the alpha to instruct them at every step. Wolf pack, Lin Hua repeated, the skepticism in his tone slightly diminished, though his vigilance remained. The metaphor is quite apparent. However, old Wang, the success of a wolf pack in hunting relies on each wolf being an experienced veteran. Your subordinates, the rookies, if you grant them autonomy, will they know where to charge? They might end up crashing into trees rather than catching the prey. That is precisely the crux of the matter, Wang Aihua said, his voice laced with approval, evidently recognizing that Lin Hua had grasped the heart of the issue. This system is called Starfire. The Starfire system aims to equip every unit with the judgment of seasoned veterans through technology, data, and robust algorithmic support. It is not an abstract concept. It is grounded in vast battlefield data analysis and real-time intelligence processing capabilities. He paused before continuing. Moreover, old Lin, have you considered that future battlefields will become increasingly rapid and complex in electromagnetic environments? The central command nodes we rely upon may very well become primary targets for enemy strikes. In such scenarios, if the units below lose their command and become disoriented, how different are they from lambs to the slaughter? The pursuit of Starfire is to ensure that, even in the worst-case scenarios, the troops can maintain formidable and organized combat effectiveness. Lin Hua fell silent again, this time for a longer duration. Zhao Jinsong stood at the door, unconsciously easing his breath, sensing the intense ideological clash between the two seasoned soldiers on either end of the line. Wang Aihua did not rush him. He simply awaited in quiet anticipation. After a considerable pause, Lin Hua's voice broke the silence, now tinged with less skepticism and more contemplation. It sounds rather intriguing. However, old Wang, is this thing reliable? You paint a glorious picture, but if it malfunctions at a critical moment or miscalculates, it's not merely a matter of losing points in a drill. Lives are at stake. It could lead to a disastrous defeat. That is precisely why I sought this conversation with you, Wang Aihua replied candidly. I have contemplated the technical aspects extensively. However, I am aware that what resides within the mind is ultimately just theoretical. I need someone like you, who has emerged from the depths of battle, to apply your unadulterated battlefield intuition to assess the reliability of this system. What potential risks might it entail? Lin Hua clicked his tongue, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Old Wang, to speak frankly, your system sounds quite appealing, but I find it overly idealistic. What is the battlefield? It is the most chaotic and unreasonable place on Earth. It is where plans are perpetually outpaced by changes. Do you expect a computer program to handle the rapidly shifting and brutal realities of combat? I remain skeptical. However, he shifted his tone to a more serious note. Yet, you have indeed piqued my interest regarding what happens when the central node is compromised. This was a dilemma I pondered when leading troops, but I had no solution. We could only rely on regular drills and cultivate a few successors capable of making on-the-spot decisions. If your Starfire can genuinely serve as a robust shield in our most vulnerable moments, its value would be immense. So, what is your recommendation? Wang Aihua pressed. My recommendation? Lin Hua scoffed. My advice is to not solely listen to the technical enthusiast's boasts. Whether a horse or a mule, let us take it out for a test drive. Conduct practical tests. Do not hesitate to expend resources or fear embarrassment. Throw it into the harshest environment closest to real combat. Remember that Blue Army's man Guangxi? Use his standards as a benchmark. If this system is truly that impressive, then simply demolish the communication units and convert the battlefield into a lone wolf environment. 100 simulated victories cannot compare to one test closely aligned with real combat. The testing scheme is already in development, Wang Aihua stated. That is good to hear. Lin Hua paused, his tone taking on a somber note. Old Wang, I understand the weight on your shoulders. Such decisions are not easy to make. If successful, few will remember your contributions. If it fails, the blame will likely fall upon you. However, isn't wearing this military uniform precisely for the purpose of winning the next battle? If this system holds potential, even if there is only a 30% chance of success, I believe it is worth the gamble. It is far better than being caught off guard in the future by enemies wielding similar technology. Wang Aihua listened quietly, his expression neutral, but deep within his gaze. Something seemed to settle. The words of his old friend did not provide a definitive answer, yet they served as a coarse sharpening stone, refining the chaotic thoughts and doubts within him into a firmer resolve. I understand now, old Lin. Wang Aihua's voice regained its tranquility. Thank you. Thank you for what? Don't come at me with that pretense. When your test results come out, remember to treat me to a drink. If it all goes awry, watch me have a good laugh at your expense. Lin Hua concluded with a gruff tone, adding, by the way, who conducted the research on this? I haven't heard of anyone domestically having such foresight. Oh, it's a kid named Pei Su, along with Xiaohua, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, Wang Qingyu, and a person named Chun Kei, Wang Aihua replied. There was a lengthy silence on the other end of the line. Noticing that Lin Hua had not responded for quite some time, Wang Aihua assumed the other party was indifferent and hung up the phone. He slowly placed the receiver back in its cradle, continuing to gaze out into the night, silent and contemplative. Chapter 219. The most terrifying practical test. Zhao Jinsong stood at the door, his mind in turmoil. He was not only astonished that Wang Aihua was conversing with Lin Hua, but also deeply impressed by the unembellished, core-focused dialogue between the two seasoned soldiers. There were no formalities, no jargon, only a profound understanding of the essence of war, grave concerns for the future of the military, and an open exchange rooted in absolute trust. This phone call deepened his appreciation of the weight on Wang Aihua's shoulders and the risks and opportunities embedded in the Z501's restoration and transformation project. Military compound. Lin Hua listened to the busy signal on the phone, stunned for a moment. Pei Su, old Wang, what have you gotten yourself into? He helplessly placed the phone back on the desk, chuckling to himself. I thought this was a matter of grave risk, in the end. It's just something Pei Su is researching. I was contemplating whether to pay a visit and check on things. Now it seems, there is no need. The endeavors of this child have never been disappointing. Lin Hua set down the phone, smiling for quite some time. Time has passed. With Zhao Lin from the Kyoto military region and Qi Tianyun from the Magic City military region choosing to retire, either recommending their successors or allowing the state to appoint an airborne commander, Zhang Yutong and Lin Hua from the Central and Eastern Theater Command have also stepped down. Zhang Yutong retired because he was stationed in the Central Theater Command, needing to remain in Kyoto, yet his granddaughter, Zhang Wan, had gone to the vast desert for research. He missed her, and with age weighing on him, he decided to retire and spend time in Alkan City near the desert to relax and visit his granddaughter. As for himself, it was simply due to advancing age. His body became increasingly uncooperative, and remaining in this position held little significance. Thus he chose to step aside and relinquish his post. Several minutes later, Wang Aihua slowly turned around, a hint of fatigue on his face. Yet his eyes remained exceptionally clear. He noticed Zhao Jinsong standing at the door and felt no surprise. Jinsong, did you hear everything? Wang Aihua approached the sofa and sat down, gesturing to the seat across from him. Zhao Jinsong took a deep breath and walked over to sit down, respectfully responding. I heard some of it, Mr. Wang. He paused, unable to resist adding. I didn't expect it to be Commander Lin. Wang Aihua chuckled softly, a touch of nostalgia in his tone. Old Lin can be a bit cantankerous and speaks bluntly, but his battlefield intuition has been honed through decades of real combat experience, often more acute than those of us who merely review reports and listen to briefings. He picked up the documents on the coffee table, but did not open them immediately. Instead, focusing on Zhao Jinsong with a serious demeanor. You heard what I just said. The truth will out. We must expose our capabilities in the most brutal and authentic battlefield conditions. Understood. Zhao Jinsong promptly affirmed. We will adhere strictly to the highest standards and most stringent requirements in formulating the testing plan. Merely having standards and requirements is insufficient. Wang Aihua shook his head. We must treat the testing grounds as genuine battlefields, viewing the Blue Army as a cunning and formidable adversary. Do not fear revealing issues. The more issues we uncover now, the fewer setbacks we will face in real combat in the future. We must dare to push the system to its limits, even to the brink of collapse, to see if it can recover by itself, or at the very least, leave behind the embers for reorganization. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on Zhao Jinsong. Jinsong, this burden we shall share. I am the Blue Army, and you will be responsible for Pei Su's strategic deployment. Remember, you are doing this for me, for the nation, and for the military. Ensure this critical juncture is managed well. Pei Su is a technical genius. He has his own commitments and perspectives. But you must examine each element from a holistic, practical standpoint, scrutinizing and utilizing every facet effectively. When necessary, be bold. Do not go easy on him just because I am on the blue side, understood? Zhao Jinsong felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He straightened his back and replied solemnly, understood. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will not betray your trust. Good. Wang Aihua nodded, his expression softening somewhat as he returned the documents to Zhao Jinsong. Hasten to finalize the testing plan and report back to me as soon as possible. Also, he pondered for a moment, find an appropriate opportunity to subtly convey to Pei Su, under your name, the general sentiments of my conversation with Commander Lin today, especially Commander Lin's emphasis on the importance of practical testing. Let him know that he has support from above, but also the highest and most practical demands placed upon him. Give him some pressure, so he understands the weight of his responsibilities. Yes, I understand what to do. Zhao Jinsong grasped the intent behind Wang Aihua's words. This was both a spur and a safeguard, allowing Pei Su to sense the expectations and pressures from the highest levels in advance, aiding him in approaching the forthcoming challenges with greater clarity and rigor. Go now, it is getting late. Leave the keys. I will rest a while before departing. Wang Aihua waved his hand, a clear look of weariness crossing his face. Zhao Jinsong rose, took the documents, and respectfully exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Once again, the office was left solely to Wang Aihua. He leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes. Outside, the city had completely succumbed to slumber. Although the sense of unease within him persisted, it no longer felt as disoriented as before. It had transformed into a tangible risk that could be grasped and managed. He understood that the path had been chosen, and what remained was to steadfastly navigate through the myriad challenges ahead. Whether the spark could truly ignite a conflagration would be revealed in 10 days. Wang Aihua had agreed to advance the project and granted Pei Su's team the final 10 days for preparation and adjustments. However, he resolved that these 10 days would also serve as a grand welcome ceremony for the new Z501 that he was preparing for Pei Su and others. There was no need to inform Pei Su in advance. The real battlefield never affords one the luxury of preparation time. In the ensuing 10 days, Wang Aihua mobilized all available resources and influence. A series of directives issued from his sleepless office at night, transmitted through encrypted lines to all corners. The waters near Qing City, once a bustling route for merchant and fishing vessels, began to reveal unusual signs noted by observant fishermen and coastal residents in recent days. Firstly, some large, sleek gray vessels, rarely seen, began to appear near the distant horizon. Unlike merchant ships, they moved with a silent, vigilant grace, leaving white wakes across the sea. Subsequently, the frequency of military ship movements from the Qing City naval port markedly increased. In the quiet of the night, faint sounds of horns and mechanical operations could be heard emanating from the port. Occasionally, formations of helicopters or fast-moving fighter jets would streak across the sky, their trails leaving transient marks against the azure expanse. An invisible, increasingly tense atmosphere began to coalesce over this maritime domain and its skies, as if an unseen net was quietly tightening. Meanwhile, the Pei Su team was wholly engrossed in the modifications of the Z501 prototype platform, focusing on the installation and adjustment of the fourth-generation propulsion system and engine, along with the integration of the core modules of the Spark system with various sensors of the platform. The makeshift work area at the laboratory and dock was brightly lit, filled with voices, the clanging of tools, and the hum of machinery, operating tirelessly day and night. They were immersed in the world of technology, almost entirely oblivious to the subtle changes occurring in the outside world. Until one midday, when Xiaohua and Chen Ke, responsible for procuring lunch, rode their electric tricycle toward the cafeteria. As they traversed the outer roads of the port area, Chen Ke instinctively glanced at the distant sea. That fleeting glance made him abruptly tighten the brakes. The tricycle screeched to a halt at the roadside. "Hey, Ke-go, what are you doing?" Xiaohua, seated behind, nearly got thrown off and complained. Chen Ke did not respond. Instead, he widened his eyes, trembling fingers pointing toward the deep water area outside the port, his mouth opening but failing to produce coherent words. Xiaohua followed his gesture and was instantly frozen in shock. There, on the azure surface of the sea, just beyond the entrance of the naval port, lay no fewer than 10 warships quietly anchored. They were not closely packed, but displayed a posture of vigilance and control. There were sleek, fast missile destroyers, robust supply ships resembling small mountains, and even a couple of relatively smaller, yet remarkably agile frigates. The steel hull glimmers with a chilling radiance under the sun, while the fluttering military flags exude an undeniable majesty. Xiaohua, stammered, finally regaining my voice. "Are those warships, Brother K?" I felt as if I had asked a foolish question. Yet, the sight was overwhelmingly impactful. Chen Ke took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, his voice still tinged with disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? What else could they be if not warships? Just look at their design and posture." However, Xiaohua swallowed hard. "What are so many warships doing here? Are they conducting exercises? I haven't received any notice." Chen Ke fell silent, his brows furrowing tightly. His heart raced like a drum. The gathering of so many warships indicated that this was far from a mere drill or friendly visit. The atmosphere was clearly one of pre-battle deployment. "This is serious," Chen Ke murmured, his expression growing grave. "Quick, we must return." He abandoned his meal, abruptly turning the tricycle around, the throttle twisted to the maximum, racing towards the laboratory with Xiaohua, who wore a similarly pale expression, as if fleeing from a flood or a beast. Wang Pu was a renowned marine military expert in the country, particularly well-versed in naval equipment and tactics. Recently, he had been invited by a research institute in Qing City for academic exchange and market research. Over the weekend, he and 2 friends, equally interested in military affairs, eagerly arrived at a small bay in Qing City known for sea fishing, ready to enjoy some rare leisure time. However, shortly after their arrival, they noticed several local old fishermen packing up to return. "Why so early, old brothers? Is the fishing poor?" One of Wang Pu's friends approached to inquire. An elderly fisherman, with weathered skin, waved his hand, a hint of resignation on his face. "It's not that the fishing is poor. We received a notice. For the next few days, this area is off-limits for fishing." "Off-limits? Why?" Wang Pu felt a stir of curiosity and stepped forward to ask. "I don't know, but I assume there is some testing going on," another fisherman whispered. They say the restrictions are quite strict, with a large exclusion zone established. And several patrol boats have already set out. No boats are allowed in except for military vessels. Real combat testing? Wang Pu exchanged astonished glances with his friends, each reflecting the other's surprise. Yes, I've heard the level is quite high. The old fisherman added before shouldering his gear and departing. Wang Pu stood there, his astonishment swiftly morphing into shock and intense curiosity. As an industry insider, he understood all too well the weight of those words, particularly in such a sensitive maritime region with such an extensive exclusion zone. He immediately stepped aside, took out his phone, and dialed several friends and students within the Navy. After a round of inquiries, the information he received made him gasp. The Qing City maritime area was not merely undergoing ordinary drills or tests. It was set to conduct the highest level A-grade real combat testing of the Navy. A-grade. Wang Pu put down the phone, his voice slightly hoarse as he explained to his two friends. Aside from not actually firing live rounds to destroy targets, all tactical deployments, electromagnetic countermeasures, troop movements, and offense-defense transitions will be genuine confrontations. The equipment and systems used must also meet combat standards. This was practically a rehearsal for a real war. His two friends were also stunned. Being military enthusiasts, they understood what an A-grade real combat test entailed. It was the most rigorous and realistic assessment of a unit's combat effectiveness and the performance of new equipment. What on earth is happening in Qing City? One friend murmured. Why would there suddenly be a top-level naval combat test here? Is it to test a new ship or a new weapon system? Wang Pu furrowed his brow, gazing at the seemingly calm, yet turbulent sea in the distance, shaking his head with a gaze filled with inquiry and shock. I don't know. But one thing is certain. Something significant enough to alarm the higher-ups and warrant the highest standard of real combat testing has emerged here. The sea breeze brushed past, carrying with it the scent of salt and the tension of an impending storm. Wang Pu understood that in the coming days, this maritime area would no longer be tranquil. As an observer, he keenly sensed that he might be on the brink of a momentous historical event. He suddenly decided to remain in Qing City temporarily, hoping to uncover traces of this mysterious occurrence. What secrets lay hidden within the exclusion zone? How would this abrupt A-grade real combat test unfold? At this moment, Wang Pu's heart was filled with uncertainty. Chapter 220. The sudden assault of warships Xiaohua and Chunke sprinted back to the Z501 working dock, sweat soaking their backs, their forelocks sticking to their skin. They paid no heed to wiping it away. Peisu. Xiaohua's voice was intermittent due to their running. His fingers gripped the door frame tightly, knuckles turning white. Outside. Chunke, more anxious than him, shoved Xiaohua aside and rushed to Peisu. Warships. So many warships. The entire port is filled with them. I've never seen so many warships appear at once. Peisu was checking the interface wiring of the thruster with Zhang Ming. Hearing their shouts, he slowly set down the multimeter, his brow slightly furrowed. A flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. Calm down, speak clearly. His voice remained steady, but a hint of tension was discernible upon closer inspection. On our way to the cafeteria, Xiaohua finally caught his breath. We saw at least a dozen warships anchored in the deep water outside the port. There are destroyers, frigates, and supply ships. The key point is their formation. Chunke interjected. It doesn't look like a routine docking. It seems more like a defensive arrangement. It feels as if they are surrounding the entire port. Li Bei had just poked his head out from the equipment compartment. Hearing this, he frowned in confusion. Warships? Isn't it normal to see warships in a military port? Aren't we a naval base? This time it's truly different. Xiaohua's tone grew fervent. Usually, we see at most one or two during training. Today's display is as if we are about to go to war. Wang Qingyu set down her data pad and hurried over, her face etched with concern. What is going on? What happened? Why are they surrounding the port? Peisu did not respond immediately. He walked slowly to the window, gazing towards the port. Although he could not see the situation outside from this angle, his eyes seemed to penetrate the wall, seeking clarity on the distant sea. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the window frame, a habitual action when he was deep in thought. Suddenly, he turned and swiftly approached the internal intercom on the wall, pressing several digits rapidly. I need to contact General Zhao Jinsong. His voice was concise and powerful. The call was quickly connected. Peisu succinctly described the situation in the most precise language. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Only the sound of faint breathing could be heard. A few seconds later, Zhao Jinsong's voice came through. I understand. Stay put. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, the laboratory fell into an eerie silence. Only the low hum of the equipment could be heard. Each face bore signs of unease and questioning. Xiaohua and Chunke continued to quietly recount the scenes they had just witnessed. Li Bei and Zhang Ming exchanged worried glances. Wang Qingyu bit her lower lip gently, her fingers unconsciously entwined. Peisu remained standing, his gaze sweeping over each of his companions. His expression remained calm, yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed the tension within. 15 minutes later, Zhao Jinsong strode into the laboratory, his countenance graver than usual, his steps more hurried. His gaze slowly swept over the 6 young individuals gathered: Peisu, Xiaohua, Chunke, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, and Wang Qingyu. It appears you have all realized. He stated directly, without any pleasantries. Those warships outside are preparations for the combat test scheduled in 10 days. Combat test? Li Bei's voice was tinged with surprise. What sort of test necessitates the mobilization of so many warships? Zhao Jinsong took a deep breath, his tone becoming particularly grave. This is not an ordinary test. It is the highest level of naval combat testing. Class A, Class A? Zhang Ming gasped. Doesn't that mean everything, except for live-fire exercises, must adhere to real war standards? Wang Qingyu's hand instinctively clenched, her nails digging into her palm. Xiao Hua and Chun Kei exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and disbelief. The term Class A combat loomed heavily over each heart, no longer a mere simulation within the laboratory or data testing on a computer, but a trial that would subject their painstakingly repaired and modified Z501 to the crucible of actual warfare. The mere thought of failure sent shivers down their spines. The atmosphere in the laboratory plummeted to a freezing point, each expression so serious it seemed they could weep. Zhao Jinsong observed the group, their nerves taut, and forced a semblance of a reassuring smile. Do not be overly anxious. Maintain a calm mindset, and do your utmost. He attempted to explain in a lighthearted tone. As an important coastal city and economic hub, Qing City is also a significant naval base. Conducting various levels of combat tests is routine, a necessary means to maintain the combat readiness of our forces. Although this time the scale is larger and the level higher, fundamentally, it serves as an important assessment of your work. Think of it as a particularly rigorous examination. However, his words of comfort did not entirely dispel the cloud of anxiety looming over them. They were all acutely aware of the weight of Class A combat, which implied an environment closest to the realities of battle, the most stringent evaluation criteria, and the most unforgiving performance expectations. Just then, the previously silent Pei Su spoke up, his voice unassuming yet strikingly clear in the stillness of the laboratory. Each word carried an undeniable conviction. General Zhao, thank you for your reassurance. However, for us, if we are to undertake this, we must strive for excellence. We must achieve perfection. He lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with an intense focus and determination. Since this is the highest level of combat testing, then the Z501 must be presented in its most flawless state. I admit, we were somewhat caught off guard by the sight of the warships. The pressure is immense. But that is precisely why we need time. He inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for a significant declaration, and then made a surprising request. General Zhao, I implore you, please find a way to postpone the combat test by 2 days. Postpone by 2 days? Zhao Jinsong was taken aback, his brow furrowing immediately. Pei Su, do you understand what you are asking? This is a Class A combat test. It involves coordination across multiple units and a tremendous allocation of resources. Once the plan is set, it is nearly impossible to alter. His tone grew urgent. Furthermore, President Wang has leveraged countless connections for this test, coordinated numerous departments. Everything is now in place. I realize this is exceedingly difficult. Pei Su interjected, his tone eager yet still respectful. But General Zhao, you have seen the 4th-generation propulsion system of the Z501. The integration of the engine system and the spark system still requires the final adjustments and stability verifications of several critical parameters. His voice grew more resolute. To rush into this would be reckless. If even the slightest discrepancy arises during testing under the high-pressure conditions of Class A combat, it could be magnified infinitely, leading to unpredictable consequences. Pei Su took a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Jinsong. We need these 2 days. Not to evade responsibility, but to ensure absolute certainty. To allow the Z501 and the Spark system to truly demonstrate their design capabilities. His voice echoed in the laboratory. This is about taking responsibility for the project. It is also about being accountable to all personnel involved in the upcoming test. Pei Su's words struck Zhao Jinsong like a hammer, and he looked into Pei Su's bloodshot yet exceptionally bright eyes. He observed the other team members, their faces betraying tension, yet also revealing a sense of determination and resolve. He understood that Pei Su was not shying away from difficulty, but rather pursuing excellence. This spirit is the most precious quality in scientific research and innovation. On one side was the nearly unchangeable, resource-intensive Class A combat testing plan, alongside the pressure of President Wang overseeing it personally. On the other side was the project team's reasonable yet exceedingly challenging request for optimal conditions. Zhao Jinsong found himself in an unprecedented struggle. The laboratory lights flickered across his face, mirroring the inner turmoil he faced. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. The air seemed to solidify, filled only with the sounds of machinery and the tense breaths of everyone present. Xiao Hua shifted uneasily, Chun Kei's fists clenched unconsciously. Li Bei and Zhang Ming exchanged worried glances, while Wang Qingyu bit her lip, her gaze darting between Pei Su and Zhao Jinsong. Pei Su remained steadfast, eyes unwavering as he awaited a response. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of contemplation, Zhao Jinsong clenched his teeth, a flicker of resolve crossing his face. He exhaled heavily, as if releasing all his concerns and pressures. Very well. Zhao Jinsong's voice bore a raspy determination. I will draft the report. I will shoulder this pressure. I will stake my reputation to petition for these 2 extra days. General Zhao, Pei Su and the others were taken aback. A mix of surprise and gratitude washing over them, yet guilt tugged at them for the immense burden Zhao Jinsong was about to endure. Do not celebrate too soon. Zhao Jinsong raised his hand to halt their exuberance, his expression still serious. I only said I would apply. I have no guarantee that it will be approved. Moreover, even if it is granted, you will only have 2 days, 48 hours. His gaze swept across each team member. I expect to see the flawless state you have described. If issues arise. He did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was clear. Rest assured. Pei Su straightened his back, his tone resolute. 48 hours is sufficient. We will not disappoint you. We will not let our nation down. Indeed, we can do it. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others echoed. Their previous trepidation replaced by a fierce determination. Go. Zhao Jinsong waved his hand. Make the most of every moment. I will write the report right away. The team members sprang into action, as if wound up like clockwork, swiftly dispersing to their respective stations. The laboratory and work areas surged into an unprecedented state of rapid operation. Each individual harbored a fierce resolve to race against time, to confront the limits. Zhao Jinsong watched their busy figures, rubbing his throbbing temples, taking a deep breath before striding purposefully toward his office. He understood the precarious nature of the task he had just undertaken. The night had deepened, and most of the windows in the headquarters building were shrouded in darkness, save for a few that glimmered with light, resembling the vigilant eyes of sentinels. One such light emanated from Zhao Jinsong's office. He had just dispatched a cautiously worded, yet resolute request for a delay. Leaning wearily against his chair, he felt the throbbing of his temples. Sending this report meant challenging established military deployments, questioning plans already set by higher-ups, and assuming risks that could potentially jeopardize his career. Yet, the thought of Pei Su's unwavering gaze and the relentless efforts of the entire team made him feel that this risk was worth taking. As he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, a gentle yet insistent knock reverberated through the office door. Zhao Jinsong's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Taking a deep breath, he rose to open the door, revealing Wang Aihua, whose usually calm demeanor was replaced with evident confusion and suppressed fury. His brow was furrowed deeply. Jinsong, Wang Aihua's voice was low, laced with a deeper perplexity. I just received word that you submitted a report requesting a 2-day delay for the Z501S combat test. He bypassed pleasantries and delved straight into the matter, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Zhao Jinsong. Do you comprehend the implications of this A-level combat test? The preliminary estimates indicate that the manpower and resources involved incur astronomical costs, billions, to ensure the test's spontaneity and authenticity. I leveraged numerous connections and coordinated various departments to discreetly mobilize troops and equipment without alarming too many people. Wang Aihua's agitation was palpable. This is not merely a financial issue. It concerns strategic arrangements. It is a crucial element in assessing our future combat system. Everything has been set in place, and we are merely waiting for the deadline to unfold the plan. And you, out of the blue, submit a report requesting a delay? His gaze was intense. Do you realize how interconnected this is? The potential variables it introduces to the entire plan? He stepped into the office and closed the door behind him, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Zhao Jinsong. Jinsong, you are typically prudent and understanding of the bigger picture. You must recognize the stakes involved. What compels you to endure such immense pressure to propose this nearly impossible request? I need a reason that can persuade me. Zhao Jinsong felt the weight of pressure descend upon him, cold sweat beating on his back. In truth, he had anticipated Wang Aihua's inquiry. Long before he agreed to Pei Su's request, he had considered the ramifications. However, he hadn't expected Wang Aihua to confront him personally at this late hour, nor with such fervor. He steadied himself, aware that any attempt at evasion or ambiguity would be fatal. Taking a deep breath, he met Wang Aihua's scrutinizing gaze and spoke candidly. Old Wang, the reason lies with Pei Su's team. They require these 2 additional days. Pei Su. Wang Aihua paused, clearly taken aback by this answer, his confusion deepening. What is the matter with them? They committed to 10 days. How much can last-minute adjustments accomplish? Do you believe that an additional 2 days will elevate the Z501's performance? It is not about enhancing performance. It is about ensuring absolute perfection, Zhao Jinsong quickly clarified. He recounted Pei Su's exact words, explaining that the team was currently facing the final debugging stage. He emphasized her statement. If we are to do this, we must achieve perfection. Old Wang, I understand your pressure and the gravity of the entire test. Zhao Jinsong spoke earnestly, even pleadingly. But I have witnessed their state firsthand. This is not fear of battle. It is an extreme sense of responsibility. They strive to present the most reliable Z501 and the Spark system at the testing ground. He inhaled deeply. I believe that this pursuit of perfection, while seemingly unreasonable and perhaps even stubborn, embodies the very spirit we need for cutting-edge innovation. Zhao Jinsong's voice intensified. If the lack of these final 48 hours of meticulous refinement leads to failure during the test, or if any issues arise not from systemic flaws, but from inadequate adjustments. It would be a tremendous waste of resources and an irresponsible act towards the project's future. Upon finishing, silence enveloped the office. Wang Aihua's anger began to dissipate, replaced by a profound contemplation. He moved to the window, gazing at the scattered streetlights below, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the windowsill. Pursuit of perfection, extreme responsibility. Wang Aihua murmured, recalling Pei Su's earnest and determined eyes, and Lin Hua's words about testing a horse's capabilities. Indeed, if one were to showcase their abilities, it was imperative to present the best version of oneself. Rushed preparations could yield victories that merely masked underlying issues. If they failed, it would be challenging to discern whether the system was inadequate or if the preparations were insufficient. Yet, the logistical demands of the A-level combat test, the daily billion-level expenditures, and the coordination among various units presented a daunting dilemma for Wang Aihua. On one side lay the tangible, substantial costs and alterations to the plan. On the other, the elusive, potentially decisive state of perfection that could determine the project's success or failure. As time flowed in silence, each second felt interminably long. Zhao Jinsong held his breath, awaiting Wang Aihua's decision. He understood that this decision would not only affect the fate of the Z501 project, but also the respect the Pei Su team deserved for their efforts and the pressures and scrutiny Wang Aihua himself would bear due to this change in plans. Finally, Wang Aihua slowly turned around, his expression now calm, though his gaze was more profound than before. He looked at Zhao Jinsong and spoke with undeniable weight. I have seen your report. He paused, then continued, I accept your reasoning. Zhao Jinsong's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of astonished joy igniting within him. Wang Aihua raised his hand to quell the words bubbling forth. His tone took on an exceedingly serious note. However, Jinsong, listen carefully. I will grant you this additional 2 days, not a minute more. During this time, you must personally oversee all operations, coordinating resources to ensure Pei Su's team faces no hindrances. Furthermore, you will bear the primary responsibility for all the coordination and pressure arising from this delay. I will support you from behind the scenes, but the reports and explanations must come from you. Yes, old Wang. I assure you I will accomplish this task. Zhao Jinsong stood at attention, his voice trembling with excitement. As for Pei Su's team, Wang Aihua's gaze sharpened. Inform them that I have granted them this precious time. In 2 days, I expect to see a truly prepared Z501. If, at that time, their so-called perfect state falters during the test. Wang Aihua left the sentence unfinished. But the unspoken severity lingered in the air. Zhao Jinsong's nerves tightened instantly. Rest assured, I will convey this immediately. They will undoubtedly honor your trust, he declared loudly. Wang Aihua nodded, saying nothing further, and turned to leave the office. Her silhouette, illuminated by the corridor lights, appeared somewhat weary yet resolutely determined. With a thud, Zhao Jinsong gazed at the closed door, clenching his fist tightly, feeling the perspiration from his palm, due to the tension. He understood that the battle had now entered its most critical countdown. He swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Pei Su's number. He needed to relay this message, laden with both pressure and opportunity, to the young individuals racing against time. Under the night sky, the lights at the Z501 work dock were destined to burn throughout the night. On board the warship, 6 young figures busied themselves under the glow. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming 48 hours would determine the outcome of all their efforts over recent days. Each individual raced against time, striving for the most perfect goal. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, the anchored warships loomed like silent behemoths, awaiting the moment of reckoning. As the 12th hour approached, darkness enveloped the sea before dawn. The Z501, towed by a tugboat, gradually departed from the dock. All 6 members of Pei Su's team were inside the cabin, while the Research Institute experts, led by Li Zhenghua, stood at the observation point on the dock. All eyes were focused on the vessel poised for testing. Report to the command center. Z501 has arrived at the designated testing area. Pei Su's voice came through the communicator. Commencing the first phase of testing, standard cruising speed. Zhao Jinsong issued the command from the command center. Received. Initiating standard cruising mode, Pei Su replied. In the initial minutes, the Z501 glided smoothly across the surface of the sea, maintaining a speed of approximately 15 knots, identical to its performance prior to modifications. Data is normal, Wang Qingyu reported. Preparing to enter the second phase of testing. Initiating the 4th-generation propulsion system, Pei Su's voice remained calm. Zhang Ming pushed the control lever, and a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the vessel. Everyone felt a noticeable surge. The speed was increasing. Li Bei monitored the instruments. 20 knots, 25 knots, 30 knots. Xiaohuo observed the numbers on the display, his eyes widening. 35 knots, 39 knots. He exclaimed in disbelief. My heavens! This already exceeds the maximum speed of most modern destroyers. Chen Kai murmured. Pei Su, is this Z501's limit? Xiaohuo turned to inquire. Pei Su gently shook her head, her fingers rapidly maneuvering on the control panel. No, this is just the beginning. Her voice was calm, yet held a weight that made everyone inside the cabin hold their breath. Preparing to activate overload mode, Pei Su stated. Are you certain? Li Bei asked, concern evident in his tone. Theoretical simulations and real tests often differ. We need to ascertain the true limits. Pei Su's tone brooked no argument. Activate overload mode, she commanded. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and pushed the second control lever. In that moment, everyone felt a distinct transformation in the vessel. The previously steady rumble morphed into a deep roar as the Z501 awakened like a colossal beast, beginning to showcase its true power on the sea. 40 knots, Xiaohu reported. But this was merely the beginning. The numbers on the speedometer continued to climb. 46 knots. Wang Qingyu's voice trembled. On the dock, Li Zhenghua observed the Z501 through binoculars, his hand beginning to tremble slightly. This is impossible, his deputy murmured. The maximum speed of the fastest modern missile boats is around 60 knots, and it is nearing that figure. On the surface of the sea, the Z501's wake transformed into white froth, slicing through the inky waters like a sword. 68 knots. Xiaohua's voice had changed in pitch. Everyone inside the cabin clutched their surroundings tightly, the immense acceleration making it difficult to stand. What about stability? Pei Su calmly inquired. Structure is stable. Power output is steady. Zhang Ming quickly checked the data. Propulsion system temperature is within safe limits, Li Bei added. Continue, Pei Su succinctly instructed. The numbers continued to rise. 80 knots. This time, even a glimmer of surprise flickered in Pei Su's eyes. This figure surpassed their most optimistic simulated predictions. The Z501 became a blurred silhouette on the sea, with only the white wake attesting to its presence. 90 knots. Xiaohu nearly shouted. Suddenly, alarms blared within the cabin. Propulsion system overheating. Li Bei warned. Reduce output? Zhang Ming looked to Pei Su. Pei Su fixed her gaze on the sea ahead, pondering for a moment. No. Continue. Her voice was resolute. But, I said continue. Pei Su interrupted. We need to know where the limits lie, even at a cost. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth. Maintain control lever position. Everyone fixated on the speedometer, the fluctuating numbers tugging at their hearts. 95 knots, 98 knots, 99 knots. Finally, the number stabilized at 100 knots. Xiaohua's voice trembled with disbelief. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The cabin was filled only with the sounds of machinery and the heavy breaths of the crew. On the dock, Li Zhenghua set down the binoculars. His hand shook violently. 100 knots, he murmured. His assistant quickly supported him. Li Laoshi, are you all right? Li Zhenghua shrugged off the assistant's hand. His gaze fixed intently on the white line on the sea. A miracle. This is a miracle. He repeated those two words. Suddenly, he turned and grasped the assistant's shoulder. Do you understand what this means? His voice was hoarse with excitement. The assistant shook his head in confusion. Li Zhenghua's eyes sparkled with fervor. The maximum speed of modern torpedoes is about 70 knots, and this one, he pointed at the Z501 on the sea, is faster than a torpedo. This revelation caused all the experts around to gasp in astonishment. Indeed, 100 knots. This signifies that the Z501's surface speed has surpassed that of underwater torpedoes. This is a groundbreaking breakthrough. If we had a warship like this, Li Zhenghua spoke slowly, his voice trembling with excitement, it could conduct lone wolf operations, utilizing its super speed to breach any defense line, strike, and retreat before the enemy even realizes. He paused, his eyes shimmering with even greater intensity. If we had 10 of these, we could form an invincible naval assault team. They could tear through the enemy formation like cavalry before the main fleet engages. The elder's voice grew louder. If we had 100 of them, he took a deep breath and uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. We could conquer the world. The dock fell into a profound silence, broken only by the howling sea breeze. Everyone was digesting the weight of his words. This was no exaggeration. Rather, it is a judgment based on strength. In modern naval warfare, speed equates to life. A velocity of 100 knots signifies absolute initiative, allowing one to strike or retreat at will, ensuring the enemy is perpetually a step behind. On the battlefield, such a delay can mean the difference between life and death. Inside the command center, Zhao Jinsong observed all the data on the monitoring screen, standing in silence for an extended period. Eventually, he picked up a dedicated phone and dialed a number. Old Wang, the test results are out. I believe you need to see this in person. It exceeds our expectations. On the sea, the Z501 began to decelerate, finally halting in the center of the testing area. Inside the cabin, 6 young individuals exchanged glances, and then, unsure of who started it, laughter erupted among them. Their laughter was infused with relief, excitement, and an indescribable sense of accomplishment. We did it, Pei Su murmured. The words were light, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Indeed, they had achieved it. This group of young people had created a miracle with their wisdom and sweat, a miracle that would alter the landscape of naval warfare. The rising sun finally broke the horizon, casting golden rays upon the silver-gray hull of the Z501, as if draping it in the glory of victory. A new day had begun, heralding the dawn of a new era for the Z501. Chapter 222. Real combat. Testing. The testing concluded successfully, and the afterglow on the surface of the sea had yet to dissipate completely. Guided by a tugboat, the Z501 slowly made its way back to the dock. still imbued with the residual heat from its high-speed journey. On the deck, the 6 young individuals stood shoulder to shoulder, the golden light of the setting sun outlining their youthful yet resolute silhouettes. Pei Su's gaze remained fixed on the data terminal, her fingers gliding swiftly as she recorded the final sets of performance parameters. Xiaohua excitedly slapped the railing. Did you see that? When we broke the 100-knot barrier. The observation point over at old Li's side dropped their binoculars. Chen Kai rarely smiled, but now he did. Let's see who dares to say we are merely armchair strategists. Li Bei and Zhang Ming were inspecting the hull's external condition. The thruster's heat dissipation is even better than anticipated. After 12 minutes of overloaded operation, the temperature remained within safe limits, Zhang Ming reported, his tone suffused with incredulous joy. Wang Xingyu quietly stood beside Pei Su, handing over the organized data. All subsystem operational data is here. It's 15% better than our best simulation results. Her voice was gentle, yet it could not conceal her inner excitement. At the dock, the research team, led by Li Zhenghua, had been waiting for some time. As the Z501 docked steadily, this seasoned expert was the first to rush forward, trembling hands gliding over the hull as if he were caressing a rare treasure. A miracle. A true miracle, he murmured repeatedly, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. The surrounding researchers were equally restless, crowding around to examine the freshly recorded data. 100 knots. This has shattered all existing speed records for ships. And under fully loaded testing conditions, a middle-aged researcher exclaimed, his voice quavering. What does this mean? Li Zhenghua suddenly turned, his gaze sweeping over every researcher present. This means that the rules of naval warfare will be fundamentally rewritten, he declared, his voice hoarse with excitement. From this moment on, the definition of speed will be redefined. As night descended, the dock was ablaze with lights, yet this joy did not last long. A messenger hurried over, standing at attention before Pei Su. Comrade Pei Su. General Zhao requests everyone to report to the command room immediately for an important matter. Pei Su looked up and exchanged glances with her companions, all understanding that the true test was only just beginning. The command room was located deep within the base and required passing through 3 security checks. When the 6 entered the technologically advanced operations command room, Zhao Jinsong stood before a massive electronic sand table, his brow furrowed. They're here, he said, turning to face them, his gaze sweeping over each face. Sit. He gestured to the seats in front of the sand table. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Jinsong took a deep breath. First, I must announce an important decision. His voice resonated clearly in the hushed command room. With upper-level approval, during this real combat test, the 6 of you will be temporarily granted the status of commanders. This statement was like a pebble cast into a still lake, sending ripples through the hearts of everyone present. Xiaohua instinctively straightened his back. Chen Kai's breathing quickened. Li Bei and Zhang Ming clenched their fists in unison. Pei Su's expression remained calm, though the slight tightening of her knuckles revealed her inner turmoil. This means, Zhao Jinsong continued, from this moment, you are no longer merely technicians, but one of the decision-makers for this test. Every judgment you make will directly influence the course of the battle. He paused, allowing the weight of this information to settle in each heart. At midnight tonight, the A-level real combat test will commence punctually. I need you to provide strategic advice and deployment plans from the perspective of the Z501. The command room was filled only with the low hum of the air conditioning system. On the electronic sand table, points of light representing various forces flickered slowly, like stars in the night sky, silent and mysterious. Zhao Jinsong's gaze ultimately settled on Pei Su. This is not just about whether you can secure $1 billion in rewards. It pertains to, his voice lowered, imbued with an indescribable emotion, a personal wish of mine, a wish buried for many years. He moved to the window, gazing at the distant silhouettes of warships barely visible on the sea. Old Wang and I were once comrades in arms, as well as rivals. Over the years, I have learned much under his command, but at times, I also wish to prove myself. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the glass of the window, to prove that I, Zhao Jinsong, am not merely a competent manager, but also a commander capable of standing on my own. His words took everyone by surprise. They had never seen Zhao Jinsong so candidly reveal his sentiments. For the first time, they realized that the complexities of interpersonal relationships lay hidden beneath the surface of this test. Pei Su fell silent for a moment, her gaze moving slowly across the electronic sand table, as if contemplating or calculating something. General Zhao, she finally spoke, her voice as calm as still waters. Before I propose any suggestions, I need to understand a key piece of information. Please proceed. Zhao Jinsong turned, his expression becoming serious once more. Based on your understanding of Commander Wang's style, what opening tactics is he likely to employ in this battle? This question was precise and incisive, striking at the heart of strategic decision-making. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Zhao Jinsong's eyes. He returned to the sand table and swiftly operated the control panel. Soon, a three-dimensional map of the waters near Qing City appeared on the sand table, with red and blue points of light representing enemy and allied forces, respectively. Based on my knowledge of Old Wang, Zhao Jinsong's voice grew solemn. His preferred tactic, indeed the most effective, involved directing overwhelming electronic warfare capabilities to dismantle the opponent's command system right from the outset. His finger pointed to several key positions. On the simulation board, the blue dots representing our side suddenly blazed with blinding light, as multiple virtual electromagnetic pulses radiated outwards, instantaneously enveloping the entire red zone. In this particular test scenario, it was highly probable that he would deploy the strongest electronic jamming equipment at the first instance, rendering all our communications utterly ineffective and incapacitating the frontline command post. This projection left Xiaohua gasping in dismay. Wouldn't that render us deaf and mute? Chen Kei's complexion paled. In modern warfare, information is the lifeline, Li Bei murmured. Losing communication would reduce even the mightiest fleet to mere disarray, Zhang Ming added, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table, revealing his inner anxiety. Wang Qingyu spoke softly. If communications are entirely severed, we won't even be able to execute basic coordinated operations. The atmosphere in the command room turned grave as everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. However, to everyone's astonishment, Pei Su's lips curled into a slight, almost imperceptible smile. Indeed, he remarked softly, his tone carrying a hint of relief. Zhao Jinsong keenly noted this detail, his brow furrowing slightly. Pei Su, it seems you are not concerned about this predicament? Pei Su lifted his head, the light in his eyes causing a shiver in Zhao Jinsong's heart. It was a confidence that was palpable. Director Zhao, Pei Su's voice remained steady. I have another question. Please proceed. Zhao Jinsong leaned forward instinctively, indicating his earnestness concerning the inquiry. At the Qing City base, are there readily available the most exceptional fleet personnel? Pei Su emphasized the phrase most exceptional. What I mean is, those seasoned enough to operate equipment with their eyes closed, who can coordinate seamlessly with merely a glance, and who can maintain composure and judgment even in extreme environments such as electronic interference and communication breakdowns. Without hesitation, Zhao Jinsong nodded affirmatively. Yes. His fingers swiftly maneuvered across the control panel, retrieving personnel files. The Jialong team, one of the Navy's premier fleet operation teams, consists of 36 members, with an average age of 30 and an average service length of 10 years. They have participated in 3 major escort missions, 2 border friction resolutions, and 1 international joint exercise, receiving collective first-class honors twice, alongside countless individual accolades. As he elaborated, detailed profiles flashed across the screen, each face radiating resilience and steadiness. Most importantly, Zhao Jinsong added, during last year's cross-military district exercises, they had successfully accomplished their designated tasks despite a complete communication breakdown, relying on pre-established plans and on-the-spot judgment. This information sparked a glimmer of excitement in Pei Su's eyes, and he nodded before posing a second question. Therefore, where are the original members of the Z501 fleet now? This question momentarily caught Zhao Jinsong off guard. Soon after, a complex expression emerged on his face. Nostalgia, sentimentality, and a hint of barely perceptible pride. Zhao Jinsong gestured to himself, was once one of the commanders of the Z501. This revelation elicited astonishment from the 6 members of Pei Su's team. They had not anticipated that this coordinator and manager, Director Zhao, had once served as the captain of this legendary vessel. That was many years ago. Zhao Jinsong's gaze grew distant, as if traversing through time, back to those glorious days. At that time, the Z501 was still the youngest member of the fleet. I led it into a friction-style engagement, he noted, observing the flicker of confusion in several young eyes, and elaborated. A friction-style engagement refers to conflicts at the borders, which can vary in scale. Sometimes they fizzle out, and at other times, his voice grew somber, imbued with a weighty gravity. They escalate into significant events. That time, we faced a well-equipped adversary, 3 times our number. Everyone believed we were destined to fail. The command room fell into a profound silence, captivated by his narrative. Yet, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Jinsong's eyes. We won. Those simple 4 words encapsulated countless stories and immense weight. Relying solely on our profound understanding of the Z501's capabilities and our unexpected tactics. He turned his gaze towards Pei Su, his eyes filled with anticipation. Now, the Z501 has been reborn in your hands, its capabilities enhanced manifold. I eagerly await to see what miracles you will create. The command room once again succumbed to silence, as all could sense the indelible mark that history had left on Zhao Jinsong, along with the expectations woven into his words. Pei Su listened intently, his eyes gleaming with contemplative light, as if synthesizing all the information and constructing a grand plan in his mind. His fingers gently tapped against his knee, the rhythm steady and methodical, as though calculating something or validating an idea. Xiaohua could not suppress the urge to inquire, but was silenced by a glance from Chun Quebec Li Bei and Zhang Ming exchanged looks, each seeing anticipation reflected in the other's gaze. Wang Qingyu waited quietly, aware that when Pei Su exhibited such expressions, it typically signified the emergence of an ingenious idea. As time elapsed, the sky outside had fully darkened. On the sea, the lights of the warships gleamed vividly against the darkness. akin to countless eyes watching over the command room. Finally, Pei Su slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Jinsong, then his 5 classmates. Before settling on the electronic simulation board, specifically the blue area representing the testing C-zone. General Zhao, Pei Su began, his voice clear and steady, echoing in the hushed command room. If President Wang indeed follows your prediction and dismantles our communication system at the outset, then we may be able to. He deliberately paused, building suspense among his audience. The command room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, as everyone awaited Pei Su's next words, anticipating the strategy that could potentially alter the course of the engagement. In the expectant gazes of his colleagues, Pei Su offered a slight smile and began to articulate his thoughts. Outside, the last rays of twilight vanished beyond the horizon, and night fully enveloped the landscape. The sea breeze picked up, waves crashing rhythmically against the shore, echoing like distant war drums, resonating through the night. The lights in the command room shone brightly, while the points of light on the electronic simulation board continued to flicker, awaiting the issuance of commands and the unveiling of the imminent plan. Only 4 hours remained until the commencement of the real combat test. In 4 hours, this expanse of sea would transform into a battlefield. Chapter 223, The Discrepancy in Real Combat Testing. While Pei Su and his team deliberated strategies in the Qing City-based command room, 50 nautical miles away, the colossal maritime mobile command platform lay silently on the dark ocean surface, much like a slumbering behemoth. Within its interior, however, a vibrant illumination filled the space. Wang Aihua stood before a panoramic command screen that dominated an entire wall, his stature erect and his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an air of authority cultivated through years of leadership. Beside him stood 5 middle-aged men clad in immaculate naval officer uniforms, their epaulets adorned with gleaming stars that sparkled with a cold intensity under the bright lights of the command room. Each of these 5 generals was an eminent figure in their respective naval domains, yet at this moment, they had tempered their usual bravado, awaiting Wang Aihua's directives in silence. Gentlemen, Wang Aihua's deep, magnetic voice resonated in the still command room. With a gentle tap on the touchscreen console, a detailed troop deployment map materialized on the immense screen, displaying a dense array of blue dots scattered across the maritime chart, forming an almost suffocating encirclement. Before we discuss tactical deployments, I must first brief you on the Blue Army's configuration for this exercise. As he spoke, a series of staggering data began to scroll on the right side of the screen. We possess 6 state-of-the-art Type 055 missile destroyers, each equipped with 112 vertical launch systems, capable of simultaneously addressing multiple threats from the air, surface, and underwater, showcasing formidable regional air defense and anti-missile capabilities. With a delicate touch, he summoned a 3-dimensional model of the destroyer onto the screen, its streamlined hull, dense vertical launch silos, and advanced phased array radar all underscoring the vessel's formidable prowess. Additionally, we have 2 comprehensive supply ships, with a full load displacement exceeding 40,000 tons, ensuring our fleet can sustain operations in distant waters for more than 30 days without the need for resupply. The screen then displayed images of the supply ships, resembling mobile maritime bases. Furthermore, we possess 4 Type 052D missile frigates, dedicated to anti-submarine and short-range air defense missions, equipped with the latest sonar systems and anti-submarine missiles, effectively mitigating threats from enemy submarines. The 3-dimensional model of the frigate rotated on the screen for all to see. In addition, we are equipped with 2 electronic reconnaissance vessels, boasting powerful electromagnetic interference and intelligence-gathering capabilities, capable of detecting enemy communications from vast distances and implementing precise electronic suppression. Wang Aihua paused, a hint of pride subtly lacing his tone. Lastly, and most crucially for this exercise, we have 2 of the latest attack submarines, which are currently deployed in predetermined waters, submerged 300 meters deep, ready to deliver a fatal strike against the Red forces at any moment. This impressive configuration list compelled the generals present to straighten their backs involuntarily. A middle-aged general, adorned with 2 stars, slowly spoke up. Old Wang, with this configuration, it seems we could wage a medium-scale localized conflict. His tone conveyed astonishment mingled with confusion. Isn't this a bit excessive for merely contending with the Red forces? This general, surnamed Zheng, was a renowned fleet commander in the Eastern Theater, celebrated for his expertise in amphibious operations. Wang Aihua smiled slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. When hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. This has always been my principle. Moreover, his gaze swept across the sparse dots representing the Red forces on the screen. This adversary may prove more formidable than we anticipate. Another resolute-faced general stepped forward, his epaulets also glinting with 2 stars. This was Zhou, the Navy Chief of Staff in the Northern Theater, known for his meticulous thinking and cautious strategies. After all this discussion, what exactly is the strength of the Red forces that warrants such a mobilization? All eyes turned to Wang Aihua, eagerly awaiting his response. With a gentle swipe of his finger across the screen, the configuration of the Red forces was immediately displayed, starkly contrasting with the dense array of blue dots. The Red Forces consist solely of the active vessels stationed at Qing City Naval Port, aside from our Blue Army. This revelation plunged the command room into a brief silence, with the generals exchanging glances. Soon, however, a younger general could no longer contain his laughter. His shoulder bore a single star, and he was surnamed Yang, representing the younger generation in the Navy, known for his audacity and fierce demeanor. Is that all? He pointed at the meager dots on the screen, incredulity lacing his voice. 6 old frigates, the youngest of which has been in service for over 15 years, with a total tonnage less than that of our single destroyer. Old Wang, are you taking advantage of the situation? His remark elicited light laughter from the other generals. Indeed, on paper, the disparity in strength between the two sides was glaringly apparent. Akin to a heavyweight champion facing off against an elementary school student, there was simply no comparison. Another general, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and stroking his chin thoughtfully, had 2 stars on his epaulets as well. Surnamed Wu, he was the director of the Naval Research Institute, well-versed in the capabilities of various vessels. I've heard that the Red Forces have been undertaking some technical modifications recently. I SNT'd about that Z501. I've heard the performance has seen significant enhancements? Wang Aihua nodded. Indeed, that is part of the reason for my heightened vigilance. However, he shifted his tone, exuding undeniable confidence. In the face of a stark disparity in absolute strength, any technological improvements are futile. Much like fitting an old tractor with an aircraft engine, it remains a tractor. This analogy prompted knowing smiles from the generals, lightening the atmosphere within the command room. General Zheng crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping across the screen. So, what is your intended strategy? We cannot truly use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, can we? Wang Aihua's expression sharpened. Approaching the console, he began typing rapidly. My plan is quite straightforward. We will initiate with the most robust electronic interference, directly severing all communications of the Red Forces. His finger traced an arc on the screen, precisely marking several critical nodes. Here, here, and here, we will deploy our electronic warfare units to establish a triadic interference network, rendering their command systems utterly incapacitated. The three-dimensional maritime map immediately revealed detailed coverage areas for the interference, almost enveloping the entire control zone of the Red Forces. This will regress modern warfare to its most primitive form. The plan momentarily stunned the gathered generals. General Yang could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Chief, although we are the Blue Army, inherently possessing the strongest military capabilities, is it really necessary to resort to such drastic measures against the Red Forces, who possess only 6 aging vessels? He struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Wouldn't that just make them cry? His comments sparked a wave of relaxed laughter throughout the command room, even coaxing a slight smile from the usually stern General Zhou. Director Wu adjusted his glasses, remarking, from a technical standpoint, this scale of electronic suppression does seem a bit excessive. However, he mused, eyeing the deployment map on the screen. If significant improvements have been made to the Z501, it indeed warrants our attention. Yet, Wang Aihua remained serious, his demeanor unyielding. With a gaze as piercing as a beacon, he surveyed every general present. Gentlemen, remember, this is not a drill. It is a real combat test. The purpose of this test is to evaluate how much combat effectiveness our troops can maintain under extreme conditions. His voice echoed within the command room, carrying an undeniable weight. If we, ourselves, underestimate the situation, then this test loses all significance. His words cast a serious pall over the command room, wiping away the smiles of several generals as they began to contemplate Wang Aihua's tactical arrangements earnestly. General Zhou nodded in agreement, affirming, you are correct. Underestimating the enemy is a cardinal sin in warfare. Regardless of how weak the opponent may appear, we must give our all. General Zheng concurred, indeed. Let this serve as a test of our new equipment's capabilities. Wang Aihua watched with satisfaction as the general's attitude shifted. He turned towards the control panel, noting that the electronic warfare unit was now in position. In 30 minutes, we shall launch the first wave of electromagnetic attacks, anticipated to completely incapacitate the Red Forces command system within 5 minutes. On the screen, the dots representing the electronic warfare unit began to flicker, indicating their arrival at the designated positions. The submarine unit had already submerged into the potential operational waters of the Red Force, at a depth of 300 meters. Operating in silent mode. Upon detecting a target, they would be ready to initiate simulated attacks. 2 blue dots, representing the submarines, moved stealthily like assassins lurking in the deep sea. The surface naval fleet would advance immediately after communications were disrupted, forming a pincer movement. The first echelon consisted of 2 destroyers and 4 frigates, while the second echelon comprised the remaining vessels as reserves. Wang Aihua's commands were crisp and decisive, each instruction precise, demonstrating the profound expertise of a seasoned veteran. Of course, he added, we must also prepare for any possible countermeasures from the Red Force. Although the likelihood is slim, we cannot afford to let our guard down. General Zheng nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, we are fully prepared and merely await the stroke of 12 to surprise the Red Force. In the command room, The generals began to deploy separately, transmitting a flurry of encrypted orders. The vast Blue Army fleet began to adjust their formations gradually. Meanwhile, at the Qing City base's command room, Pei Su's plan had also taken shape. Standing before the electronic sand table, he intently analyzed every potential tactical node. Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, and Wang Qingyu gathered around him, each wearing expressions of solemn excitement. Zhao Jinsong stood at a distance, his gaze complex as he observed this group of young individuals, torn between anticipation for their performance and concern over their ability to withstand the impending pressure. Remember, Pei Su's voice broke the silence. Our advantage lies in speed and stealth, while the Blue Army's strengths are in firepower and information. Our objective is to exploit our strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. His finger traced lightly over the sand table. Here, we need to set a decoy. Here, we must reserve a retreat route. Most importantly, he paused, casting his gaze over each companion. We must trust our judgment and the capabilities of Z501. As time ticked away, drawing ever closer to the commencement of the test, the atmosphere above the sea grew increasingly tense. The Blue Army vessels were all in position, poised like a leopard ready to pounce at the command to attack. The Red Force vessels also began to silently depart from the dock under the cover of night, steadily entering their designated positions. Both sides awaited the arrival of that pivotal moment, anticipating the signal that would officially commence the test. On the mobile command platform, Wang Aihua raised his hand to check the time. Only 10 minutes remained until 12 o'clock. He scanned the command room filled with alert generals, performing a final check on all systems in preparation for the countdown. Orders were swiftly disseminated, with reports echoing from various battle stations. The electronic warfare unit was in position. The jamming systems were prepped, the surface naval fleet was ready, the main gun systems on standby, the submarine unit was prepared, and the torpedo bays were readied. The aviation forces were in position, with anti-submarine helicopters on standby for takeoff. Each report confirmed that the Blue Army was fully prepared, ready to strike with overwhelming force at a moment's notice. Wang Aihua nodded in satisfaction, his gaze drifting toward the distant, dark sea, as if he could penetrate the night to see the Red Force vessels standing ready. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time, he murmured to himself, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in the command room at the Qing City base, Pei Su also checked the time, his expression remaining calm, though his eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity. Only 10 minutes left. He turned to Zhao Jinsong. General Zhao, please issue the final order. Zhao Jinsong took a deep breath, stepping forward to the command podium. His gaze swept across everyone present. Gentlemen, history will remember this moment. Regardless of the outcome, we shall give our all. His voice resonated with unwavering determination, instilling a sense of resolve among all. They straightened their backs, awaiting the arrival of that critical moment, anticipating the beginning of a test destined to be inscribed in the annals of history. For hours flew by in an instant. When the clock's hands finally aligned at 12 o'clock, the atmosphere across the entire maritime expanse shifted dramatically. The test begins, with Wang Aihua's command. The Blue Army's electronic warfare unit struck first, unleashing a powerful electromagnetic wave that engulfed the entire Red Force control zone like an invisible tsunami. Inside the Red Force command room, all communication screens instantly transformed into static, while piercing interference noises filled every corner. Report. The communication officer shouted anxiously. All external communications have been severed. The radar system is experiencing severe interference. Unable to obtain battlefield information. Zhao Jinsong's expression turned grave, though anticipated. The reality of the moment still felt suffocating. He turned to Pei Su. Now, it is your turn. Pei Su nodded, his expression devoid of panic, instead radiating an anticipation long awaited. Commence action as per the predetermined plan, he calmly instructed. In the hushed command center, the atmosphere was distinctly tense. The main power supply had been severed. It was an electromagnetic pulse attack. They had deployed high-powered electromagnetic weaponry. The technician's voice rose in pitch, revealing his inner trepidation. Zhao Jinsong's complexion fluctuated under the flickering emergency lights. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. Initiate the backup generator. His command was succinct and authoritative, imbued with undeniable gravitas. Quickly, the technicians busied themselves in the dimness, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing in the darkness. The notifications of equipment rebooting resonated like the heartbeats of the shadows. Minutes later, accompanied by a deep rumble, the backup generator roared to life. The primary equipment within the command center gradually regained power, screens illuminating one by one with a ghostly blue glow. However, as the images on the screens sharpened, a collective gasp filled the air. Each radar display was inundated with static. Dense white dots danced frantically across the screens, reminiscent of a blizzard. The communication channels were rife with piercing static, a sound sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Report. The voice of the communications officer was laced with despair. His fingers flew over the console, desperately attempting to restore any usable channels. All external communications had been utterly severed. The radar system lay in complete disarray. We have become blind, deaf. The young soldier's voice trembled with a hint of tears, clearly unaccustomed to such thorough electronic suppression. The command center fell into a profound silence, broken only by the low hum of machinery and the labored breaths of the personnel. An air of desperation permeated the atmosphere. Zhao Jinsong stood rooted in place, his gaze deep and contemplative. He had anticipated an electronic suppression, yet he had not foreseen the intensity and thoroughness of the assault. This transcended the realm of routine drills. It was a full-scale combat strike, indicative of Wang Aihua's resolve for a swift resolution. Just then, a loud thud echoed as the thick blast-proof door swung open. Zhao Qiming hurriedly entered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, strands of hair clinging to his brow, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Evidently, he had rushed over. The hem of his lab coat bore traces of grease, suggesting he had been working in the laboratory moments prior. "Old Zhao, what is the situation?" His voice was urgent, tinged with evident anxiety, as his eyes darted across the command center. Upon noticing the screens covered in static, his expression turned grave. He paused, scanning the room. "Where are Pei Su and the others?" Zhao Qiming was astonished to discover the absence of 6 crucial figures. Those 6 young individuals who should have been present to assist with technical issues were now nowhere to be found. Zhao Jinsong slowly turned, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, imbued with an air of mystery. "This is Pei Su's strategy." His voice was chillingly calm, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere within the command center. Zhao Qiming's confusion deepened, his brow furrowing, etching deep lines across his forehead. "Strategy? What strategy? Where are they now?" His barrage of questions laid bare his mounting anxiety. Zhao Jinsong raised his hand, his movements deliberate and steady, pointing toward the darkened sea beyond the window. "They are there." Following the direction of his finger, Zhao Qiming squinted into the distance. In the far-off harbor, a vague silhouette of a ship was slowly departing the dock. Bathed in the port's dim light, the distinctive contours of the vessel became discernible. "That is Z501. They are on Z501. Zhao Qiming's voice brimmed with incredulity. "Embarking at this moment? Under complete communication blackout?" His voice grew increasingly elevated, betraying his astonishment. Zhao Jinsong nodded, his gaze unwavering, locked onto the distant waters, as if he could pierce the darkness and behold the vessel advancing towards the battlefield. "This is part of Pei Su's plan." Zhao Qiming hastened to the console, his movements slightly clumsy due to urgency. His hands flew over the keyboard, retrieving the current battlefield situation map. Despite the intense interference, the basic sensor data remained somewhat accessible. The visuals on the screen caused Zhao Qiming to draw in a sharp breath. "Old Zhao, do you realize how dire the situation is?" His voice carried the meticulousness and anxiety characteristic of a technical expert, his finger trembling as it pointed at the data on the screen. The Blue Force had deployed 6 of the latest destroyers, each equipped with over 100 vertical launch units, alongside 4 frigates with formidable anti-submarine capabilities, 2 integrated supply ships ensuring prolonged operational capacity, and 2 attack submarines. Zhao Qiming's voice quaked with excitement. This configuration is sufficient for a localized conflict. He turned to face Zhao Jinsong, his hands unconsciously gesticulating with fervor. "We are now cut off from communication, and the radar is incapacitated. It is akin to a man being blindfolded, ears plugged, and then cast into an arena, facing a host of fully armed adversaries." Zhao Jinsong listened quietly, his expression unchanging, as though Zhao Qiming's depiction of the predicament bore no relevance to him. His gaze remained steadfastly directed towards the horizon, towards the brewing storm over the sea. "I can summon our technical personnel," Zhao Qiming continued, his tone laced with a glimmer of hope. "The newly developed anti-jamming equipment might prove useful. We could attempt to restore the communication system and initiate electronic countermeasures. However," he hesitated, his voice lowering, "this will require time, perhaps several hours, or even longer." A sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes. "Moreover, even if we restore communications, given the disparity in our strengths, it will be exceedingly challenging to turn the tide." In Zhao Qiming's view, this test had been doomed from the outset. The only hope for the Red Force lay in stalling for time, showcasing Z501's resilience in extreme conditions. As long as the defeat was not too humiliating, it would suffice to validate the worth of Pei Su's team, ensuring the promised billion-dollar reward. However, Zhao Jinsong's response was unexpectedly contrary to his expectations. "No need," Zhao Jinsong replied, his tone dispassionate and eerily calm. Zhao Qiming was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape, revealing his astonishment. "No need? What do you mean?" Finally, Zhao Jinsong turned to face Zhao Qiming, his eyes, weathered by countless storms, gleaming with an unusual light under the dim illumination. "From the moment this test commenced, the one responsible for commanding this battle is no longer I, the head of this command center, but Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, 6 individuals, along with," he paused, "the 2 captains on board. This live-fire test, or rather, this simulated war, would be wholly under the command of these 8 individuals." Zhao Qiming widened his eyes, his body leaning slightly forward, betraying an inner disbelief. "2 captains? The Z501 is equipped with captains? Who are they?" Zhao Jinsong slowly uttered two names, Wang Chong and Zhang Wei. Hiss. The mention of these names made Zhao Qiming gasp. Wang Chong, Zhang Wei. They are the two most outstanding captains. Wang Chong had participated in the escort mission in the Gulf of Aden, engaging with pirates in the Somali waters for a full 3 months. Zhang Wei had distinguished himself during the standoff in the South China Sea, having once single-handedly repelled a foreign warship. Zhao Qiming's voice was laced with incredulity. How could they be aboard the Z-501? Zhao Jinsong's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a hint of mystery. For this test, I have mobilized all available resources. If we wish to win this battle, such investment is necessary. Win? Zhao Qiming seemed to hear an absurdity. His voice rose an octave in shock. You actually think about winning? He pointed at the dense cluster of blue dots representing the Blue Army on the screen, his finger trembling with excitement. Look at this formation. Look at this configuration. It would be a miracle if we can last half an hour. His voice reverberated within the command center, rife with disbelief. From the very beginning, I never thought we could win. As long as we can lose slowly. As long as the Z-501 can demonstrate sufficient performance. That alone would validate the efforts of Pei Su and the others. That billion-dollar reward could be secured by these diligent young individuals. Zhao Qiming rubbed his forehead vigorously, feeling that all of this was too absurd. His fingers sank deeply into his hair. Surely, they do not believe that they must win to receive the reward? This sudden thought left him momentarily stunned. His eyes widened even further, reflecting his shock. Zhao Jinsong did not answer directly. His gaze shifted again to the dark sea outside. There, a silent battle was unfolding. Pei Su once said, if you do something, do it perfectly. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. In their dictionary, the words to admit defeat have never existed. The command center fell into a prolonged silence, with only the hum of operating equipment echoing in the air. That low, throbbing sound was like a prelude to the battlefield. Zhao Qiming stared blankly at Zhao Jinsong, observing the familiar expression on his old comrade's face, a blend of trust, anticipation, and a resolute determination. Many years ago, when they were still young, Zhao Jinsong often wore such an expression, subsequently creating one impossible miracle after another. Crazy. Zhao Qiming muttered to himself, his voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. You are all insane. Yet, deep within him, in some corner of his heart, a faint anticipation began to emerge. He hoped to witness what kind of miracles that young team, those two ace captains, and the transformed Z-501 could create. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Z-501, Pei Su stood before the porthole, gazing out at the pitch-black sea. His posture was erect, his gaze focused. Xiaohu was meticulously checking the status of every piece of equipment aboard, his fingers swiftly navigating the control panel to ensure that each system was functioning properly. Chen Kai was verifying the navigational data, his brow furrowed, indicating his concentration. Li Bei and Zhang Ming were monitoring the power systems, their eyes glued to the instrument panel to confirm that the fourth-generation propulsion system was operating correctly. Wang Qingyu stood quietly beside Pei Su, handing him a freshly organized set of data. All systems are operational, her voice soft yet resolute. The electromagnetic interference has minimal impact on us. The Starfire system's resistance to interference exceeds expectations. Pei Su nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distance, where the Blue Army fleet was slowly approaching like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. Captain, Pei Su turned to face the two middle-aged officers standing at the command seat. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei. These renowned ace captains were currently focused intently on the display screen before them, their faces betraying no sign of tension. Only the calmness born of extensive battlefield experience. According to the predetermined plan, let us commence operations. Wang Chong lifted his head, exchanging a glance with Zhang Wei. The two seasoned captains simultaneously displayed a long-lost excitement, an expression that only emerged when facing genuine challenges. Finally, Wang Chong softly spoke, his voice laced with suppressed exhilaration. The day has finally come. His finger gently tapped the control panel, the motion precise and elegant. All hands, attention. Enter combat readiness level 1. Let us surprise the Blue Army. The engines of the Z-501 emitted a deep rumble, sounding like a waking behemoth, beginning to accelerate across the surface of the sea, resolutely heading toward the battlefield shrouded in electromagnetic mist. Meanwhile, on the Blue Army's command platform, Wang Aihua looked on with satisfaction at the battle situation displayed on the screen. The Red Command system has completely collapsed, a staff officer reported, his tone clearly brimming with pride. Their vessels have started moving chaotically. It seems they are already in disarray. Wang Aihua nodded, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, reflecting his inner satisfaction. Order all ships to advance according to plan. We will conclude the battle within 30 minutes, he confidently proclaimed, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. However, he was unaware that under the shadow of electromagnetic interference, an unexpected counterattack was silently unfolding, orchestrated by 6 young individuals and 2 veteran captains, who were maneuvering a vessel deemed outdated, preparing to launch the most significant counteroffensive. Chapter 225. Mutual destruction. The sea breeze howled against the Z-501's bridge windows, producing a low, Continuous wail. Bang. Wang Chang's finger pressed heavily against the communication console. Due to excessive force, his knuckles turned white, veins bulging. On the other side, Zhang Wei's brow was furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All channels were down. Not even the most basic shortwave communication could be maintained. Wang Chang's voice came out strained, laced with anxiety. As an experienced captain, he understood all too well what losing communication meant in modern naval warfare. It was akin to being blindfolded and deafened before being thrown into an arena with a raging bull. Vice Captain Zhang Wei hastily moved to the radar screen. Slap. His palm struck the edge of the control panel, causing the ceramic cup on the table to tremble slightly. The cup still contained half a cup of coffee meant to invigorate them. The two captains, now older, lacked the energy they once had and required something to stimulate their spirits. Smoke swirled around them as both captains were smoking. The radar was jammed across all frequencies, rendering even the most basic scans impossible. Zhang Wei's brow tightened. We are now like giants with our eyes covered, possessing great strength, but unaware of where to direct it. The atmosphere on the bridge was so tense it felt as if one could squeeze water from it. Each person yearned to retaliate. However, the two captains were acutely aware that, following the severance of communication, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Yet, should they succeed, it could potentially become a legend within naval circles, echoing for years to come. Each crew member bore a tense expression, their gazes oscillating between the instrument panel and the pitch-black sea outside. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety, rendering even their breaths cautious. The young operator, Li Ting, unconsciously bit her lower lip, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the console. Navigator Zhang Ming repeatedly polished his already spotless glasses, a habit he resorted to when anxious. Wang Chang abruptly turned, casting a glance at Pei Su without uttering a word. In the suffocating silence, to everyone's astonishment, the corners of Pei Su's mouth lifted slightly, a glimmer of light dancing in his usually serene eyes. Good, he exclaimed, eliciting a collective pause from all present. Even the technician operating the equipment involuntarily halted his movements. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei exchanged incredulous glances, as if confirming whether they had misheard. Xiaohua, standing behind Pei Su, widened his eyes in surprise, clearly taken aback by Pei Su's unexpected reaction. You said good? Zhang Wei's voice brimmed with confusion as he stepped forward, scrutinizing Pei Su's face for any hint of deception. We are isolated and vulnerable. Communications are down, radar is incapacitated, and you say good? Pei Su stepped forward, shadows and light playing across his face. He surveyed the room and stated, precisely because we are isolated and vulnerable, we must take the initiative. Wang Chang squinted, carefully appraising the young man before him. He noted Pei Su's unwavering posture and the absence of panic in his gaze, prompting him to reassess this young technician. Initially, he had perceived the crew as mere theorists. Now, it appeared he had misjudged them. What are your thoughts? Wang Chang's tone softened. Pei Su approached the chart table, his fingers gliding over it, leaving an invisible trace. To sail aimlessly at sea, he began. Wang Chang was taken aback, nearly convinced he had misheard. Aimlessly. His voice carried a tone of disbelief, his right hand clenching into a fist. Do you comprehend our current predicament? The Blue Fleet could be merely a few dozen nautical miles away. We are courting death. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, leaning over the chart table. Even if we are fortunate enough to locate the Blue Army's command center, they will undoubtedly have escort vessels. They cannot be alone. He paused, his tone heavy as if burdened by a great weight. At that point, we would be walking into a trap, with no chance to resist. Pei Su raised his head, scanning the faces of the two captains, and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. This expression animated his previously stern visage, as if everything was within his grasp. Xiaohua, he softly called, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the bridge. Introduced to the two captains the true state of our vessel. Xiaohua stepped forward, barely containing his excitement. He inhaled deeply, as if about to unveil a significant secret. Captains, our Z-501 is no longer the old ship it once was. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei exchanged puzzled glances, each perceiving uncertainty in the other's eyes. What do you mean? Zhang Wei inquired, his tone inquisitive. Having served aboard this vessel for many years, he believed he understood every detail of the Z-501, yet it seemed a substantial change had transpired unbeknownst to him. Xiaohua took another deep breath, ensuring he had everyone's attention. We have upgraded to a fourth-generation propulsion system, achieving a maximum speed of 100 knots. A deathly silence enveloped the bridge, even breaths seemed to vanish. The only sounds were the waves lapping against the hull and the low hum of the ventilation system. Everyone appeared to be under a spell, even the slightest movement ceased. After several seconds, someone involuntarily gasped. How much? Wang Chang's voice trembled, suspecting he had misheard. As a veteran with over 20 years in the Navy, he understood the significance of that number. 100 knots, Xiaohua reiterated, his voice now resolute. He observed the astonishment on the faces of the two captains and added, this data has been rigorously tested. Just yesterday, we completed the practical assessments. This is impossible. Zhang Wei exclaimed, his hands clenching into fists. The fastest modern warships barely exceed 30 knots. 100 knots? That's faster than a torpedo. It's absurd. At this moment, Chun Kei interjected, moreover, we have implemented the latest stealth coatings. Their radar, he smiled slightly, exuding the confidence of a technician, will be unable to lock onto us. Li Bei's fingers swiftly navigated across his tablet, retrieving the relevant data. Unless they see us with the naked eye, they will have no idea where we are. Our electromagnetic signatures have been minimized, and infrared signals have been specially treated. Zhang Ming, tasked with summarizing, surveyed the astonished faces of the two captains. By the time they visually detect us, we will already be upon them. At 100 knots, we can execute tactical maneuvers before they can mount any effective response. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei stood in stunned silence, their minds racing to process this shocking information. After a considerable pause, Wang Chong slowly spoke, his voice dry. So your plan is, Pei Su's gaze sharpened, akin to a sword unsheathed. To locate the Blue Army's command center, approach at full speed, and before they can react, launch simulated attack components, ensuring mutual destruction. This audacious plan reverberated like thunder across the bridge, leaving everyone astonished by its sheer audacity. Even seasoned sailors involuntarily gasped. The young operator, Xiao Li, stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it. Navigator Lao Zhang's glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose, forgotten in his astonishment. You've gone mad, Zhang Wei blurted, his face a canvas of shock. This is suicide. Moreover, the Blue Army's command leader for this test is Wang Aihua. What is Wang Aihua's rank? He continued. He has armed guards with live ammunition beside him. If we proceed as you suggest, it could lead to significant trouble. Yet Wang Chong fell deep into thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the chart, his gaze shifting. As a seasoned veteran with experience in numerous live exercises, he was rapidly assessing the viability of this plan. Suddenly, he lifted his head, a unique brilliance flashing in his eyes. No, this isn't suicide. This is a stroke of genius. His voice quivered with excitement. Wang, are you serious? Zhang Wei asked, astonished. Wang Chong's eyes sparkled with fervor, a light that only emerged when he recognized an exceptional tactical opportunity. Consider this. If we can eliminate the Blue Army's command corps, we shall win this battle. His enthusiasm grew, his voice echoing throughout the bridge. To exchange an aging frigate for the entire Blue Army's command system, what an astonishing cost-to-loss ratio. This would be unprecedented in naval history. Zhang Wei gradually began to comprehend the implications, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration, as a spark of hope reignited in his eyes. Yes, indeed, this is merely a practical test. I must admit, it has been quite some time since my last assessment, and I assumed we were to engage in earnest. If this plan comes to fruition, it would indeed be a miracle in naval history. We would be immortalized in textbooks. Wang Chong turned to Pei Su, his gaze infused with unprecedented respect. He straightened his back and executed a formal military salute. Commander Pei Su, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. His voice was earnest, imbued with the forthrightness characteristic of seasoned veterans. Your plan is audacious, even reckless. However, he inhaled deeply, as if to calm his racing heart. It truly is remarkable. Zhang Wei nodded emphatically, a long-lost smile illuminating his face. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Let us proceed. Let us astound the Blue Army. Let them know that even an old ship can perform miracles. In this moment, the two experienced captains were thoroughly captivated by the young man's vision. They felt a thrill of excitement. The so-called simulated combat elements merely emit simulated missile signals. All combat data is stored within the command centers of both sides, allowing for immediate awareness of any situation. This was, after all, a battle characterized by significant disparity. The Blue faction inherently possessed the strongest military might. Moreover, this time, the command was not solely in the hands of the seasoned Wang Aihua, but also equipped with a fleet capable of overwhelming a small Southeast Asian nation. Yet, Pei Su's strategy was the singular approach that could lead to victory, even if it were a Pyrrhic one. But this is merely a test, is it not? Achieving victory would already be an extraordinary feat. The two captains were completely convinced of Pei Su's capabilities. Meanwhile, Pei Su maintained his composure, as if the astounding plan discussed earlier were merely a routine procedure. Only a keen observer could detect his tightly clenched fist and the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Then let us commence our actions. His tone was calm as water, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Wang Chong immediately turned to address the entire crew, his voice resonant and unwavering. All hands, attention, entering a state of heightened combat readiness. Objective, locate the Blue Army Command Center. Course, free maneuvering. Speed, maintain a cruising speed of 70 knots. Commands were relayed, and the Z-501's engine emitted a deep roar, akin to a colossal beast awakening, beginning to accelerate across the sea's surface. The hull trembled slightly, the ocean outside rapidly receding, white waves surging on both sides of the bow, forming two magnificent water wings. This venerable vessel, having weathered countless storms, seemed to be rejuvenated, exhibiting an unprecedented vitality. Wang Qingyu stood quietly before the data terminal, her fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. The data on the screen refreshing like a cascading waterfall. The stealth system was functioning normally, and electromagnetic signatures had been minimized. Her voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable professionalism. As the sole woman on the team, she consistently managed the most complex data with the utmost calmness. Li Bei and Zhang Ming stood vigil at the power control console, closely monitoring every parameter of the propulsion system. Li Bei adjusted the control lever from time to time, while Zhang Ming intently focused on the readings of thermometers and pressure gauges. The temperature of the thrusters was normal, and output power remained stable at 85. Xiaohua and Chun Ke were responsible for navigation and reconnaissance, despite the radar system being incapacitated. They relied on the assistance of the Xingho system to maintain surveillance of the surrounding waters. Xiaohua continually switched between different sensor modes, while Chun Ke swiftly recorded various data in his notebook. No suspicious targets detected within 50 nautical miles. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei stood at the command station, both experienced captains wearing expressions of long-forgotten excitement. Zhang Wei unconsciously hummed the tune of the naval anthem, his fingers tapping lightly on the console. "How long has it been since I've felt this way?" he murmured, his gaze fixed on the surging sea ahead, where their unknown fate awaited. Wang Chang smiled slightly, the corners of his eyes crinkling with fine lines. "Since that exercise 20 years ago, there has been nothing like it." He touched his hair, which had begun to gray, a reminder of the passage of time. The Z-501 sped across the pitch-black sea, a spectral presence silently weaving through the waves. Its speed was such that it left behind only a fleeting white line on the surface. The bow cleaved through the water, producing a continuous roar, the hull vibrating slightly as it raced forward, akin to a poised cheetah hunting in the night. Chapter 226. The greatest decapitation operation in history indeed. The advantage of the surprise assault was waning. Once the Blue Army Command Center became aware, they would undoubtedly mobilize greater forces to encircle them. The road ahead would only grow more arduous. According to the passive detection and localization analysis of the Blue Army's communication signals by the Xingho system, Wang Qingyu's voice resonated, her screen displaying complex signal sources being filtered and located one by one. The general location of the Blue Army Command Center had been determined, positioned approximately 15 degrees to the right of our current heading, about 120 nautical miles away. 120 nautical miles. At Z-501's current speed of 85 knots, it would take approximately 85 minutes to reach. These 85 minutes would be pivotal in determining life or death. The Blue Army Command Center would certainly be heavily guarded. Zhang Wei surveyed the nautical chart, his expression grave. In addition to the outer perimeter of destroyers and frigates, there likely existed vessels with formidable close defense capabilities, potentially even armed with live ammunition for protection. Even if we reach their front, breaching the final line of defense poses a significant challenge. He recalled Wang Aihua's identity and protocol. "Our simulated attack elements have an effective range of no more than 5 kilometers, Xiaohui added. "We must close to this distance to ensure the destruction assessment is valid." 5 kilometers. In modern naval warfare, this is nearly point-blank range. For a command ship equipped with a comprehensive close defense system, this distance is sufficient for it to react and intercept countless times. Thus, speed remains our sole advantage. Pei Su interjected, drawing everyone's attention. "We must breach a gap before they can organize an effective interception formation. The plan remains unchanged. Approach at full speed and execute a mutually destructive attack." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. "As for the live ammunition guards, remember, this is an exercise. The emission of our simulated attack signal signifies the completion of the mission. They will not, nor can they, employ live rounds against a training vessel that has been deemed destroyed or completed its attack. Commander Wang Aihua understands the rules better than we do. That said, striking a senior officer's flagship inherently carries immense pressure. Damn it, let us do it." Wang Chang slammed his palm on the console, determination surging across his face. Having come this far, could they possibly retreat? Pei Su is right. Speed is our only weapon. Relay the order. Power systems to maximum capacity. Target the Blue Army Command Center. Speed 100 knots. Let us present Commander Wang with a surprise. Yes, power systems to maximum. Target speed 100 knots. Li Bei and Zhang Ming responded loudly, their faces flushed with excitement. The Z-501's engine unleashed the most ferocious roar since the onset of battle. Akin to an enraged primordial beast, the hull's vibrations intensified, causing unsecured items to rattle. Outside, the ocean blurred into a flowing deep blue, with only the 2 towering water wings at the bow showcasing its terrifying velocity. 100 knots. An unprecedented operational speed for surface vessels in the annals of naval history. The Z-501 transformed into a true specter, resolutely charging toward the heart of the Blue Army, embarking on its final, fatal assault. Within the bridge, silence reigned. Each individual stood steadfast at their station, gazing resolutely ahead. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei, the venerable captains, seemed to have rediscovered their lost youth amidst the extreme velocity. Standing tall with their backs straight and eyes sharp as eagles, Pei Su remained at the porthole, gazing at the red sun that had risen above the horizon, casting golden sunlight over the vast waves. The morning light illuminated his youthful, yet resolute face. He understood that regardless of the outcome, from this day forward, Z501 and all those aboard would be remembered. They had showcased in the most extreme manner how the inherent rules and perceptions crumbled in the face of absolute technological disparity and tactical innovation. On the distant horizon, the sea designated as the Blue Army's command post remained tranquil. Yet, a storm was surging toward it at a staggering speed of over 180 kilometers per hour. Chapter 227. The shock of Wang Aihua. The exhibit felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. He watched helplessly as a white specter tore across the water's surface at an incomprehensible speed, rushing toward the abyss without a trace of hesitation. The Changsha ship and its bewildered crew swayed slightly in the turbulent wake. This was not a provocation. It was disdain, complete and utter contempt stemming from an overwhelming superiority in speed. The voice of Deputy Captain Li Zhong trembled slightly, pulling the exhibit back from a momentary daze. Its target was the command center. The exhibit turned sharply, the color draining from his face, replaced by a near-desperate urgency. Quick! Use the highest-level secure communication link to directly contact the command ship Taishan. Repeat, connect directly to Taishan. Not through the regional command network, but a point-to-point encrypted channel. He nearly shouted, spittle flying onto the console. His usual composure and dignity evaporated, leaving only a sense of panic at the impending disaster he could not avert. Understood. Activate the encrypted channel, call Taishan directly. The communications officer, not daring to delay, swiftly typed on the keyboard. The exhibit took a deep breath. Striving to calm his racing heart, grasped the communication microphone, and spoke in a voice strained with tension and urgency. Taishan. Taishan, this is Changsha. Urgent military situation. Highest priority. Approximately 3 minutes ago, our ship encountered a high-speed raid by the Red Army's Z501. I repeat, it is Z501. This ship possesses unprecedented stealth capabilities. Our phased array radar failed to detect its presence at any point. Ultimately, it was captured by sonar detecting an anomalous high-speed noise, confirmed by optical observation. Its speed is estimated to exceed 85 knots. It could be even higher. Our fire control radar could not maintain a stable lock, and the close-in weapon system failed to respond effectively. Most critically, Z501 did not engage our ship in combat after breaching our defensive line. It is now hurtling toward the command center's location at maximum speed. We infer its tactical intent to be a decapitation strike. I repeat, Z501 is launching a decapitation assault at speeds exceeding 85 knots, utilizing its extraordinary stealth capabilities. Estimated time of arrival is less than 90 minutes. Please. The command center must take immediate countermeasures. Immediately. Each word felt as if it was squeezed from between clenched teeth, laden with gravity as it crashed into the communication channel. Silence enveloped the bridge, broken only by the hum of equipment and the exhibit's heavy breaths. Everyone understood the significance of this report. The seemingly impenetrable defenses of the Blue Army had been breached by an antiquated old frigate, tearing a deadly gap in the most astonishing and brutal manner. The exhibit set down the microphone, leaning weakly against the command chair as cold sweat trickled down his temples. He exchanged a glance with Li Zhong, both recognizing the same shock and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. They were commanding the nation's most advanced destroyer, yet they had barely grazed the enemy's periphery, helplessly watching as the adversary sailed away to execute that audacious plan. Have we been sunk? Li Zhong smiled bitterly. According to the exercise rules, being ignored and breached at such a distance could indeed be deemed a defensive failure. The exhibit shook his head, then nodded, ultimately closing his eyes in weary resignation. It no longer matters. Now, it depends on the command center. I hope it's not too late. In stark contrast to the taut tension aboard Z501's bridge and the recent turmoil aboard Changsha, the Blue Army's command center, the Taishan, exuded a sense of almost leisurely tranquility. As the flagship of the fleet, Taishan was massive and well-equipped. The command hall occupied a vast space at the upper front of the ship, with dozens of operation stations arranged in a fan shape, facing a colossal comprehensive situational display screen. On the screen, the blue dots representing friendly units were dense and orderly, forming a control net over a wide expanse of sea, while the few red dots representing the opposition were either dim or moving sluggishly in peripheral areas. Akin to headless flies, a faint aroma of coffee wafted through the air as several officers conversed quietly, occasionally punctuated by a suppressed chuckle. Although no one was so lax as to fish or read the newspaper, the atmosphere of relaxation stemming from absolute confidence in their strength was palpable. From the moment the electronic suppression began, many in the Blue Army had felt the outcome was predetermined. What remained was merely a methodical cleaning of the battlefield. The fleet's commander, Wang Aihua, the highest authority for the Blue Army in this exercise, stood not in his designated command chair, but with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing quietly out of the large porthole at the shimmering surface of the sea. The sun had fully risen, bathing the sea and sky in warm hues of gold. From this perspective, one would hardly suspect a fierce electronic confrontation and simulated attack and defense were underway. Wang Aihua, nearing 70, sported graying temples, but still stood erect. His gaze sharp. Initially, he had approached this battle with a serious attitude. However, as the exercise progressed, particularly after the Red Army seemed to fall into a comprehensive passive state at the onset of the electronic warfare, a hint of disappointment crept into his heart. Perhaps he had held Pei-Su to too high a standard? In the face of absolute technological disparity and systemic suppression, was individual initiative ultimately limited? Z501 might truly be outmoded. He sighed softly, preparing to turn back to the command chair to inquire about the progress of neutralizing the last few Red Army targets. Just then, a report shattered the tranquility of the command hall with a slightly urgent, even panicked voice. All eyes were drawn immediately to the source. A young communications officer in the communications area suddenly stood up, tightly grasping a freshly printed telegram. His face filled with disbelief as he cast a desperate glance toward Wang Aihua. The remnants of the hall's leisurely atmosphere vanished like a balloon pricked by a needle. Conversations ceased abruptly, fingers hovering over keyboards froze, and even the air seemed to stand still. Wang Aihua paused, slowly turning around, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He recognized this communications officer, known for his calmness and meticulousness. To see him so flustered was indeed startling. Wang Aihua's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, instantly quelling the subtle noises in the hall. The communications officer took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, but his voice still trembled noticeably. Sir, we just received a highest priority encrypted communication directly from the captain of the Changsha ship. He paused, nearly biting his tongue as he recited the core content of the telegram. Changsha ship reports. 3 minutes ago, at the edge of the designated patrol zone, we encountered the Red Force Z501 in a high-speed assault. The radar reflection characteristics of this vessel are extremely low, and the Changsha ship's radar failed to detect it. Ultimately, we confirmed its presence through sonar and optical equipment. The current estimated speed of the Z501 exceeds 85 knots. Moreover, the fire control system aboard the Changsha vessel cannot maintain a stable lock. The Z501 has breached the defenses of the Changsha and is now racing directly towards our command post with maximum velocity. The Changsha ship assesses its tactical intent as a decapitation operation. The anticipated contact time is less than 90 minutes. Despite the efforts of the communications officer to maintain control, when he uttered these words, it was as though a heavy bomb had detonated in the command hall. Although no one cried out, the collective intake of breath resonated, creating a low hum of shock. Several staff officers leapt to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. The officer responsible for airspace monitoring instinctively rubbed his eyes, confirming once more that the radar screen displayed no abnormal signals. Standing beside Wang Aihua was the operations chief, Major General Jiang Tao. His expression turned grave as he stepped closer to the comprehensive situation display, fixating on the direction from which the Z501 might strike, even though nothing was indicated there. How fast? An older technical officer asked reflexively, seemingly doubting his own hearing. Exceeding 85 knots, with extremely high stealth capabilities. The communications officer reiterated clearly, handing over the message paper to the hastening chief of staff Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao quickly scanned the message, his countenance growing even graver. He turned to Wang Aihua, speaking heavily. Chief, if the report from the Changsha is accurate, we are in serious trouble. Wang Aihua remained in place, after a moment of stunned silence. He regained his composure, yet within his profound gaze, turbulent waves surged. He did not immediately examine the message but let his eyes slowly traverse the faces in the command hall, each etched with shock, confusion, and a hint of panic. 85 knots. Stealth? Decapitation? The amalgamation of these words painted a picture entirely beyond his expectations. The youthful visage of Pei-Su flashed through his mind, along with his references to fourth-generation propulsion and engine technology. Could it be that this was not mere fantasy? Had the Z501 truly been transformed into a maritime monstrosity? A jolt of astonishment surged through Wang Aihua, coursing through his limbs like a complex electric current. He had underestimated that young man, failing to grasp the potentially disruptive impact of technological advancement. Chapter 228. Terrifying speed confirmed the source and encryption level of the message. Wang Aihua's pace quickened. Confirmed. It is an encrypted signal personally sent by Captain Changsha. The identification code is accurate. The communications department head promptly responded. Order. Wang Aihua no longer hesitated. Scanning the room. First, the command post is to enter the highest state of battle readiness. Sound the combat alarm. All personnel to their positions. Second, immediately lift certain electronic suppressions on the Red Force's specific frequency bands, prioritizing the restoration of all radar, optical, and sonar detection equipment within a 50 nautical mile radius of the command post to full frequency and full power. Find that ship. Third, order all escort vessels surrounding the command post, including the Huashan and Hangshan destroyers and the Huaihe and Huanghe frigates, to converge on the command post and form a dense defensive formation. Activate all missile defense and close-in weapon systems. Fourth, instruct the aerial patrol units closest to the estimated course of the Z501 to proceed immediately to verify and track. If necessary, authorize the use of simulated attack permissions. Fifth, the Communications Department attempt to establish direct communication with the Z-501. As he issued this command, a complex light flickered in Wang Aihua's eyes. A torrent of commands cascaded like a storm. The battle alarm echoed throughout the ship. The lights in the command hall flickered. All officers quickly took their positions. The sounds of keyboards clacking, commands being reiterated, and equipment humming intertwined, creating an atmosphere so tense it felt palpable. Chief of Staff Jiang Tao rapidly deployed tasks while muttering under his breath, "Old Wang, how can it be 85 knots? And that stealth capability, after all." Changsha's radar is the latest model. Wang Aihua's gaze remained fixed on the radar's main screen, which, even after adjusting the scanning mode, still revealed nothing. He spoke slowly. "In this battlefield, nothing is impossible. What we perceive as an advantage may swiftly become a disadvantage. Pei Su is imparting a lesson to us all." His tone was grave. "However, even if they manage to breach our defenses, our close-in weapon systems are not mere decorations." Jiang Tao still found it hard to believe. "Let us not forget. Their objective is mutual destruction." Wang Aihua interrupted him, his eyes sharp. "To use an old-style frigate to obliterate our entire command center, that is Pei Su's intention. It is madness. But if he indeed closes within 5 kilometers and a simulated attack signal is emitted, according to the rules, we would be deemed defeated." Jiang Tao fell silent. "Yes. The exercise rules are straightforward. If the command post is destroyed, even a formidable blue fleet would instantly be leaderless, and victory would be declared." "Report," came the voice of an officer from the radar department. "Within a 50 nautical mile radius, no targets matching the Z-501's characteristics have been detected." "Report." "The aerial patrol unit has arrived at the designated sea area of the Changsha vessel and found no trace of the Z-501. It is inferred that it has escaped at high speed." Bad news came one after another. The Z-501 had vanished like a drop of water into the ocean, having breached the Changsha's defenses, now eluding the Blue Force's monitoring network. The only certainty was that it was rapidly approaching with terrifying speed. Time ticked away. Each second, meaning the Z-501 was closing in on the Taishan by over 50 meters. The atmosphere in the command hall grew increasingly oppressive. The original calm and confidence had been shattered by stark reality. In its place was an invisible pressure. Everyone understood that they were now racing against a phantom moving at unimaginable speed. Wang Aihua stood still, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the edge of the command platform. He was calculating, simulating the Z-501's maximum speed, possible course, the mobilization time of their interception forces, and the response time of the close-in defense systems. Each variable pointed to an exceedingly unfavorable conclusion. If the Z-501's stealth capabilities were indeed so exceptional that it could continuously evade medium and long-range detection, then the time left for the Taishan's final line of defense to react would be exceedingly brief, perhaps only a matter of minutes. Minutes that would determine the outcome of an exercise, deciding whether Wang Aihua would become a laughingstock for the entire military, decapitated by an old-fashioned frigate. Just then, the communications officer reported again. "Chief, we are unable to establish direct communication with the Z-501. They seem to be maintaining strict radio silence." Wang Aihua nodded. This was within his expectations. Were he in such a situation, he too would not engage in any unnecessary communications. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the thick steel hull towards the direction from which the Z-501 approached. The sun shone brightly on the sea surface. Yet an invisible storm raced towards the Taishan at speeds exceeding 180 kilometers per hour. The Z-501 was sweeping towards them all. This test, which he had meticulously planned, initially perceived as a disparity in strength, had finally unveiled an unforeseen circumstance. "Pei Su." Wang Aihua silently repeated this name in his mind. "Let me see what the Z-501, modified by your Suhua, will be like." He took a deep breath and issued his final command to Jiang Tao. "Notify all units. This is not a drill. This is a genuine test of combat. Z-501 is our adversary. Employ every capability to intercept it." "Yes." Orders are dispatched. Meanwhile, Z-501 remains oblivious to the unfolding events aboard the Taishan. It is cruising at an astonishing speed of 100 knots along a meticulously calculated route, designed to evade known Blue Force positions. Wang Aihua's commands fell like cold water splashed into hot oil, igniting chaos within the entire Blue Force defense system. The previously leisurely rhythm was abruptly shattered, replaced by an urgency akin to a knife at one's throat. In the command hall of the Taishan, communication channels were inundated with concise and urgent directives, and the officers' faces reflected no trace of ease. On the expansive integrated situation screen, blue dots representing friendly escort vessels were converging toward the Taishan's icon at an unprecedented pace. The Huashan reported its arrival at the designated interception position, 70 nautical miles southwest of the command center, and was commencing operations. The Hongshan was accelerating towards us, expected to enter the predetermined defensive array within 20 minutes. The Huaihe and Yellow River vessels had advanced to 40 nautical miles due south of the command center, establishing the first line of close defense firepower. Position reports streamed in, sketching out a tightening net of defense. Theoretically, this layered interception force should be sufficient to counter any conventional aerial, surface, or even underwater threats. Yet, at this moment, each individual bore the weight of a colossal stone, the elusive, rapidly moving specter known as Z501. Wang Aihua stood before the command seat, his hands pressed against the surface, leaning slightly forward. Has the radar detected anything? He inquired every few seconds, fully aware that if any detection occurred, the radar department would report immediately. Negative, Commander. All bands, both active and passive, have not detected any suspicious targets, came the response from the radar officer. Time ticked away amidst suffocating silence and sporadic reports, each second inching closer to the potential arrival of the Phantom. The Huashan, along with the Changsha, belonged to the Heidongkin class, forming a crucial part of the Blue Force's outer interception capabilities. At this moment, Captain Lu Dong and Deputy Captain Zhao Yongmin stood tautly at the bridge's forefront, remaining vigilant. Maintain alertness. Activate all observation equipment, optical, infrared, electronic support, at maximum power. Even if it boils the seawater, we must locate that entity. Lu Dong's voice reverberated through the ship's communication system. His eyes, bloodshot from prolonged focus on the distant horizon, strained against the glaring sunlight reflecting off the water's surface, a seemingly tranquil expanse concealing lethal peril. Captain, 10 o'clock. An anomaly on the distant sea. A sudden, urgent report erupted from the optical observation platform atop the mast. There's an exceptionally strange wake. White, very high, very long, not resembling any known vessel. Nearly simultaneously, sonar department issued a shrill warning. High-speed underwater noise. Bearing 10 o'clock. Very close. Speed exceeding 90 knots. It's coming. Lu Dong and Zhao Yongmin's hearts constricted as they simultaneously lunged for the high-powered binoculars. Through the lenses, they beheld a sight that would haunt them for a lifetime. A colossal wave, akin to a white wall, surged skyward in a manner defying the laws of physics. At the forefront of this water wall, a blurred vessel surged through the waves with an almost frenzied intensity. It was too swift. So swift that capturing its distinct silhouette proved nearly impossible. They could only glimpse a shadow trailing a long white wake, careening across the surface. That was not navigation. It was akin to flying just above the water. It is Z501. Target confirmed. Lu Dong's voice trembled slightly, betraying his own disbelief. Can it truly move that fast? That wake is more astonishing than a torpedo. The spectacle was so overwhelming that the personnel on the Huashan's bridge momentarily lost their composure. Prepare missiles. Activate fire control radar. Lock onto it. Lu Dong was the first to regain his wits, barking orders hoarsely. The fire control radar operator scrambled to operate the system. But the locking mechanism mirrored the tragic failure witnessed aboard the Changsha. Just as it touched the indistinct signal, the next moment it trembled violently and was lost. The opponent's radar reflection was minuscule and erratic, rendering stabilization impossible. Cannot lock on. I repeat, cannot stabilize lock, exclaimed the fire control officer, his voice tinged with despair. Main guns ready. Calculate lead time. Prepare warning shots. We cannot allow it to pass. Zhao Yongmin shouted, attempting to intercept with traditional artillery. Yet, Z501's velocity rendered all efforts futile. From optical detection to attempts at locking on, and finally to artillery calculations, within a mere couple of minutes. Z501 had surged from a distant visual range to less than 10 nautical miles from the Huashan. This distance, at speeds surpassing 180 kilometers per hour, was but a fleeting moment. As the Huashan's main guns began to rotate, the muzzle barely angled to the predetermined position, the Spectre thundered past the Huashan's left flank. Mere nautical miles away, with a deafening roar of crashing waves. It made no tactical maneuvers, maintaining a straight line. The tremendous wake surged like a roaring white dragon, impacting the hull of the Huashan, visibly rocking the several thousand-ton destroyer. On the bridge, Lu Dong and Zhao Yongmin instinctively grasped nearby fixtures to steady themselves. They could distinctly observe Z501's aging hull trembling at its extreme velocity, witness the spectacular water curtain unfurling like wings at its bow, and even faintly discern the silhouettes of busy figures on its bridge. Then, before their eyes, Z501 executed a high-speed turn without any reduction in speed or hesitation. The hull tilted dramatically under immense centrifugal force, nearly submerging the right side beneath the waves. The left propeller even briefly spun in the air, generating larger white bubbles. Yet it carved a white arc across the surface, ingeniously using the maneuver to completely outpace the Huashan, which had attempted to adjust its trajectory in pursuit. The entire turning process unfolded with astonishing speed. From initiation to stabilized new course, the duration was perhaps under a minute. Chase it down, Lu Dong commanded hoarsely, gazing at the rapidly receding wake of Z501, almost vanishing at the horizon's edge. Yet he understood the futility of the command. The Huashan's maximum speed felt like crawling in comparison to Z501. Report to the command center. Zhao Yongmin inhaled deeply, his face etched with defeat and disbelief. Our vessel briefly engaged with Z-501. Target speed is estimated to exceed 95 knots. It possesses extreme stealth capabilities. Our radar and fire control systems are unable to lock on. The target has breached our interception and continues advancing toward the command center. Its maneuverability is astonishing, and its turning rate far exceeds expectations. The communications officer dispatched this bitter and shocking report. Lu Dong wearily lowered the binoculars, staring at the vanishing direction of Z-501, murmuring, "A monster. That is truly a monster of the sea." The report from the Huashan struck like another heavy blow when it materialized in the command hall of the Taishan. A palpable shock reverberated through everyone present. With a speed exceeding 95 knots and a turning rate that surpassed all expectations, Chief of Staff Jiang Tao reiterated the key phrases from the report, his complexion ashen. The speed of the Z-501 was still on the rise. Moreover, its astonishing maneuverability caused Wang Aihua's pupils to constrict slightly. He issued his commands with even greater urgency and determination. He ordered the Hongshan to refrain from attempting a direct interception, to calculate its probable course, and to preemptively deploy simulated minefields to delay its velocity. The Huaihe and Huanghe class frigates were to advance and establish a crossfire net with the Hongshan, at all costs pushing it away from its trajectory toward the command center. Yes, the orders were swiftly disseminated. Everyone understood that this was their last chance. Should the second line of defense formed by the Hongshan be breached, the Z-501 would find itself in a relatively open expanse of sea, allowing it to approach the Taishan directly. Chapter 229. The shocked Wang Aihua time dragged on for over 20 agonizing minutes. Suddenly, the communications department brought forth another report from the Hongshan. "Report, sir." Urgent message from the Hongshan. The voice of the communications officer trembled with fear. The Hongshan reported that they too had detected the Z-501 using optical means. They attempted to intercept and engage during its turning interval. However, the Z-501 executed a nearly 90-degree turn right before their eyes, completing the entire maneuver in a mere 45 seconds. 45 seconds. This time, before Wang Aihua could speak, several officers in the command hall gasped in unison. Even the ever-composed Jiang Tao abruptly lifted his head, his face a mask of shock. 45 seconds? To achieve a nearly 90-degree turn? This is absurd. An elderly technical officer, responsible for vessel performance analysis, exclaimed, 45 seconds? That is absolutely impossible, given the tonnage and dimensions of the Z-501. Such a drastic turn at this speed would generate enough centrifugal force to capsize it. Even if it didn't capsize, the structural integrity could not withstand it. The keel would deform. The welds would crack. How could it possibly have done it in only 45 seconds? Another operations officer instinctively chimed in. Could it be that the Hongshan's observation was erroneous? Or that the time estimation was flawed? Even a several thousand-ton frigate would need at least 5 or 6 minutes to execute such a sharp turn. And that would be at a low to medium speed. At 100 knots, a 45-second turn? This is inconceivable. Did their hull not fracture? A young officer blurted out, voicing the collective doubt that hung in the air. Indeed, such a maneuver, defying the laws of physics, must result in catastrophic structural failure. How could the Z-501 remain unscathed? How could its aging hull possibly endure? The command hull plunged into chaos. If the Hongshan's report was accurate, it meant that the Z-501 they faced was not merely a fast stealth vessel, but a behemoth that possessed not only an unprecedented speed, but also a terrifyingly advanced structural integrity. Wang Aihua listened to the uproar, his posture still erect, yet his hand gripping the command podium tightened. 45 seconds. This figure was too astonishing. He had assumed that the Z-501's advantages lay solely in speed and stealth, believing its large hull and relatively antiquated foundation would inherently limit its maneuverability. Thus, he had commanded the Hongshan to leverage pre-deployed and crossfire tactics to compel the Z-501 into frequent maneuvers. As long as it slowed down or was forced into a predetermined fire trap, the Z-501 would surely be defeated. Yet he never anticipated that the Z-501's maneuverability was of such a terrifying caliber. A 45-second high-speed turning time implied that conventional interception and coercive tactics had become obsolete. It could execute tactical evasion in a smaller space and shorter time frame. Wang Aihua slowly raised his head, directing his gaze once more at the still empty radar screen. Reflected in the screen were the astonished and incredulous faces within the command hall. He had misjudged. He had underestimated not only the speed and stealth of the Z-501, but also its horrific maneuvering capabilities. What had they done to that old ship? He realized that the balance of victory and defeat in this exercise was shifting in a manner he could never have foreseen. Taking a deep breath, Wang Aihua suppressed the tumult within his heart and spoke, notifying all units that the Z-501 possessed unimaginable maneuverability. He ordered the abandonment of all pre-established interception plans and the execution of the final contingency, employing an encirclement strategy. All escort vessels were to converge on me at full speed, contracting the defensive perimeter to 20 nautical miles. The close-in defense systems were to enter automatic engagement mode. We shall await it here. The command was issued with resolute determination. The Taishan, the blue command center equipped with top-tier configurations, was being cornered by a vessel that had been retired for 2 decades. A storm was brewing on the sea. Wang Aihua's command was given, the encirclement strategy. In that moment when the order for this final contingency was conveyed, all commanders and ship captains comprehended Wang Aihua's thought process. He had abandoned all fanciful tactics and distant interception fantasies, consolidating all forces within a 20 nautical mile radius of the Taishan. He sought to construct a pure steel defense line. This was the clumsiest, yet most direct method, aiming to compensate for the disadvantages in detection and locking with absolute close-range firepower density. Betting that the Z-501 would be unable to penetrate this torrent of steel during its final sprint. The atmosphere in the Taishan command hall had reached a fever pitch. The previous clamor had dissipated, replaced by an intense focus. Everyone seemed stripped of all extraneous thoughts, leaving only the instinct to execute orders. They stood ready. On the enormous screen, the dots representing escort vessels converged toward the center at unprecedented speed, ultimately forming a tight pale blue ring around the Taishan's icon. Report. Huashan and Hengshan have entered the designated defensive positions. Huaihe and Huanghe have completed formation deployment. All close-in defense systems have finished self-checks and are now in automatic engagement mode. The electronic countermeasure systems are operating at full power, specifically jamming potential incoming simulated missile signals. Prepared reports poured in, each voice taut with tension. Jiang Tao stood beside Wang Aihua, his expression grave. Wang Aihua stood at the command seat, his lips pursed slightly. 45 seconds for a turn. This figure felt like a cursed incantation. He was eager to know whether the notion of a decapitation strategy had originated with those 2 familiar old captains or with Pei Su. Just then, the communications department delivered an unexpected report. Report. We have received a plaintext communication request from the Z-501. Signal source confirmed. They have come. The gaze of everyone in the command hall instantly focused. At the moment, they had breached 2 lines of defense and were about to face the final iron wall. The Z-501 had finally broken its radio silence. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Aihua's eyes, and without hesitation, he commanded, "Put it through. Place it on the main communication channel." After a brief static noise, a youthful voice resonated clearly through the speakers in the silent command hall. Blue command post. "This is the red Z-501. Please respond." It was Pei Su. Wang Aihua took a deep breath and grasped the specialized communication microphone. His voice traversed the waves, reaching the area of the sea that was being relentlessly torn apart by the Z-501. Z-501. This is Wang Aihua. He refrained from using any code names, directly stating his name. "Commander, please proceed. We have been attempting to reach you, but regrettably, due to our high-speed movement, our signal has been unstable. Furthermore, to prevent you from intercepting us via electromagnetic interference, we have proactively disabled our radio functions." The youthful voice of Pei Su echoed back. "No problem. Pei Su, I have a crucial question for you." Wang Aihua's tone was steady, yet infused with an undeniable penetrating force. "Was this decapitation tactic conceived by you? Or was it proposed by Wang Chong, Zhang Wei, and the others?" This inquiry took everyone by surprise. In such a critical moment of battle, the Supreme Commander was concerned about this. Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, it made sense. The decapitation tactic had maximized the capabilities of the Z-501. Under such top-tier configurations, it was the only strategy that could secure victory for the red side. Whoever had conceived this tactic was indeed remarkable. On the bridge of the Z-501, when Wang Aihua's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, everyone was momentarily stunned. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei simultaneously turned their gaze towards Pei Su. Their expressions complex. They understood the significance of Wang Aihua's question. The tactical source of this operation, which would inevitably be recorded in history regardless of its outcome, held great importance for their future as professional soldiers. Pei Su seemed to have anticipated such a question. Without even glancing at the 2 captains, he replied, "Report, Commander." The tactical conception for this assault operation was primarily proposed and refined by Captain Wang Chong and Vice Captain Zhang Wei. They, with their extensive combat experience and profound understanding of our ship's capabilities, formulated this bold and effective plan. My role was primarily in providing technical support. As his words fell, a brief silence enveloped the bridge. Wang Chong abruptly turned his head to look at Pei Su's comm profile, his eyes suddenly welling with emotion. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, intending to say something, but his throat felt constricted. They realized Pei Su was attributing the immense credit to them. This young man was not officially part of the naval hierarchy. Strictly speaking, Pei Su was not even a member of any institutional body. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei were unaware that Pei Su held the esteemed title of an academician at Lonker Academy. Yet, Pei Su bestowed this honor upon them. The 2 veteran sailors understood what this meant. It was an achievement worthy of being remembered by Wang Aihua. It was a merit substantial enough to rejuvenate their careers in their twilight years. "Pei Su you." Wang Chong's voice was hoarse, filled with excitement and a hint of guilt. They had initially opposed Pei Su's proposal when he first presented the plan. Pei Su slightly turned his head, glanced at them. and nodded with a smile. After all, he was not entrenched in the naval circle. It was better to do a favor in return. Just then, the communication channel crackled with Wang Aihua's voice once more. Wang Chang, Zhang Wei. The Z501 is now under the full technical command of Comrade Pei Su. I require your confirmation of this. The pressure instantly shifted back to the two veteran captains. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, each recognizing the same resolve in the other's eyes. The honor and integrity of a soldier forbade them from claiming credit that did not belong to them. Wang Chang seized the nearest communication microphone, straightened his back, and spoke with a resonant and unwavering voice. Report, Commander. Comrade Pei Su's statement is inaccurate. This decapitation tactic was conceived and championed from start to finish by Comrades Pei Su, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming. Vice Captain Zhang Wei and I initially disagreed, even vehemently opposed it. It was Comrade Pei Su who persuaded us. This merit belongs to Pei Su and his technical team. We were merely executing the plan. Zhang Wei leaned closer to the microphone, adding, Commander, everything old Wang said is the truth. Without Pei Su, there would be no operation. The words reverberated back to the Taishan. In an instant, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the officers, including Chief of Staff Jiang Tao, instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on Wang Aihua. It was indeed him, the young Commander Pei Su. It was not the two experienced captains who had acted on impulse, but this young man who had envisioned everything from the outset. Even when the two captains had opposed the idea, Pei Su had steadfastly convinced them. Wang Aihua's grip on the microphone tightened slightly. He stood still, silent for a good 3 to 4 seconds, then slowly inhaled. Pei Su, he called the young man's name, his tone layered with complexity, tinged with an imperceptible sentiment, yet predominantly filled with unprecedented solemnity. I hereby officially inform you that my Blue Army Command ship, the Taishan, is located 100 nautical miles from your current heading. In the final stretch of this 100 nautical miles, the Huashan and Hengshan destroyers, along with the Huaihe and Huanghe frigates, as well as all close-in firepower of the Taishan itself, have formed an encirclement. This is the last line of defense for the Blue Army and the most rigorous test prepared for you and your Z501. His voice suddenly escalated, infused with the boldness characteristic of seasoned soldiers. If you, Pei Su, truly possess the capability to navigate your transformed Z501 through this final 20 nautical miles of iron wall and into the decisive 5-kilometer range, then I, Wang Aihua, will acknowledge, in my capacity as the highest commander of the Blue Army, that this is not merely a combat exercise. Wang Aihua's voice was resolute. Powerful. This shall moreover be a classic case, unprecedented, worthy of being recorded in the annals of naval combat testing. The words resonated like war drums, echoing in the hearts of all. On the bridge of the Z501, everyone felt their blood surge with excitement. The highest commander of the Blue Army had issued a challenge. This would be a combat test recorded in history. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei felt a rush of long-lost fervor surge to their heads. They seemed to be transported back to their youth, participating in their first large-scale exercise. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others were equally exhilarated, their faces flushed, fists clenched tightly. Pei Su remained standing by the window. Outside, the deep blue sea blurred by extreme speed receded rapidly. Two towering waves surged on either side of the ship. The setting sun illuminated his youthful face with transparency. He slowly picked up the communication microphone and brought it to his lips. There were no stirring slogans, no impassioned responses. I understand. After a brief pause, he continued, Z501, communication concluded. With that, he decisively ended the communication. The soft click of the cutoff echoed distinctly in the quiet bridge. Chapter 230. The act concludes. The red side turns the tide. In the next moment, Pei Su abruptly turned around, his gaze sweeping over every excited face on the bridge. Did you all hear that? The Blue Army has revealed its final trump card. 100 nautical miles, the final sprint. Power system, maintain a maximum output of 100 knots. Li Bei, Zhang Ming, I need you to ensure that, under any circumstances, the power must not falter. Yes, we guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Li Bei and Zhang Ming nodded, their expressions a bit agitated. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, activate the Starfire system at full power to assist navigation. Calculating the optimal breakthrough path. Highlight the dead angles of the opponent's close-in defensive firepower. Understood. Navigation received. Captain Wang, Captain Zhang. Pei Su gazed at the two veteran captains. The tactical maneuvers for the final sprint are entrusted entirely to you. I have faith in your instincts. Wang Chang and Zhang Wei emphatically struck the control panel, straightened their spines, and declared in unison, leave it to us. Wang Qingyu, maintain a continuous surveillance of the enemy's electromagnetic signals. Report any anomalous fluctuations immediately. Li Ting, keep a close watch on all sensors, particularly the optical and infrared ones. It is highly probable that the enemy can now see us with the naked eye. Zhang Ming, make slight adjustments to the heading, veering 2 degrees to the right to evade the predicted simulated minefield. Orders were issued clearly and swiftly. Every component of the Z501 operated at peak efficiency. After delivering all commands, Pei Su turned once more to the porthole, gazing out over the last 100 nautical miles. His fist clenched slightly. Entering the annals of history? Indeed. Today, the name Z501 will undoubtedly be etched into the chronicles of naval history. All hands, attention. Captain Wang Chang's resonant voice reverberated throughout the entire vessel. The final sprint. The target is the Blue Army Command Post. Let us create history. This silver sword surged forth, pushing its speed to the utmost limits, with an indomitable resolve charging towards the iron torrent 80 nautical miles away. Between sea and sky, vast swathes of white foam surged past. The command from Wang Aihua was issued, akin to the tolling of a final judgment bell. Within the command hall of the Taishan, everyone understood that this was the last desperate gamble for the honor of the blue side. Orders confirmed. Everyone repeat. Encirclement tactics. Chief of Staff Jiang Tao's voice resonated through the internal communication system, reaching every corner of the Taishan, and simultaneously relayed via encrypted channels to every escort vessel within a 20 nautical mile radius. Encircle, encircle, encircle. The captains, deputy captains, crew members, and commanders of all warships voiced their readiness. Activate the simulated attack signal buttons and notify the weapon systems. Jiang Tao continued issuing commands. In an instant, this previously tranquil sea area transformed into a showcase of humanity's cutting-edge weaponry. The 130mm main gun turret of the Huashan-class destroyer slowly rotated, the muzzle elevating slightly according to predicted ballistic trajectories. Although the fire control radar could not lock on, it continuously calculated lead time based on optical observation data. The first high-explosive round had already been simulated and loaded. The cover plates of the two quadruple launcher longsword, two long-range area air defense missile systems were opened. Though stable guidance was unattainable, the system had preset multiple interception points to cover the potential assault path of the Z501. Ready for a saturation-style simulated launch at a moment's notice. Flanking the bridge were 4 fire-thrower short-range air defense missile launchers, their vigilant heads raised like coiled serpents. The infrared and ultraviolet dual-mode seekers glimmered with a cold light under the sun, scanning for any potential heat source signals. Above the aft hangar, 2 goalkeeper-type 7-barrel 30mm close-in weapon systems underwent final self-checks, their barrels oscillating at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye. The radar and optical tracking systems were fully activated, forming the last hard-kill barrier for the Taishan. The captain of the Huashan-class destroyer lightly rested his finger on the red simulated launch button. The Hongshan-class destroyer, its configuration nearly identical to that of the Huashan, yet its firepower focus concentrated more on the flanks and the peripheral area where the Z501 might maneuver. Its long sword, 2 missile launch units were tasked with interception, aimed at constricting the Z501's maneuvering space. The Huaiha-class frigate, as a light frigate, it was equipped with the compact yet quick-reacting Sea Snake point defense missile system, for launchers pointed in different directions, forming an inner layer of air defense. The 76mm rapid-fire gun was also on standby. The Yellow River-class frigate, working in coordination with the Huaiha, it was primarily responsible for intercepting low-altitude and very low-altitude targets. Its onboard lightweight torpedo launch tubes were designated for anti-submarine warfare and, in extreme situations, surface interception alternatives. Finally, the Taishan command ship itself, despite being the command center, wielded formidable self-defense firepower. On either side of the bridge and at the stern, there were 3 goalkeeper close-in weapon systems, forming the last line of fire. At this moment, these deadly weapons had completely switched to fully automatic mode, directly controlled by the central fire control computer, with reaction times measured in milliseconds. All simulated attack signal buttons were activated. These buttons were not merely linked to the ship's weapon systems, but also connected via high-speed data links to the silent supercomputer at the port base, boasting billions of calculations. Each press of a simulated button would instantaneously generate a complete data packet encompassing trajectory, damage effects, and even electromagnetic pulse impacts, through a dedicated encrypted local area network for exercises. This data would be broadcast in an instant to the command systems of all participating units on both the red and blue sides, adjudicated fairly by the supercomputer. Under the brilliant sun, the sea and sky merged into one. The azure surface resembled a vast expanse of silk, smoothly extending towards the horizon. Yet beneath this beautiful facade lay countless watchful eyes, numerous gun muzzles and missile launchers pointed in predetermined directions, and countless launch commands poised to strike. In this suffocating silence of anticipation, a small white speck suddenly emerged on the distant horizon to the starboard of the Taishan. Optical observation. 11 o'clock direction. Target acquired. The observer aboard the Taishan shouted. All high-powered telescopes and telephoto cameras instantly focused on the spot. The white speck rapidly expanded, transforming into a spectacular white wake, rolling like an avalanche. At the forefront of that wake, the silhouette of the Z501 appeared, as if breaking free from the surface of the sea. A silver arrow hurtling forward with an intensity beyond comprehension. It charged forth like a knight in a gallant charge. There was no slowing down, no hesitation. At a maximum speed of 100 knots, It left a straight white wake upon the sea, akin to an ancient knight lowering his visor, leveling his lance, and launching a suicidal frontal charge against the awaiting enemy line. Its target was clear, the heavily protected Taishan. It embodied a purity of valor, a disdain for all obstacles after pushing its capabilities to the utmost. The sea breeze howled around its bridge. Within range, Longsword 2 area interception, simulated launch. Captain Lu Dong of the Huashan ordered hoarsely. Huaihe, Yellow River, simulated anti-ship missile salvo. Commands were issued. Invisible simulated missile signals surged towards that silver flash like a swarm of bees. The supercomputer began frantically calculating, simulating the entire process of missiles whistling, approaching, and exploding. However, just as the intense firepower was about to envelop the Z-501, it moved. At a speed bordering on desperation, the Z-501 exhibited an agility that belied its massive size. Almost ghostly in its movements. It seemed less like a vessel executing evasive maneuvers and more like a top-tier football player, effortlessly eluding one clumsy defender after another with a dazzling array of feints and direction changes. First, the hull tilted sharply to the left. That nearly 90-degree turn played out once more, carving a sharp angled line across the missile-covered trajectory in 45 seconds, rendering the carefully calculated interception net of the Huashan and Hongshan utterly futile. Immediately following that, it capitalizes on the fleeting loss of speed brought by the turn, executing a nimble rightward maneuver, with the bow of the ship nearly grazing the edge of the simulated torpedo trajectory launched by the Huaihe vessel. The barrage from the Huanghe's rapid-fire artillery has just begun to form, yet Z-501 seems to have anticipated this moment. A subtle, nearly impossible S-shaped twist. The hull quivers violently at high speed, yet it deftly weaves through the sparse gaps in the barrage. In the supercomputer, this area of the sea erupts into violent explosions. Countless anti-aircraft shells are unleashed, filling the air with a heavy scent of gunpowder. But Z-501 has forged ahead. It is too swift, too agile. Each turn it takes defies the Naval Academy's textbooks. Every acceleration challenges the cognitive limits of every officer present. The old hull, under Pei Su's transformation, appears to have been infused with the soul. Z-501 dances like a silver specter amidst a hail of gunfire. It cannot be locked on. It simply cannot be targeted. How did it pass through? Panic-stricken reports echo from various ships, mixed with incomprehensible astonishment. These voices arise within the command channel of the Taishan. Wang Aihua stands before the porthole. He can now clearly see the Z-501 charging towards them with a devastating posture. He can even see the fluttering red flag on its bridge, and the fine droplets of water splashing off its aging hull as it maneuvers to the limit. 20 nautical miles, 15 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles. Z-501 slices through the Blue Army's so-called impenetrable encirclement like a red-hot dagger. 5 nautical miles. That decisive 5 kilometers lies within reach. Wang Aihua slowly closes his eyes. On his face, there is no sign of a defeated man's despair, but rather a complex expression, a blend of shock, relief, and even a hint of liberation. He has lost, utterly and completely. Yet he accepts this defeat wholeheartedly. He has witnessed the birth of a legend. Thus, for the sake of honor in this live-fire test, Wang Aihua issues a final command as the highest commander of the Blue Army to all ships. All units, pay attention. This is Wang Aihua. Target, Z-501. Range, centered on it, with a radius of 5 nautical miles. Engage all weapon systems for full fire coverage. Sir, Lu Dong from the Huashan exclaims, astonished. Old Wang. Jiang Tao cannot help but interject. Execute the order. Wang Aihua's voice suddenly rises, imbued with resolute authority. This is a live-fire test, on a real battlefield. If our minds are on the brink of destruction, then dragging the enemy down with us into hell is our final value. Silence envelopes the communication channel. Then, Huashan comprehends. Hongshan acknowledges. Huaihe confirms. Huanghe confirms. In the next moment, this expanse of sea transforms into a purgatory, though devoid of real flames and smoke, in the supercomputer's data core. Within the surging currents of the exercise's local area network, and on the virtual battlefield visible to every participant, a cataclysmic, epic explosion unfolds. The supercomputer's computational core erupts like a supernova. The Huashan and Hongshan destroyers, with all vertical launch units marked for one-time use the instant the command is issued, unleash a volley of missiles. The Long Spear, 2 anti-aircraft missiles, and YJ-18 anti-ship missiles simulate launch signals, akin to a flock of liberated crows. They surge towards that compact 5 nautical mile range. The trajectories of these weapons intertwine in the air, forming a splendid golden net, covering every corner of the sky. The Huaihe and Huanghe corvettes unleash a metal storm from their 76mm rapid-fire guns at a rate of 120 rounds per minute, creating an impenetrable torrent of metal composed of pre-fragmented shells and shockwaves. The Taishan itself, with its 3 goalie close-in weapon systems, emits a final roar. The 30mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds are discharged at a terrifying rate exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute, rising like a wall of flames that suddenly erects itself, blocking the path between Z501 and the Taishan. And all of this converges upon Z501, the seemingly brand new silver vessel. Data flows rapidly, algorithms roar. The missile units surrounding Z501 in the sea and air detonate. A massive, invisible shockwave accumulates underwater, raising towering columns of water as if the ocean itself is being torn apart. Countless fragments scatter at supersonic speeds, violently colliding with the hull of Z501. The metal torrent from the rapid-fire guns pours down upon the sea before it like a torrential downpour, stirring up a frothy white tempest that seals its final escape route. Meanwhile, the metal storm spewed forth by the goalie system thoroughly envelopes the bow and bridge of Z501. In the virtual battlefield constructed by the supercomputer, Z501's hull experiences a jarring tremor amidst the dazzling yet brutally fierce explosion, its bow becoming riddled with countless armor-piercing rounds and jerking upwards. Soon after, the successive missiles directly strike its midsection and engine compartment, triggering even more violent secondary and tertiary explosions. The entire warship, at the center of the sea fully covered by simulated firepower, fractures and disintegrates into a continually expanding mushroom cloud. Yet, similarly, the Taishan command ship, within the same 5 nautical mile radius, cannot escape the devastation and is consumed by this annihilating firepower. On the surface of the sea, it appears as if an artificial sun has risen. As the light fades, only rolling smoke remains. Everything falls silent. In the command hall, the massive comprehensive situational screen displays 2 icons representing the Taishan and Z501, which almost simultaneously flash a blinding red before slowly dimming. Ultimately, they are marked as combat losses and exit the exercise. The Blue Army command post has been destroyed. The Red Army assault vessel Z501 has sunk. Mutual destruction. The exercise concludes. Chapter 231, a live-fire test worthy of respect. Wang Aihua slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the 2 dim icons on the screen. Rendered speechless for a long while, the hall is enveloped in silence. Everyone lost in the virtual, yet profoundly real and earth-shattering final act that has just transpired. The dust has finally settled. 5 minutes earlier, the atmosphere within the Red Army command post starkly contrasted with the leisurely demeanor of the Blue Army's Taishan. Here, a sense of nearly tragic oppression permeated the air. The backup generator produced just enough power to illuminate 2 small lights and connect a laptop to the supercomputer's database. Zhao Qiming sits at the table, reviewing data on his laptop. His expression shifts rapidly as he processes the data stream. This top-tier laptop, provided by the military and equipped with military-grade chips, is hefty, more akin to a weight training session than a portable device, typically stationary on the desk. Since the moment the exercise commenced, when the electronic warfare system was fully suppressed, every staff member's morale plummeted. Communication was severed. Radar systems failed. The command post became effectively deaf and blind, relying solely on sporadic reports to piece together the fragmented frontline status. Zhao Qiming projects the contents of his laptop onto the screen, his brow furrowed. A multitude of advisors gazed upon the scene, their hearts sinking in unison. Before them lay an electronic sand table, where the red dots representing their forces dimmed at a visibly rapid pace, some marked as lost contact, others deemed combat losses. In stark contrast, the blue dots representing the enemy proliferated like a plague, relentlessly spreading. Any news from Z501? Zhao Qiming's voice was hoarse. He had lost count of how many times he had posed this question. As the strategist responsible for deploying Pei Su's team and the Z501 to the front lines, he bore an immense burden. Should Z501 vanish like other units, this exercise would culminate in a resounding failure for the Red Team, and he would inevitably face accusations of poor personnel choices and reckless tactics. Report. There is still no stable signal from Z501, only some indecipherable electromagnetic fragments. The location is erratic and unlocatable. The communications officer's response was laden with frustration. Zhao Qiming sighed, rubbing his throbbing temples. Had they truly failed? Had he miscalculated? Was Pei Su's technology merely a fleeting illusion in the face of the Blue Army's overwhelming might? Was the aged Z501 simply too antiquated? Yet, Zhao Qiming remained undeterred. This was, after all, a normal occurrence. If Z501 were to send news, he would be more concerned. In the absence of information, he felt both anxiety and a flicker of hope. The longer Z501 remained silent, the more it suggested that it might be preparing for a counterattack. After a brief period of anxious waiting, the central command hall erupted in alarm as the laptop connected to the exercise supercomputer emitted a sharp, urgent buzzing. Suddenly, a flurry of dazzling data streams burst forth on the once quiet main screen. Zhao Qiming was taken aback, urgently calling out, "Analyst! Analyst! Come quickly!" In the military, analysts were akin to mental calculation units, but unlike the latter, whose purpose emerged only when all modern technology had failed. Analysts processed the myriad data streams flowing from the supercomputer's various ports with remarkable speed. This was primarily intended for use with laptops. As data terminals and hosts could compute using computers, Analysts were only necessary when the mainframe and computers were inoperative, and the laptop was used to connect to the supercomputer's data port for projection. As anticipated, the analyst soon arrived and began to decipher the information. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. Report. The content reveals a notification from the supercomputer's data records. Blue Force Unit, Changsha, DDG-173, reports, encountered a high-speed surprise attack from Red Force Z-501. Status, breached. Z-501 is not engaged in combat and is maneuvering towards the Blue Command Post. Characteristic assessment, ultra-high speed, 85 knots, extreme stealth, unable to maintain radar lock. What? The entire Red Command Post erupted into chaos. Everyone felt as though they had been frozen in time, only to be jolted back to life. They stared at the screen, their eyes wide with disbelief at the seemingly enchanted words, Z-501. They breached the Changsha's defenses. 85 knots. Stealth? How could this be? They were not eliminated. They were still advancing. Zhao Qiming felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an invisible hand. Blood surged to his head. He dashed to the laptop, placing his hands on the surface, his body trembling with excitement. Analyze. Immediately analyze this data. He nearly shouted, his voice trembling with incredulity. After a brief moment of chaos, the advisory team sprang into action, leveraging this invaluable fragment of information alongside the known Blue Defense Map to conduct rapid simulations. Chief, look here. A young but astute operations officer pointed to several newly marked points on the electronic sand table, speaking rapidly. Z-501 breached the Changsha's position here. Based on the 85-knot speed, if they maintain their course, they will likely encounter the Blue Force's Huashan patrol zone next. But the Huashan's radar is equally advanced. How will they get past? Another seasoned advisor's eyes sparkled with insight. Stealth. It must possess exceptional stealth capabilities. Pei Su and his team may have truly achieved this, transforming a several thousand-ton frigate into a phantom before the most advanced radar. Not just stealth. Zhao Qiming fixated on the sand table. Observe the Blue Force's reaction. The Changsha's report states it was breached, not destroyed or engaged, indicating that Z-501 likely zipped past before they could react. This creates a disparity in both information and time. His voice rose with excitement. The Blue Forces have systemic advantages, with seamless communication and efficient command. Yet we possess Z-501, our Swiftblade. Pei Su is tearing apart the Blue Army system. He cares not for the loss of a city or territory, nor for electronic suppression. His singular aim has always been the Blue Army's brain, their command post. A decapitation strategy. Several advisors echoed in unison, their faces alight with shock. What a reckless gamble. To place all